He saw his proc with huge horns and eyes red from madness and understood that only magic would save him. He thought of only one thing, that he needed her now more than ever, despite the fact that he was in great shape. In just a couple of minutes, everything was finished and the portal opened. The portal was opened on all the towers of the summoning palace. He stood and watched what was happening and thought that the summoning palace would soon begin to summon its victims through these portals. He thought that he should not miss his chance because the draft would start soon. The food he just ate turned out to be not very good. In fact, he was not in the cards for the near future. After being eliminated, he tried as hard as he could to be called up in 1996, but about 25 years had already passed. He had spent so much time here that he already felt at home. He understood that they would definitely come for him if he stayed in this position. He was very much irritated by these fucking magicians. He had no choice. So he decided that he should activate the Curtain of Lies special skill disguise target user. In the next moment, he activated this ability Curtain of the Liar and received the special skill disguise target user. His appearance was completely changed, both his face and the clothes he was wearing before. When he was completely changed, he realized that it was time for him to start learning magic. To get to the castle, he had to go through the white square of the summoning palace through an underground watercourse guarded by a huge dog. When he got closer to the guard, he shouted what kind of bastard was approaching him. The guard was ready. He didn't understand who this guy was, why he was so brave, because usually everyone was afraid of him. The guy took 2 steps forward towards the guard dog and swung his arm to hit him. His opponent was terribly outraged. The guy dealt blow after blow so that the guard had no chance to survive, and after another blow, he fell to the ground. The guy looked at the guard and said just one word, dog. Then I think for a long time he hung this dog up, tying a bloody scarf around its neck on which he wrote, "Go to hell with this damned world." The spear that was in the hands of this dog, the guy broke into 2 parts. He approached the entrance to the watercourse that this dog guarded, opened it and went inside the palace. He walked along a long corridor. I understand that it was hard for him to breathe, as the bloody stench became stronger and suffocated him. However, this was expected from the summoning palace. There were many corpses around that were lying in a pool of blood. He stood and looked at them all. Of course, he didn't want to go back to where he had already been and where he almost died last time. But he had no choice, and he had already decided that this was the only way to secretly learn magic. He understood that he needed to blend in with the crowd of recruits and get the quest. Then no one would pay attention to him. He was almost there, a few more steps, and he would be among the crowd. If he succeeded, only then would he be able to choose magic as a subclass. He took a step forward and realized that he would have to start all over again from the first level. Homunculus watched from above the people who were there. He laughed because he understood that these were useless people. He wanted to see what they would see today. The homunculus scolded the stupid magicians for rushing things. He wanted the humans to be handed over to them. He wanted to deal with the nasty leather bags. The tip of a spear that was tied to a clay rope whistled through the air, and it hit this homunculus right in the middle, so it pierced his stomach and sprayed in all directions. This vile creature was no longer so confident in itself. It did not understand what had happened to it. The homunculus hit the wall and then began to fall to the floor, leaving behind traces of blood. The guy pulled the rope towards himself so that the creature flew in the opposite direction. The guy said that the homunculus was caught on the hook. Then he grabbed him by his nasty little leg and began to hold him head down. The guy demanded a list of tasks from this homunculus. He didn't understand and shouted that he was a crazy scumbag. He hung upside down and continued to complain about what kind of list of tasks he needed. Most likely he had gone crazy and he would tear it to shreds. The guy didn't stand on ceremony for long, took one of his legs and tore it off, asking this homunculus how he would tear it into pieces. The guy stood there. His face was all covered in blood. He asked the homunculus that it was his choice, so he needed to ask another one. The homunculus couldn't stand it and told him to stop and wait. He opened his mouth and spat out a brightly glowing crystal and told the man to keep the task. The guy took this crystal in his hand and thought that he had succeeded, and now he knew the task. In fact, he received a task for the summoning square. He only needed to give an answer whether he could cope with this task, since he already knew the list of quests for the normal rank for a romantic. The conditions are to contemplate 2 moons from the summoning square. The reward is 1 palace token for the observer. The conditions are to read the inscription on the main gate out loud during the summoning. The reward is 1K of intuition for the soul, the company. The conditions are for 10 minutes of summoning to a comrade, and I can make a soulful gift. The reward is for the Black Hawk. At first it was necessary to increase his intuition, but he remembered that he was already cursed, and he chose an observer where it was a condition during the call to read the inscription on the main gate out loud. Only in this way he could get intuition. The homunculus asked for mercy for the man because he was in pain. The young man looked at him and decided that he was ready to spare him, of course. He took it with all his might, swung it, and then threw it against the brick wall so that it hit with all its might, and then left bloodstains on the wall began to slide down. The young man thought about the fact that these tasks, nothing was said about hidden missions. Was he really of low rank? He thought that this would be enough. He couldn't waste time because the draft was about to start and he couldn't wait any longer. So he decided to hurry up, and he headed to the very place where everyone else was supposed to be. He came closer and realized that they were here. Now his task was to become the same as all these guys. There were many young people in this room. They didn't understand where they were and what had happened to them. There was no connection here. They were outraged. Right under their feet, homunculi were running and laughing. They were happy that the day of the great judgment had come for these little people. They warned them to be careful if they did not want to die. One of the guys decided that they were filming a movie when he saw these creatures running under their feet. The other immediately thought that he was sleeping and it couldn't be serious. He was already inside among all the other guys. He thought that he had managed to blend in with the crowd. The only thing he needed was to activate the quest. Then he did it. He activated the summoning square quest. He thought it was great. He did it all right. The homunculi were running underfoot, saying that now everyone must accept the mission. Another of them was burning with impatience to kill one of these little people. One of the guys who got into this room couldn't hold back and started yelling at one of these creatures. What is he doing? Because he is a nobody, and let him bring his boss into this room. The homunculus, hearing these words, stopped. These words offended him greatly, and he could not pass by. The homunculus shouted at the man to repeat what he had just said. But without waiting for him to speak, two of the homunculi grabbed the guy by the legs. This guy screamed that he couldn't move. It was very hard for him. He stood like a stone. The homunculus kept tacoing this guy, and one of them climbed right on his head. The homunculus shouted to everyone else to pay attention and look at him. Then he grabbed this guy by the jaw and started to rip his mouth out. He said that this would happen to all the impudent people who would behave like this. This was exactly the fate that was destined for them. The homunculus daughter dealt with this guy. The other young people started shouting that this creature had killed a man. At that moment, he thought that the homunculi were on edge. Immediately after that, they heard a loud sound. This scream was so loud and piercing that everyone froze, not understanding what was happening. They wanted to know what it was, each asking the other if he had heard this piercing sound. One of the guys guessed that it seemed that this noise was behind the iron gates. They were interested in what would happen now. Someone really wanted to go home. He realized that the time had come and now everything would begin. A red plate appeared on his chest. At first it was not clear what was written on it. But when the reflection became clear, everyone realized that it was a warning saying that they could die. This red square appeared not only on his chest and on the chest of all the other guys who were there in the room. He thought of dying. He didn't come here for this, and especially he who had such power. It was a strange world for them. One of these guys with glasses said that he met someone who had returned from this world. Everyone looked at this guy carefully, after which he added that this returned one told that this world only recognizes those to whom it allows to survive all the trials. At that moment, on the chest of everyone who was in this room, there appeared a no longer red-green screen in front of them. On this screen was depicted the sword Azov. This sword was, for the rank of the lowest type of effect it also did not have, yet it was necessary to take it and fight to survive or die. The very next moment, everyone in this room had that same sword Azov in their hands. Many did not understand what to do. They wondered if those who came up with this really wanted them to fight. The homunculus addressed them as useless people and demanded that they make decisions as quickly as possible. He said either they should fight or they should run away, or there was a minute of silence. The homunculus told them all that if they did not do either the first or the second, they would be consumed, and laughed loudly. The boys held the sword in their hands, waiting for what would happen next. None of them could guess anything. They saw fog ahead of them. I don't understand who is hiding behind this fog. As the fog began to clear, they saw red glowing limbs approaching them. This creature was getting closer and closer. It resembled a huge insect. One of the guys shouted, "It's just a praying mantis." For some reason, at that moment, a smile appeared on his face. He was so happy because he almost shit his pants. And it was just an ordinary insect, despite the fact that it was gigantic in size. It was this insect that was making the same horrible sounds they had heard before, and now it was screaming too. Because this cry attracted all the insects and they began to attack people, there were a lot of them, even more than people. You could even say there were too many of them. People didn't have time to fight back. Many of them tried to run away, others resisted. The girl who tried to escape calmed herself down, thinking that it must be just a dream, just a terrible dream, and now she would open her eyes. She ran up to the guy, grabbed him, and started screaming that she was begging him to help her. She hid it behind his back, and in front of them stood that same huge praying mantis and many of his assistants just like him. Despite the fact that there were many people, many could no longer resist, and those who were still alive tried not to die. The guy entered into a fight with this Bogomolov, cut him into pieces. The girl stood behind him and was afraid to come out from behind her. At that moment, he thought that he had been using the battle for quite a long time, but the sword was also not bad. He thought that it would be better for him to wait a little longer so as not to stand out too much among all these other guys. They heard a scream when they turned their heads and saw that the guy in glasses, who had just been telling something, had lost his arm. This guy with glasses was shouting loudly that these fucking insects, he was trying to explain to them that they didn't even have a clue who he was. One of the guys told him not to act like he was some big shot or superhero. The guy who was behind swung and hit him several times. This guy had an Irokes on his head, and he said it was his 35th, no more likely 45th murder. Then he began to move forward, destroying these insects along the way. He was shouting at the guys who were standing in front that they were bothering him and to get out as quickly as possible. His face was covered in blood. If they didn't get out, they would die. The young man saw this guy Soroki Zam on his head out of the corner of his eye and thought that he was really worth something, and he himself struck the ball. He thought that this guy was really strong and he stood out from everyone else. Another group of guys decided that they should stick together. If they split up, they would definitely die. Well, even that didn't help them because there were no rules here. Everyone has to look after themselves. When the claws of this insect crushed one of these guys, he started screaming that he didn't want to die, but it was too late. The guy with glasses shouted to everyone who was still alive that they should press themselves against the wall. The survivors headed towards the wall and they all started to form a team. The guy with glasses was shouting that they needed to build a defense. If they didn't, they could die. He looked to the side and saw that there were already quite a few guys lying on the floor in pools of blood. The guy with glasses stood alone because his plan didn't work and he was very upset. The young man understood that nothing good could be expected from an ordinary office because it was a completely ill-conceived plan. And in this world he is simply useless. He swung to cut off the head of the insect that was in front of him. Another guy in a red t-shirt stood in front of the praying mantis. His whole body was shaking, but he was still alive. The praying mantis didn't attack this guy, it just looked at him. Then for some reason, this guy in the red t-shirt suddenly turned around and walked in the other direction and exhaled because he was still alive. The young man saw this picture and immediately thought that this guy was the chosen one. It was so predictable that he wasn't even interested anymore. He thought that they hadn't changed at all. Everything was the same as many years ago. On one of the balconies stood the two who directed this whole spectacle. The young man looked at them and thought that they were scumbags, but he couldn't do anything about it. The homunculi continued to shout at the guys who remained alive that they were just people and they needed more of a spectacle. The guys downstairs tried to get out of this room. They shouted that they didn't want to die and asked the homunculi for help, but they just laughed. Then they suddenly shouted, if people want to live, then let them run to the doors, and showed them the direction where to run. There stood a homunculus with a red flag. Everyone rushed to that door. They needed to get there as quickly as possible since it was unclear how many people would be released. Many were simply in shock. Some stumbled and fell. No one helped each other. One of the escapees shouted that he saw a flag. Another said that they could survive if they went out the door. And already several guys together with that very girl were very close to that door. Suddenly the guy with glasses stopped. His face was covered in blood. There was blood running down his face. In front of him was that same girl. It seemed like her body was being torn apart by some monster. She screamed for them not to come near. The guy in the glasses shouted loudly that there was something there and ordered everyone to stop. From this door, monsters with fiery eyes began to emerge, and one of these monsters swallowed the girl. These monsters are clearly more powerful and bloodthirsty than the praying mantises before them. They ate everything that was in their path. These monsters headed towards the guys who were right in front of them, and in turn, all the survivors began to run away. One of the guys started shouting why they were running back. Someone explained to him that there were monsters ahead, but he didn't agree because they could die if they went back. They only needed to go forward. They told him to go if he wanted to die. One of these guys put a scalpel to the other guy's throat and told everyone else to listen to him if they didn't want to die. The woman who was presented with a scalpel asked the man what he was doing because he was a doctor. He ordered her to shut up and asked if they knew how much money he spent to become the head doctor. He screamed at the top of his lungs that he had to survive. He was different from someone like her because she was worthless. The guy couldn't resist and decided to come up to him. He said that he was allowed to introduce himself. His name is Kim Sung-chol. When the doctor's hand relaxed, the woman managed to run away at that moment. The doctor began to shout what the hell was going on. Kim Sung-chol turned away and said it was his turn now. The doctor kept shouting. He said, "Is this guy really looking for a fight?" The guy turned around and threw the object towards the head doctor and said that it was a reward for his title of head doctor. The doctor held the object with one hand, but he no longer had the other. The guy completed the second task. Soul company for this was the reward of the Black Hawk Kuga, quickly and cunning like no one else. Kim Sung-chol turned around and left. He said he was busy, and then added that they would see him again. The doctor was in shock. Blood splashed into the doctor's face. He thought it was just a dream or just a nightmare. Everything that happened to the doctor at that moment was beyond the bounds of human thinking. He was not ready for it. Kim Sung-chol walked along this room past a praying mantis that was lying in the middle, and a bunch of guys who were no longer breathing there, was only blood around. The further he went, the more dead bodies there were. It seemed like there were only pipes and blood all around. He went to the wall and saw the inscription, "Let death grant freedom." This inscription was all in blood. He completed the third task of the observer, and his reward was an increase in intuition. Now he had a sensitive gift of observation. Kim Sung-chol thought that this was a very easy way to increase intuition. He looked and saw that now he could open the characteristics window. He read that using magic costs mana to generate destructive power. His strength was 999 plus agility, 853 endurance, 801, man at 3 intuition 9, and now +1 his indicators have increased. High level of intuition will help him understand magic. His intuition indicator was 9, so he definitely will not get a mage subclass. In order to get this subclass, he had to reach at least 10. Kim Sung-chol raised his head up and looked. He understood that here, he had only one task left to complete on this quest. There in the sky, he saw a huge planet. It was the planet from which he arrived, and next to it a small moon. At that moment, he received a message that the quest was completed, and his reward was 1 palace token. He became a romantic who was able to see the light even in difficult times. Kim Sung-chol thought that he finally got a palace token. If he collects too many, he will attract a lot of unnecessary attention. Probably 10 tones will be enough for him. Blue, yellow, white, red, in total, about 2,500 different people were called up this time, of which no more than 100 survived. The guy saw how the others were fighting to stay alive. He thought that he needed to get the mage class by any means necessary. He has already decided for himself that he will not care about anything around him. He will be merciless. He moved towards the very exit where the red flag was visible. This was the exit for those who remained alive. The red flag was getting closer and closer, so he was also getting closer to his goal. And when he approached this flag, after waiting a little, he understood that he should only go forward because soon everything would end. There were very few of them who were able to survive after the first test. The mission was over. Kim Sung-chol thought that, with the help of ordinary weights, he could only raise his intuition by 10, and this did not suit him at all. He decided that he needed to look for hidden quests among all the other guys who had reached the end. He didn't seem tired at all. The guys started getting to know each other. They thought it was the end. Kim Sung-chol looked at them and didn't understand why they weren't laughing and why they were so carefree. The guys started sharing their impressions with each other. One said that he was almost torn to pieces. Another that he thought he would really die. The third said that some idiot with a scalpel attacked him. Kim Sung-chol looked at these guys and saw that each of them, as he thought, had the eyes of a guard. The young man was very happy because he found a hidden quest and it could help him. The guy in glasses stood and watched everything that was happening. The only thing he could say was that it was hell. It was pure hell. Many people still hadn't stopped bleeding and were lying in a pool of blood. Someone was shouting that he had an injured arm and needed to call a doctor. Another one said that he couldn't see anything and screamed very loudly. The girl tried to bring the guy to his senses, told him not to die, and woke up. Another one of the victims begged to be let out of there. A guy in glasses approached a girl who was sitting on the floor and asked her if everything was okay. This girl had crazy eyes, and she smiled very strangely. She answered him that everyone was dead, then laughed and added that there was blood everywhere. This dream was too realistic. The guy in glasses heard someone nearby say that he had enough. He couldn't stand what was happening anymore. The girl started jumping. She behaved inappropriately. She screamed that everyone was dead. The guy with the Oroks on his head waved his sword, finishing off the monster, and shouted that if they think he will die so easily, and if this is all they can show, then let them give him someone stronger. The homunculus watched everything that was happening and thought that there were still too many of them. Humanity had not even been half exterminated yet. He was disappointed. The homunculus came out to the survivors and said that he was merciful and he would give them a week to rest, during which time they should get used to the new world. Kim Sung-chol knew perfectly well that this week would not be merciful at all. As he said, there is no food or water here. The only way to survive is to escape. But what if it doesn't work out? The only way to survive in these conditions will be to eat people. That is, they must destroy each other. The young man turned around and began to look for the crowd of guys he had seen earlier. Step aside. He saw that this crowd was separate from the others, and they did not have injuries like everyone else. These couples were not clearly chosen, and most importantly, they are going somewhere. Most likely, they are being led by the eyes of the guard. The eyes of the guard are a device that selects people with special potential. The young man thought if he followed them, he would probably find the hidden quest he needed now. It was deep night outside, despite the fact that there were two objects in the sky, and they were shining brightly. One of the guys who was chosen said, "What the hell is this?" The other one answered that most likely someone will jump out again. All the guys laughed because one of them said that it looked like it would most likely be a wolf. Kim Sung-chol stood next to them and watched them. He knew that it really could be a wolf, and it was 3 times bigger than a man. The young man thought that there were more than 20 people here. Most likely they received shelter from a large guild. At the same time, one of the guys reported to the big guy that it seemed like all 25 people were there. He asked for forgiveness for suddenly taking over the helm of the main. This guy introduced himself and said that his name was Li Ye-hong, and he asked everyone if they could hear the voice of their leader. The others looked and said that yes, they really can't hear. One of the guys said that he could hear his voice. The girl said that sometimes she hears something. Kim Sung-chol. It became clear that someone threw a loud, empty-headed, it was so immature in his opinion it must be some low-ranking magician. This guy who is shouting around himself about the chosen ones started saying that he is glad that everything is okay with them. Then the guy turned to the young man and said that now all the difficulties were behind him. He smiled at him and added that he hoped they would see each other again. Kim Sung-chol looked at him silently. He had completely different plans. There was no light on the street. On the night, somewhere in the distance, something was glowing and you could barely hear laughter. The homunculus held a lantern in his hands and watched all the people who were here. He was interested in all of them being assembled. When the homunculus came closer, the chosen guys told their boss that this was the same one who attacked them. One of the guys asked if they were really trapped. The homunculus told them not to be afraid. He is the captain. He tears useless people to pieces and rewards the chosen ones. Kim Sung-chol was watching from the side. He was a little surprised that this homunculus introduced himself as a captain, which meant that he was a candidate or captain. He was a low-ranking magician. The homunculus told these guys to follow him as outstanding people, but if they backed down, they would die on the spot. The guy who took on the responsibility of being the commander of this group said that they should go after them. That's what the voices are saying. All the chosen ones had no choice but to follow the homunculus. They had no other options. One of the chosen guys began to wonder what he imagined himself to be. He couldn't come to terms with it. As they walked, they could not see that huge creatures with red eyes were hunting them from the side, but they did not approach them. The creatures resembled huge wolves, but for some unknown reason, they did not attack the chosen guys. The homunculus stopped and told everyone else to stop too because they were already there. In front of them was the Cathedral of the Forgotten God of Order. It seemed abandoned, and it seemed like there was no one there. When they were already entering this cathedral, one of the guys said that it seemed to him that the eye was moving. The other noticed that he saw it too. The homunculus told them to stop their malachi pohu and quickly go inside. The guys did so and followed him. When they went inside, one of the guys asked what it was. The second added that they felt uneasy because of this eye located in the center. This hexagon emblem of the Cathedral of the Forgotten God of Order Palace of Summoning maintains neutrality in the name of the God of Order. Kim Sung-chol knew all this very well, but he thought how the wickedness was lost here he didn't know. The homunculus stood in the center and declared that it was enough to drown around them. They needed to quickly sit down opposite. The guys wanted to clarify what the God of Order meant and whether such a god existed and why they were brought here. Many of them got goosebumps from the eye that was in the center. The altar was an ordinary square. When they came closer, it began to move apart into 4 parts. And from this altar, many eyes began to appear, looking in different directions. In the darkness, these eyes were as red as those of the other monsters that were here. Then suddenly all these eyes started to glow with a bright light and illuminated everything around. All the chosen ones did not understand what was happening, what it was. They wanted an explanation and asked to be told. The homunculus told the chosen ones that they shouldn't be afraid, it's just a little control. Kim Sung-chul was a little upset because the light that fell on the others and the light that fell on him were different. This small check immediately revealed Kim Sung-chul. He was different from all the other guys in his energy. 1,000 eyes directed a multitude of laser beams in his direction that were supposed to destroy him. At that moment, the curtain the young man activated it was a special skill. It was necessary to distort the target for the eye of the guard. And when these rays hit the young man, there was a distortion of his energy field. The eyes could no longer see anything. They were completely disabled and rendered harmless. One of the chosen guys looked at Kim Sung-chul. I don't understand what's going on, but I understand that he is not his opponent. Servants of good and justice are certified by the will of order, the effect of which they have achieved is strength, endurance, agility, plus 10 restrictive zone summoning palace. The chosen ones began to rejoice because they felt that they were full of strength, and for the first time they felt this way, they decided that now that monster no longer seemed so scary to them. The young man could not even imagine that the candidate would immediately receive such advantages. This world oppresses the most Cains. The homunculus told the chosen ones to throw away these useless swords and take new ones because they are 10 times better than the previous ones. The chosen ones took the new balls. They noticed that they looked the same but were much lighter. Some even started shouting for the monsters to come to them because now they were ready to catch everyone. The homunculus explained to them that they were all chosen. He was the captain, and under their leadership they would pass the tests and return to the summoning palace. None of the chosen ones listened to him attentively. Everyone was busy getting a new sword. Another homunculus appeared in the room. He started shouting at the captain and ran towards them at high speed. This homunculus tried to tell the captain that he had brought another chosen one. The homunculus asked the chosen ones again, there are 25 people in the room, but behind the homunculus there is another one. The captain asked him again who he was. He was very angry. Why did he appear here? This guy told the captain not to be so stern because he hadn't introduced himself yet. The guy raised his hand and said that he apologized for being late. His name was Pak Aram. He was late only because he stayed too long in the toilet. The captain started shouting that this wouldn't work. The god of order had already given out blessings and weapons. The homunculus assistant said that the leader of the Iron Blood Knights personally selected this guy too. The captain wondered if the leader of the Iron Blood Knighthood had really chosen this guy. The guy was only confident in his abilities, so he told the captain so that he could hear, and that was the end of their acquaintance. The captain laughed and answered him that he did not dare to fool the captain, but he agreed and gave his approval. New answer, he will tear into pieces and kill this guy. Everyone else was no longer so cheerful at the sight of this picture. They stood and silently watched what was happening. Kim Sung-chul thought that most likely the knighthood from the Iron Blood would be taken away as he thought. At that moment he heard that during the day, someone was breathing loudly around him. This guy came very close and asked him if he was the rat who had sneaked in secretly. The young man turned his head, looked at him, assessed the situation, and thought what kind of idiot this was who decided to expose him. The homunculus got angry and started shouting that among them, there was a man who had managed to trick him. The guy standing behind the man insistently claimed that he was the one who had led the captain away. Kim Sung-chul thought that it was that idiot. He didn't understand why he was pestering him. The young man answered him that he was not afraid at all and that he should not stare at him. The guy raised his hand and said if he was wrong, then just let him forget about everything, but, judging by his clothes, one can say that he had already been in battle more than once. His clothes were indeed covered in blood. This guy kept talking about how one fight really takes that much effort. The young man chuckled and asked what this sharp criticism towards him was about. You were interrupting the conversation. The third one. These two turned and looked at him. The third one asked them if he could express his valuable opinion. It was the one who took on the responsibility of the main one. He asked them to introduce themselves. This guy said that he was Leonis and suggested that the young man do the same and introduce himself. Kim Sung-chul at that moment thought that this guy was quite smart, and he didn't really like it. Each of the chosen ones began to raise their hand and speak. One said that his name was Dorinus Winterler, and he was much better than any newbies. Another that his name was Afnadel. The third Gundamp said that he was Harry Motor. The guy who was standing behind the young man came up to him, put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was time for him to run. Then he looked at him and added that he couldn't just die, could he? The young man took a step forward and answered him. If so, then maybe he should stand in front. This guy did not expect such a turn of events and noticed that he was, of course, a man. Kim Sung-chul took a few steps forward, turned around and looked at this guy. He thought that they would really see who would die first. He needed to see what he could get from this call. He used the use of the secret guardian of the night claws, of the Black Hawk claws. Now he was absolutely sure that the guard's eyes were his, and he had complete control over them. The eyes of the guard that were above this guy were no longer under his control. They were under the control of the young man. Kim Sung-chul put out his hand so that the eyes of this guy's guard would be his. And the next moment, the guard's eyes were in his hand. The young man looked at the eyes of this guy's guard and thought that it was somehow strange. It seemed to him that something was wrong. Something had happened. He didn't understand whether it was worth holding it in his hands at all. They were terribly disgusting. Well, they came to him very easily. Everyone was interested in the name of the young man to whom the guard's eyes belonged. At first they forgot something, and then they said that they belonged to Krill Legal. Then the young man took the guard's eyes out of his hands and turned them to the side. They didn't understand what had happened. Their heads were spinning, but now he knew how he would imagine himself. The guard's eyes hit the wall and spread across it. The captain was very upset and began to demand the responsible magician. The young man was a little surprised. Did he really need it accordingly? But for what the next moment the young man presented as Krill Legal. The guy, when he heard his name, he couldn't even pronounce the word. He understood that it was the end. This guy started asking the young man what he just did. The captain kept repeating the same thing over and over again. He demanded a responsible magician. The guy screamed like crazy, trying to prove that Kim Sung-chul. He screamed that he is not real and they are all useless idiots. The captain was delighted when he found the responsible magician. This problem should have been solved. Homunculus ran up to this guy and hit him so hard he didn't even expect it. After a few blows, the guy fell to the floor, but the homunculus didn't stop beating him. The young man stood and watched everything that was happening. He understood that it was because of him, but he didn't want to do anything. The homunculus said that it would be bad if he killed this guy too early, and he would show him what happens behind the captain's trick. They grabbed this guy by the leg and pulled him along. He was covered in blood. The only thing he wanted to know was how the young man could refute it. Kim Sun could only shrug his shoulders. He had no choice. The next morning, all the chosen ones were gathered in the training camp and given a week to prepare. One of the chosen ones told the second one, if they stay with the action, they will die of hunger. He didn't understand why they should train then. The second one answered him that most likely these guys want to die and he wants to eat a lot. The young man understood that some die without even taking a single step, while the blessed candidates become stronger every day. He needed to keep an eye on them all so that it wouldn't turn out like last time, that one of them could expose him. He looked to one side and saw several guys training and they were doing quite well. Then he looked the other way and saw approximately the same picture. On the other hand, there were also a few guys who trained hard in this training camp. The young man thought that he shouldn't stand out too much and that it would be better for him to restrain his strength. He made several blows but understood that it was very difficult for him to restrain his strength. His blows were much stronger than the blows of these guys. Nia hit the dummy in front of him several times. He tried his best to keep the dummy intact. When he finished, he looked at it and thought that he had done everything perfectly. He walked and thought if he continues to control himself, then everything will work out for him. But he took a few steps forward and heard a crash. He realized that this was most likely the same dummy on which he had been training. All the other guys couldn't help themselves and turned towards him, wondering what it was. The young man decided not to stay with these guys and to run away from this place as quickly as possible. When several days had passed, it became clear that the guys who remained alive would not be able to be friends with each other for long. The guy who had an arrow case on his head said that he does not accept his group of weaklings. He was a conscript of the White Square Jongjong Sikh. He stated that he only takes winners, and then he stated that if they want to survive, they must kill at any cost. From both sides, the guys who remained alive or who had been alive for some time went at each other. The young man understood that the next stage of killing each other for survival had begun. He stood to the side watching what was happening. Some of these guys were no longer alive. Some were very exhausted and sitting on the ground. Among all of them, the young man saw the very guy who joined the chosen ones at the very end, whose name was Pak Aram. The young man thought that this guy mentioned knighthood iron blood. He decided that he should watch him. Some of those here said that they were very hungry, and maybe it was time for them to get out, to which they replied that he had gone crazy in this strange world. At any moment, someone could jump out at him. And then he was told if he wanted to live even one more day, Then he had to sit quietly and chew these breadcrumbs that were in his pocket, suddenly, unexpectedly, for everyone you chose apples their bread. The chosen ones were the first to pay attention to the food and turned their heads and immediately went to the food. Everyone ran up to them, grabbed as many as they could, shouted that it was his and he was going to eat it now, shouted to the other to let go of his food. Those who ran up did not let the others approach. They shouted for them to go away because it was only their food. One of the girls asked them to share with her, but no one heard her, despite the fact that she begged them. She heard the voice of one of the guys who was talking about how he was suddenly called. And it seems to him that the head of the knighthood of Iron Blood is the father whose face is unknown to him. At that moment, he was wiping his glasses. He explained that without any responsibility, it was a great burden for him. He stood right in front of her. After he wiped her glasses, he said that thanks to her, he got full and then took off her glasses. This guy asked the girl when she could see normally if she wanted to have a snack with him. The girl agreed, so the young man hugged her and asked her to come over. At that moment, he had the expression of a predator. The two of them went in the direction he pointed. A young man was watching all this and decided to follow them. It was already dark outside. The sky was red. It seemed like it was also all covered in blood. The young man continued to follow this pack into the thicket of the forest, not far from where all the others were. When he came closer, he saw the same girl that this guy had introduced analysis stings on the ground. Her stomach was torn open and her internal organs were sticking out and she was covered in blood. Her mouth was gagged, her glasses were broken, but her eyes were wide open. It seemed that she could still see everything. Well, in fact, she was dead. There was an apple lying next to her body, and it was like an outrage against her. The young man thought that this guy's jokes had gone too far, and then he realized that Pak Aram, a very bad person, he realized that this cannot be left unpunished. So he decided he had to go to the person in charge, Dulrance Winterler. He had business with him. It seemed that the forest at that moment became as red as the blood of this girl. The young man turned his head to the side, looked, and was a little surprised. Somewhere very close, he saw something glowing that caught his attention. He decided that he needed to get as close as possible to see what it was. When morning came, you could see all the guys who were still alive and were ready to move on. Despite the fact that they woke up, each of them went to eat something or finish what was left from yesterday. The guy in the blue shirt said that he was very hungry and now he would eat fried pig. He just wanted to fill his belly. The guy sitting next to him replied that many survivors don't have one like that. How can they afford it? But this guy wasn't going to agree with his opinion. He understood that many people had gotten the same thing. Another guy came up to them, who considered himself the most important among the chosen ones. He also thought that today he really wanted pork breast. Then it was clear that he was not the only guy in a blue shirt who thought that he was almost disappointed, but now he has hope. One of these guys asked if they saw Kim Sung-chul because he was not there. Time is longer than ever, and it seemed like she had been here for an eternity. When the young man approached what seemed to him to be glowing objects, he realized that these were strange clots. It became clear to him that things were getting hot here, and that new events would soon occur. He understood that most likely there would be another selection very soon. There was a lot of clot in front of him. It was the first time he had seen so much clot in one place. He decided that most likely all those who could not survive were destroyed in this way, and all their blood smells were here. When he turned around, these clots merged and became a huge lump that hung behind him. The young man saw it out of the corner of his eye. He was an experienced fighter, so he wasn't going to leave it like that. He turned sharply and struck the huge godfather, again breaking him into many small clots. He stood around him, and a lot of small clots were flying around him. It was not by chance that they appeared here. He was prepared for the fact that they would all start attacking at the same time. He needed to figure out how best to fight them off. These SGUs united into one big hole and tried to attack him again. The young man did not lose his head and swung again to break these blood clots into many small ones so that they could not connect. There were still a large number of blood clots on the ground that were joining together and trying to attack him. The young man also dealt with them very quickly, dividing them into hundreds of small pieces. At the same time, where the rest of the chosen ones were, one of the guys turned his head and did not understand what was happening. Then not only he and another guy saw that right in front of them, there were many clots. They also did not understand what it was. One of them asked what it was. The second said that these clots were heading somewhere. One of the guys took a stick and told everyone else to look at how one of these lumps can't get out, and then he added that everyone else shouldn't worry because they're stupid. Imagine his surprise when this blood jumped right at the young man. This lump of blood covered the young man's hand so that he suddenly began to scream loudly. When he was able to throw off this lump, He then realized that there was something wrong with his hand. He threw this lump and hit the second guy right in the face. He didn't even have time to do anything. The chief of the Chosen One shouted for everyone to be careful. He wanted to warn the others. They managed to understand only one thing. These blood clots catch the smell of blood and rush towards it, so you need to stay as far away from them as possible. Kim Sung-chol, when he approached the other guys, he told them to get up if they don't want to die. One of the guys continued to lie, leaning against a huge stone. He didn't even move. Others, on the contrary, wanted to run away as far as possible from this place so as not to encounter these incomprehensible creatures. When the guy near the stone saw what was happening, he started to back away. "I don't understand what the hell this is." Everyone else started shouting that they needed to run away from this place as quickly as possible. The guy in the blue shirt stopped to catch his breath. He was very amused by this situation, that he was trying to escape. The guy in the blue shirt thought that all the other candidates were pathetic, so they were trying to run away from the place. Kim Sung-chol didn't think for long. Being in the back, he swung and hit him with all his might from behind on the back, so that this guy flew away and landed on his knees. Then there followed several more blows, such that the guy could not see who was striking him from behind. Eventually he got up to see who his opponent was, but he couldn't see anything. There was fog in front of him. So this guy shouted who he was and demanded that he come out right now. But there was a thick fog in front, and it was impossible to see who was striking him with blow after blow. He couldn't even open his eyes to understand that it was the enemy who attacked him. After the blow from behind, the young man dealt him several more blows to the jaw, causing his front teeth to fly out. And then another blow with all his might, so that this guy in the blue shirt flew very far away, so far that it rose above the tops of the fir trees in this forest. And then by the force he began to fall down between the trees. The height was very great. He fell on one of the fields with great force because the blow he received was incredibly strong. This guy was lying on the ground with his legs spread out in different directions, and he couldn't move them. Clumps of blood began to approach him. They felt fresh blood and moved towards the guy. The guy raised his head and started asking who did it and cursing at the nasty slime how it dared to approach him. Kim Sung-chol thought that this guy Park Aram should die. At least he hoped so. The slime got so close that it grabbed one of his legs. He felt severe pain but could not do anything. He had no choice but to scream very loudly so that someone would hear him and help him. But very soon he felt that he had no strength and he couldn't even scream. This blood clot began to devour his leg. He still tried to scream for some time in the hope of being saved. And he almost succeeded. A bright magnetic circle appeared on him, which arrived to save him. It seemed that everything around was illuminated by a magical light, which meant that one of the magicians had arrived to save him. The light that came from this magic ring sank lower and lower and was practically on the ground. All these blood clots were frozen in one moment and turned into blocks of ice. The magician who came to save this guy started to go down to see what happened to him. There was snow all around. These mages associated with the white square were the mid-ranking mage Dolrance Winterler. She thought she couldn't even believe she got such a blockhead. Well, the young man watched everything that was happening and thought that this was the same move associated with knighthood with iron blood, and he knew that her name was Dolris. When the magician landed on the ground, she looked at the situation that was around her ward. She immediately used her wand and the spell Freezing Abyss. After she cast the spell, everything around turned into a truly chilling abyss. Everything was white. Even the huge clots of blood that approached them became transparent and looked like huge blocks of ice. Put them together, and she broke these clots into many small drops that dripped around her. It looked like blood rain. The young man watched her from a distance and knew for sure that it was the magician Dolris Winterler. He looked at her and clearly understood that judging by the speed of the spell and the damage it deals, she was of average rank. The magician approached the guy lying on the ground and told him to get up. The guy mumbled something, barely breathing, but it was unclear what it was. Raising his body a little higher, he told her why she only showed up now he was dying of pain, and he would tell his father to throw out her useless fool. She threw him a flask with the potion. I told him to drink it, adding that he was very lucky to get off with only a little pain. Then she added that he should stop pretending. She would have problems if he died. The guy immediately drank all the contents that were given to him. He was very scared that he could die. The mage told him to use hidden quests to increase his stamina. All this was heard by a young man who was standing very close. He also heard about the hidden quests, after which the guy stood up and they went with the magician to increase his stamina. He walked and swore, where did she get on his head? He understood that it was just training, but he did not understand how he was supposed to cope with it at all. The magician walked behind and said that she could hear everything perfectly well, to which the guy replied that he was deliberately speaking loudly so that she would definitely hear. It was too hard for him. The magician didn't understand how hard it could be for him, because the slime almost ate him, and he continued to complain about the difficulties. The guy said that he didn't know his wonderful father's face. He sent her in his name to save him. The magician said that she would help him with everything else, but he had to deal with this on his own. After all, the test that he has to go through is the test of Vestar and the hero Chill. He completed it himself. He asked to be told more details. The homunculus who was walking with them laughed, and then answered him that the hero was strong enough, and this guy would need strength, and he would see everything tomorrow. Kim Sung-chul heard that they had to go through more tests. Vestar finally caught a big fish. Kim Sung-chul show in the dark tunnel ahead. Somewhere far away there was light. He lowered his head down and saw that he had tripped, and the stones were lying on the ground. He wondered if it was a shelling. It was unclear where it came from, but it looked like it was her. Everything he saw, met, and came across on his way was as if it was not just like that, it was all Vestar. The young man thought that she had reached her limit, although there were rumors that she had special echo skills. He thought that in that case he should take a look, since he had never met her before. He was interested in how the hero got the title of the book, Disaster. Most likely it was one of the quests. The very next moment he was asked what he wanted, then he definitely thought it was a quest. And if this is so, then it would probably be better for him to choose the most difficult one, which is what he did. They told him that he dared to choose the hero Chill of the eternal nightmare Vestar. They asked him to prepare to taste death in the endless darkness. Then the young man realized that this mission was created for the successors. He considered himself lucky that there was still some faith in humanity left. Dark creatures similar to an octopus began to approach him, only they moved in the air. The young man took a deep breath and smelled a familiar smell again. It was the smell of blood. He thought if there is still faith in humanity, then most likely someone was sacrificed. He could not even imagine that it could be him. This creature that was above his head said that a little more, and it would swallow the young man. It grew bigger and bigger and affected the young man's brain to change the picture before his eyes. After a while, he could no longer see anything in front of him. He only heard pleasant music that was coming from somewhere very close. He tried to pull himself together and think about the fact that the quest was called Endless Darkness, but everything was completely different. In front of him was a beach and a lot of girls. He sat in a lounge chair and watched the girls play volleyball. He didn't even want to leave. One of the girls playing came up to him and called him. The young man was a little confused. She asked him if he wanted to play. All the other girls looked at him expectantly. The young man stood up and asked if they wanted to play with him. Then he went behind his deck chair. Turning around, he had a huge sledgehammer in his hands, and he assumed his usual appearance and told these girls that all this sounded cool. Immediately after that, the girls in bathing suits became different, and their eyes were red and black sand appeared around them. The young man swung his sledgehammer to deliver his usual blow and asked what happened to their faces. She hit him again, and he asked them again if they were really upset that he turned out to be an old fart. Immediately after this, the creature that was holding the young man's head opened its mouth, and it seemed that it was about to swallow his entire head. That's exactly what happened. It went down to swallow the young man's head completely. At first, this creature was red. Then it started to glow neon blue. And this creature began to descend lower and lower, absorbing the young man. At first, he saw some light before his eyes, but then it became darker and darker. He tried to open his eyes, but felt that he had no strength at all. When he opened his eyes a little more, he saw that he was shackled hand and foot. His hands were crucified by forged iron handcuffs. He was hanging on chains. In front of him, he saw a fairly large number of mantises that were ready to cling to his body. These vile animals attacked him from different sides, trying to tear him apart. Apart from the fact that his hands were crucified, and under the tension of chains and his legs were also chained, he could not do anything. He heard a vile voice that laughed, and which the destroyer told him. Then this one said that a man cannot kill him, because he is much stronger than him. In front of him was a demon king. The young man felt that he had been wounded many times and was covered in blood. The young man decided to use the only thing he had with his hand, chains. After wrapping the demon king in chains several times, he pulled him towards himself. Then the young man took out his huge hammer, which he had not parted with lately, and swung it to strike. When he swung himself, and then everything around immediately lit up and said that the darkness had disappeared into oblivion. Kim Sung-chul. This huge dark creature was broken into many small creatures that could not harm it. He reached out with his hand and removed one of these creatures from his head. He didn't want to admit it, but he had an unshakable strength. If someone tried to attack his mind, it definitely won't work on him. Immediately after he came out of that state, he felt something approaching him from behind, and this energy that was approaching was quite strange. He turned to look. A fragment of Vestar's memory was approaching him from behind. She said that it had destroyed all her native spirits. The young man understood that this was not Vestar herself. It was just a small fragment of her memory. It was surprising that one fragment contained so much magical power. That's why it's called a memory fragment. She said that only those who manage to overcome 32 pleasures and 27 planes will be able to get the award. The young man answered her that everything had already been cleared and he had already dealt with everyone himself. Then she told him that he was a very interesting person. Kim's son thought about it now. Some fragment is laughing. And if this is so, then it seems that a piece of consciousness remains in it. Fragment said that he managed to reveal it. This does not somewhat overstate her expectations. The young man said that he didn't care who she was, he would get the award anyway, and swung his hammer. He stood and his hammer was right in front of him. He thought that he could complete this quest. Fragment told him that if he is so confident in himself, then go ahead and try. Her eyes flashed a fiery red color, and she told him once again that he could go forward. The young man stood in place, and a magic circle formed around him that glowed brightly. Then everything around exploded, and it seemed like he couldn't get out of this magic circle. The young man thought that it was magic that restricted his movement. He stood, and around him there was like a sticky web on all sides. After which the fragment directed a fire towards him that moved in a circle and was supposed to burn everything in its path. The fragment cast a spell that was supposed to destroy the guy with fire. Kim's son got out of this sticky web and said that these cheap tricks won't work on him. The fire that was directed towards him hit one of the searchers. After this blow, the fragment saw that the young man was above the smoke from the fire, and he was absolutely not damaged. At this point, the fragment moved very quickly in the other direction in order to continue its attack. But the young man didn't have time to regroup. He struck, but the fragment was no longer there. He turned his head and saw that the fragment was behind him. She also formed another fireball, which she was going to direct towards the young man. When this ball became large enough, she directed it towards him. Kim-san saw what was happening and told her that it would not affect him because he was completely prepared for it. Well, what happened next he didn't expect, but he knew that this fragment had a secret echo technique. The young man could now understand what an echo was and how it all looked. He stood and watched everything that was happening and how she sent one fireball after another in his direction. Using her secret technique, it was all not bad. Fragment was completely sure that this young man would not be able to cope with this quest, and this was the end for him. Well, everything was not so at all. He resisted the flies using his strength and additional capabilities. Having risen to a height, he made several blows on one rock so that it began to fall down. I could hear the fragment as the young man began to whine. I told her to stop. It was too little to kill her. He came closer to her and asked where the hero Chill was in this situation. This was the only thing he wanted to know from her. She told him about the fragment, that he is really strong if he follows them, then they will meet him according to the prophecy of fate. The young man swung to deliver another blow to finish her off. Now everything was clear to him. The fragment said that he was like them. The young man was almost ready to kill her, but upon hearing these words, he stopped and asked again what she meant. In fact, this disappointment was much stronger than they had. The young man thought about it because it was exactly like that. And then she added, because she wanted to know what he would do if his hope was scattered like ashes in the wind. The young man couldn't hold back and shouted at her to shut her mouth. Then he closed in and struck her with his hammer. He didn't want to hear her, and only by striking her in this way could he shut her mouth. She could no longer say a word because the huge young man had flattened her entire face. In ancient times, which no one even dares to remember now, people were called to an unusual world. While the irresponsible gods thought only of themselves, the underdeveloped, cruel, but noble people made a sacrifice. They did this for one purpose only, to get rid of future disasters. Until the time when the battles were taking place, 7 heroes stood out in the center of the event who were much stronger than all the others. Despite the fact that all 7 of these heroes were quite strong and had magical powers, all the legends about them had a sad end. On the land where the army of the devil and the strange world entered, 7 forgotten creatures were to rise in the name of an ancient promise through blood and death, disease and war. There was a document testifying to their decomposition. It stated that the forgotten heroes would soon rise and bring destruction. Kim-sun knew for sure that this would never affect him. He didn't want to repeat their fate. After he dealt the final blow, he took a few steps forward. He needed to test his abilities. To do this, he only needed to look at the table where it was said that he had destroyed Vestar's wish, and he had achieved the status of a dream destroyer. His reward was 30 palace tokens, magical power, intuition, resistance to spells +10, and a magical moonlight mace. When he read it, he thought, is this really all from the other side? And the only thing that made him happy was that his intuition had risen. He thought that he needed to be happy. Then he received a message that 7 heroes noticed his presence, and the next message that he managed to read was that 7 heroes were looking at him. The young man thought that it was very nice of them, but he didn't need these explanations. Then he received a message that Vestar was presenting him with a special gift, the Book of the Weaver Echo. This book contains Vestar's secret skills that allow him to use similar spells in their sequence. He took it in his hands, and it showed him that this was some kind of legendary artifact. The very next moment, if this book was in his hands, he thought that it was worth opening it. He received a message to use the book and receive the Vestar until the end of the call. The requirements were magical power above 20, intuition above 20, resistance to spells above 20. 50 palace tokens are needed for this. The young man was a little upset because he needed at least 50 tokens and he still had to work and work to get them. You even time in another part where there was magic, everything did not go according to plan. One of them could not find Chan Hyun-suk. It is not clear where he went. The magician walked around his room. He was nervous because he had to hand in a report tomorrow morning. He was very angry because his life depended on it, but he couldn't do anything. He went up to the trash to take another look. He needed to do this before the signal disappeared. While he was looking, he realized that the images were somehow blurry and everything was unstable. Strangely, he did not understand what was happening. He heard that the guy wanted to know his name. The guy he saw asked him to repeat it again. Then he thought something was wrong here, and why was this guy asking his name twice? At first it seemed very suspicious to him, and he thought about it all, but then he decided that it was all impossible. He began to reassure himself that the eye of the guard, and sometimes just malfunctions because the birds interfere with his work. And all this could have happened because the weather outside was bad, and there was interference. Then he decided that he needed to go and ask his older comrades for help, or rather for the watchman's eye, the magician. Then he turned to hold a cup of coffee in his hands. She asked again if he really wanted her to report her watchman's eye to him. He stood in front of her and once again asked her generously to do it. She looked at him and asked what would happen if she didn't want to do it, but she continued drinking coffee. She added that he was not able to cope with his own, and he came to her and complained that he had never seen such terrible students. He answered her that he needed help only once. She got angry and screamed so loudly that everything around her shook, asking him to get out of her sight. He covered his face with his hands and started making excuses about how he was really sorry and didn't want to upset her. She said that she will not report to the top, otherwise tomorrow will be the end for him. He will be caught. Upset, he went out and walked down the long corridor to his room. He stopped near one of the columns because he felt uneasy and swore at her. He thought that she was a very cunning bitch and an ordinary piece of shit. At that time, another person walked down the corridor. The magician did not stop crying. He stood near the column and wiped the tears from his eyes. A man with a snake tattoo on his head asked him why the young man was in such despair. Was it all because his girlfriend dumped him? He turned around and answered sharply that it was none of his business. The guy didn't understand how some pathetic slave dared to talk to him. Then the man couldn't stand it and said if that wasn't the reason, then most likely he had lost his pet rabbit, and laughed it was the Arab hunter Christian. These words made the young man even more angry, and he was already thinking about something completely different. There were no more tears in his eyes. The guy said he wasn't in the mood to chat, turned around and walked in the opposite direction from the goods. Despite this, the slave hunter told him that this was of course sad, but he should not be afraid because this was not the end. When he heard these words, he thought about them. Was there really any truth in his words? The hunter, who had a hook instead of a hand and a huge, ugly scar on his face, said that the boy's suffering took him back to his youth. The guy then asked him if he was the same, to which he heard the answer that the hunter was also a nurse, but he was unlucky. And then he added, "Is it possible to predict the betrayal of a comrade whom you trusted?" The guy was very happy, stopped and thought that this could be his salvation. He approached the hunter, lowered his head and said that he was asking for forgiveness, and asked if he could help him since he had almost no time left. The hunter held out a hook instead of his hand on which hung the key. He said that this key was from the enemies leading to the summoning square. Then the hunter looked at the guy, smiled and asked him if he knew where all the slaves were. The guy asked again whether he should find it himself and heard the answer that this would be the best solution, after which he took the key and left. He really needed to make sure himself in order to submit the report. When he walked to these gates, he passed by the cells where the prisoners were sitting. They were barely alive and were all covered in blood. The guy could barely contain himself from this terrible sight. He felt uneasy. As he passed, he met 2 homunculi. They wanted to clarify whether he was a human. If so, then they were already ready to attack him. Homunculus come closer to him. They started demanding candy from him. They pulled his things and demanded candy from him. The guy couldn't stand it and shouted for them to let him go. He wasn't going to take away his father's ceremony, so he instantly destroyed them. He was indignant as the pathetic homunculi came close to him with one swing of his hand in which he held a sword. He destroyed both of them. Because of this, his body and his things became all covered in blood. His face was also covered in blood. He thought that these homunculi were just idiots. Since his face was all bloody, he was even more angry. He took the cape that was hanging. He put it on his head and told himself that when he finds the missing Chanhyun Sukto, he will deal with him. He will find him no matter what it takes. Even time Kim Sung-chul returned to the camp where the rest of the chosen ones were. He thought that now he would have to carry even more with him. So in order to not be so noticeable, he decided that he needed to open the soul storage. This was his place where he collected all the items he needed and could use them at any time. Having sent there the book which he received as a reward since he could not use it now, he did not have enough money for it. He had quite a few items that were in this storage and were waiting for their moment. He decided that he would sort out his storage later, but he still had a new retinue for the staff, and this staff had some useless characteristics. Well, he understood that the first raiding match would soon begin, and he draws that he should probably leave it because the light was a low rarity. It was magical, and it had the effect of redeeming charge. Moonlight returns 70% of the emitted energy with a boomerang note. He made it from tree bark, absorbing moon color. It was a fragile object. Although outwardly he was nothing special, he could not believe that he still had 9 points of intuition left to reach the magic class. He also has almost no palace tokens, but he was not going to avoid the raiding match. He decided that he should go back to everyone else despite what had happened to him. He needed to move on. After some time, he was already in the palace. He only needed to go inside. When he entered one of the rooms, he saw many homunculi running and delivering food. They were shouting that they were doing all this to people. The homunculus brought a lot of food in a wheelbarrow and said that they were handing out this food only for tomorrow's fights. A fight and a scandal started among the people again. One shouted that he was the first to grab, another pushed with his elbows and told him to get lost. Everyone wanted to grab as much as possible. Someone said that they should grab one at a time, otherwise they could die. The homunculus told them to eat until they were full, so that tomorrow they could show what they were capable of. Kim Sun knew perfectly well that tomorrow there would be a raiding match. This competition would weed out people who were unable to survive in this strange world. One of the spectators who was watching all the people asked again if the match was already tomorrow, and he was told that it had most likely been postponed. The guy in the blue shirt stood and looked at all these people from above. He noticed that these people pounced on the bread like a pack of stray dogs. Kim Sun understood that every raiding match ends with a trial of days of death, and sometimes, due to the difficulty of the test, more than half die. He looked at the rest of the chosen ones and thought that there was nothing he could do about it, and he should play along with them some more. He still lacked intuitions and tokens, so he needed to participate in additional quests. He looked at this guy in order to find out new hidden quests. He had no time at all. He needed to increase his intuition. In order to use the Book of the Echo Weaver, he had to become stronger and also keep an eye on that jerk Pak Aram. The guy who called the chief among the chosen ones said that they also need to go around and have a snack, despite the fact that they did not participate in this massacre for a piece of bread. Everyone else listened to him and followed him. There was no competition between them at the moment. Kim Sun remained sitting in the arena. Someone called him. He did not even turn his head and did not look. When the guy came closer, he asked the young man if he wanted to eat with him. Kim Sun does not turn around, and despite him raised his hand and said that he is hungry. The guy who approached him said that he understood that he was worried about the match, but food would give him energy and eating alone was boring. Kim Sun smiled and told the guy that at least he was honest and wasn't making up excuses to get to know him. This guy started talking about how despite his appearance now, before being called into this world, he would have been very successful. And by the way, about that day he was driving a car when suddenly then he fell silent and asked if Kim Sun wanted ramen. The young man stared at one point and did not hear at all what was being said to him. He was thinking only about how to pass tomorrow's competition. He understood perfectly well that at the end of the match they would start betting on one of the three. Most likely in the first round you will have to fight against Alamoral or Pac-Man. Well, he also understood that the difficulty depends not only on the monster itself, but also on the conditions in which these battles will take place. So he ate in order to still hang. I will think what he will do tomorrow. He looked at the people who were below. They had eaten too much from their greed and could not move. Many simply fell to the ground. Suddenly, among all these people, he noticed a red robe, and this interested him greatly. The young man wondered if this was a necromancer, but why was he down there among all the other people? This guy in the red robe kept walking and repeating the same thing that he would find his Hyun-suk, no matter what it cost him. He was so determined, despite the fact that it was already evening outside, that he was only thinking about how to find his ward. So he was ready to get close to the magician and attract all forces in order to find his ward. He had to submit a report and, like all the other mages, attend the ceremony before the qualifying battle. This ceremony was intended for the enemies, without which they would be destroyed. From this abyss, they called for help from monsters who were supposed to help them. People continued to fight over snacks, or one shouted for him to give it back. The other said that he was the first to take it. All this was observed by a guy in a red robe. Someone pushed him from behind to take away a piece of bread. He didn't even have time to understand anything. Then this guy in the red mandy fell to the ground, and the bread fell next to him. Everyone else turned and looked in his direction, and there was only a mad thirst for food in his eyes. When they saw the bread, they started shouting, that he was shouting at one another, that he was completely out of his mind, because he was. The fight continued for this piece of bread. The guy in the red robe stepped aside. At that moment, he realized that there was not a single candidate here. He wondered where they had gathered then. Raising his head, he saw that the chosen ones were in one of the arenas, and they did not go down to all the others. He looked and saw that Ye Hong was there, and next to him was Bi Sun Hee, but he couldn't find his ward. He started counting them. There were exactly 25 of them, all in place. Probably his ward was somewhere among them. Look carefully, he saw Kim Sung-chul. He thought, who is this? It is unclear why he was with the others and the chosen ones and where the eyes of the guard were. At that moment, the guy in the red robe realized that this young man had pulled something off. Kim Sung-chul felt a gaze on him and realized that this red mandy guy was looking at him. Kim Sun suddenly stood up and left, saying that it was time for him to go. He understood that this guy had come specifically for him. The young man walked along a long, poorly lit corridor, and he was already prepared for the fact that he would now have an unexpected meeting. That's exactly what happened. The guy in the red mandy grabbed the young man's jacket and pulled him back. Then the guy in the red mandy grabbed him from behind and presented a sharp dagger to his neck, telling him that he was an impostor and let him tell who he was. Kim Sun looked at the guy's hands and realized that, judging by his hands, he was not a necromancer. After all, he had just recently managed to cross his path. The guy in Monty said that the young man was following him, and if he did something weird, he would kill him right away. He had no choice but to leave this castle without anyone seeing him. And as soon as they came out, Kim Sung-chul immediately neutralized this guy in a robe so that he didn't even have time to resist. He fell to the ground. Kim Sun stood over him and looked at him, wondering who this guy was and why he was following him. The guy in the robe barely opened his eyes. He wondered what kind of monster it was that attacked him. At that moment, Kim Sun clearly realized that it was not a necromancer. He had a very strange act. The guy stood up on the ground and began to beg for mercy, because he was an ordinary magician who came to look for a conscript. Namely, his protege was Chan Hyun-suk. The young man noticed that this was the guy who was also called a hare. The magician asked the young man what had happened to him, since that was exactly why he had come here. Kim Sun scratched his ear and said that the guy he was looking for had already died. The magician was very upset. Tears started flowing from his eyes. He said that he was not ready for such a turn of events. The magician started shouting that he didn't want to die so easily. He still wanted to live. The magician stood before the young man on his knees and begged him. Kim Sun said that he was right and threw him a bag of money. Then he added that this guy really is too early to die, so if he wants to live, he should help him. The magician was silent for a while. He had a chance. He looked at the bag that lay in front of him. Kim Sun said that he would be put alive if he tried very hard. Several emeralds fell out of this bag. The magician could not refuse. After some time, the servants tried to deliver this magician to his masters. When they led him, he shouted to be seated. The huge man stood with his back to the magician and asked again what his name was. The magician answered, Krill Legal. The magician told everything clearly and honestly as it really was. This high-ranking member of the knighthood said to the magician that he sees that he is being honest with him. And then he added that he doesn't like those who can only talk like me, and suggested that the magician return to work, taking one of the emeralds in his hands. The magician was very surprised. He did not understand what kind of work he had to return to, because his ward was no longer alive. A member of the knighthood told him that he actually thought the magician was much smarter. After all, in fact, Jang Hyun-sung was not killed, but he is alive. This high-ranking member of the Iron Blood Knighthood was called Ma Sang-gil. The magician remembered the words of the young man when he threw him a bag with these emeralds. He said that if the magician gives them this bag, they will pretend to spare him, but they will never forgive him for anything. The magician now clearly understood that everything had happened exactly as he had told him, after which he had no choice but to return to his room and continue working. But first he decided that he needed to pass the note to Kim Sun Chol. For this, he sent his assistant. His assistant listened to all the requirements and was ready to carry out the task within a few seconds. His superhero assistant flew out of the magician's window and headed towards Kim Sun. Within a few minutes, the messenger delivered a note to the young man who was in the forest. This note was a warning about tomorrow. It had all the rules for tomorrow's great duel. Seek it with zombies summoning waves. 1, 3, 10, 20 zombies. Special reward is awarded only after third-place bonus monsters in red hats. The young man thought that the main rule is not so easy to fulfill. You need to defeat an infinite number of evil spirits by combining the forces of all the conscripts. And the most important thing is that he didn't really like that according to the rules there would be zombies there. He thought that it turns out his guesses were confirmed. So he decided that he would first destroy all the bonus monsters to get a special reward. Before the battle, the night was very dark, and there was not a single celestial body in the sky as never before. The people who would have to fight in the qualifying round were nervous before this battle. People who were in the arena were walking around and complaining that someone woke them up very early because they really wanted to sleep. Others didn't understand what was happening again. They weren't allowed to sleep. A guy who offered him food approached Kim Sun and asked him what he heard, to which the young man replied that there was a great fight today. Then the guy said that he also heard, and they were told to attack immediately. First, they need to kill at least 30 pro-nicks. The young man asked him again if this was true and that they had been told this, but to himself he thought that everything was as he had expected. The homunculus entered the arena and began to shout for people to wake up because the great duel was about to begin. And then he added that their old friends would show up soon. The rules were simple. They needed to have fun with them. They had to remember that they couldn't die from beatings, and they could get a reward for murder. He also added that they will be provided with clean water and food to refresh themselves before the fights. Water did indeed come out of the drains, but it was bright red. There was a lot of water, and it flowed from all the places where there were drains, and everywhere it was bright red, the color of blood. People started shouting that it was water, water, and not rejoicing that it was raining. When they looked at their hands, they saw that the water was red, and then they started screaming that it was blood. And when did I have to discuss this event? Because the homunculus shouted in the horn, this was the beginning of the battle. They understood that the first great duel was beginning. The rules of this duel. Alamoral monsters are zombies. They need to kill enemies. This was their value. It was determined by actions. The people in the arena had no choice but to prepare themselves and take up swords, and many of them were ready to enter the battle. When they stood and waited for the enemy, they saw a green fog in front of them, behind which it was unclear what was located. But after a few seconds, they first heard a soul-tearing scream and then saw a multitude of zombies approaching them. These were the same zombies that the magicians had summoned for this qualifying round. The zombies' eyes were glowing with a bright green light. The zombies and all the people were in the arena, and from the side they were watched by the chosen ones. One of them was Kim Sun, who was the first to enter this battle. The young man watched everything that was happening below, but he did not see the zombies he needed. In his hands is the very same staff that illuminated him and which he almost threw away. The young man was looking for those bonus zombies in this crowd of zombies, which he was supposed to use to increase his rating, and he was ready to play with them. Everything was according to the rules of Alamarul, just as the magician said to him. The first thing that happened was the appearance of monsters, not just monsters, but the appearance of zombies. He needed to kill enemies. Here his value is determined by his actions. It was like a battlefield before a fight, and on one side of the other, there were a lot of people, and on the other side, there were zombies. The young man went down to complete his task. He wanted to find the bonus zombie. He looked at them all and wondered where he was hiding. Turning his head to the side, he saw the same guy in the blue shirt from the chosen ones. In his hands was the staff of the spiritual wolf. The young man thought that this was a very dangerous thing in the hands of an inexperienced person. He decided that he had no other choice. Looked the other way, he saw the second of the chosen ones. This is the same guy who considered himself the main one. He attacked the zombies and cleared his way. Having destroyed several zombies, this guy said that it was time for them to get to work and moved on. The girl who was in the group of the chosen ones stood but did not attack the zombies that were in front of her. She shouted at them to go away. She demanded that they not come close to her and called them stupid zombies. He also saw a doctor who fought desperately. Despite the fact that he was missing one arm, he cut off 2 zombie heads at once. The man in glasses shouted for everyone to examine him. He shouted for everyone to fight. The chosen guy in the blue shirt activated the spiritual wolf and launched it into action. He stood looking at the staff that he had in his hands, and he really liked the effect that he got. He looked and it seemed to him simply amazing. He gave the wolves the order to kill them all. This battle was already reminiscent of a simple mess. It was unclear who was entering the battle. Wolves that were activated through the way the guy from the Chosen Ones attacked the guy in glasses, who you were fighting the zombies at that moment. This guy with glasses fell to the ground and could not get up. The girl who saw all this was very shocked. She started to get indignant about this and shouted that we should only attack zombies, we can't kill people. To which the guy who was chosen laughed and then said that he would kill all the people who stood in his way. The wolves were ready to tear apart this guy in glasses lying on the ground. But they didn't succeed because someone stopped them. He struck so that they had to retreat. It was the same girl who was outraged that the Chosen One began to fight not zombies but people. She tried to attack but felt that her strength was not enough, and so she had to defend herself. On the battlefield, all the forces were mixed together and seemed like a huge lump. The power of the wolf that was released by one of the Chosen Ones was stopped by a young man. He could not allow this power to also destroy people. The girl opened her eye and looked. She realized that she was no longer in danger. Right in front of her stood a young man who told her that Edis had gone crazy, which is why she attacked the guy and her. The guy who was with Kim Sung-chul asked him what the hell was in his hands, to which the young man said that he had received a gift from Santa yesterday. And then he added that he should watch the pastor carefully because they could be attacked from any of these sides. And so it happened the next moment on this guy on pause, but he reacted in time. This guy cut this zombie in half and sent it as far away as possible. Then this guy looked and was a little surprised. He felt absolutely nothing. Then he said, did he kill that zombie? It was very easy. The other zombies, when they heard about this, rushed towards him. Kim Sun only had time to count 26, 27, 28. He got rid of these zombies one by one. There was no more room for the young man, but he continued to move forward and destroy all the zombies that were in his way. I made another check. He realized that he had one last zombie left, and then he saw a zombie in a red cap. He was very happy. It was a bonus. The young man hurried to him so that no one would get ahead of him. This bonus zombie was huge, and he dealt with all the guys who approached him. The chosen guy in the blue shirt saw this zombie and said that it was his freak. He began to approach him and warned everyone that he would scatter those who stood in his way. Kim Sun couldn't allow this. He said that he didn't even think about it, so he also hurried forward to the zombie in the red cap, killing all the zombies in his path. The young man understood that the Chosen One shouldn't have said that because his dream was not destined to come true. He launched one of the zombie heads towards this guy. This head hit the guy right in the chest. He plowed and then began to fall back, choking. This Chosen One was not so strong that he could reach the end, and the next moment he fell to the ground. The bonus zombie remained in the fight despite the fact that a whole battle began over it. The young man told everyone to leave the bonus monster for him as he approached him. But at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that he was not alone, and there were still contenders to kill this bonus monster. He noticed that one of the girls was rushing towards the monster. She was very fast. Then the young man thought that this staff was too slow, and he would need another weapon. He activated the sword Azov. When he had his ball, he swung and threw it towards the bonus zombie so that no one could stop his shot. The girl stopped and looked at the young man. She had no choice but to give in to him. The sword was moving towards the bonus zombie at a really high speed, and it was unbearable to stop it. In just a second, this sword was right in the chest of this zombie. The young man completed this quest, and he understood that this zombie had received the first blow. The girl immediately started running towards this zombie to deliver the next blow. The young man understood that there was only one way out. He had to swing and cut off his head with one blow. Imagine his surprise that she did it as soon as he thought about it. It was strange to him that she decided to cut off his head in just one moment. He wanted to know who she was. Who is this girl who fights on the level of others, and even better than many? The girl turned her head and looked at the young man. He received a congratulation that he had defeated the bonus monster. His result was 50/50th joint kill. She also received the same message and congratulations. She also defeated the bonus monster. His reward was a palace token. He was given +3. The spiritual shield was normal, equal to the distribution. They offer a choice of rewards. The young man thought that now he would have to share the reward, and he was not satisfied with this. It was better to take the palace tokens. The girl turned her head and asked him for forgiveness. She quickly made her choice. At that moment, he was even more surprised. He certainly didn't expect that because she chose the palace tokens that he wanted to take. He had no choice. He was automatically assigned a spiritual shield. The girl turned to him, smiled, and told him that they would see each other again, and just as quickly as she appeared, she disappeared. He didn't even have time to see which side she disappeared from. She moved so quickly. He thought if she was usually a conscript, then she should have chosen an object and not some incomprehensible tokens. But it seems she knows something. The young man thought most likely she is the same as him. The day was coming to an end, and the battle that was taking place that day was also coming to an end. It was getting dark outside, and nothing was visible in the arena anymore. Only a lot of people lying on the ground. It was unclear which of them were people and which of them were zombies. The young man learned that the general award would be given depending on the rank of the palace system to distribute awards. He thought that he had not even thought about such changes. He also learned that the first great Podina has come to an end. The white square in which he is located destroyed 852 monsters, blue, red, white, black. Among all, he occupies the last 4th place. The young man was surprised because the white square always took first place, which is why he chose them without thinking for long. He also read that he had destroyed 35 monsters outside the rank. He was assigned A class, standard reward, palace tokens +2, fresh meat, 1 piece, apple +5, food, a week's supply. He understood that the rewards for the duel depend on the rank of the palace, and since the evaluation here is relative, it is allowed to kill conscripts from other palaces. He realized that as a reward, only a class with a class could at least protect him from hunger. He was offered a choice of a reward: cleansing holy water, an explosive scroll of the wind sword. He did not know what to choose. At that moment, the same guy who offered him food came up to him. He said, looking at what he had in his hand, that it was a very cool color, and asked if he had one like that too. The young man turned around and replied that no. The guy asked again if no one had advised him to choose the cleansing holy water. Kim Sung-chul replied, did he really choose this water without even considering other options, to which the guy told him that why consider it, you need to do what they say. Kim Sun didn't understand it was hard to get a reward. I protect so much with just holy water, and his choice was completely different. He chose an explosive scroll. The guy who was standing next to him was surprised. Was it really possible? He stood silently. Kim Sun told him to understand that he doesn't like to listen to other people's instructions, so he does what he wants. Kim Sung-chul thought maybe he should use the explosive scroll. It could allow him to use magic to cause a large-scale explosion. But he decided that he would not do it now because he could not get out of the water gracefully and dryly. The same guy who talked to him came up to him and told him that Kim Sol was too stressed about the rating. In fact, it turned out to be lower than him. Kim Sol was very surprised. This couldn't be because he actually had a plan and he did everything. So he demanded the tablet of records. His group destroyed 852 monsters, and the 2 who destroyed the most monsters were not even chosen or candidates. In the first place, there was some dog that was biting 2 monsters. It was clear that this was not a real name, but he did not know who this person was. He remembered that same girl who cut off the bonus monster's head. She was quite strong. He thought maybe it was her. This guy told Kim Sol that he was looking at it wrong because they were not at that level and they needed to go much lower. When he showed where they were on the table, the guy proudly told him to look at how many monsters he had destroyed. Kim Sol looked at the indicators and thought that everything was not so good here. Who did he think he would destroy the most on Pak Aram? He killed only 29 monsters. Oh, even time in another part, Pak Aram tried to deal with other guys. He wanted to find out who took his staff and was ready to kill anyone who was in his way. One of the chosen ones approached Pak Aram, and he stopped the young man, saying that he did not understand what was wrong with him. Pak Arak turned his head, looked at him, and continued to shout, "How dare he touch him and say anything to him?" And then he added, "If he is so impudent, then most likely it was he who took it." Then the young man turned around, swung his leg, and struck, and Pak Aram demanded that the guy return everything right now. Kim Sun thought that it seemed that Pak Aram did not receive a reward for choosing. He needed to figure out what to do next. At that moment, he heard a very quiet female voice. A girl came up to them and said hello to them. Kim Sun turned his head and looked at her, and the guy who was with him froze with his mouth open and greeted her in response. Kim Sun saw that this was a girl named Bae Sun Hee, who did not kill a single monster in this fight. She was too loving and abundant. The young man asked her what she needed. He understood that despite the fact that she survived this fight, she was in last place. The girl lowered her eyes and began to speak very quietly. Well, it was unclear what she really wanted. Kim Sun does not turn to face her, said that if she has nothing to say, then he will not stay with them, and he leaves. The girl was upset by his behavior, and she couldn't hold back and shouted for the young man to give her the staff for a short time. The guy who was present supported the girl and demanded that Kim Sun help her. Kim Sung Chol stopped, turned around, looked at her, and asked what she could give him in return. The girl didn't lose her nerve and said that she would give him anything. She just needs to get out of here and she will do everything. Her uncle is a member of the Order of Iron Blood, so she has many opportunities. Kim Sun answered her that he didn't need that. The girl didn't expect such an answer. She looked at him and didn't know what to tell him. Kim Sol also added that she should better ask the top, then raised his hand, pointed up and said, "Let them decide what they can give him." The girl didn't lose her head and took him to a very strange place. There was no one there. When they got closer to the abandoned well, she said that inside this dried-up well, there is a quest after which you can get the alchemist class, and demanded that the young man give her the staff as he promised. Kim Sun looked at her. He had to decide whether he needed this quest or not. The young man told her after he thought that he absolutely didn't need this quest and this status of an alchemist either. The girl was very outraged by his behavior, but the young man did not listen to her anymore, turned around, left, and finally said that he was good at destroying but not creating. She needed to get another hidden quest to increase her intuition. The girl tried to stop him. She shouted for him to wait and not leave. She used all her strength to stop him because she needed this staff. She said if he wants to get a quest to increase his intuition, then she will help him with this. If he copes, then he will be able to raise his intuition by 15 points. The young man couldn't even imagine that 15 points is quite a large amount for one quest. The girl stood and said that it was true. The only thing you need to do is fulfill all the conditions of this quest. She had such a face that you felt sorry for her because the young man's look spoiled her mood, and she didn't know how to prove to him that it was true. But he decided that he would go down into this abandoned well and complete this quest, which was supposed to raise his intuition by 15 points. He handed the girl a staff and told her to hold it, but if she collected it and he didn't find the quest, she would die. Immediately after that, he jumped inside this abandoned well in order to complete the quest. The well wasn't very deep, so he soon landed at the bottom. The young man stood at the very bottom of the well. He raised his head up to see how deep he had jumped. At the bottom of the well, there was indeed a quest hidden, and he was given the conditions. It was a miracle and the epics traces of the 8th hero Eckhart. Then he was greeted that he got into the world of alchemy. The young man was very upset because he assumed but still thought that she would not deceive him. The 8th hero Eckhart, he heard about him for the first time because he knew, like everyone else, only about 7 heroes. He realized that she had fooled him. Immediately after these words, it appeared on the table that he could not insult the 8th hero, and his intuition was reduced by 1 point. The young man was angry. He was so angry that he was ready to destroy everything around him because he did not understand how this quest could dare to touch his intuition. Despite this, he was told that the spirit of the 8th hero will never die. The young man told him that he quickly returned this 1 point to him before he tore it to pieces. The scoreboard showed him have mercy, and 1 intuition returned. After all this, he had some kind of bad impression about this quest and everything that had just happened. So he decided that he would not do such quests on the quest tables. There was disappointment. But then the young man saw what was being offered to him, and he thought about it. He read that the last test of the true hero Eckhart, he can get intuition from +1 to +10 study of the ancient heritage. When fulfilling a special condition, he will receive a familiar. He was a little unhappy because the girl told him a +15 intuition is now in the quest. He was asked how much he thought he would get for completing this quest. The young man replied that he would get 20 points. They started bargaining with him and offering him 12 points for passing, then 14. He didn't agree and said that he was leaving. And when he was almost ready to go back, they offered him 15 points because they couldn't give him more. The young man said that he agreed only so that later there would be no excuses. Otherwise, he would simply kill them all. A sign appeared in front of him. The miracle of the era admires his strong will and welcomes the one who answered Eckhart's final test. The young man thought that this quest very quickly understands what is what, and it managed to interest him. It was clear that the person who created everything in this quest made it more interesting than he even thought. The young man approached the door and swung his hammer to destroy this door. The door that was blocking his way was destroyed. He could move on, so the quest. He decided that this alchemy quest was much more interesting than he thought, and the reward was really big. When the young man entered this room, it was all in dust. It was clear that no one had been here for a long time. In front of him was the alchemist's workplace. On the table were two bottles, one was green, the other was lilac. These bottles in his hands he received a message that he felt the great power of Eckhart's legacy, and his intuition increased by another point. The young man wondered if this was all too simple. He didn't believe it, but the window display showed the competition. Was he really unhappy again? The young man became even more angry and punched the window. He warned the competition that he was ready to tear them apart. Then he added that they simply had nothing more to say. And this impudent window competition, this moment, it highlighted that the great legacy of the eighth hero noticed his young man did not understand what it was. It was revealed to him that the first test had come, and he had to prove his abilities as an alchemist. In front of him stood a huge creature that was protected by metal shields, and only one eye was burning. When the young man saw this creature, he thought about it. At that moment, he realized that he could still get points in this quest. When this robot-like creature came closer, it was no longer so huge and not so scary. The only thing it demanded was that he prove his abilities. The young man thought that if they were asking him to really prove it, it would have cost him nothing to throw the two vials he had in his hands at this iron creature. When he did this, and these two bottles hit the top of this creature, the bottles broke and mixed together. The creature began to burn and its shell began to crack. The young man looked at everything that was happening and did not understand what had happened to him. This metal creature, a gorilla, was smoking before his eyes. Eventually, this creature was torn into small pieces. It was destroyed on the board showed that he destroyed the magic golem, and in him, the hidden talents of an alchemist were revealed, and his reward was +1 intuition, a scroll about changing the class to an alchemist. The young man thought that they were talking some nonsense about some talents there, because in reality, they were just putting on a show here. When he got closer to this creature that crumbled right in front of him, he saw that there was a glowing object inside. Kim-sun took it in his hands and began to examine it carefully. Then he realized that it was a whole core. He thought if this core was created by that same Eskart, maybe he was not bad, and he decided to go through this quest further. The young man walked further and found himself in a room in the middle of which stood a multifaceted table on which a display was illuminated. This signboard said that the young man needed to place a class change scroll on the altar to receive the title of alchemist. Then he thought if this is a real altar as it is written here, then it was not a joke. Now it was clear to him that in order to go further, he needed to first become an alchemist. He read that only those who possessed the true abilities of an alchemist could receive powers and tests here. He thought that this was some kind of kindergarten, and this quest seemed very strange to him. Taking a step forward, he felt some kind of field in front of him. Having passed through this field, he was very surprised. He was not prepared to see such a thing. In front of him was a room of sharp metal spears that stuck out from both the floor and the ceiling. The young man got angry and thought that this is how the quest treats him, so he will simply smash everything to hell. Then he decided that he would always have time to do this, and now it would be better for him to have fun pretending that he was caught. He used the scroll to change class to alchemist. Well, in order to activate the alchemist, he needed 20 tokens, and he wasn't quite ready to use it. But he had already decided that he would do it, so he used the scroll and 20 tokens. He felt the breath and truth. He was congratulated. He received the hidden eye by the alchemist. Kim-sun was not entirely happy with this quest and was even very irritated. That's why he told the board that was constantly displaying some messages to stop constantly buzzing over the spirit. The board showed that the main class was a beginner warrior, and the additional class was a high-ranking cook, a rare alchemist. Then he read that now it was time for a real test, and they invited him as an alchemist. He was interested in what would happen next. If nothing special happened, then he would kill everyone. He walked further down the long dark corridor and came to the next room, where in the middle of the room stood a huge cauldron. The young man, when he saw this cauldron, thought what it was, but then he raised his head and was even more surprised. There was something incomprehensible before his eyes. It seemed to be held by many cobwebs, and it resembled metal armor. When he came closer, the first test of the eighth hero Eckhart was highlighted to him. It consisted mainly of the alchemist's skill in creation. He needed to combine the ingredients that lay on the table and create an object that could free the golem. If he freed him, he would pass the test. He was given 10 minutes. When he read the terms of this quest to the end, the fire lit up and began to warm up this huge cauldron. The young man was not quite ready for such a turn of events, but he decided that he would go to the end and turned his head. And I saw that there was information about natural components here. This is the base of the alchemist's skill. There were lava butterfly wings, river stone, grass for the blind, and purified water. He knew that water purified from impurities is suitable for creating alloys. The young man thought that he should throw everything into one cauldron, and he would cope with this task. First, he poured purified water into this cauldron. Then he looked and thought what he should throw next. He decided that he would throw a river stone. It was a stone that can often be seen on the riverbank. It had no effect. Taking this stone, he poured it into the water that was already in this cauldron. The next thing he decided to add was the wings of a lava butterfly. It also had no effect, but the right wing of the lava butterfly had the properties of fire. It melts weak substances. At some point, he even thought that the color that was inside the cauldron didn't match each other, and most likely that's why the smoke started. The young man was not going to stop, and he decided that he should add the grass for the blind, which was often found on the riverbank, had the property of slowing down. Therefore, it neutralizes the alchemical elements that are opposite to each other. He did not know, but decided that he just needed to throw everything at once. There was so much grass that it barely fit into the cauldron. It was unclear what would come out of all this. The young man reassured himself that he had so much mana, and that was why no one liked this class. He tried hard to prevent everything he had hammered. The board showed that Ekkar's heirs were delighted with his courage, the speed of making the substance. He definitely has the same extraordinary abilities as the 8th hero. He got a bright pink mixture. When he took this potion in his hands, he thought, did he really succeed? Does it mean he really has abilities? He sprinkled a little of this potion on the flasks, thinking that he needed to use it to melt the web. But nothing happened to the web. He didn't understand what was going on. It was the same as before. It just changed its color. The window lit up in front and said if he thinks that everything is so simple, then he is deeply mistaken. Well, as always, she laughed at him. There were 30 seconds left until the end of this quest. In order to melt the web, a solution of a higher rank is needed, and the path to the truth requires an extraordinary mindset. Here, anyone who does not have the ability must return back. The research inscription he saw is that he should leave because he is not capable of anything. The young man heard laughter from all sides. Laughter at him, he said. They just asked him to test his strength. Did they really want this? He couldn't imagine that they could do exactly that to him, taking away 20 tokens from him to get the alchemist. Kim-sun was so angry that he couldn't hold back. He swung his fist and hit the web with all his might, and the scoreboard showed that there were 15 seconds left. The young man grabbed the web and began to move away from this place, pulling it behind him. Kim-sun ran away and screamed loudly. He knew that he could destroy everything here. He still had time, so he ran at a very high speed, stretching this web as tightly as possible. He ran out of this room and ran into another one. He was heading towards the exit. He was wondering how much time he had left. If he destroyed the legacy of the 8th hero, then everything would end. The board showed that the problem was in the last test. He needed to destroy the strongest 3-headed golem using the alchemist skills he had acquired. The young man, when I heard about the last test, he said if this is the last one, then he is ready for it, but he has a condition for this. He acted in his usual way, taking out his huge weapon with which he was ready to destroy everything around him. The young man shouted that the last test is always the easiest no matter what. And so it happened. This old abandoned well was smashed to smithereens in a matter of minutes. Kim-sun stood at the bottom of this well, looked up. All that was left was to rise up. But first he needed to figure out the reward for this quest. Therefore, he demanded his reward since the quest was completed to the very end. The window wrote that he deceived him, but the young man knew from the very beginning that he would win this quest and get his own. He passed the last test of the 8th hero and proved that he is a great alchemist. After passing all the tests, he receives relics. Kim-sun, when he saw that he was getting a relic, he thought that this was already a better reward. The Book of the Magician, the living book of Bertelgi. I am a portable alchemical furnace and plus 11 intuition. The quest he went through was unhappy that he was able to do this and told the young man that he was a dirty liar. But despite this, he received his rewards and 11 intuition points. Now he could go back and continue with everyone else. The young man turned his head and heard a voice that told him that he would say something that no one had told him. It was a girl who thought that he was a dirty liar. This girl came from that very book. She thought it was terrible that her master was such a person. The young man asked who she was. The girl replied that her name was Bertelja and that she was a living book that he received as a reward. Kim-sun asked her what she could do. He didn't want to hear her opinion at all. The girl replied that he had a very bad manner of speech and that he did not know how to speak like a woman at all. Then she added that she did not expect such a dirty deceiver to ask for a test of strength. She added that inside it is contained knowledge of alchemy left to the chief alchemist, the 8th hero, Eckhart. The young man came closer to the book and tried to read it. The girl barely managed to grab the book. She told him if he wanted to find something, then just let him say she would open the right page herself. He wanted her to say it was possible to remove the curse of destruction. The girl replied that there is no such thing. Eckhart himself could not do it, so she does not know how to do it. The young man was very upset and he understood everything, and this book was not very useful for him. Then he asked this girl what kind of book it was that he had in his hand, because in 25 years of living in this world, he had never heard of such a thing. The Book of the Magician had the effect of obtaining the class of the magician. You need to find your beloved daughter and guide her on the path of truth. It seemed to him that this was a very stupid condition, and Akara's daughter had already died a long time ago. He decided that he didn't need the magician's book, and he could send it to storage. The girl was indignant, saying that he was wrong, and Ekkar's daughter had not died at all. And in front of him, the young man shook his head and asked where. So when she couldn't stand it any longer and replied that she was Ekkar's daughter, Bertelja smiled at him. The young man couldn't stand it and abruptly slammed the book shut, leaving the girl inside the book. She was very indignant and shouted that he was an ordinary bastard. He decided that this book should be sent to him too, the storage. The young man thought that this 8th hero was quite funny, and if he needed it, he would use it later. Time passed and he decided that he should go to everyone else. He shouldn't stand out. When he returned, he received another message from the magician he spared. This message said that the rules of Pac-Man were changed, and that's why the tests were the hardest level. In his hands were the rules of the next rating fight, and they were determined by the rules: first place 100%, second place 80, and so on. If he does not give a bribe, then he will no longer receive a message. The young man wondered if the connection between the white square and the Order of the Iron Blood could be broken at that moment. He definitely didn't want that. He saw that the prize for first place was almost twice as big as that of the last place. And if he was unlucky with the Order of the Palace tokens, there would be almost none left. He could not allow this to happen. Having let go of the messenger from the magician, he understood that this was a warning, and it could mean that problems could arise with the acquisition of magical power. After thinking for a while, he decided that he had to use all means to take first place. He was at the top and looked at everyone else who was below. You were burning the corpses of the dead there at that moment. There were a lot of them. Kim Sun knew perfectly well that he could not interfere with the course of the next battle, but he needed some kind of plan, and he decided to first deal with the selected candidates who were closest. There wasn't much time left until the next qualifying battle, so he had to not waste it. He headed towards the rest of the Chosen Ones to see who he would have to fight first. When he came to the rest of the Chosen Ones, he realized that all the guys were showing interest in Bei Song Hee, but she didn't have the cleansing holy water. They all wanted to pretend that they were there for this girl, but something had to be done to make them follow him with ease. After thinking for a while, he decided that he could attract their attention to himself and started talking about 10,000 swings of the ball. That each exercise is 1,000 times, and they all need to gallop around the area of 1,000 circles, because hunting for low and mid-level monsters in the forest. All the other guys actually paid attention to him and listened carefully to everything he said. The only Pak Aram was outraged because he came only because of her and did not intend to train at all. The young man thought that this guy was here only because of her. He immediately gave himself away. The girl turned sharply and pushed Pak Aram away from her. She told him not to come near her and not to touch her. Pak Aram was indignant because she began to pretend that she was not a woman. If it weren't for another world, he wouldn't have looked at someone like her. One of the guys couldn't take it anymore and hit him and told him to shut up. Pak Aram didn't even have time to put up a defense and got hit on the jaw. The girl asked the guy to stop. Kim Sun did nothing. He watched what was happening. The guys almost killed each other. One of them told them to stop and put an end to this carnage. Pak Aram didn't understand how this idiot could hit him because he considered himself untouchable. But the guy who did it thought he was absolutely right and was ready to fight him. Pak Aram was not prepared for such a turn of events. He said that they were all freaks. Then he added that they would regret it, turned around and ran away from them very quickly. Kim Sun knew that this guy in a blue shirt should not be ignored, but he came here for something completely different. First, he needed to get busy preparing for the battle. They headed to the training ground and started training. All the Chosen Ones were present there. The young man struck blow after blow at the dummy and said he was down to his last 1,000. Everyone else was very surprised because they were already exhausted, and the only one who was not tired at all was Kim Sun. The young man said if they could complete the entire training session without lagging behind him, he would give them a gingerbread man. At this time, he was going to form the Kim Hak Chul gang, which was engaged in hunting monsters in the forest. The guy with glasses said that he understood everything, but he didn't understand who would do it. Kim Sun didn't understand why he said no. Then the guy with glasses tried to explain to him that it was too hard and that everyone present there couldn't handle it. They had very little food left, and he didn't know who would agree to participate in this. They understood perfectly well that the knife they would have to carry was heavier than these guys could handle, although they had guessed it. Then he said that he understood everything perfectly well, but it wouldn't change anything. But despite this, they would have to decide. The guy in glasses agreed with every word he said. He understood that it would not be easy, and he felt sorry for some of them because they would have to be excluded. The guy with glasses said that it was time for the young man to leave, otherwise he would see real hell. Kim Sun did so and went to the next gang of Jong-Jong-sik. He made them the same offer. The leader of the gang said, if they agree, then they will be able to raise their points. Unlike the previous gang, it existed only for the sake of profit and power. Kim Sun answered him that he understood everything absolutely correctly. They will raise the power of agility and health all the way up to 25 points. The gang leader said that his guys have an average of 10-12 points, which means that if they sweat a little, they can become almost twice as strong. The young man understood that he had to take the bait of such an offer, and he thought very quickly. The gang leader said that he now has 24 power points. If he is lying, he will skin him. Kim Sun even became interested in whether he could really remove his skin, and he thought maybe he should play it once to see how it would look. The leader of this gang was serious and wanted to show how strong he was. The next moment, he threw his well-sharpened dagger so that it flew past the young man. Kim Sun was prepared for such a turn of events and was not at all afraid of his threat. It was quite dangerous, but sometimes such guys were needed. The dagger flew past the young man and hit the guy who was standing near their food straight in the head. The gang leader looked at the guy he had just killed and smiled. Kim Sun looked at the gang leader and wondered why he looked so much like him. The gang leader shouted for everyone to gather. The young man saw that they were all in excellent condition. When the raiding battle ends, the summoning area will be filled with blood. The gang leader said that now the hellish training begins. Evening came and everyone was hungry after this long day. Kim Sun decided to show off his culinary skills and prepared food for everyone. The guys from the select group were very surprised because in front of them lay a huge piece of meat that they had not eaten for a long time. After he had prepared all this and served them at the table, the man said that only now could they eat. She wished them a pleasant appetite. The chosen ones began to talk among themselves that they had not eaten meat for a long time and that this meat had an excellent smell. One of the guys approached the girl and told her to try what was in his hands. She thanked him. Kim Sun was watching everything that was happening from the side. He couldn't miss anything. This couple stood and talked to each other. She told him a big thank you for the last time and he responded and smiled. Pak Aram was watching them all. Kim Sun, despite the fact that the guy in the blue shirt was trying to go unnoticed, he immediately saw him. Now it was necessary to understand what this Pak Aram had in mind. He should not have lost sight of him. In fact, the preparation for tomorrow's battle was finished no matter what anyone had plans. But if someone interfered with him, Kim Sun thought, he was ready to strangle him. The next morning came and it was the beginning of the raiding battle. This battle should be very cruel and monstrous. Everyone who was in the arena received a message about the rules of this battle. It said that they should not evade pursuit for 1 hour, and if they can destroy there and there, then they will not fulfill the conditions of the battle and will win naturally if they only succeed. The young man knew that there they kill people for entertainment. For those called, he is the most dangerous creature, but not this time. The girl called Kim Sun. She wanted to say something. When she came closer, she said that she didn't see the guy she was talking to yesterday. The young man asked her again if Ha Yeonjong had really disappeared. It was very unexpected, but he didn't have time for this guy. The very next moment, a crash was heard as one of the doors to the arena fell. She didn't just fall, she was knocked out and thrown aside. Immediately after this door was knocked down, a huge hand appeared. And then you could hear the breathing of this monster who was about to enter the arena. He resembled a huge gorilla, only many times larger. This monster was so huge that when everyone saw it, they froze for a moment, realizing that they would not be able to fight it. The girl was very worried and was looking for Yeonjong. She didn't know where he was and didn't understand why he wasn't among them. Kim Sung-chol looked first in one direction, then turned his head and looked in the other direction, but he also did not see Ha Peng-jung. He thought the guy had disappeared, and even more so, he had no time for him because he had a real opponent. Everyone else stood waiting to see what would happen next. He turned and saw that the Chosen Ones had also appeared on the battlefield. The crowd of the Chosen Ones stood apart from everyone else, and none of them had weapons. Among this crowd of the Chosen Ones was Pak Aram, the The young man did not understand what he was doing here. And the most important thing was that it was unclear what he had in his hands. He was holding a bottle of liquid. When the gate to this site fell with a very loud crash, so loud that the ground shook underfoot, Kim-sun turned his head and looked and said that this is the beginning of this objection. Since it was deep night outside and there was practically no lighting, all the subjects immediately saw their huge opponent, a monster with glowing red eyes. The gang leader, the same guy with glasses, told his men to run away from that place as quickly as possible. The boys were so scared that they started running away without hesitation because their opponent was just huge. I understand that they won't be able to do anything with him. All the subjects rushed to run away as quickly as possible, but this monster stretched out its paw to grab them. And he succeeded. He grabbed quite a large number of guys in his huge paw. They screamed for someone to help them. Others just fell. This monster captured them only to eat them. The more small people he catches, the more he will remove his appetite. The next moment, everyone he had captured with his paw was already in his mouth. He was ready to swallow them. Another gang asked their commander what to do. They doubted their abilities. They said that this monster is the strongest in history. Their commander told them to scatter in all directions, and they had to try to stay alive until the end of this mission. On the battlefield, no one knew what to do. Everyone tried to run as far as possible from this monster, including Kim-sun. He told the others that they first needed to get to shelter as quickly as possible. He didn't have time to explain. This monster, seeing that everyone was running away from him as far as possible, jumped up and blocked their path. When he landed, the ground on this site shook. This monster landed right in the middle, splitting all the subjects into two parts. The guy who was the main one among the chosen ones told all the other chosen ones that now they should prepare themselves. He pulled out a bottle with some liquid. The monster roared wildly and grabbed everyone in a row. Everything irritated him. And the chosen ones opened vials of purified holy water and sprinkled it in his direction, each in front of them. The monster was furious at their impudence and the way they were behaving towards him. The chosen ones, due to the fact that they used purified holy water, created a protective field around themselves, behind which they hid. The monsters tried to approach the chosen ones, but the protective field did not give him. The guy who was the main one among the chosen ones told the monster that he could get lost. The monsters had no choice but to retreat, but the most cowardly of all the chosen ones was Pak Aram. He ran away as far as possible, even before the chosen ones found themselves under the protective field. Even time Armuk Bakr, commander of the Stormfront Alliance Corps, lay on his bed and said that White Square was unlucky, not only that in the second battle, the rules of Pac-Man apply, and also Tam Tama ran into Ma San-gil, the senior commander of the Iron Blood Order, watching everything that was happening, believed that these Chu-Yu conscripts were openly trying to exterminate their Iron Blood Order. He thought maybe he could pay them for it. Then he decided that he should leave, and he didn't want to watch this anymore. He told the room that he wanted to have a good time. The commander of the Iron Blood Order demanded that Dolrance Winterler come to him immediately. Since she was a magician and could move in space, she also appeared right in front of him. The magician lowered his head and asked him if he had called her and for what reason. The commander of the Iron Blood Order said that it seemed to him that after Pak Aram failed to obtain the sacred water from her, there were no more reports. The mage replied that he had nothing to worry about. Her ward had already obtained the sacred water. Then the commander said that as far as he knows, it is called the blessing of the god of order, which cannot be made with magic. It is unclear how he was able to obtain it. The magician answered him that it was necessary to sacrifice the minority for the sake of the majority. Her ward simply followed the laws of the Order of Iron Blood. On the field where the qualifying battle was taking place, one of the guys was shouting that he had managed to survive at great cost. He wanted to live, but he was already in the monster's mouth despite the fact that the guy was screaming that he didn't want to die. No one heard him. Kim-sun stood and watched everything that was happening. He understood that already 60 people fell into the mouth of this monster. It was unclear how much longer they had to hide. Kim-sun told the others that they needed to be in a safe place until he was full. The others wanted to know what would happen when he was full. The young man said that in his opinion, this monster needs to eat another 30 people. When everyone was standing and hiding as far away from this monster as possible, they saw Pak Aram approaching him. It seemed that Pak Aram was absolutely calm and ready to fight this monster. The chosen one, Pak Aram, swung the ball he had in his hand and tried to attack this monster. The guy shouted that it was a disgusting macaque and he wasn't afraid of it at all. He threw the sword towards the monster. The sword he threw struck those all the way to his head and hit it, but did not cause any damage to the monster. The monster just got angry, turned its head and opened its mouth, growling very loudly. Pak Aram stood below and shouted that he was in front of him. He called the monster a stupid creature and drew attention to himself. This monster turned around and headed towards Pak Aram because he had made him very angry. None of the guys understood what was going on and why Pak Aram was trying to lure him in that direction. Kim Sun then realized that this was Pak Aram's plan, but he shouldn't have interfered with his plan. Pak Aram stood right in front of this monster. In his hands was a bottle of sacred water. Since Pak Aram himself did not receive this sacred water, he stole it from someone, and most likely this is Yanzhong's sacred water. The guy opened the cap of this bottle and splashed this sacred water right on the monster and around it. Kim Sun told the guys who were standing with him that they should act according to the plan. When he gave the signal, they should run as they had trained. Pak Aram splashed this sacred water around herself. He acted according to his plan. This monster was very frightened by the action of this water and immediately jumped back and landed near him. Pak Aram, with the help of this sacred water, subdued this monster and ordered it to destroy all the others who were with Kim Sun. Kim Sun understood that everything was going according to plan, and he ordered his guys to scatter. When this monster tried to catch up with them, it did not understand which way to move. So it decided that it needed to go after one of these guys, and the monster chose Kim Sun. Pak Aram was already celebrating his victory. He wanted to see how long these guys could last. Kim Sun. Before the video of his actions, he just didn't teach that they also have sacred water. The monster was furious and needed to catch up and get at least one victim. He roared like thunder, trying to scare everyone around him. Despite everything went like clockwork and everything went according to the plan that Kim Sun had planned. The monster moved towards him. When the young man was very close to this monster, he understood that it would soon begin. He gave the order for everyone else to take up position, each with their own task. The monster did not understand what was happening and acted like an animal. It growled and demolished everything in its path. It tried to grab the young man with its huge paws, but it didn't work because Kim Sun was fast enough. When he was able to move to a safe distance, he activated one of his abilities. The monster was very close and he couldn't hesitate. He had to act. The young man took out a scroll and cast a spell. It was an explosive scroll. He needed to read the spell from this scroll as quickly as possible to destroy this creature. The very next moment, everyone saw how the fire was moving towards this monster, and it was plunging this monster more and more into the fire from all sides. The young man read the Research Institute of Explosive Scroll to the end. The fire was so strong that the scroll itself almost turned to ashes. The fire completely captured this monster from all sides, and it began to roar in pain. This monster could do nothing. It only growled loudly. Its fur burned with a bright flame. The guys who were in the arena started talking among themselves that this monster had caught fire. No one understood what was happening and what was going on. There was very thick smoke. Kim Sun took out his dagger. He thought that he shouldn't miss such a good moment while nothing could be seen because of the smoke. He approached the monster and dealt him many blows so that blood spurted in all directions. When Russia began to smoke, everyone saw how this monster was bleeding. In the case of such a huge monster as Tam Tam, the most effective thing would be to cut off the housing, which is what the young man did. Everyone started shouting that the monster had fallen, and it really had fallen. Kim Sun's childhood, according to plan, he foresaw all the circumstances, and he managed to pass this test. When the smoke began to clear, they saw that the leader of one of the gangs was located very close to this monster. This guy came closer to this monster and cut all its tendons, probably so that this monster would fall completely. And when this monster fell, the ground in this arena shook because he was so huge. The leader of the gang asked everyone else if they would be the only ones, and if they were to hesitate, then he would eat them all alone. The leader of the second gang told his people that they were ready to help him too, and ordered them to attack. When this helpless monster lay on the ground, it was clear that altogether they would not be able to defeat him. They shouted that they needed to catch this monkey and tear it to pieces. Kim Sun understood that the deed had already been done, and now everyone else would finish the job so that this monster would no longer exist. The only thing everyone needed to know was that his skin couldn't be pierced with a sword, and they had to aim instead of wounding him in order to cause even more damage. This monster tried with all her might to save herself. It rose up and began to roar loudly from the pain it felt, but he no longer had a chance. Everything went according to plan, as the young man had expected. This monster was also damaged once more and hit right in the eye. At that moment, an explosion occurred inside it. Everyone was ready. They could continue to damage him at any moment. Kim Sun was pleased with himself and the guys with whom he was able to cope with this huge monster. There was an explosion on the site. The monster no longer existed. They received congratulations that they had destroyed Tam Tam. The achievement turned out to be much greater than the challenge, and they received a top-level reward regardless of the points they had. Everyone read the messages and were happy that they killed him and they won. The girl looked at her achievements and saw that her contribution was 0.3%. It seemed to her that this was very little. The young man thought that there were still 2 raiding battles left, and he needed to collect 23 tokens. His individual reward depended on the size of the contribution. His contribution was 18.4%, This was a reward with a rank. Of course, he knew that everyone's reward would be different. But I didn't understand why the White Horse took first place in the Mortal Kombat. It would be nice to have an additional weapon. Some were shown a reward for their contribution, a whip and a scorpion's tail. The standard reward is 14 palace tokens fresh meat, 3 pieces apples, 15 pieces provisions for a week, a reward of your choice holy water for exorcism, 5 pieces warrior's crossbow or madness potion. Kim-sun looked at the chosen ones and understood that they should have guessed earlier that they would not get anything. They would light up the water. The other guys started telling them that while they were sweating, the chosen ones were having fun, and now they got what they deserved. Pak Aram got angry and tried to pounce on the main one of the chosen ones. He did not understand what it meant that there was no reward, and where had he seen such a thing? He ran like crazy. Kim-sung approached the young man in the shirt and asked him what he did to Ha-yeon-jun. The guy turned around and asked if they really wanted to know where Pr-jun had gone. The chief among the chosen ones said that he does not even know where he could have gone and what could have happened to him. Kim-sun knew perfectly well that he was definitely hiding something, but his hungry mouth would not be able to hold back when there was food in front of him. So he handed him 2 apples and said that this would be enough in exchange for information. The guy replied that he wouldn't give up his own for 2 apples. Then the young man reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and asked how about this. He took out the highest quality dried meat that was lying in his jacket. Kim-sun held a piece of meat in one hand and said that for this piece, he should answer his question. The guy was drooling. When the young man found out what happened to Yeon-jun, he wanted to understand why he came there and right before the raiding battle, and also as the director. He really wanted to go inside, but it seemed to him that there was no one inside. Kim-sun didn't think long because he had no choice but to go and have a look. Everything looked quite suspicious and incomprehensible to the young man. When he went inside, at the end of a long corridor, he saw someone's body. He hurried to look. Kim-sun didn't wait and ran to the side where it seemed to him that the body was lying. Having run up, he stopped. Now everything became clear to him. It really was a body. Ha-yeon-jun was lying bloody on the floor. The guy was not moving. It was clear that he was dead. There was wolf fur around him, but wolves don't come here because of the monsters, so magic was used here. The homunculus went to another part and said that he was quite successful, but people really annoyed him just because they got everything mixed up. This homunculus approached the very place where Kim-sun was. He was very surprised to meet a stranger here. He asked what he was doing here. The young man told him that he had dragged a cart to load the body into it. Homunculus asked Mad the man. He says so because he has already seen everything, and if this is so, then he is also ready to die and attacked him. Kim-sun grabbed this homunculus by the throat and lifted him up. He wanted to know who killed Yeon-jun. The homunculus began to say that he was just a homunculus and that he knew nothing. He begged to be let go. The young man asked him again who killed Yeon-jun. The young man's hand squeezed the homunculus's throat more and more tightly. A little more, and he would have nothing to breathe. The homunculus could not stand it and shouted that it was Pak Aram. The young man was outraged because Pak Aram with such points could not kill Ha-yeon-jun. The homunculus began to shout that the young man does not understand anything, and Pak Aram is an ordinary werewolf, and if he does not believe, then he should see the main one himself as covering for him. Kim-sun put it in its place. Now it became clear to him why the wolf's fur was near the guy's body. The homunculus bowed to the young man for giving him life and said that now he would be his slave and would serve him until the end of his life. Kim-sun seemed to dissolve and began to turn into his real self. He asked the homunculus if he remembered him. The homunculus looked and couldn't understand, but he had definitely seen it already. Then the young man said that they had already met him at the conscription square 25 years ago. The homunculus looked at him and was shocked. Could it really be that he was the enemy of the world? He was very sorry that he did not die. Kim-sun grabbed the homunculus by the leg so that he couldn't move it, and he told him that it wasn't that he wasn't dead, but he picked him up and swung his arm to hit him on the ground. And then he added that he simply didn't have time to kill them and threw him as far away as possible. The homunculus flew away because it was thrown with such great force. It was visible how the homunculus was flying very far and asking for help. Now everything became clear to the young man. Pak Aram became a werewolf. It was unexpected but quite funny. In the square where the battle had just taken place, the guys gathered and wanted to sort things out. There were quite a lot of dead guys on the ground. They were already lying lifeless. The others looked at them and thought that they too could have been in their place. There were two groups in the square. The leader of one group told the other that his people had lost all fear and had taken for themselves what belonged to his comrades. Then he demanded that he pay for it. He was only interested in one question: how would he do it? The second head of the group was also indignant that no matter how you look at it, how could you do something like that? The guy with the mohawk told him that he didn't realize that it was a pity for the creatures who didn't lift a finger and now want to appropriate someone else's. He stood up and began his speech by saying that those who fought must sacrifice their lives and they do not want to starve, and those others are dirty ragamuffins and creatures. He said that from that day on, this square is his. The rest of the guys supported his decisions. He said if someone doesn't like it, then let them attack. He is ready to respond. The head of the chosen ones told him that he was a stupid freak and that he shouldn't worry because everyone else was shouting for the chosen ones to get out of the square, that no one needed them anymore. Pak Aram stepped forward and said that they shouldn't fight because love should save the world. He raised his hands up so that everyone would pay attention to him. He came closer to the guy who had Erikez put his hand on his shoulder and told him to cool down because he was wrong. His words really hurt the gang leader. He wasn't going to tolerate that. So he hit his ball to knock away the hand of this chosen guy and told him not to touch him again. Pak Aram stood in front of him holding his injured hand. He was very angry. The guy with the mohawk told him to get lost while he was being nice to them. Otherwise, next time he'd take their head off. Pak Aram demonstratively licked the blood that was on his hand with his tongue and said that he was not at all accommodating because he wanted the best. And the next moment he said what he would do and said if he saw this, he would turn into a werewolf. Everyone who was in this square was very surprised. They could not even imagine that there was a monster in front of them. Pak Aram no longer had a human appearance but was turning into a wolf. His legs became paws. And when he already had a non-human appearance, he asked everyone if in this case they would not be able to become friends. In the middle of the square, in front of everyone else, stood a huge werewolf, and no one understood what to do. Everyone was whispering among themselves what the hell this guy turned into a monster in an instant. Kim's son watched everything that was happening. What happened confirmed his assumption. The huge werewolf asked the guy how he had cooled down a bit, and if he wanted to present him with anything else. The werewolf said, can he really control his anger now? When he saw him like that, no matter how strong this guy was, he wouldn't be able to handle the werewolf. Jong-Sik wasn't going to give up. He was ready to fight this werewolf. For this, he prepared himself. The guys from his gang stood in front of him and said that they would take this UBO on themselves, and he should step aside. The werewolf felt his strength. He understood that some people could not resist him under any circumstances. The werewolf swung and with one blow destroyed two guys who tried to resist him. He understood that they could not stop him. Jong-Sik already understood that in front of him was a werewolf who was ready to destroy such people. The werewolf then asked the guy what he would say in such a case when he was ready to kill him with one sign of his paw. Everyone else stood and was silent. They had nothing to say and not everyone was afraid to say a word. Kim-sun silently watched what was happening. He understood that it was given to him as a reward, and he still did not know how to use it. The magician who supervised Pak Aram suddenly appeared on this square and ordered her protege to stop. The werewolf immediately stopped because he couldn't resist. The magician told him that there were too many people here. He had to stop, otherwise he would be punished in the next trials. Pak Aram, in the body of a werewolf, made her realize that he didn't give a damn about anything she said, and he wasn't going to listen to her. Jong-Sik exhaled. He didn't know who it was, but he understood that she saved him. He decided that he should disappear as quickly as possible. The werewolf continued to argue with the magician. He told her that if she wanted to please his father, she should deal with them all herself. Then he decided that she shouldn't be listened to because everyone was annoying him today, and he left after the guy with the mohawk. There was only a short distance left and the werewolf almost caught up with the guy. But at that moment everything went wrong. Someone used a staff and directed the wolves towards the werewolf. One of these wolves bit the werewolf on the hind leg in order to stop him. The werewolf could not move any further and instantly fell to the ground. Pak Aram, in the form of a werewolf, fell to the ground, wanted to know what kind of freak it was who did this to him. Kim-sun thought he didn't know who did it, but the timing was perfect. This spirit wolf was able to stop the werewolf and not let him move any further. The spirit wolf not only dealt damage to him from behind, but also attacked him from the front. The spirit wolf damaged the werewolf by biting him on one shoulder so that he could not move further. The werewolf growled in pain so much that everyone around him started to tremble. And in the next moment, this werewolf became smaller and smaller, and then took on the appearance of a man again. He became Pak Aram, who had a wound on his shoulder and blood was flowing from it. The guy immediately fell to his knees from this pain and then got on all fours. He was pierced by unbearable pain. Pak Aram didn't understand what kind of idiot dared to attack him with his own staff. The werewolf's transformation time was 5 minutes, but that was enough to conquer the area. Kim-sun, seeing what was happening now, he had to understand who this was, who Pak Aram had just attacked, who this spiritual wolf was. Looking around, he saw a familiar face that he had already met once here on the square. He was very surprised that this girl was the same girl, but he did not understand why she was protecting Pak Aram's people. She had a staff in her hands. She knew about the summoning palace. He wondered if she had also returned to the past. After some time, he received a new message from the magician via an ordinary messenger. Now he knew that she was from Erfurt. It was a good place. He was given information about Dolrance Winter that she graduated from the freezing school, the magic academy in Erfurt. And at the moment, day and night, she watches Pak Aram, but there is one moment when she does not watch him when he goes into the forest with girls. Kim-sun looked around and did not see where that idiot had gone, where Pak Aram was. The note said that he was going into the forest with a girl right now, and it was a great message and a great day to die for Pak Aram. The girl was sitting on the ground. She was strong, scared, shaking from fear and asking to be spared. She had no shoes on one leg. In front of her stood a man of black Monty, and on his head was a hood. His face was not visible. This man said that when they ask for mercy like that, then he has an even greater desire to kill them before. He took off his hood and the girl saw a werewolf in front of her who was drooling. The magician was indignant about what had started again. It was unclear how she could stop this creature. Everyone thought that he was normal because his father was the commander of the Order of Iron Blood. The magician watched the actions of her ward and said that even in other places it is difficult to meet bastards like him under the picked-up ones. Everyone understood that it was not easy for her at all. Her assistants tried to calm her down, that there were only 2 raiding fights left and she needed to be patient for a little while. Then she would be able to rise to the very top. The magician said that if she were in this square, she would have immediately killed this freak. Then she looked at her assistants and asked one of them why he was still here. This assistant didn't know what to answer her and didn't understand why she was so demanding of him. The magician answered him that she meant him specifically because he was crying that he had lost his conscript. She wanted to know if he had found him. The other assistants didn't know this, and at that moment they turned their heads and looked at him. The assistant said that everything is fine. He found him and the guy is fine too. She looked at him and asked if it was true. The assistant was very scared. The tears rolled down his face, but he continued to insist that of course it was true and even tried to laugh. She said that she likes us recruits, but she can't stand those who curry favor only with the boss, and of course they can ignore it. It's their choice, but they should keep it in mind. She looked at her assistant and told him that as long as he was a magician, he would not be able to avoid meeting her. After her words, the assistant made a conclusion that was obvious, that she needs to give a bribe, then she won't pick on him on every issue. The assistant left the room. You understand that he had nothing more to do there and walked down the long corridor. At that moment, for some reason, he remembered that same guy himself. He walked down the corridor and thought only about him because he was soaring and was much stronger than all the other new recruits. And that guy had a pretty strong crystal, but it was unclear why he needed information about it. I thought that the guy really decided to harm her. Then he also helps him, and he will harm her with his help. The assistant turned his head to the side again and looked at her. He needed to think about what to do next. Even time in the forest, the werewolf attacked the girl a little more and he would have bitten her. At that moment, he heard that someone called him. The werewolf, without turning his head, asked who this was. Then he added when he saw who it was that he was just looking for him. Kim-sun stood before him. The werewolf was glad that he himself had come. At this moment, the werewolf even forgot that he was in this forest. In order to bite the girl, he switched to his enemy. Pak Aram was not yet completely used to being a werewolf. Sometimes he did not understand what was happening to his body. Kim-sun told him that unlike people, animals instinctively sense who is in front of them. Then the young man added that a werewolf must sense who is in front of him, prey or predator. And what the werewolf is feeling now is most likely a feeling of fear. That's why he's all shaking. Pak Aram tried to defend himself, saying that he was actually a werewolf, but he had no choice but to raise his hands up and surrender. Kim-sun used one hand to make his signature grip on the werewolf's neck and squeezed it so tightly that it was impossible for him to breathe. The young man then raised it above his head and swung it to throw it into a nearby rock. When the werewolf hit the rock, the stones started to fall and he fell down with the stones. The werewolf lay on the ground with his body flattened. He tried to raise his head. He persuaded that he couldn't lose like that. Pak Aram was very upset because he was told that he would be the strongest in the square if he became a werewolf. Kim-sun don't give him a single chance, once again swung the bat that was in his hand and hit the werewolf. He said that it was just crap. This blow hit the werewolf right in the chest so that he could not stay on his feet. The young man said that he is not the strongest. He is just a pathetic rag. Both werewolves fell to the ground again. His wounds were quite large and the werewolf could not resist. Then Pak Aram, in the werewolf's body, began to call for help from the chief, and then the magician who was helping him. Kim-sun knew he had a chance, and he had to destroy this guy while the mage wasn't controlling him. Both werewolves and cried out for help. Kim-sun swung to deliver another blow. At that moment, a very loud cry was heard, and from the forest Pak Aram shouted, "Does he know who his father is?" He was already a myth of the werewolf's body and was in his own body. He said that his father was the commander of the Order of Iron Blood, the commander of the order himself. He is a higher boss. If he kills him now, then he will be in trouble. He was sure that it would somehow affect the young man. Kim-sun answered him, "Is this really true? But he only recently became a conscript. How could the commander send his son to the conscripts?" Pak Aram replied that he himself does not know. It seems that having returned from another world, he came to him and said that he is the son of a commander and can bring wealth and glory to this world. Those who returned to Earth were found recruited by you from another world as sons and daughters of the strongest. Now it was clear the conditions for choosing candidates. The commander of the Order of Iron Blood had 3 children. But because of the curse, he lost everyone. It was unclear what kind of catastrophe threatened the world. How could such a freak be brought? Kim-sun looked at this freak who was lying in front of him and realized that he was worth nothing at all. Pak Aram asked the young man if he was doing this because of Ha-yeon-jun, and then he added that it wasn't his fault. Ha-yeon-jun was the first to treat him like that. Kim-sun couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't want to listen to this Euros anymore. He took the bat that was in his hand and stuck it right in his mouth. At the same time, he said that he was ready to share one secret in this world. Power solves everything, but one should not rely on power alone. Pak Aram couldn't say anything clearly. He tried to mumble that he understood everything and he understood what he wanted to say. Kim-sun shoved the bat even harder into his mouth and added that if he didn't understand, then for some reason there is always someone stronger than him. He then pulled the bat out of his mouth and threw it aside and added that there were no reprieves or pardons in this place. And if he didn't know, then one mistake and he's finished. He should have thanked Mother Nature who accepts such scum as he. Pak Aram didn't say anything. He held his mouth with his hand. When he turned around, he saw that there were many red eyes around that were approaching him by the smell of blood. These eyes belonged to the blood demons who fled here for the smell of blood. Pak Aram was left alone, covered in blood, and there were demons around him. He screamed for them to get away from him as far as possible. He tried to tell them that he was the son of the commander of the Order of Iron Blood, but this demon was not interested. They smelled blood. The very next moment, blood splashed all over the sides, and it seemed like it was everywhere. Kim-sun thought about the breeze that blew, and his mood improved. Kim-sun turned his head and saw a miracle shadow to the side. He did not understand how it could happen that he did not notice the presence, which happens very rarely. The very next moment, he saw that same girl in front of him. She said that she wanted to finish off this werewolf, but he got ahead of her. She came here alone to kill a werewolf, which means she wasn't just a conscript. He wanted to know who she really was. For a conscript, she was too fast, too strong, and too smart. So the young man had to exclude the eye of truth to find out who she was. She showed on the board that her name was Di Soo-jin. Her strength was 25, agility 25, health 25, magic power 10, intuition 10, and her equipment was a staff of the spiritual wolf. He thought that the indicators he saw nothing special, then she was one of the returned. The girl asked the young man if he was always so silent, or if it was a precaution. Kim-sun did not want to explain anything to her. He asked what she needed. He then added that it was better to think carefully before answering. The girl said that she agreed and would speak briefly without any formality. Judging by the fact that he had dealt with this freak, it seemed to her that he was a good person. That is why she spoke, although she had previously felt that he was not just a conscript. The young man looked at her and said that she didn't look ordinary either. The girl said that he hit the nail on the head, but she won't say anything else and won't ask him anything else. She added that she is someone. If he saw the tablet with the notes at least 100 times, he would know her name. The young man thought that he knew it was the same one who took first place in the first rating battle. The girl said that she has a reason why she needs high scores, so she is looking for a capable assistant. Kim Sun asked her again that was why she saved Jung Jong Sik. The girl was a little surprised. Did he really see everything? And she thinks that Song Sor Sik is an excellent warrior and has leadership qualities. The young man asked why she wanted to kill Pak Aram, because he could have become a powerful weapon for the rebels in the battles. The girl answered him that he was wrong, that he would only cause harm, and she would lose more with him. It sounded pretty good, and the young man thought he was ready to join her, but he had one condition. He asked if she knew about hidden quests, especially those related to magic. The girl asked again if he was interested in hidden quests related to magic. She decided that she could tell him and then asked his name. The young man said that his name was Kim Sung Chol. When she heard his name, she asked again if his name was Kim Sung Chol. The young man answered her that he didn't understand that there was something wrong with his name. He turned around, otherwise he would leave. The girl screamed no. The young man was sure that in any case it was time to leave this place because guests were soon to arrive. The girl silently looked at him with her huge blue eyes. Indeed, very soon guests arrived at this place. Pak Aram's body was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Only the head and a small part remained of the body. The magician who supervised him was very upset. She didn't understand why the hell he died. She was very angry and screamed at the top of her lungs that she would not leave it like this. She understood that if her protege died, then her career would be over. She had risen to her current level with such difficulty. The magician thought that his face remained intact and she would be able to use it even if it was already a corpse. The next morning, everything was calm and there was no sign that there would be any events that day. But already in the square, noise was heard. A guy dressed in a long black coat entered the square. Everyone started talking to each other. Could it really be Pak Aram? He had some kind of strange look. No one understood what was wrong with him again. This guy didn't come close to anyone. He was very strange. Kim Sung Chol knew for sure that this couldn't be and decided to come closer. The others asked him not to do it. When Kim Sung Chul came very close to him, the man who had Park Aram's face was very scared. It looked like he was turned into a soulless puppet using necromancy. Kim Sun tried to remove his hood, and it was clear that they also cast magic to prevent him from decomposing. Kim Sol knew he had a bad feeling about everything that had just happened. At this time in the palace, the magician in charge of Pak Aram called her assistant. She said that he should help her with Pak Aram, and then she said that the assistant should follow her. She had a plan since Pak Aram died. The assistant wanted to know what they did with his body and why she needed his help. She told him not to stand and to follow her. She already had a plan in her head. The assistant hurried and followed her. He didn't want to quarrel with her at all. The two of them went to the White Horse. It was a passage for slaves. He wanted to know why they were here. She told the assistant to take the test tube with blood and hold it in his hands. The assistant looked at this test tube, shook it, and asked if this was really what he thought. She told him that he himself could see everything perfectly well. It was werewolf blood and that he should be careful. It was a valuable thing. When he heard this, he thought that she had gone crazy, and in order to win, she decided to take extreme measures. The assistant, without thinking twice, sent a letter by messenger stating that Dolores Winterler was going to kill everyone from the White Horse at the end of the 5th. She was going to make 6 werewolves, and it was going to be a new disaster compared to, there it was, just child's play. Kim Sun understood that there were 6 werewolves in the blue square, and all 6 had to destroy the chosen ones. This was the main goal. He understood that in the white square there was so much noise from one werewolf, but the 6th rating battle would become a bloodbath. In this situation, he could not reveal his true identity. He did not understand what to do next. He decided to try to grasp at straws and get the magic book. When he took it out, a sleepy girl jumped out and asked why he called her. The young man wanted to ask about alchemy for something that could knock down several werewolves and that an ordinary person could also prepare it. The girl answered him that everything was obvious to her. She closed her eyes and began to remember everything she had read and knew about alchemy. Then she stopped. Her eyes were round and huge. She shouted that she had found what she needed. She showed a picture and said that he needed an eternal flame. The young man asked again, and she replied that he needed the eternal flame only because werewolves cannot stand flames. Kim Sun wanted to ask her where he could get this eternal flame, but she got ahead of him and asked if he could find the ingredients. Without thinking twice, he set off to find the ingredients. He needed to climb the highest mountain. He needed to get the gold stone. It was the most flexible material, and he was able to get it with his hammer. Then to get the next ingredient, he went to the Queen of Bloody Pudding. She was just as huge and disgusting. It took him quite a bit of effort to get the blood of the Blood Pudding Queen, which was also a plastic material. He went further and he needed to fight the Manticore killer and get her heart. It was another plastic material. The girl from the book, when she saw him getting the material, asked him who he was. The young man said the ingredients were perfectly collected. He was interested in what next, because he didn't know a single alchemical recipe. She told him what and why to throw in, and when the bloody pudding starts to boil, all the ingredients had to be combined. The girl told him that she looked like he was thinking about alchemy, like Apollinaire found it unclear what he was thinking about at all. She tried to explain to him that the compatibility of ingredients increases when using Manticore heart juice. He added it. She didn't know how to help him. Then he added the last ingredient, the golden stone. Its properties were strong firepower and was mainly used as fuel. The scoreboard showed that the smelting was successfully completed and the eternal flame was ready. It was a highly flammable material. If you pour water on it, it will burn even more strongly. The young man said that he had done some research, and if he had cooked according to the recipe, then it was not so difficult. The girl told him in his ear that the smelting had been successfully completed. She was only interested in one question. Was he really once a cook? Kim Sun thought of only one thing, that Dolrance wanted to destroy all the chosen ones. This was because she wanted to hide her mistake and get rid of Pak Aram. He brought him and sat him aside, understanding that this Pak Aram could no longer cause any harm. The next thing he did was pull off the very cloak that was wrapped around his body. This creature that stood before him reminded everyone with great difficulty of Pak Aram. It was all covered in scars and abrasions. Kim Sun knew very well that this was a deathmatch rating match, but he was sure that there would be extra time to predict the outcome of the qualifying battle, and he knew that each team would choose 3 captains. During a deathmatch, the captain usually hides behind his teammates. Well, the Blue Horse's confidence was the key, because they had 6 werewolves, since the death of a werewolf cannot even be imagined, which means the captain and they will also try to choose from the werewolves. He thought of only one thing, that all these werewolves needed to be put on the front line so as not to have to fight an extra time. That was the only way it could work out for him. The candidates for the position of captain of the White Horse were Jong Sik, a certain Kim Hakchul, Li Ye Hong, and he. In all, there were only 5 people. He understood that his place was definitely on the player's court. Now it was necessary to decide who would take the remaining 2 places. At that moment, when he was deciding what Dashi would do, the same guy who decided that he was the main one among the chosen ones approached him and asked Kim Sun if he wanted to tell him anything. The young man understood that he was unhappy with his last battle and did not even hide it. This guy tried to convey to Yakim Soni that the person in charge said that this time, the extra time of the rating objection will be the qualifying matches. And then he added that they should choose 3 candidates, and in his opinion, he suits them. He should hide behind the backs of the chosen ones. The young man did not understand how else he would act, and this was completely contrary to his proposal. The chief of the chosen said that some of the chosen are already rotting, and in this mortal battle they will go before you in line. The young man asked him again if he really wanted to do that, since he could die at that moment. The guy adjusted his glasses and said he was just trying to scare him. Kim Sun said if that's the case, then he doesn't want to participate in this anymore. Then he turned around and walked the other way. As he had planned, at that moment a selection of a group of candidates of this idiot who considered himself the main one among the chosen ones was taking place. Kim Sun went to the guys of one of the groups. He needed to put everyone in their place in the next battle. The leader of this group said that in any case their group is the largest, and they have a conscience. The young man told him that the front line was in great danger. If they were too active, then someone would definitely run up to them, and this could not be allowed. He also said that a select group will go forward, so they need to watch this group and under no circumstances die. The group leader asked if this would be enough to win the next battle. Kim Sun thought that Ento might not be effective, but he couldn't let their people die. The second position was taken. Immediately after that, he went to another camp where the leader was Chung Sik. He asked him not to let him and his group go forward. Chan didn't understand why he needed this and why he was asking him, to which the young man told him that he tried not to go in the front rows and that he should wait to the side. Chan got very angry and started shouting that the chosen bastards were raising their points, to which the young man replied that if points were more important to him than life, then he could ignore his words. And then he added that he wants him to become captain in the elimination game after the death match. Chan did not expect such a proposal, but his words were very convincing. He decided to listen. Kim Sun said he would be one of the 3 representatives and one of the captains. Chan laughed very loudly. This proposal seemed quite funny to him at some point. So he replied that Kim Sun was a great comedian and decided that he would do as he asked and rely on him once. Kim's son put everyone in their places as he thought all the positions were taken. The young man was returning through the training ground and saw that same girl there. He said that she looks pretty good, the girl answered him. That she thinks he has everything. He believed that she would also survive. He said that he really did it and thought that he should try to get the hidden quest after the death match. The next morning, everyone knew that the third battle would begin, the rules of which were a mortal fight. Additional time showed the winner in this fight. It was necessary to kill the other conscript mages. The blue square conscript magicians are the same people as the white square participants. In fact, the rules of the death match were quite terrible. Cutting down monsters and cutting down people are two different things. Survival itself did not bring any benefit. Everyone was scared and did not understand that this was a death match. A select group in this death match have taken the position that they need only make their presence known. Kim-sun noticed that their leader was hot-tempered, and it finally dawned on him that they couldn't survive just existing. Kim-sun heard from someone behind that he needed to die but not to run away from death. He realized that it was one of the group leaders because he told him to just stick with the group, Lee P-hong. Well, this guy kept saying that in this rating battle, they definitely need to get a good rating. The fight on the scoreboard showed that they needed to fight for the sake of a sacrifice to a neutral god. The time limit was 30 minutes. The gates that were supposed to let the enemy in slowly began to rise, and it became clear that the enemy was approaching. From both sides, opponents began to move towards the center of this square. This must be their mortal battle. The first line was the line consisting of the chosen ones, at the head of which was their leader. He ran ahead of them all holding his sword. He swung and struck the first of his opponents. The fight was on. At that moment, he smelled the dead. No one understood where this smell came from because it was only the beginning. Many were surprised when he realized that the guy he had just hit had begun to transform. And already in front of him was a completely different, huge werewolf. He got scared and took a few steps back. The leader of the group, when he saw this transformation, also froze. He thought, is it really a werewolf? And they released them against people? Immediately after one werewolf, all the others also transformed into werewolves, and they were all in the front ranks ready to attack people. It was only 30 seconds, but it was obvious that the White Horse people were very scared and were giving up. Observers from the stands noticed that White Square is an ordinary link and is easily allowed to be knocked down. One of the observers said that he thought that these would hold out until the gong, but they were a complete disappointment to him. The magician told him why not put it on the blue square this time and asked him if he had heard the latest news. At that moment, he asked her again if he really should join the White Square. The magician smiled, looked at him and said that he just needed to go over to the winning side. She thought that he should wait a little because it was about to start. The head looked at what was happening and could not find his son. He had not been seen lately. He was even a little disappointed and thought that it was in vain that so much trouble had been taken with him. One of the leaders, when he saw the werewolves, said that his team was scattering. The chief among the chosen ones did not understand what they were shouting at him and turned to hear. He could not even think that the werewolf was very close. The very next moment, the werewolf pierced him through and through so that blood spurted in all directions. The guys stopped and were scared because they didn't see such a picture. None of them wanted to die. The werewolves stopped and moved forward. They jumped on heads and gnawed out human organs. The guy who was the head of the chosen ones was lying on the ground, and Pasha tried to return, but he couldn't do it. The only thing he clearly understood was that this Kim's son, when he came to him and suggested how he would act, he needed to listen. He was lying without one arm and one leg. Kim's son stood waiting behind him was one of the guys who had a military crossbow, and the other had an energy shield. One of the guys who had an energy shield said that it was not a death match at all because the forces were not equal. It was unclear how it happened that there were 6 werewolves against them at once. Kim's son told them not to think that in the summoning palace there was anything like common sense. If they wanted to survive, then they needed to hold on to the items that he gave them. Among these objects was Pak Aram. He was just standing there, but the disgusting smell of a dead man emanated from him. One of these werewolves turned around and found exactly this smell. He immediately moved towards Pak Aram. Everything went according to plan. It was the smell of the magic of the saving dead, and all 6 werewolves smelled it. Now all that's left for this werewolf to do is eat those from whom this smell emanated. The werewolves rushed towards this smell and rushed to the place where Pak Aram was. Kim's son told his guys to get ready because both relatives smelled the scent and were approaching them. He told everyone to calm down and get ready for a fight. When the werewolves were very close, the young man shouted fire so that his guys could hear. And they fired many arrows towards the werewolves. What was their disappointment that these arrows fired from a crossbow did not work? And all the other arrow rods and everything they were capable of didn't work. The next thing they tried was the staff and its magical power. With this staff, it was possible to stop werewolves, but only stop them, nothing more. The werewolves, receiving a discharge from this fluff, stopped, but then they continued moving with even greater aggression. And they were already very close to Kim-sun and his team of captains. The smell that Pakaram emitted became stronger and stronger, and the werewolves were enchanted by this smell and approached him. It seemed that the werewolves did not feel anything on their way. They were ready to do something to reach their goal. But the one who emitted this smell, and they needed to understand where they were hiding this body. When one of the werewolves ran closer, the young man hit so that this werewolf stopped and turned over and flew back. This werewolf fell on his back, but all the others kept moving. None of the werewolves were going to stop. Kim-sun told everyone else to immediately run away in all directions, and he alone remained standing in that place. The young man explained to them that it was time for them to leave as planned. Someone tried to object. Well, the young man told them not to beat them and not to dare to die, and that everyone should run in different directions, and that's what they did. The werewolves were very close and ready to attack. Kim-sun walked up to Pakaram, grabbed him by the shoulder and said, "Why is he relaxed? Aren't these werewolves his target?" At this moment, all the werewolves were standing opposite the place where they were waiting to pounce on their victim. Kim-sun clearly understood that Pakaram was caught. Now he had to take the last step. The very next moment he jumped up and ran away, and all the werewolves attacked their victim. From all sides, they tore their victim into small pieces. It seemed that nothing would remain of Pakaram's body. But it was just a trap for werewolves. Everything went according to plan, as the young man had thought up. He had to wait just a little bit and jump up and throw the eternal fire towards the werewolf. The fire instantly flared up, and all 6 werewolves were captured by this fire. The only thing left to do was to add water so that the fire would flare up even more. Kim-sun was very close. He needed to jump high enough to reach the stands, and at that moment throw water into the fire. Water is like pouring oil into a fire. Everything was burning, and not a single werewolf could survive from this fire. These werewolves could be heard growling in pain and helplessness. One of the werewolves, despite the fact that he was completely on fire, moved towards the guys. Kim-sun commanded the battle, and many arrows rained down on this werewolf. And the rest of the guys were hidden behind a shield that protected them. It was an energy field that these werewolves could not break through. The werewolves tried to attack them from all sides, but the energy field did not allow them to break through and move forward. And also a magic staff, with which one of their team threw these werewolves back to the side. She held these werewolves that were all on fire on the other side. These two, with a crossbow and a staff, were able to hold back the werewolves and not let them go further. Kim-sun understood perfectly well that everything went according to plan, as he wanted. He was pleased that he had built their actions correctly, and that there was some sense in it. The rest did not understand how they knew that instead of the enemy, werewolves would come, but now it was their turn. The guys from Chan-chan's group started to attack. He shouted at them to go forward. They needed to kill everyone else. The head threw down his binoculars. He was upset by what was happening on the battlefield. He thought that Pakaram was clearly there. He wanted to know what was going on there. He was angry. The fat man told him that he looked like he didn't know anything at all. And then he added that he went to the blue square of the white square and advised him to bet on the blue ones. Then he thought that the magician Dolrens would not be enough for him to just tear her apart. I was watching everything that was happening. It was clear that the situation was continuing to change. All that was left for her was to use magic. Assistant Mac understood that he certainly had information, but he had destroyed 6 werewolves alone, and if something went wrong, he would be the only one to blame. The magicians decided that in any case they needed to take aim, they needed extra time, and they needed to call the gladiators. She added that so that her assistant would not make her repeat herself, she needed to call the gladiators. The battle was over. The blue square had won. More people had survived in the white square. At this time, the mandatory counting had begun, and the conscripts had to stay in their places. The head of the chosen ones stood up and saw that they had won. Well, at that moment, as soon as he thought and raised his head, he felt that someone hit him with a huge brick from behind. He turned his head and saw a homunculus standing next to him, holding a huge stone in his hands. The guy shouted that he had survived. The homunculus said that outside the summoning palace, there is even more hell than here, and it is better for him to die now than to live as an invalid for the rest of his life. The guy absolutely disagreed because he actually survived and was not ready to die. The homunculi came to clean up and finish off those who were still breathing. They had to die too. Everyone else was watching. It was very cruel because these guys were still alive. The count was completed, There were as many survivors from the white square side as from the blue square side. Kim Sun thought it was disgusting. He didn't even know they would stoop to that low to reach equality. He thought if they chose from here, they would have to get rid of the trash that was destroying the world. The result of the death match was a draw, so an extra match should start right away. The survivors wanted to at least take a little rest. Many did not understand whether they really killed people so easily. Others wanted to know how much longer they would have to do this. The result of the death match was a draw, and they knew they would have an extra round. It seems like the idiots who came up with everything didn't think to spare them. Kim Sun told the survivors that if they wanted to live, they should stop whining and join the others in the meeting. In another part where their opponents were, it was the camp of the blue square. They believed that the loss of the werewolves had knocked down their table. A man appeared in their camp who said that it was for this reason that the people sitting above sent him. They sent him to help them. He was the same assistant who had to make sure that this camp did not lose. Many of the guys started saying that he was without a rowboat, and did he know how to hold a sword? One of the guys took out his sword and told him to stop talking nonsense. They didn't need the help of some suspicious scumbag, and they weren't even going to believe him. The magician snapped his fingers once and said to believe or not, it is their business and it is their choice. Right after he clicked on this coffin, the head of the new man with the ball caught fire, and he was burning in front of everyone's eyes, but no one could understand him. Then the magician, when this guy's head was completely burned, said that it was time for them to talk seriously. The magician told the other guys that as far as he understood, they would secretly change the gladiator. And in order for them to destroy the white square in the elimination game, they had to come up with a plan. And they had one. Of course, he was a cunning fox. The magician didn't fully understand the essence of this plan, but he decided that he also needed to participate in all of this. Cho Seong-taek received a letter from a magician which said that this magician is responsible for his son Park Aram, and that recently the commander of the third attack group put his son's safety at risk, in which the issue of receiving a bribe played a major role. After reading this letter, the head of the Iron Blood Order became very upset and angry. He crumpled this letter out of anger. He immediately blamed the commander of the third attack group. He believed that what was written in the letter was true, and that he was the one to blame for the death of his son. He called Dolrance to him. She had to explain what actually happened because she was also responsible. At one point, he put on his clothes to appear before his subordinates. He ordered the arrest of the commander of the attacking group. His guards ordered the commander to follow them. This was the order of the head. The commander of the third group shouted to be let go so that some misunderstanding would occur, but it was all useless. At that time, Dolrance was listening to the order. She was given the task. Even if she didn't succeed, we would give her the task to make it work. Dolrance understood perfectly everything that was happening and agreed with the disciplinary leader. The homunculus repeated to her once again that if it doesn't work out, then it's necessary to make it work out. Dolrance agreed and told him to go and announce the new rules. The homunculus went there and shouted for everyone's attention and said that he had good news. The surviving guys listened attentively. They did not understand what the new disciplinary leader meant. And you still haven't added that you won't be able to finish the prediction round because the legendary Hydra is feeling unwell. The magician thought that this would be enough for Ma San-gil to guess. The fact that there will be no prediction of victory and defeat. Many guys did not understand what it means. Hydra does not feel well. It is not clear what was happening. It wasn't even funny. The palace of the summoning of the god of order, the place that governs neutrality, kindness, and honesty, behaved in such a way Kim Sun also didn't quite understand. Homunculus announced that they would choose a captain based on the points scored reflecting the activity in the match rating. In front of everyone, a table appeared, and candidates from both sides, from the blue square and from the white square. In front of everyone, the question arose of whom to choose. They did not understand. Other captains of the square could also choose, or only they choose. Kim Sun perfectly understood what the plan was. I don't know how strong the opponent was. All these guys will choose as captains, those who belong to their area. The homunculus shouted that their time was up and they had to make their choice. It would depend on the captain whether they would survive or die. And the rest of the guys started to get indignant because they didn't understand that up there, they just slaughtered the people. I understand that they will all die. Homunculus, at this point, said that the survivors will receive a double reward. The conditions for victory were that they had to kill the enemy within 10 minutes. The one who wins will be able to restore 2 people in case of loss, get rid of all team members. The new conditions were completely unexpected for Kim Sun. He understood that he needed to do something. At that moment, he noticed that on the other side was Kirill Legal, the same magician who supposedly helped him. The young man wondered why this idiot was on the side of the blue square. He noticed that this guy had watcher's eyes above his head. Could it be that he had gone over to Dalrin's side? The boys of Jongjong-sik shouted at him that their lives were in his hands and that they believed that he would win. He took a step forward, raised his hand and said, "Where is the representative of the blue square? Let him show his abilities." A commander from the enemy camp was running towards him. The commander of the enemy camp shouted that he would kill Chunchong-sik so that he would not be harmed. He tied protection to his legs and body. It seemed to him that he would become invincible. Jongjong-sik thought about the fact that the big stump to the leaf. He kicked the head of one of the guys that was lying on the ground towards his opponent. When this head flew up to the enemy, he immediately stopped and burped back. Then his opponent prepared to engage in battle. It seemed to him that he was much larger and therefore much stronger. Everything happened completely wrong. Chung-Chung-sik swung and hit him with one blow, and his opponent's head flew to the side like an ordinary ball. The victory was counted for Chung-Chung-sik. The guy's body stood there for a while, and from where his head should have been, blood was spraying all over the place. According to the rules of this game, if the commander loses, then his entire team loses. The guys of this losing commander did not understand why they were in the air. They asked to be released. But it was impossible. The next moment, what was happening was like a bloody mess. Jongjong-sik stood and watched. His face and body were covered in blood, but he was glad that they crushed everyone at once. It was convenient and pleasant. The signboard showed that they were asking the second captain to come out from the side of the blue square. When the captain came out, he had a mask on his face. He told Chong-Chong not to spread his tail just because he killed one bastard. Right after these words, Chong-Chong struck this guy, but he managed to very quickly avoid this blow by putting his sword under him. Chong-Chong told him that he would definitely die too. But his second opponent was not as simple as the first commander, and he was unable to destroy him with the first blow. The second commander, unlike the first, began to attack himself. He swung to strike, but Chong-Chong put his sword out and deflected his blow to the side. When Anika was finished, Jongjong felt blood running down his face. His opponent saw that he had managed to inflict a wound and said that everything was ready. Chan-Chan told him that he needed to get a job in the circus and that he probably liked leaving little scratches. His opponent replied that he did not understand what these scratches were because his weapon was given to him for the quest, and this is Kukri's bleeding. In fact, even a small wound causes continuous bleeding. Kim's son, watching everything that was happening, understood that this was not good at all, but he had no opportunity to interfere. Chung-Chung's opponent said that he would squeeze all his blood out so that he would not be able to continue the fight. It was clear that this was very dangerous, and Chan-Chan himself understood that he needed to end this fight as quickly as possible. It was getting stronger and stronger. The opponent understands that he caused Chan-Chan quite serious damage. He said that he still owes him something for the last fight. Then this captain swung and decided he needed to kick. Then he did it. Then Chong-Chong couldn't stay on his feet. He staggered and fell back. Having flown and fallen on his back, Jongjong understood perfectly well that he most likely lost this fight. His opponent was practically celebrating his victory, but everything went completely wrong as the magician intervened. He dealt him a fatal blow, saying that in the midst of an attack, even a shallow wound is very dangerous. Jongjong held his wound, but the blood did not stop spurting out. The blood was quite strong. At that moment, he saw an opponent who was swinging and trying to finish him off. Well, what happened next, he definitely couldn't have foreseen. His opponent at some point became silent because something started happening to him. And then a large amount of blood splashed under his mask that was on his face. Jongjong's opponent fell dead, and the next moment it was clear that his entire team was destroyed. Chan-Chan was lying on the ground. His eyes were already closed, but he understood that he had won. Kim-sun, watching from the side, did not understand why he was interfering with the outcome of this battle and what he really had in mind. In turn, the magician thought that he killed this guy following orders, but he wanted to know what Dalrins was planning. Then he heard the order that Ma Sang-gil was arrested, but they didn't have any extra time. They needed to get rid of the white square and draw attention to the blue one before releasing this idiot. Having received the order, he understood how he should act further, and the very next moment the board showed that a third of the captain was being asked to leave. At that moment, the same girl screamed that they waited because they wanted to replace the player. The homunculus looked at her and asked again, what does it mean to replace a player? That is not in the rules of this game. The girl insisted that if they weren't going to kill them all, then they had no reason to refuse, did they? Homunculus first told me to wait, then I told her, okay. He allowed me to do it just this once. The board showed that the second captain should go forward. Chan-Chan, when he left the battlefield, said that he would owe her. She told him not to talk nonsense and go and rest. Kim Sun and this girl realized that the third captain of the blue square was emitting unusual energy. And when this third captain was already ready for battle and did not understand that his weapon was unbearable to find in the summoning palace, she needed to act as carefully as possible because her opponent was strong enough and she couldn't let him down and lose. There was something really strange about this guy who was standing in front of her, so it was unclear who he was. Kim Sun told her not to forget that they were working together. If something went wrong, she would have to give him a signal. The girl replied that they wouldn't be able to cope. If they broke the rules, they could die first. To which Kim Sun replied that it doesn't matter. Now there is nothing like rules in the conscription palace. If they find the right way, then there won't be any problems. He raised his hand and told her that in any case she should try not to die. The homunculus raised his two paws up and shouted that the next battle would be worthy of a finale. The guy who was her opponent held a chain in one of his hands and began to unwind it. The girl thought that it would be very difficult to attack suddenly in such a wide space. She had no choice but to use blitzkrieg in this case, and she headed towards the enemy. Her opponent dodged the blow she was trying to inflict on him. She understood that the chain he was unwinding was protecting his body, and she needed to be very careful. As she approached her opponent's chain, it caught her sword and she couldn't do anything with it. Her opponent yanked one hand on the tenacious grip he had, trying to pull the sword out of her hands. The girl said that he was a complete idiot because there were enough swords on Earth and she could take any of them. The girl bent down, took one of the swords that were closest to him, and immediately struck him, piercing his body, as it seemed to her, right through. But she was very surprised because the blow was only tangential and did not really hit her opponent. She looked at her opponent and did not understand what was happening because he most likely used magic. The sword remained in his body, but he acted absolutely calm as if nothing had happened. And the very next moment the enemy began to attack the girl, she was completely unarmed. When the enemy took a few steps forward, she had no choice but to retreat. She understood that her opponent was serious, and in addition, he decided to use an additional spear to reach her. The blow he tried to deliver with the spear was not quite accurate. The girl was able to avoid this blow at the last moment. Despite the fact that she was unarmed, she avoided the attacks and blows of the enemy. After one of the enemy's blows, a wound appeared on her cheek and blood flowed from it. When the magician saw what was happening, he received an order that it was great. All that was left was to withdraw all the gladiators. He did not understand and tried to ask again. But Dolrance also told him so, that he would not contradict her instructions. In any case, she told him that no one would leave the summoning palace alive. It was impossible. The girl's opponent pulled her sword out of his shoulder and blood spurted out. The girl also decided to use the wolf spirit staff. She thought that the blue square was going too far. And in this battle, she decided that it was time to even the score. So she released the spirit wolf and ordered him to tear the enemy to pieces. Along with her, two wolf spirits of her opponent began to attack. The very next moment, the wolf spirit attacked the enemy and knocked him to the ground. She penetrated, desperately resisted, and fought off the spirits of the wolves. Even at some point, it seemed that the spirit of the wolf could not cope with him. Despite the fact that he was constantly being attacked, the enemy defended himself. The girl was able to approach the enemy from behind and swing in order to strike him. But suddenly she felt that someone behind her was trying to grab her with huge pincers. She jumped up to avoid this blow. And then a lot of arrows were directed towards her. All this was unexpected and strange for her. One of these arrows hit her in the shoulder and pierced her through and through. Her opponent easily dealt with the wolf spirits and went on the offensive against her. The girl thought that it was some kind of curse because she couldn't just die because she had a mission that needed to be completed. She swung with all her might and threw the mask off her opponent's face. At that moment, her opponent fell to the ground and behind him stood Kim Sun. All the other guys who were helping that enemy turned and looked towards the young man. The homunculus started screaming, "What was this? It was a violation of the rules?" Kim Sun answered him that if this is a violation of the rules, then he should shut up because this guy's mask has come off. Then they will know the whole truth. The young man picked up the guy's head, which was lying at his feet, and asked if anyone could explain his fight with the gladiator. And then he asked if Cho Song-tek was also aware of what they were doing here. The magician turned to Mrs. Dolrance. He wanted to know what to do. He asked again that it seemed like this guy knew his head, and he needed instructions on what to do next. But despite the fact that he constantly asked Dolrance for help, he heard nothing in response. The observer's eyes that were above his head were torn into small pieces and scattered in different directions. The magician hurried to run away and started screaming for her to die. Kim Sun at this point turned to the disciplinary officer and said that it was time to announce the result. The disciplinary leader had no choice but to actually agree with him and announce the result. So he said that he congratulated everyone. It was a draw, and everyone had passed the test and the qualifying round of the recruiting palace. Then he added to those guys who remained alive that if the sun goes down today, they will hold a graduation ceremony. The boys did not stay long. Otherwise, they would be glad that they had survived. They thought that the torture in the conscription palace was over. Dolrance urged the homunculus on, saying that there was no time to mess around and that they needed to leave quickly. She said that now she is leaving the palace, but someday she will return, and everyone will definitely pay her. Before she could finish speaking, she felt a strong blow to her head from a hand. Someone's huge hand was holding her head, and this person said, "Does she really hope that she will be able to return to the palace?" This voice said that he had not seen her for a long time. It was a huge man with many scars on his body. The surviving guys thought that everything ended well, and finally the second palace of summoning was passed. The only thing left for them was this school of magic. Kim Sun was lying on the clearing and thinking that he needed to collect the necessary information for the Golden City. At that moment, someone was carrying him. It was that same magician. He said that it was because of him that they failed. But thanks to him, he dealt with two annoying flies at once. This magician looked like a madman. He shouted that now the summoning palace was his body, and he called for the young man to become his slave. Kim Sun answered him that he had finished off the piece. If he had not stuck his head out, he would have left him alive. Then, assuming his normal form, the young man swung his hammer and said that he did not think he had the chance to live long with his insight. The magician did not understand why he was doing this, why he was an enemy of the world, why they were treating him this way. The young man answered him that when he saw his appearance now, even he felt sorry to kill him. With his first blow to Ramir, he destroyed all the gladiators who were with this magician. But he realized that the gladiators were being replaced by new ones, and that this Poppy was controlling them. So the young man had no choice but to destroy them all. He swung and delivered another powerful blow. The blow was so powerful that it was visible even from the hickeys that surrounded this place. There was a huge crater in front of the young man. He struck with such force. He stood in front of him. The body of a magician lay, trying with all his might to say something. The young man said that it was very strange that Mach could control a gladiator. He stood like a hero, asking the magician, because it was all his work, because in fact, he was a slave hunter. One of the gladiators couldn't hold back and started asking to sit down. The hero did not understand why he should leave him alive. Whiskey and reasons were needed for this. The gladiator replied that if he spared him, he would faithfully serve him until his death. Then he took the crystal that was in his hands and pierced his chest with this crystal in the place where his heart was. He said that he swears with his life to serve the hero faith and truth until the end of his life. The hero looked at him and said that he thought that this didn't look like simple chatter, and maybe he would find it useful. After some time, a sign appeared on the board stating that graduates must enter the altar of light and open their veils and change classes. Everyone hurried to complete this task, and Kim Sun hurried along with everyone. He was blessed with an echo. The very next moment, he received congratulations that he had received the Echo Mage class. The young man was pleased that he had reached this point, and he only had a little bit left to reach the very end. His thought was interrupted by a girl. She asked if he was busy now or ready to talk to her. She told him not to forget about their agreement, as she promised she will now show him the hidden quest. She added that he shouldn't choose the highest difficulty level when they got to the place. Then she added that if something goes wrong, he might not survive. And when he moved to complete his quest, she said that she would wait until 3 o'clock. If he did not get out during this time, then she would consider him dead. The young man began to dive, did not turn to her. He said that it was good and she could not wait for him. The girl looked after him and quietly told him not to die, just like he told her when she went into battle. A young man stood in front of a headless statue of an angel. Touching this statue with his hand, he decided to see what kind of quest it was offering him. As soon as he touched this headless statue with his hand, a bright light appeared from it. This quest was called the Road of Sorrow. He walked along this road. I don't understand why it was called the Road of Sorrow. At some point, he realized that this was actually the devil's path leading to hell. It smelled very bad here. It was a hidden quest, the forgotten path of the 7 heroes, Sakados. The stench was unbearable, and to stop it from stinking so much, he covered his face with his hand. He knew that Sakatos was a verbosity, and unlike Vestar, who used it to repeat the same spell over and over again, he was the only multi-touch user who could use several different types of magic at the same time. The young man wondered if this was really Sakatos's hidden quest. For him, it was a godsend. He was delighted. Now he had to choose a path. The level of difficulty of the test depended on the path. He was offered a slow climb, a steep descent, an unexplored road. The young man did not hesitate for a second. Of course he chose the high difficulty himself and did not follow my path. As soon as he chose his path, everything around him began to change and move around him. The board showed a warning to watch his step. The young man barely had time to react. He thought that something like this should be warned about in advance. Then he realized that he was on an unknown path. He saw a huge scorpion tail in front of him. This scorpion came out of the sand and very quickly began to approach the young man. When the scorpion came closer, the young man instantly struck it, destroying it from afar. Even though the scorpion was much larger than the young man, it was destroyed in one blow and lay on the sand in a pool of blood. Kim Sun walked on. He shook the dust off his shoulder and said that he was not surprised at all. A task about a stupid king who was supposed to appear before him appeared before him. This stupid king, wanting to gain immortality, made a deal with the devil, one of the conditions being that the royal army would never know. This immortal king was very surprised that a mortal chose such a path, a well-explored road. The immortal king said that the young man first needed to deal with his army, and he summoned his entire army to attack him. Kim Sun decided that his hammer could help him right now, and the magician Sokatos created his own path to the underworld. The young man swung once, then a second time, then a third time, and said it was time for him to have some fun. He threw his hammer into the crowd of this army so that the hammer smashed almost the entire army. The next moment, a pile of bones from the soldiers of this army lay on this field. Then these bones were collected into one hole, and the army was ready to attack again. The young man realized that they were all dead, but they still rise, and he needs to act a little differently in this case. In order for them not to get up, he increased his hammer by a certain number of times so that it covered them all. Kim Sun decided that he needed to make several blows from above so that he could turn this entire army into dust. The Mad King became very angry when he saw that he had no army left at all. He did not understand what was happening and decided that he needed to go on the offensive. Kim Sun was ready for this and jumped up and swung his hammer to strike the Mad King and told him that he was not a small fry. The Mad King believed until the very end that he could cope with this unfortunate man, and he said that he didn't notice at all. The young man understood that his only salvation was to catch the captain, which he did. When the head of this huge monster flew off, he thought that this could not be seen. He had a contract with the devil. The young man threw his head to one side and his body to the other and told him that he was finished. But the board showed that the army of the stupid king had died out. And then it turned out that he had the elixir of the finale. It was an effective means of resurrecting the dead. Kim Sun wondered if it could really resurrect. Of course, it was unexpected for him that it really does exist in this dimension. He decided to take this bottle. He extended his hand forward to this bottle, and when he was almost at his goal, he squeezed this bottle with his fist, and nothing was left of it. Before his eyes was a huge flowering tree in a beautiful clearing. Inside this tree there was a girl with her eyes closed. She was sleeping. The board showed that the final elixir had disappeared. He opened his palm and saw that the elixir was indeed disappearing. Then he heard someone say that he had failed. He raised his eyes and saw a guy in a hood and with a staff in front of him. Kim Sun asked him if he had read his memories at the moment of touching him. The guy standing in front of him laughed and said that it was just a greeting, but he really has a daughter. So he is so desperate as expected. He is a great father. In fact, all the children of another dimension died from the curse, and his daughter looks like this fate did not pass. The young man swung his hammer at him and then hit him and told him to shut up. This man said that next time they can fight, and he is a deeply loving father. The man who was in front of him turned into smoke and began to disappear. Kim Sun waited for what would happen next. He had doubts. But the board showed that he had completed the forgotten path of Sakados. His reward was magical power plus 25, and he was also given a magical blade, the hellish heart, which was a fairly rare reward. Everything around him began to collapse, burn, and rebuild. The young man thought that maybe he was unlucky. The reward was better than Vestar's hellish heart. It was a blade, they call it the masterpiece of a crazy blacksmith that burned in the fire. The man in front of him laughed and said that he really likes him and he feels it. The next task appeared on the board. It was a goblin card. It was a card that pointed to something unknown. They showed him a ring with a blue ruby. A ring, a work of art made by processing a blue ruby. The young man thought that he was very sorry that the description was not very clear, but he decided that he would go anyway. This statue was now not only headless, it was completely broken. Just as he entered inside, he appeared back near this statue. As soon as he appeared, he heard the voice of a girl who was screaming to be let go because she said, Ma Sang-gil held the girl by the throat. She screamed for him to let her go, and he waited for Kim Sun to appear. The young man thought that Ma Sang-gil from Erden had iron blood. What was he doing here? He was very angry. He swung and hit the head that was lying in front of his feet, throwing it aside. This head with purple hair rolled on the ground. Threw it away so that the head rolled down. I thought the young man it was Dalrin's head. Kim-sun looked and saw that it was Dalrin's Winterler's head. He thought that she really did have a disgusting death. Ma Sang-gil began to say that he was very interested in the fact that at some point one very rich Ma appeared, and Dalrin's unexpectedly for everyone betrayed the white square and joined the blue. He began to blame the young man because he believed that it was he who planned everything. He wanted to get an answer. It was because of him that Pak Aram, his son, died. The young man said that he quickly regained his sight, and at that moment he took with one hand the stone that remained from the statue. Ma Sa-gil shouted at him not to be impudent because he could at any moment squeeze the throat of this girl who was in his arms. He asked the young man what the hell he wanted and what his plan was. Kim-sun answered him that if he was frank at that moment he swung to throw that very stone in his direction. He said that he wanted to graduate with top marks, and at that moment he threw this stone. The stone flew at a very high speed straight towards its target. This stone immediately fell into Ma Sa-gil's hand and killed her. Now the girl was safe and no one was holding her back. This one stone was followed by many more stones in its direction. And each of these stones hitting the enemy's body left a mark on that body. The young man's opponent, despite being wounded, shouted that he still wouldn't be able to kill him. Kim-sun didn't even intend to hear him. He took a step forward, took out his new sword and swung it. The young man told him not to whine and dealt him a fatal blow. He explained to him that all these people died only because they were weak and could not resist him. He had to follow the law of this dimension. His opponent was on fire and could not resist him. The very next moment his opponent was lying on the ground looking like a burnt corpse. The girl started talking about how it was a real monster and she almost died, and also asked the young man where he got such a weapon. Kim-sun replied to her that he had completed this quest and received this weapon as a reward. It was evening outside and they decided to make a fire and warm up near the fire. They prepared the food and the girl said that she hadn't eaten such a delicious meal for a long time. When she got tired of it, she said that now she knows his true face. The young man wondered what she meant. She then said that he was a first-class cook and confidently declared that today's dinner was truly the best in her life. The young man said that it would be good for a one-time snack. He only had 58 points in cooking. The girl was surprised. 58 points, do they really rate cooking too? The young man answered her that he only rates if there is skill. The girl became embarrassed and tried to ask the young man about what she had just heard. Usually she didn't ask unnecessary questions and wasn't curious, but in this case she became interested in what kind of rich magician they were talking about. The young man replied that he had given the person in charge a bribe to obtain information about the rating match. Why did he add that it was only known to the management, and she must have thought that he brought charges? The girl said, then it is clear if he knew something at the rating match, it is not surprising that he passed the tests every time. The young man thought that fortunately she must have understood everything. Then the girl said that she would also reveal one secret. She stood up and said that she was regressing. For him it was unexpected, he couldn't even imagine it. Therefore the young man asked her again if she had regressed, and said that he had completely lost his appetite. The girl replied that yes, she came from the future, what awaits them in 10 years. The young man asked why she needed a conscription palace. Was it really more convenient to live knowing what would happen? The girl began to make excuses and said that she needed a hidden quest called White Shadow. This quest was related to the highest hired killers. White Shadow is one of the 7 heroes. The young man asked her why she needed the art of the hidden White Shadow killer. The girl told him that this is what is needed to save the world from destruction. Then he asked her if she really came from the future to save the world, and if the world would really die in 10 years. He felt very strange. Could this really happen and he wouldn't save this world? He had many questions. He wanted to know why the world would perish and what kind of disaster this 7 heroes were. The girl said that the second disaster of the 7 heroes has been overcome, as has the third one predicted by the Book of Disasters. Then she lowered her head and continued to say that, however, they were faced with something that could not even be compared to the problem with the 7 heroes. The young man wondered if there was something even more terrible than this problem. She said that it really exists, and this is the enemy of this world, and this is Kim Sung-chol. At that moment when he heard his name, he realized that they were talking about him. Was he really that nightmare that she was talking about? The girl asked him again if this was really his name. She said that he was completely different from this person. She showed this man and said that he was much older and that he also had some differences. He looked like a demon. Then the young man lowered his head and thought that this couldn't be. He didn't believe her. He knew for sure that he couldn't become a demon. The girl Padna came up to him and told him not to worry. She was here to prevent this death from happening. Then she ran away and told him not to stay too long. She would never forget the price of her life. The young man fell to his knees at these words. He was afraid of what he could turn into. He looked up and saw that the next day was coming. His fire that had kept him warm all night had gone out, and only smoke was coming out. The young man thought that the future through which the regression had gone is not final, and everything can change at any moment. He also thought about the fact that he would never, for any amount of money, turn away from the right path. He had to know for sure that he would not turn away from the new path. When the next day came and the sun came out, he took off his jacket and stood looking at the palace. He understood that the time had already come, and it was time for him to move forward. He had very little time left to study magic. It was a place that did not obey any forces. It was a golden city, and newcomers were preparing for the start in this city. When they entered this city, there were banners hanging there that the summoning palace had a 50% discount in the weapons store, and many others. And it was in the golden city that the famous school of magic was located. He walked along one of the streets and heard that someone was shouting that it was very cheap. Come and see. And how long will he walk with a beginner's ball? He knew for sure that this was the best place to learn how to master magic properly. A man in a hood approached him and asked him about his arrival. Mr. Warrior, a young man, asked him for the results. This man said that he received permission to enroll a young man by paying even less than he thought. But the young man asked again what the problem was. Then the man said that there were rumors that the school was run by disaster followers. Kim-sun was very surprised. Could it be that the followers of the disaster were people of the cult who believed that the disaster held the key to solving the magical mystery? They dedicated all their magic to disaster and believed that disaster should initiate them into magic. This man said that he studied there and recommended it to him, but he had doubts. Terrible things always happened where there were these idiots. The young man, having listened to everything to the end, said that he liked it. They had almost arrived at the place. It was the Arrowfurt School of Magic. They had huge gates to get inside. When they got closer, they saw that right in front of the entrance, there were guys hanging, and there was a sign that those who give in to Arista will die. The young man thought that this was probably the work of the Holy Inquisition. The man said that the school rules were a bit cruel, but he was also seeing hangings for the first time. The young man said that at this stage they should break up and that he doesn't need his help for now. This man said that of course he understands everything, but if the young man meets his old acquaintances, he might have problems. Then he bowed and turned to the gentleman warrior and said that he should not forget to be sure to receive an appointment to the Repentance Corps. When he went inside, he immediately found himself in the main building of Arrowfurt in its admissions office. As he approached the table, he saw that he had been enrolled, and to some extent this made him happy. The dean of the School of Cryomancy and head of the Premier Commission, Rodert Danton, told the young man that the admission procedure was complete, and he pointed one finger to the side, explaining that next comes the assignment to the dormitory. He also added that if he chose this particular school, he should know about old Jogbart. The young man made a very serious face. He listened to every word, shook his head, and said that of course he knew. He came further and saw a chair and a hat was hanging on it. It was the same sorting hat. The young man came closer and sat down on this chair so that this hat was above his head. Then a stone appeared in this hat, and it began to glow a bright purple color. A voice told him that he should shout the name of the desired hostel to himself 3 times, he remembered, and began to say, "The core of repentance, the core of repentance, the core of repentance." The young man did not understand whether the hat listened to his thoughts or not. If it did not listen to his thoughts, then he would tear it to pieces, or maybe burn it or soak it in dirty water for a week, so that after a minute of its life it would be terrible. When he just thought so, the hat immediately screamed about the body of repentance. The dean of the faculty also heard the core of repentance and was a little surprised it was a closed dormitory. The young man said that he was just following the hat's instructions and nothing more. The dean asked the young man if Leon had heard any rumors about this school. The young man said that if he meant about the adept of disaster, then he already knows about it. The dean asked again even after he knew about this news. He still decided to come to this school. It was surprising, but the dean told the young man that he was welcome to the dying school where he would now study. "And didn't you walk along the long corridor, just the 2 of you, to that very dorm, Repentance?" The young man looked around carefully, but he didn't see anything suspicious. He noticed that everything around him was almost in disarray. As they walked past one of these different rooms, he asked the dean if this was also a dormitory building. On this building there was an inscription of the building Kova Koste. What it was not clear. The young man thought that alchemy was not a popular subject for him, but this was too much. He walked up the long stairs towards where his dorm was. The young man walked through the landing. He thought about what the dean told him, that it would be somewhere very close. And the most important thing was that it was a closed hostel, but it resembled some kind of cursed house. He came closer, and he saw that very source of knowledge, closed hostile repentance building. When he went inside, there was not a single person there. Everything was covered in cobwebs, and it seemed that there had been no human presence for a long time. Despite this, the young man did not stop and began to climb the stairs to the second floor. As he began to climb closer and closer to the second floor, he heard a voice that told him who dared to disturb his peace. The young man thought that this was most likely a sign, and there was nothing special about it, because he was in a school of magic. He turned around and saw a ghost with glowing eyes and also saw many objects hanging in the air. The ghost said that he had brazenly dared to ignore his warning. When this ghost came closer, he saw that this girl, her name was Sarasa Zero. She asked the young man if he really wanted to die. When he looked at her, he first thought she was 15, and then decided that she was most likely 16 years old, and if she was that old, it meant she was able to avoid the curse of extermination. He immediately noticed that she was not alive at all. She was shrouded from head to toe in the magic of preservation. It was some kind of crazy passion. He looked at her with fascinated eyes. At some point, he saw that an object very close to him broke into small pieces. The girl asked him if he was really scared. If so, then he could get out of here very quickly because outsiders were not allowed in. The young man said that he was asking her for forgiveness, but he was not a stranger at all, because he showed a document in which he was accepted into this school and was placed in this dormitory. He was enrolled today, and old Jogbart placed him in court. The girl was very indignant. She did not understand how this could happen and what it was. She broke everything around her. She said that he didn't believe in her. Jogbart couldn't do that. The girl went back into the darkness. She said that this can't be because it's a tradition. Then after thinking for a bit, she said that her name was Sarasa Zero, and she was from the Chromantia school. She had been studying here for 5 years, and he shouldn't ignore her. The girl said that girls live on the second floor, and if he goes there, he will die immediately. The young man wondered if he was not going to live, and this was threatening, so that she, who had not yet come to terms with her death, was the ideal dorm mate. The young man thought about what he was told all the time about this school of aromancy. It was located at the very top, and this justified its name. He walked along a long corridor to the very top. He thought that everyone considered the school of pyromancy to be the strongest, but the school of aromancy that uses the power of heaven is superior to it. These were the words of the same man who had a hook instead of a hand. The young man had been trying to achieve his goal for a very long time, and he was happy because he succeeded. Even then, he asked if it was because of the meteor. Wasn't this magic used in large-scale wars? It was hard to imagine, but it was true. This magic is capable of creating flashes of light to create a powerful weapon that will destroy everything in its path. Now he was interested in only one question. How long would it take to master this magic? He was told that it would take at least 5 years. It wasn't that easy to pump up magical power and intuition to 100. Then they also suggested that if he didn't like it, he could transfer to Logoted. He didn't understand why. Then my man said that the schools of cryomancy and pyromancy are fighting for power, and it is doubtful that the director has died 3 years ago, and his place is still empty. The young man took a sip from the toy and asked what the man was leading up to with this whole conversation. This man couldn't stand it and shouted that the school without a principal was stuck in a power struggle and that it was ruled by adepts of disaster. Then the young man asked why he was specifically logoted if there were normal directions there, and they told him that it was a new prestigious school. It was in this school that the best departments were not gambling. The young man said that gambling was not what he wanted to study, and he asked what he would say about the aromancy teacher at Aerofort. Then the man answered him that this was one of the most powerful wizards in the school, and his name was Altusius Zero. The young man thought that he was hearing this name and surname for the first time. He most likely could not become famous for anything. The man said that there are rumors that this wizard killed the deputy head of the Assassin's Guild in a duel in his youth. Then the young man asked again what he had done. Was the mage's enemy really the deputy, the second strongest fighter in the guild, and died in a duel? Then the young man asked again, did the killer not take revenge for his deputy? The man replied that it was not known for sure, but they say that they made a deal, so the old man went into hiding at this school. Now everything was clear to the young man. He received all the information he could need. The man stood up and asked the young man if he should prepare to move to another school of magic. Kim Sun replied that no, he was staying at this school. He couldn't miss the opportunity to learn the magic that eliminated the deputy head of the Assassin's Guild. The only thing that bothered him was that he had to study at this school for almost 5 years. It was a very long time. He needed to master aeromancy as soon as possible. The next day he found himself in the classroom of the aeromancy school and decided that he needed to start training as soon as possible. Going inside, he ran his finger along the table and realized that there hadn't been any students here for a long time. He didn't understand if that guy said that this was the strongest school. Did he really lie to him? The next moment, he heard the voice of a red-haired guy who asked him if he was a newbie. This guy was sitting and reading some book in a hammock. Then he got up from it and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but there hadn't been any new ones for a long time. This guy introduced himself as a student of Alchemist, and his name is Renod Santom. He had a double major and also studied at the pyromancy school. The young man extended his hand to him and said that his name was Kim Sung Chol. The guy thought about it. Then this student said that the young man had a very terrible name. Then the student turned around and shouted loudly throughout the room. He told the professor that they had a new student. Immediately after these words of the student, one of them flew towards them. The two of them stood there and didn't understand what was going on and why he was behaving like that. The teacher said that he had composed and resigned, and he had nothing to teach the students. He could only give him this book. Then he added that in a week there would be an opportunity to change his specialty, and until that time, he should enjoy reading this book. It was that same professor of the aeromancy school, Altuchus Zero. The young man took that very book in his hand and thought that the teacher was somehow intractable, and was he really the most powerful magician in this school? He had no choice but to put Lyoka in this hammock and start reading the very book that this magician gave him. Then he sat alone in the huge auditorium and continued to study this book. He tried to figure out everything that was written there on one page. He saw a magic circle. It seemed strange to him that in the book of papers there is a magic circle, and that on it is shown in the direction of the image of the magic circle. He sat and looked at it from all sides and realized that it was a hidden quest. It was called the Echo Mage. The active skill in this hidden quest was the use of magic. He was glad that he found another hidden quest. He decided to move his finger exactly along the indicated movement of this circle. He immediately saw that this was the correct answer, and this was an understanding of the magic circle. It was only a basic level, but his intuition rose by 1 point. He decided that he shouldn't stop there, and that he should go further. This was a palace of conscription, and there were no such victims and so much blood here. That's why he decided to study it all the way to the very end, and he didn't think there were any difficulties. Another student looked at the young man with suspicion. He didn't understand why he spent so much time reading this book. Time passed, and the young man reached the very end of this book and this magical quest. The next morning, he came and gave his teacher that very book and said that he had decided everything and read it completely. He placed this book right in front of his teacher, waiting for him to say something. The teacher asked again if he could really solve everything in just a quarter of a day. The young man didn't say anything. He told the teacher to prepare another book for him, and he would come for it tomorrow. The teacher didn't understand that beginners need at least a month to finish this book. The teacher looked and saw that he had indeed solved everything. Everything was correct. The teacher was a little surprised how drawings could control magic, but that's exactly how it was. The teacher decided to find out who this new guy was. He typed up a list of students in this school, and it turned out that this guy's name was Kim Sung Chol, and he lived in the Repentance building. The teacher was very upset because it was in the dormitory of Repentance that his granddaughter lived, so he went to this dormitory. He was heading to this hostel and shouting Sarasa. When he ran inside, the teacher kept shouting Sarasa. He wanted to know where she was. The girl came out. She was sleeping, and that's why she couldn't open her eyes right away. She asked her grandfather why he was screaming so much. Her grandfather only wanted to know if she was okay when he saw her. He said that thank God nothing serious happened. The girl asked him if he was worried in vain because of the newcomer who was placed in this dormitory. She looked at her grandfather and said, if he is old, then he is worrying in vain, and he would have been better off taking care of himself. The young man heard this whole conversation from afar. Then Kim Sun thought that his teacher was the grandfather of this dead woman. He decided that he should find out everything. He became interested. He sat over the book and thought that he had definitely done everything as expected, but he did not understand what the problem was, and it was not that he could not read the ancient language at all. The problem was different. He didn't understand at all what the book was about. He even started to have a headache. He didn't know how to move forward and what to do. At that moment, he heard the voice of the same girl who lived in the place with him. She told him that he was pathetic, and if he didn't understand something, it was unclear why he didn't ask. The young man asked her if her grandfather had really told her everything. The girl replied that he had said that the new student had been reading the book non-stop for a whole week and hadn't asked any questions. The young man answered her that everything was exactly like that, because he was actually an unofficial student, and he asked her if Professor Altukius was her grandfather. Everything was as he thought. They were one family. The girl said that it was exactly like that, and that's why she knows a little aromancy. And no matter how he twists it, he still won't understand this book. The young man wanted to know why she told him that if he had not studied magic before, he would not succeed. The young man said no, he really hadn't studied magic. She said that to tell the truth. That's usually how it is. The girl said that she studied cryomancy, so she doesn't know for sure. But to learn aromancy, you need at least 120 intuition points and 150 magical power. The young man was very surprised that she named indicators that were much higher than he expected. The girl said even if he is expelled, he can still try on the school uniform and told him to undress immediately. In response, he told her not to touch him, he himself. This school uniform seemed uncomfortable to him, but she thought it looked much better on him than the one he usually wore. The young man wanted to know what she had just said about being expelled from school. The girl said that nothing special. If he doesn't find a leader within 10 days, he will be expelled from this school. He got angry and shouted that she could have said this earlier. He thought that if she had told him even one day later, he would have definitely been expelled. He went to the forge building. No one who talked to him told him what was happening in this building. When he went inside, he saw quite a large number of students there. Mostly they were either sitting or lying on the floor, and there were a large number of books and other magical elements near them. He thought it was a dying generation. He couldn't believe they had been doing this all their lives. Entering this office, he said that he was looking for a manager. He had very little time left to find a manager. In front of him sat Professor of the Alchemy School Basil Phyllis, who was smoking a hookah pipe. There was a lot of smoke around him. The professor looked at the young man and said, "Does a graduate of the Summoning Palace now want to become an alchemist?" He said yes. The professor asked him the reason for his coming to the almost fallen school of alchemy. The young man didn't lose his head and said that he wanted to improve his abilities. The professor opened the list of students and saw his name. He said that it was too creepy a name. He was also surprised that he was in the school of aromancy. He became interested. The professor said that he agreed, and Basil Phyllis became his leader. His specialty was aromancy, second specialty alchemy. The professor became the leader, and he lived in the dormitory building Repentance. The professor said that he was not only his supervisor, he was now his patron. The young man asked where he should start studying alchemy. The professor turned over to his other side and said that the training was starting. He had almost fallen asleep and only managed to tell him to read some books here. The young man thought that there was absolute chaos around him, but at least he had a supervisor. Now he definitely won't be expelled. So the young man went up to the bookshelf and decided that he should take one of them because the professor said that he could take anything. The young man knew that you must have Kalka again, and the ogres. He needed to figure it all out. He decided to start with this. He also got the book he received as a reward and started trying to practice alchemy. He swore that these parasites, he could not believe that they called themselves alchemists. What he did was very easy for him, and this school still seemed prestigious to him. The girl who helped him with the book on alchemy asked him about this school. She thought that probably this school is equipped with materials for developing talents. She told him that if he studied the entire textbook, he would increase his national statistics because, in his opinion, it was as easy as pie. He placed a huge cauldron in front of him, lit a fire, and began to pour liquids from different flasks into this cauldron. He succeeded. The first success was a healing ointment. The second success was a water slime tincture. The third success was a dog transformation tincture. His reward was magical power plus 3 intuition plus 2. It was a good reward, the girl said, let it be the initial level. But isn't it growing too fast? He entered Avar so much that he said that he was ready to do a lot of things. But suddenly he heard the sound of acorns. He saw that there was a squirrel on his shoulder trying to get one of these acorns. Then he thought, shouldn't there be at least one horror story? The reason he had to go to the Repentance Corps was right here. He remembered that he was told to be careful because the Raskar building was closed because of this quest. Well, despite this, he thought that he should find out what happened in this Repentance building. And for this, he decided to go to the secret room which was located behind the bookshelf. When he opened it and went down, he saw a long staircase going down, and he decided to go down it. At the very bottom, he saw a closed door. He thought that the quest was supposed to be behind this door because the note said that if at midnight on the last day of the lunar month after the moon rose, a circle would flow from the door crack, then this would mean the quest would begin. He stood near this door and waited. He understood that this quest had to start exactly this night and exactly here. He heard a lot of noise behind the door, and then he saw blood flowing. which meant only one thing. The quest would really begin. The very next moment, he knocked down this door and got inside this quest. The question appeared on the board. What made him go inside curiosity, courage, recklessness? He chose recklessness without thinking, but his friend said that he had to answer curiosity because the curiosity of a wizard is the flame of knowledge. At the cost of peaceful curiosity sometimes becomes death. Then he was asked a question to which he had to give an answer. What does this magic circle mean? The young man stood inside and watched this circle and immediately realized that this was his luck. The door of the room was slightly open, and from there you could see the light. There was a circle on the floor. The young man thought it all looked like a torture chamber. He first heard the voice of a dead man, who laughed and said that he was a long-awaited guest, and then he saw one who was being tortured. This voice said that if he understood everything perfectly, then it was time for them to have fun. This time, a monster with horns sat on the throne, chained to the wall. At that moment, the young man smelled old, dirty blood. It seemed that no one had come here since the hostel closed. This one laughed and said that the guests really hadn't been here for a long time. This monster told him that he was very bored, so he was going to run away. But in this situation, everything is going well. The young man said it was just a bleat from the prisoner and told him to start acting. This monster understood that the person who came to him was unarmed, and it seemed great to him. He said that he had very simple rules. Then he opened one of the lids of the jug that stood in front of him. You need to guess the pot that contains the dice. If the young man guesses, he will receive a reward, and if he guesses wrong, he will receive a punishment. Then he asked what he is ready to play. The young man understood that this was a simple deception, but he thought it was very cute, and he was certainly playing. This monster all the jugs that were in front of him, so that it was unbearable to track in which jug the cube was located. The young man immediately pointed to one of the jugs and said that the dice was in it. It was an amazing game, and he won Paris. The devil reward was magical power plus 1 point. The young man thought about what his brain makes him think, but the reward is not so bad. The monster said that he hadn't done this for a long time, so it turns out that without taking away, maybe he will agree to play again. This time they will play for 2 units of magic power. The young man turned around and began to leave. He said that for him, this is not a significant reward. The monster went to the bank and said that he was ready to play for 10 points. Just let him stop. Kim Sun stopped, looked at him, and thought that he was probably starting to understand, and he was clearly caught. The devil said that even he couldn't just give away such a reward, so that everything would be fair. The young man also had to make a bet. Kim Sun asked him what he wanted him to bet in exchange for the reward he would give him. The devil said that such a non-entity as he is nothing but a soul. The young man thought that he had finally discovered the truth of intention. I was skillful with the first 2 games. He loses on purpose, then raises the stakes to eventually take the soul. These are the words that the same guy told him. The devil began to say that after the hostel was closed, he was left here alone, and now a fresh soul was tempting him. The young man said that if he raises his reward to 20, he might think about it some more. The devil got very angry and started shouting that the young man was a freak and was playing with him without correcting him. Kim Sun answered him that he plays like that because he has a head on his shoulders. He has 500 willpower. Isn't he afraid of missing out? The devil thought he had never encountered a soul with such willpower before, and drool started to flow from his mouth. The next thing the devil said was that he agreed and he was ready to start the next game. The devil said that he would show the young man the true art of cruces, and he began to move the pots around him at high speed. The young man looked at the whole picture and thought that he was a serious swindler. The devil stopped 3 pots in front of the young man and said that today his fate was being decided and he had to make his choice. What happened next was unexpected even for the devil. The young man grabbed him by the jaw. Then he pressed with all his might on its mouth so that the devil opened his mouth, and in his mouth was that very cube. The young man said that he made his choice and this cube is here. The young man told the devil to give up his magic power because he lost the game. I tried to persuade him to the last game. He didn't want to let him go, but no one was going to talk to him anymore. Kim Sun turned around and went on. He won this game of the devil he defeated. His reward was magic power plus 20 points. He became a terrible craftsman. Then he opened his competition window and looked at his indicators. His physical strength had increased to 801. His magical power was already 24 points and his intuition was 58 points. He was still not enough. He lacked magical power and intuition. After completing this quest, he returned to the hostel where he was located. He decided that he should adjust his mana. He needed to take an elixir in order to quickly restore mana. He held a small stone in his palm. It was a stone that he could breathe from the soul. The girl from the alchemy book said that for destroying this stone with magical power, they give a reward. The young man decided to try it. He wanted to check it on himself. He opened one of the vials to restore his mana. She shouted to him that it was very dangerous. He thought that this was the fastest way to understand magical power, intuition. But if all this was exactly like that, then he thought that he could withstand such a danger. He activated this stone on his palm and saw on the board that he was invited to the magic power meter of the Arrowfruit Magic School. He was also warned that his soul could run out. So if he felt dizzy or tremor in his legs, he should immediately release the soul inhalation stone. There was also a warning that mana could run out very quickly, and she screamed at the speed that he was a scammer and that she had fallen for this trick. He drank all the vials he had, and the soul inhalation stone was destroyed by magical power. His reward was another +2 points of magical power and +1 point of intuition. He said that he was moving on. The next thing that happened was that he received a warning that his mana was on the verge of exhaustion. He had no choice but to take a few more bottles of this liquid. He thought it was strong. After some time, there was not a single full bottle left on the table. He drank them all. The girl with the alchemy book started screaming that it was dangerous to continue. Kim-sun at this moment began to turn into a monster. His body began to change. He tried to find at least one more bottle, but there was not a single one on the table. He took a deep breath in and out and then thought about how it was all over, and he wasn't happy with it. He took out a storage bag and decided that he should collect all the mana tinctures that were in this city. The girl in the book didn't understand because he drank so much and again decided to buy these expensive tinctures. She didn't know where he got so much money from. The young man did not explain anything to her. He turned around and headed for the exit. He said that he had other things to do. She shouldn't worry, it was completely safe. At this time in the palace, one of your subordinates came to report. The man sitting at the head of the table asked where it was discovered and was told that it was first discovered in the Golden City. Then he looked at this coin and asked what he thought about it. It was the head of the coalition of merchants, Governor General Hornico. He wanted to know if they were really sure that it was the guy who robbed the vault 8 years ago. They told him that it was a rumor, but they said that recently there was a strange guy in the summoning palace and he had exactly the same name. The head of the coalition of merchants said that his name is really Kim-sun Sol. It is just not clear how he got to the conscription palace. His assistant replied that the reason was unknown, but he really did appear there, so he would definitely show up in the Golden City. The head of the coalition ordered his assistant to contact the guild to kill and told them not to worry about money. It was necessary to demand the strongest and bravest. Immediately after this conversation, the assistant went to the Assassins Guild to hire them. The head of the coalition thought that this time they would definitely not let him go. He had no other choice. This night was quite dark, and it was raining and lightning was flashing. A request came to the Assassin Guild, but the enemy was not simple at all. One of the guys said, was it ever so that they couldn't kill someone? When the assistant passed on this request, the head wanted to know who it was that this request was sent to. The assistant said that the request came to the enemy of the world. The gentleman replied that in that case it is very good because your reward should be excellent. Gentleman was the eldest son of the Almeria family, Kaz Almeria. The son asked in what terrible way to kill the enemy of peace. He was ready to do it immediately. The next morning at the university was as quiet as the previous days. Kim-sun decided that he would need to go to the professor since he was supposed to get his main specialty from him. Entering the office, he saw that the professor's student was already there, who was very surprised by his arrival. The student asked if he hadn't transferred to alchemy school, after which he added that of course it was better here in any case than in their den. The professor raised his head and said nothing. He was busy with his own affairs and did not want to interfere in their conversation. The professor's student reminded the young man that magic was still beyond his capabilities with his level. Learning the basics alone would take 300 years. Kim-sun, after hearing these words, smiled and replied that he was wrong. All this could be much faster. After which he took one of the books on magic. It was a book on the basics of the school. Aeromancy, knowledge of the heavens and the universe within him, holding it in his hands, he very quickly, in order to understand and read this book, he applied the magical knowledge he already possessed. At that moment, when he was trying to study this book with his magical power, a flash of light came from the sky. And this very bright beam of light hit the audience where the young man was. After which he hit right in the very place where he was sitting. The student jumped back 3, seeing what was actually happening. Acceleration of magic, he already had the 3rd rank of Aeromantia. And also he received heavenly light that would incinerate the enemy. Then the young man felt all this power that he had acquired through being able to master this book. The professor's student doesn't understand what just happened and wanted to ask just one question. What was that? Kim-sun thought that in fact the school he was in now, namely the School of Aeromancy, its magic basics were at the 3rd level. When the professor saw the young man and that he was able to read this book, he wanted to know how he did it so quickly. The professor's student shouted that this couldn't be. It was impossible with monkey-level intuition. The young man looked at this student and said that this was his true face. He had received rewards for quests in alchemy and had become eligible to master aeromancy. The professor shouted that this was simply amazing. He had never seen a student progressing so quickly before. The professor's student was very much affected by these words. He turned to the professor and practically shouting, began asking him what would happen now. Would he really teach him? The student wanted to know if the book that the professor gave this idiot wasn't something special. The professor looked at his student and calmly replied that he had not said a word about teaching. The young man thought that it was very rude of the professor's student. He was angry because he was worried that he would take his place. Then the professor's student turned around and addressed him. He started shouting that he was a damn freshman. He told him to go in and immediately get lost to the alchemist, that he had nothing to do here, and grabbed him by the jacket. Kim-sun looked at the professor's student. His eyes were burning with fire. He told him to let him go, after which the young man pushed the professor's student away from himself so that he hit his head. When the professor's student flew to the side and fell, he sat motionless for a while. Without getting up, the professor's student told the floor that Kim-sun was a dirty conscript. He thought that this could not be because he was crushed by just one look and thrown aside, after which he got angry and stood up on his feet and started shouting that the young man was asking for it. His body and everything around him seemed to be burning. Kim-sun looked at the professor's student, and in what condition he was. He asked about the rumors that he killed his opponent in a duel, after which the professor's student said that it was very good that he knew everything. This time he would not just kill, he would rip out his eyes. The professor tried to stop their argument. He told his student that he shouldn't create more problems, otherwise he wouldn't get away with it because he hadn't received a full pardon yet. The professor's student became even more angry and started shouting, "Is the professor really standing up for this guy right now? As the worm is too similar to the adept of disaster, therefore one should be careful. The infection can become dangerous for absolutely everyone." So the professor said that he was only worried about him because he was his best student and the treasure of this school. His student wanted to know then, why not reveal to him the path of the School of Aeromancy if he really is his better student? The professor came up to him, took him by the shoulders, and tried to explain to him that the time had not yet come. Then his student clenched his fists to find out how much longer he had to wait so that he could comprehend this. His student began to calm down, so the fire around him died down. He wanted to know how much more time he would need and how long he would have to wait. The young man thought that all this squabble was going too far, so he decided that it would be better for him to leave. He quickly climbed the stairs to the exit and slammed the door behind him. He decided that he would come another time. The professor's best student was thinking only one thing, that this guy still irritates him a lot, so he should be expelled. The professor told his student that there was no need for any battles because he didn't want Phrygius to pursue him. Then he added that his best student shouldn't disappoint his mentor. The student said that indeed his true mentor is Professor Alchemist, and it is he. Of course he is arranging a duel. He decided that it is enough to just get rid of the place where this guy will be. Kim-sun, when he went outside, he thought that he needed to try his hand. In order to fully understand how much power he had, he needed to put the parts of the magic circle together in his mind. To do this, he closed his eyes and folded the parts of this circle one by one. When he was able to complete this task and when he succeeded, he thought it was just brilliant. After which he tried to test the power he possessed in order to understand how powerful it was. What he did was like shooting at a regular shooting range to see if you can hit the target. After this shot, he approached his target and thought that it was very interesting what he had achieved. When he saw this result, he thought that it was a very weak result and how he would be able to catch Hasunis with such a result. He understood that with such a result, not only would he not be able to kill Max Hasunis, but even a low-level mage. The shine that emanated from him at that moment was difficult to block. The spell was too short. It spread instantly. It was to his liking. The only thing he understood was that he needed to try to enhance the shine with the help of echo. It seemed to him that it would be stronger. After he did this, he tried again. He extended his hand and pointed it at the target while using the spell and shine. At that moment, when he used the shine, he decided to add an echo. Look at the target. He realized that he didn't hit it, which means his calculation was wrong. Then he thought that the echo didn't work at all. It had to be connected somehow differently. So he decided that he needed to try again. This time he would use glitter and echo together with Ani in turn. And this time he didn't succeed. He started to get angry why he couldn't succeed. He tried to launch it at the target with the help of glitter and echo over and over again. He had a dozen attempts. But none of these attempts increased his strength, and each of them achieved the goal. He stood there not understanding what was happening because he had spent a lot of energy on this training. At the moment he received a message that a voice without a soul cannot hold an echo. Everything that was happening irritated him very much, so he took out his huge hammer and swung it to strike. At that moment nothing was holding him back, so he hit the ground with all his might with that hammer. He was standing on the platform where he was training, and in front of him was a huge depression that he had just made. At that moment he remembered that the professor's student had said that he wanted to learn the path of the aeromancy school. This seemed very suspicious to him. The young man thought that this was the solution to all his problems, and only at that moment did he calm down and laugh. If the professor's student really wants to know the way of the school of aeromancy, then he must discover this very way. The next time at the tavern, when he met the man who helped him, he wanted to know everything about Professor Renaud Santon's student. The young man was told that the professor's student was indeed the favorite of Frigiupius, the teacher of penmanship. Kim-sun, ask him to tell you in as much detail as possible what he knows. Then he began to say that 3 years ago, after the mysterious death of the previous headmaster Magnus, the head of the school of pyromancy, Frigius, and the head of the school of cryomancy and the admissions committee, Robert Danton, are people who have great power in Aerofurt. It was they who divided the director's position, otherwise they began a fierce struggle. The conflict has not been resolved to this day. The followers of disaster appeared at the school just after those events. Rumor has it that they were collected by Frigius, so perhaps the murder of the director was his doing. And Professor Santom's student must have supported this ideology and is on Frigius's side. Kim-sun, when he heard this whole story, thought that they were even more disgusting than he had previously thought of them. His interlocutor said that there was something else very interesting. The young man wanted to know what it was. Then he said that they say Professor Altuchius owes a large sum to Frigius. The young man was very surprised that he owed him money. His interlocutor explained that this is how he owed money, and that he does not know all the circumstances, but if you look at the situation as a whole, it seems that this is how it is. The man thought that the professor most likely owed money because of his daughter, because of Sarasa Zero. The young man threw a bag of money to his informant and told him that he was a good man, and also told him to make a list of the adepts of disaster who were in this school. And most importantly, the young man ordered him to find out who is the most important of them. After which Kim-sun stood up and left this tavern. His assistant said that he understood everything and would fulfill it with all his heart. Kim-sun walked and thought about how things were getting worse and worse. Is there anyone at school that he can trust? He also didn't know whether the professor himself belonged to the followers of disaster and whether he could trust him. It was raining so heavily that night that it seemed like there wasn't a soul around. Only in one of the houses on the bed lay the dead case of a girl. It had been like that for a long time. It was the professor's daughter. He couldn't say goodbye to her, so he used magic to see her again. Several adepts in robes with hoods on their heads stood near the bed with her body and tried to resurrect her. When the power that emanated from them reached her body, the girl seemed to come to life right before their eyes. One of the adepts told the professor that this time, everything went well for them. It was the necromancer from Logothete. The professor thanked the necromancer for doing his job and handed him a bag of money. After the necromancer looked at how much money was in the bag, he asked when the rest would be. The professor bowed again and said that he would pay the remaining amount next time. The necromancer looked at the professor and answered him that he said the same thing last time. He was ready to believe him only because of his authority, but nothing more. The professor kept his head down and told him to please believe him again. This would be the last time. Then the necromancer turned to the exit and told the professor that this would truly be the last time. And he also noticed that only a shadow remained of the high mage Altuchius. He very easily sank to his knees. This time the preservation magic lasted only a couple of days, so the professor could only use this method. The professor had no choice but to ask for help, which is where he went. When he knocked, he was told that he could come in, so he opened the door slightly and went inside. Magnus Maximus, the inquisitor of the exterminators, stood with his back to him. He told the professor that he had finally made the right decision to save the school. At this time, despite the fact that it was raining very heavily outside, the young man decided that this time he would go to alchemy school again. The young man thought that while he would go to this particular school, he still had little magical power, He came to this school. He opened the door and saw what was left of this school. Almost everything was burned down. Looking down at his head, he saw one of the students lying on the floor showing signs of life. Approaching him, he lifted his head and asked how this happened. This guy explained that everything happened suddenly. A fireball flew into this room, and after that, an explosion occurred. The young man was very surprised what the fireball meant. What did he mean? He had no choice but to contact the admissions committee, so he wanted to report to the admissions committee that Renaud Santome had done this. The young man tried to explain that the school of pyromancy is so powerful that one student can do such a thing. The admissions committee also told him to avoid communicating with him, and also added that the chairman of the admissions committee despises Phrygius and does not want to be expelled like Altucius. At that moment, the young man thought that the professor's student ultimately only believed in one professor, and that was why he was running away. After some time, a meeting of all the professors of this school took place, and the leading one addressed the assembled. He told all the respected professors to look at the signatures for the exclusion of the School of Alchemy from the Academy. Then he added how the School of Alchemy itself does not have a position of the ROV. Everyone knows that they are just a bunch of drug addicts, and only this fact ruins the reputation of their academy. He said that they should immediately disband the alchemy school, and in this way they would be able to restore the honor of the academy. At that moment, a young man entered the auditorium and told the speaker, who was Santome, the professor's student, to shut up, and so that he doesn't carry all sorts of nonsense that he intentionally wants to convey to all the professors. Santome saw the young dude and said that he doesn't like formalities, but in a public place he has to control himself because he is just a junior student. Kim's son came closer to him, grabbed him by the robe and told him that he shouldn't do this just to get expelled from this academy. This time, Santome turned out to be very confident. In front of everyone, he asked the young man if he wanted to challenge him. At that moment, the professor stood up from his seat and hit the chair with his hand. He said that this could not be allowed. His student turned to the professor and said that his words were very funny, at which point he pushed the young man's hand away. After which Santome said that wasn't it the professor himself who killed the deputy head of the Assassin's Guild and thus put the school in danger? He turned to the other professors and said that they all pretended not to know anything. Santome tried to convince that it was from then on that all the troubles began. Immediately after one murder, the previous director was killed, and the professors are fighting among themselves, so the students have nothing to learn from them. Kim-sun thought that here his gut appeared. He had problems with self-control. He didn't know at all what had happened, but he had a feeling as if he had gotten into a family quarrel. One of the students ran into the auditorium where all the professors had gathered and shouted to them. He wanted to report to them that Professor Phrygius had been killed, which was unexpected for everyone in the audience. The professor froze, hanging his head down. He did not understand what had happened and whether it was really true. Another professor even lost his glasses. He was so surprised that he couldn't help himself. Santome turned his head, looked at the running guy and said that this is some kind of nonsense. This can't be. Kim-sun was also very surprised that the head of the pyromancy school was actually killed. The gentleman warrior walked along the road to the tavern. He felt that someone was watching him. That's why he stopped several times and looked back. I don't understand who is following him. When he felt that he was really being followed, he decided to try to break away from them. Having run up the stairs, he disappeared around the corner of the house and stopped. He needed to catch his breath a little. Having got his contact, he explained that someone was following him, and he had to pass on this information. Judging by the incident in the shop, they seemed to be tracking his gold coins. So he wrote it all down in a note and decided that he should pass it on as quickly as possible through a messenger. Put the note on the messenger's back. He sent him to deliver this note. He asked him to do it as quickly as possible. After which he decided to look around but felt that the smoke was becoming thicker and thicker around him. At some point, it even became very difficult for him to breathe, and he tried to get rid of this feeling. But the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and it seemed to him that the rope on his neck was getting tighter and tighter. Despite the fact that he was trying to get rid of it, he could hardly see anything anymore and felt nothing except the pain that was squeezing him. Opening his eyes a little, he realized that there was only fog around him. He couldn't see anything. When this fog cleared a little, a guy stood in front of him who greeted him. At this time, events were happening very quickly at the academy. The chairman of the admissions committee walked ahead of everyone. He opened the door and was the first to go out onto the street. When they came out into the courtyard of the academy, they saw that right in the center of the courtyard, there was a huge pit. Santome then saw all this and could not restrain himself and shouted very loudly to the teacher. The chairman of the admissions committee put his hand out to the side and ordered everyone to stop. He said not to touch anything with your hands. Then he added, "If it was a murder, then there will definitely be evidence. That's the only way to understand who the killer is." The professors approached the edge of a huge crater, inside which lay the professor's body. "Look at his body," one of them concluded that he was killed by a meteorite. It was just not clear which of the students in this academy would be able to use a spell of such power. The head of the admissions committee said that it couldn't be any of the professors, otherwise the whole school would explode. He looked again and said that most likely it was from the hand section of one of the students. Then he added that he doesn't know by chance, but there is a student of the aeromancy school with them now. Everyone rushed to blame Santa. They thought he was a bastard. He acted terribly, because the professor valued him very much. Santom replied to Professor Danton that we are mistaken and it was not he who did it. The chairman of the admissions committee ordered everyone to remain silent, and he also addressed Santom, saying that he was like a madman causing riots here, and now he had also killed the professor. After which he ordered that Santa be captured because everyone believed that it was he who killed the professor. Santom understood that he would be caught, so he turned around sharply and started to run away. He shouted that it was not him who did it. The professors who remained standing and looking at the crime scene shouted after him that he was an asshole, and I don't understand where he ran to. It was really unclear whether there was one criminal and the meteor was just a trick and not the real cause of death. The chairman of the admissions committee, Danton, was a longtime enemy of Professor Phrygius, and the alchemist Basil had a bad reputation, and Professor Altuchius suspected him of being an adept of disaster. So the young man turned around and went to think about all this, because what had happened seemed even more suspicious to him. When he walked, he didn't even suspect that he would very soon receive messages from his man. It suddenly fell right on his head. He didn't even think about it. When he took his messenger, he thought that he did not even expect to receive a message from the Lord. It was clear to him that something had happened. When he read this message, he wondered if they were really tracking his gold coins. He thought that apparently Governor General Hornico had really started to act. He thought that it was certainly difficult, but he would have to do business alone. Approaching the door, he abruptly opened it. He thought that it would be nice to use other forces viciously tracking him. Hornico could only be compared to Emperor Marlborough. He thought that these were two idiots who wanted to catch him. It seemed to him that it would be very good if they would eliminate themselves from fighting with each other. When he entered this store, the seller said welcome to him. He came to this store on purpose. The seller was delighted when he saw him and said, "Has the gentleman really come again? Because they just got a new product and he can look at this product." The young man looked at the seller and asked him if he remembered his gold coins. At that moment, he closed the door of the store so that it was impossible to enter it. The seller was a little scared and very surprised. He replied that of course he remembered these gold coins. Then the young man said that he had heard a rumor that someone had bragged that they had received these gold coins from him, at which point he transformed back into his usual form. The seller then recognized him. He got scared and asked if he was really an enemy of peace, after which the seller fell to his knees in front of him and began to ask him for mercy. He tried to explain that he was simply very excited about such a large amount of money. The young man thought that judging by the reaction, no one had tracked this place down yet, after which he threw his ball towards the seller. He didn't want to kill the seller, but just to scare him very much. He succeeded in doing this. The seller was sitting on the floor, covering his face. Then he said that this time he forgives the seller, and he is ready to do it only on one condition, that he takes this blade and immediately delivers it to the human empire. When the seller looked at this blade, he wanted to listen to the very end. Then Kim Sun added that when this blade was delivered, he should ask for an audience with the emperor. And if the seller fails the task, the last moments of his life will be the most terrible. The seller stood up, grabbed the blade, and ran very quickly, shouting that he understood everything. After which the young man transformed and received the same appearance that he had. He shouted to the seller so that he would not die, and deliver the blade safe and sound. The girl who was hiding in the books asked him if he didn't like killing anymore. She added that he should better cover up the traces of the gold coins, since 10,000 is a lot. The young man listened to her and said that he never kills people without reason. She noted that if he wants to survive, he will have to. She heard that the 7 heroes were like that even before the disaster. Well, in fact, Kim Sung-chul is a great disaster that cannot be compared to any other. When he heard such words from her, he thought that this couldn't be true. In fact, he is not like that. He closed the door to this shop and hung a sign on it saying that it was temporarily closed. He was walking down the street and thinking that the letter was still bothering him and that he needed to find Christian. He decided to do it as quickly as possible, so he went to look for his assistant. When he found a wooden shed in the forest, he didn't even think what he would see there. Even for him, what he saw was shocking. He couldn't imagine that they would mock his man like that. He thought that it was really too cruel. What he saw was in no way within his concept. At that moment, he thought that this was not the Hornico method at all. If so, then most likely he was mistaken. The girl looked out of his pocket. She noticed that the assistant was tried until the death oath exploded. It was terrible. Kim Sun put his hand on the pocket where she was and told her to be quiet because someone was following them. He turned his head towards the exit and saw that someone was approaching. Someone was very surprised. When he went inside, he was shocked by what he saw and asked what happened. Kim Sun saw him and thought that this was all he needed because he was a professor at the academy. Then the young man looked at the professor and asked if a man who called himself a professor could spy on him. The professor and his supervisor replied that he didn't even believe it and that it sounded very offensive and very impudent. The young man looked at him and wondered if he really wanted politeness. His words irritated him even more than surveillance. The professor of alchemy took a step forward. He began to say that he wanted to convey words of gratitude. Wasn't the young man to the press Santom's malicious plan for the meeting? In this way, he tried to explain why he was following him and how he got to this place. Well, when the professor came closer and saw the dead guy, he said that this guy raised a lot of questions for him. Kim Sun turned his head and asked the professor what he meant by this. The professor began to explain that he should know that there were many murders in Erofurt, and the most shocking of them was the murder of the former rector Magnus. He began to talk about how the place of his death was too similar to the place where Professor Fregus was killed. After which the professor said that now we need to determine who is guilty of these crimes. He looked at the guy. Kim Sun looked at him and answered him because he just said that Renaud Santom was suspicious. The professor of alchemy replied that he couldn't say such a thing because this guy wouldn't have the strength or the intelligence to do something like that. And if you look at the traces left on the corpse, Kim Sun was very surprised. He didn't understand what the professor was talking about. What kind of trace? An alchemy professor said that blackened bones could indicate a dark departure. Then the young man thought that these spells that trigger the rotting of the flesh of living beings, everything that he said seemed to be true. And the strangest thing is that instead of blood, water spread under the corpse. He also has this video. Then the professor of alchemy raised his finger up, silently indicating that this was something to think about. Does it really turn out that Danton was the killer in this case? This man had a long list of reasons for killing Fregus. Then the young man turned to the professor and said that maybe he had enough of guessing, and wasn't it time to share what he really thought? The professor said that everything is too obvious. They seem to make everyone doubt each other. Most likely, in his opinion, this is the work of the Inquisitor. At that moment, the professor fell silent because this was a real suspect who could have done it. In fact, the Magnus are an ancient dynasty of wizards. The former rector was the son of a concubine, but thanks to his innate talent, he still received recognition from the family. In your family, you always compared your older brother Maxim with your younger brother. And he spent his entire unhappy Odessa in the basement, which is why he took offense at his brother in the academy. So now it became clear that Inquisitor Magnus Maxima was the most suitable for the role of the killer. Then the professor pointed his finger at the dead man and said loudly that this is exactly what he thought until the young man arrived at this place. Kim Sun turned his head, looked at the professor and asked him if he really thought he was a criminal. The professor said he didn't think so, he just thought he could be added to the list of suspects too. So the professor asked if he was by any chance interested in running the academy. The young man didn't want to answer him anything. He thought maybe he should kill this professor so that he wouldn't ask him questions. But he decided to tell him that he was certainly not interested. Well, even with such measures, nothing would work out for him. The professor lowered his head to the boy and asked for forgiveness if he had gone too far in his thoughts. He simply wanted to convey information. After which he said that Professor Danton wanted to see him. That was why he followed him. After some time, 2 professors of alchemy and his student, whom he had brought, were standing in the office of the head of the admissions committee. Professor Danton sat in his office near the fireplace, holding a glass of wine in his hands. When he saw those who came to him, he stood up and said, "Welcome, Kim Sung-chol." The young man thought that in just a few hours everything here had changed radically, because he was now in power. The professor of alchemy approached him and asked him if he kept his place as they had agreed, to which he replied that of course, where else would he find such a qualified person? Then the professor of alchemy lowered his head and said that he would be loyal only to him. Kim Sun watched this whole picture and thought that this was some kind of abomination. Professor Danton handed the young man a glass and told him to take a sip. The guy thanked him and replied that he wanted to quickly find out what business the professor had with him. Professor Danton froze for a few minutes. He stood with his back to the young man and looked at him from under his brows. Then he went to his chair. The professor started talking about how he understood that they were from the same place. Then he added that he could still smell the blood of the summoning palace. The young man asked him if he had been following him. The professor replied that he did nothing of the sort. It was just curiosity, but he wanted to know who his patron was. Kim-sun immediately replied to him that his patron was the ancient kingdom. When the professor heard about the ancient kingdom, he then understood why he couldn't find out anything. He asked the guy if they didn't deny magic there. He answered if he cared about it, he wouldn't have come here. The professor laughed very loudly and said that he liked the guy and was glad that he got in. After which the professor said that this was just great, and he was ready to tell him directly whether the young man was ready to go over to his side. Kim-sun looked at the professor and asked him if he really believed him and was now making such a proposal to him. The professor said that the guy learned magic in just a few days with an extremely low intuition score, and only after entering alchemy school did they successfully create a level 5 item. He doesn't understand how he could have missed such a talent. And the most important thing the professor added is that there are rumors that he has a very well-filled wallet. When the young man heard the last one, he realized that this was what he needed. He asked the professor what he would get if he accepted his offer. The professor replied that he would give him whatever he wanted. He asked how he felt about becoming a professor of alchemy, to which the guy said he wanted the path of the school of aromancy. The professor, of course, could not even imagine such a condition. He was very surprised. The young man said that the professor should make Homunculus pass on the path of the school of aromancy, and then he would accept his proposals. The professor was indignant because it was problematic. Homunculus didn't say a word even to that brutal Phrygius. Then the young man said they better pretend that this conversation never happened. He turned around and went to the exit. The professor offered him the path of the school of cryomancy. The young man almost reached the exit from this auditorium. He said that it would be too much for him. He understood that if the professor really had power, then the philosophical teachings of cryomancy must be comparable to the philosophy of aromancy. So he must swallow the bait in the battle with the governor. He will definitely use his techniques. At the same time, in the human empire, the emperor's audience hall, the seller was kneeling before the emperor who was sitting on the throne. The emperor asked the seller what he wanted to show him. It was the emperor of the human empire, William Quentin Marlborough. The seller said that he would now take it out of his bag, and he really brought it in order to show something to the emperor. When he took out the dagger, he held it out and said that the enemy of the world asked to show him this dagger. When the emperor saw this cage, he was very surprised. He knew this dagger very well and knew who it belonged to. The emperor sat on his throne. His assistant brought him what the shopkeeper had brought. When the emperor took this dagger in his hands, he thought that this was certainly a familiar thing to him. He knew exactly who this dagger could belong to. He knew that this thing belonged to Kim-sun. Holding this dagger in his hands, the emperor asked his assistant which troops were closer to the Golden City. His assistant replied that the 2nd Division of the Air Force under the command of Dmitry Medvedev was closest to this place. The emperor thrust his knife into the armrest of his throne with all his might and said that they must immediately send this unit to the Golden City. The emperor told his assistant that the target for this unit and their main task would be the enemy of peace. The emperor, barely restraining himself, added that they must get rid of him at any cost. At the same time, in the academy, in the office where Kim-sun and Professor Danton were, he shouted to the young man that he should wait. He was ready to reveal to him the path of disaster. He would lead him to the truth. Kim-sun stopped and looked at him and wondered if this path of disaster could really lead him to the truth. The professor said that it is only necessary to slightly touch the forces of disaster. He asked the guy if he would be interested in this. Kim-sun thought that the adept of the disaster that was offered to him was very unexpected. He agreed, and told the professor that he could conduct a dialogue, of course. This was not the path of aromancy, well, and he would find a use for this. The professor began to wait for a long time. He decided to convey the path of disaster to the young man right at that moment. Kim-sun unexpectedly put a chest right in front of the professor and asked him if this would be enough. The professor answered him that this would be quite enough for him, and he would never forget his generosity when he became rector. He said that the young man trusted him only after opening the chest and seeing how much gold was in it, after which the young man lowered his head like this. He thanked the professor. He told him that they would do so. The professor replied that he would contact the guy a little later. Kim-sun walked and thought about what had happened recently. This was the adept of disaster and also the governor general of Hornico. He was also interested in the Emperor of Marlborough. He realized that it seemed that all those who were ready to rip each other's throats had gathered. It was amazing, but everything was going like clockwork. Kim-sun walked up to his professor's classroom and threw 2 books on his desk. The young man wanted to clarify what it was. Then the professor answered that these were books about a meteor. Kim-sun thought to himself that of course he had developed his intuition, but he didn't understand a word in these books. He understood that he needed at least 120 units of intuition to read at least one of these books. The professor told him to take it and leave. Kim-sun looked at the professor. He didn't understand what it meant to take and leave, but the professor clearly didn't want to talk to him. The professor said he didn't know when something like this would happen to him, but Professor Freegis didn't know either. At that moment, the young man realized that his professor had nothing to do with the murder that was taking place. Therefore, he had no choice but to approach the professor and make sure of his innocence. So when he came up, he asked the professor if he really thought it was just a meteor falling. The young man stood before the professor and said that he would not leave this office until he revealed to him the path of aromancy. After which the young man turned around and began to leave. He saw that a glow was emanating from the professor. This shine kept increasing and becoming brighter and brighter. It seemed that it was so bright that it was everywhere. After which this shine burst out from this room and was visible from very far away. This shine was on a completely different level, thought Kim-sun, and it was much stronger than what he had. But on the other hand, of course, the professor was the best wizard in Erefurt, so he had a completely different power. The young man turned his head and saw the professor directing his power in his direction. He told the guy that he was very greedy, after which the professor asked the young man where he got such an interest in this. Kim-sun turned to look at the professor and said that he only wanted to know this to prevent disasters. These words touched the professor and he calmed down a little, not understanding what kind of disaster they were talking about. The professor shouted at him not to talk nonsense. Doesn't he know that if he resists a disaster, even more disaster will come, and he won't be able to prevent it with just one wish? The young man answered the professor that he did not believe in the nonsense of someone who had not even tried to do anything. Then the professor turned away and told the young man that he would do better to simply say that he was not at all an adept of disaster. The professor, without turning to face the young man, said that he was ready to talk to him, but a little later. Because at that moment someone entered the office, and they already had guests. The professor also felt it. The professor and the young man looked at the door, which was closed, but both of them clearly felt that there was someone behind it. A second later they saw Almeria's eldest son. He was a foggy killer like Almeria. This guy said that he didn't even think that their arrival would go unnoticed, but it turns out there were people with a developed sixth sense here. With him was his eldest daughter, Almeria, an expert on poisonous insects. Mayra Almeria, she asked what this school of aromancy was. The professor answered her that this is true, this is a school of aromancy, and this is a school classroom, but it looks like strangers have entered this classroom. Kim-sun caught herself thinking that he clearly smelled death, which meant these people were hired killers. The girl turned to her brother. She said that she thought that the one they were looking for was not here. Her brother answered that they should look. Kaz Almeria used hidden searches, the mystery of magic, in order to understand whether this person is here or not. He opened the tables above the young man and the professor in order to understand who they were. The professor began to get very indignant and shouted that it was some kind of bad manners to behave in such a way. Kaz Almeria looked and saw that there was nothing special about the young guy, but when he read it, it was just a river. He was surprised because it was the same Professor Altukius who killed their deputy head. Then the professor said that if he knew all this, did he really dare to come to his office to look for someone here? Most likely they had completely lost their fear. Kaz Almeria answered him that he asks for forgiveness, but he is much stronger than the little man that the professor killed. He came very close to the professor and asked him if he wanted to test his strength against him. At that moment, Kim-sun wondered if he would really be able to see Professor Altukius's real powers. The girl turned to her brother and said that they had no time for fooling around. At that moment, the young man thought that she was a blockhead and didn't understand what she was wearing. These two walked into this office as quickly as they did and started to leave it. Kaz told the professor that he respects him, of course, but they can fight next time he's a little busy, so he doesn't have time. Since they entered in exactly the same way, they also left this office, closing the door behind them. At that moment, Kim-sun realized who exactly killed his man and who tortured him so brutally. These two arrived at the academy with only one goal. They needed to find the young man. It was a guild of assassins. If they dealt with his assistant Christian, then in that case, they are definitely not looking for him. If this was all true, Then after the torture they carried out on Christian, he could have confessed to everything. And most likely, just before the murder, he said that Kim's son was in the aeromancy school in the Aerofume. Now it all became clear to him why these two had come to this school and who exactly they were looking for here. As the two hired killers were descending the stairs, the door suddenly swung open and the professor's student walked in. He kept repeating only one thing. It wasn't him. He loudly says that he is not guilty and the professor should know about it. He began to climb the steps to the office. Passing by the hired killers, the professor's student turned his head and asked him if he was from the aeromancy school. Kaz decided that he really didn't like this guy, and he was asking him a lot of questions. After which he immediately tore off his ear and threw a rope over him. The professor's student was hanging upside down with blood dripping from his ear. The student was screaming to be saved, but it seemed like no one could hear him. Kaz told the student that most likely he does not understand what he should do, because it is not at all easy to shout through the soundproof barrier. The professor's student, not understanding why they were doing this, asked what they needed. Kaz answered him that they just wanted to have fun and found someone to do it with. There seemed to be complete silence in the forest. No one could even imagine that it could be interrupted. At some point, the deer became alert and turned his head to look inside. He saw that in front of him there was a place that was closed by a sound-insulating barrier, but part of the barrier could no longer withstand it. It was through this part of the barrier that the loud screams of one of the professor's students who was being bullied could be heard. The rope on which this student was hanging began to slowly break as it could no longer hold up. At that moment, the student's body fell to the ground. He lay there and could not move from the pain. His whole body was covered in scars. He only wanted to know one thing, why all this was happening to him, and the second thing he asked for was to be pardoned. Kaz told his sister Myra that he wanted to try using that thing now. The girl laughed. Kaz raised his hand and released the creature from his sleeve. He said he would be interested to know what his father said if he found out about it. He understood perfectly well that no one would even notice if there was one less person. They needed to use all available means for this. This beetle sat on the body of the professor's student. The student raised his head to see what kind of creature it was. The professor's student was very scared, not understanding what kind of bug it was. He didn't understand what would happen next. Then Kaz tried to explain to him that it would sting a little after this bug released its poison into his body. This beetle with its proboscis, which it released, pierced the body of the professor's student and began to release poison into him. The professor's student screamed so loudly that at some point he lost his voice and stopped making any sounds. Kaz told him that no one would hear him anyway and that he was doing this in vain. At the same time, in the academy, in the office, the professor told the young man that this was some kind of absurdity. He didn't have enough adepts of disaster, and here the Guild of Assassins showed up. The professor told the young man to leave immediately because they didn't know who they were looking for and he could get hurt. Kim-sun thanked the professor for his concern, but without the aeromancy path, he said he would not go anywhere. The professor lowered his head down, took a deep breath, and answered the young man that he still insisted on his own. Then the professor activated his abilities and launched the shine. He told the young man to launch the glittering balls that were around him to prove that he was worthy of inheriting the path of the school of aeromancy. The young man thought that it would be very easy to prove this with the help of these shiny balls. The professor said that these are the very balls that they use for training and exams. The rules are very simple. When one of these balls turns black, you need to touch it with magic, namely the glare, so that everything works out for him and only after he gets into this black ball. And if he achieves this goal, the following balls will start to turn black. There are 3 levels in total, each with a number of goals that will increase. If the young man passes all the exams today, he will think about sharing with him the path he asks for. The young man looked at the professor and asked him if he did this, then the professor would keep his word. And he thought to himself that he hadn't been nervous for a long time, since he hadn't taken any exams for a long time. After the professor activated the balls near the young man, he left him alone. Kim-sun thought that this was an easy enough task for him. He decided that he should start. But when he started, he realized that it was not so simple. He shouted to the professor that the professor did not say that these balls would move. The professor smiled and said that he had completely forgotten. But it really wasn't that easy to catch the balls. And the black one too. It is the black ones that resist magic the most, so he will have to make an effort. Kim-sun discovered one of the black balls and decided he should get it. As he approached it, he directed his power towards this black ball and used magic. Such was his surprise when he felt that all the force with which he tried to get this black ball hit him back, and he barely managed to jump back. The young man thought it was very unexpected, but he had no time to prepare. He got so angry that he shot the glare in the other direction so that it would chip away. This glare hit the books that were lying on the table, and they redirected the stray ones in the other direction. The professor asked the young man if he had really decided to destroy everything in the auditorium in order to pass this exam. The young man thought that he was talking nonsense because he had broken much more than he. "I'm trying to get the black ball." He released one after another in different directions, but not one of these glares hit the ball. The young man put his hands on his knees and thought that he needed to rest because it was a complete failure, the number. And so it was 10, and the number of hits was 0. Then the professor laughed and said that this is of course good, but with the skills he possesses, he demands that the path of their school be revealed to him. The young man didn't stop. He thought that it was good and they would also see who would laugh last. After which he demanded the next activation in order to try to complete the task one more time. But before completing this task, he decided to take the elixir. Drinking one bottle until the very end, he took up the matter. After some time, the amount of elixir he drank was more than 10, and all these bottles were lying on the floor. The professor thought that after 10 o'clock, this guy hadn't even sat down. He thought that his willpower should be recognized. The professor knew very well that it took him more than a year to pass this exam, and he thought that it was simply impossible to pass it in one day. When the young man began to take this exam, he saw that the black balls were moving much faster and resisting magic. It was too late for him to study the trajectory of their flight. The only thing he realized at that moment was that he hadn't sweated like this for a long time. He became so hot that he decided to take off the jacket he was wearing in order to continue the exam. He unbuttoned his jacket and took it off, throwing it aside as he decided that he needed to change his technique for passing this exam. When the black ball approached him, the young man bent back so as not to interfere with its trajectory. The professor was very surprised and thought that this couldn't be. This guy went a completely different way. He himself began to chase the black balls in order to get as close to them as possible and complete the exam task. When the young man was chasing these balls, he rose up to the very ceiling and then went down, just like the trajectory of the ball along which he was going. As he rose up, he pushed off from the column, which was almost at the very top, just like the ball. Leaning away from the column, he used the glare to complete the task and pierce the black ball. When his glare passed through the black ball's targets, then when it hit the next ball, it also became black. At that moment, the young man realized that this was just a class. Now it dawned on him what was required of him. The very next second, he received a message that he had passed the first level. Now he understood how to move after the first level. He passed the second one too. After a few seconds, the board showed that he had passed the third level. It was a complete success. He passed 10 out of 10. His magical power increased by 5, his intuition also by 5, and his agility by 5. The professor thought that this exam was made for the masters, and a newbie like this guy couldn't just pass it in just one day. After the young man caught his breath, he looked at the professor and asked him if he was now thinking about giving him the path. The professor, without thinking, said that there was another stage that he had to go through, but it was too late, so they would stop there for now. The young man agreed. After which they said goodbye, and the young man left the auditorium. Each of them, having left this audience, went in their own direction, or rather, they did not go in different directions. When the young man was already far enough away, he heard someone's very quiet voice asking Mr. Altuchius to enter the office. The young man wanted to know who it was. He thought it was very suspicious, so he went back and walked back to the door. He thought it was very late for visiting. Behind the door, a young man listened as a student approached the professor and said that he had brought him a gold coin from the Inquisitor. And this student also handed him a letter. He said that the Inquisitor also gave him this letter. The professor thanked him. The professor carefully read everything that was in this letter. He thought at that moment that he did not understand when his choice ceased to be correct. Magnus is the former director of Aerofurt and was his only precious friend. It was he who then told him that if the world were a sea, they would be boats that sailed on this sea. Even though a boat goes on the sea, it is not able to change the current. It was then that he asked the professor if he could subjugate the sea. The professor answered him, "Is there really another way? Any person who reaches any heights passes the test of greed." And Magnus was no exception. He began to shout that disasters must come before him. He needed them to destroy the world and put him at the head of this world. Then the professor demanded that Magnus stop. He didn't understand whether he was really going to destroy everything. Then Magnus told him that the professor should under no circumstances stand in his way or interfere with him. He believed that this dirty world should not exist. That is why he was going to destroy this world. The professor told him that he couldn't let him do what he wanted, At that moment, he thought that it would have been better if he had died by his hand. The professor always understood that working with Magnus Maximus, who hated him so much, would ultimately lead him to repeat his mistake. At that moment, the professor felt a wild pain, and he realized that the barrier enveloping the body of repentance was destroyed. He rushed to this building. You understand that his daughter Ceresa is there. He was very worried about her. Kim Sun felt that something was going on there. It looked like something had happened between Professor Altukius and the Inquisitors. The young man thought that this was not something he should worry about. He only needed to obtain the path of the arrow mantle, and this should not concern him in any way. When the young man returned to his building, he approached and tried to open the door. He felt that something was wrong. Namely, he felt that the protective barrier that was constantly present on the outside of this body had disappeared. And the strangest thing is that this entire building was covered with a sound impenetrable barrier for some unknown reason. Then the young man swung his fist. He wanted to know which rat did it. Having broken this sound impenetrable barrier, he decided that he needed to see who really installed it here. When the sound impenetrable barrier was destroyed, he heard whoever was inside that building screaming for them not to come near. The young man, hearing the scream, stopped, not understanding what was happening inside. It was very strange. He needed to understand what really happened inside. For this, he needed to make a decision. Even time professor felt that something was wrong with his daughter. He shouted that somewhere near her there was danger. His intuition and his abilities determined that a dagger had been thrown in his direction. That's why when the professor saw the dagger approaching him with his gaze, he wasn't afraid for a minute. He raised his hand and released a glare towards this dagger. It was a magical effect. This glare was not only able to stop the movement of this dagger, but also destroy it. Kaz, who had already been in this office once, appeared again and asked the professor where he was in such a hurry. The guy had a rope in his hands. The professor turned his head, looked at him, then added, "It turns out that this is his doing." Kaz began to say that he had long been interested in how the wizard was able to kill the deputy head of the Assassin's Guild. Kaz came closer to the professor. In one hand, he had a long rope. He asked the professor to show how he can kill. After which Kaz swung his rope and said that his real powers weren't that great. This rope wrapped around one of the professor's hands. It seemed that he grabbed the professor as well as the others. The professor lowered his head and said his daughter's name. After which he raised his head, the rope that was on his hand, and it just fell apart. He asked what they did with Sarpsa. Kaz was very surprised that his whip, which was always in his hands, fell apart before his eyes, because he took such good care of it. Kaz replied to the professor that he shouldn't worry because his daughter was having fun with his friend. And while they're having fun, he is ready to have fun with the professor. Kaz pushed away and tried to get closer to the professor. The professor thought that he could not slow down under any circumstances and that he had to deal with this guy as quickly as possible. So he created a vortex and cast the Fugaratio Tempest spell. In this way, he protected himself from his opponent's attacks. The professor was strong enough to deal with such a guy. Kaz was young and very confident, but at some point he thought that it was some kind of curse that was sucking him into this funnel. He simply could not resist her in any way. He felt that she was pulling his body in. When the funnel completely sucked him in, he could only see the professor standing below out of the corner of his eye. At the last moment, Kaz decided that he could throw the dagger towards the professor again. He thought that this old man was just a sly one. When this dagger was almost next to the professor, a portal opened in front of him. The dagger missed its target. It didn't hit anything and couldn't harm the professor. When Kaz was able to escape from this funnel, he stood at the top and watched everything that was happening. He saw that the professor was no longer in this classroom. He had already run away, but it was clear to him where he could go. Near the building where the young man lived and where the professor's daughter lived, you could hear her screaming that no one should approach her. She screamed very loudly for someone to get out of this building right now. It was the professor's student who was no longer like himself and was recruited by Kaz in exchange for his life. There were huge ulcers on his body that were bleeding. All of this resembled some kind of creature that was behind the professor's student, and it devoured him. He no longer understood at all what he was doing. He laughed nervously and shouted that he was very interested. When the professor's daughter saw him, she thought that she didn't understand what was on his back. The professor's student, who had certain abilities, having taken a few steps forward, decided to use the shine in her direction. In order for the professor's student not to be able to hit her, she also used an ice shield. His attack was useless. When the young man entered the building, he saw a girl confronting him, something that was then incomprehensible to him. Coming closer, he saw that it was Professor Santom's student. Then it was unclear why he had to attack Professor Sarasu's daughter. When he got even closer, he noticed that there was something on Santa's back. Now it became clear to him that he was infected. He thought that in that case, it would be better for him to observe the situation from the side. When the girl put up the ice shield, she felt that it was too much mana consumption, and if it continued like this, her preservation magic would run out. The only thing she wanted at that moment was for her professor father to come to her aid as quickly as possible. When Santa finished this attack, he told the girl not to be so heartless because it was all because of her professor. Then he added that if he had shared the path of aromancy with him, he would never have become like that. The girl didn't think so at all. She thought he was a crazy idiot. Her face became ugly. Then he said that it seemed to him that it was not enough for her to speak in his direction like that, and activated 2 magical attributes. She was a little shocked because 2 magical attributes at once were too much of a burden for her to bear, and it was hard for her to resist them. The professor's student laughed because he thought that the professor would not come to her aid since he had been visited by a lunatic from the Assassin's Guild. He thought that the professor was probably already dead. Kim-sun listened attentively to their conversation, and the professor's former student spoke about the Guild of Assassins, saying that, in search of the enemy of the world, they kill everyone who comes their way. After which he combined the 2 forces together, mixed them, and then said that it meant only one thing, after which he directed these 2 forces towards her, and shouted that this meant that no one would save her. The girl was so scared that she only thought that her professor should come to her aid. Well, something went wrong. The force with which the professor's former student struck was stopped and did not achieve its goal. After the smoke cleared, the professor's former student saw that Kim-sun was standing in front of him instead of her. The young man told Santam that he already understood everything. From his appearance, it was clear that the Guild of Assassins had worked on him. After which he turned, looked at the girl, and asked how she felt. She was a little scared, but she understood that she had just been saved, and she was able to tell him that she was okay. Santam became even more angry. He wanted to know who was here and why someone dared to oppose him. He was so confident in his abilities that he thought that everything was going well for him, so he decided that he could destroy them along with this building. The girl told Kim-sun that it was dangerous and he needed to run away. He told her that everything was fine. A huge hammer began to appear in his hand. She lowered her eyes and saw this hammer that was in his hand. Then the young man turned around and told her that she should under no circumstances tell this to the professor because he had saved her. After which the young man pushed off and took a few steps forward and began to attack his opponent. Everything happened so quickly that Santam didn't even have time to lower his hands before they were already separated from his body. Santa's hands fell to the floor. They were in the same belly as when they were together with him. Santa saw that the young man cut off his hands. He looked and did not understand why he did not feel pain. Then Kim-sun answered him that most likely he was infected with a poisonous insect, and when he was infected you were already almost dead. In fact, he is just a toy in their hands. Santa didn't think so, so he shouted at the young man to shut up, after which the ulcers that were on his back began to burst into pieces, and caviar splashed in all directions. Santam could no longer speak. He was truly dead. The infection had gone too far. After which his body fell to the ground and lay motionless. When Santa was lying on the floor, his mouth was open, and from behind it fell out 100 little beetles that had grown in his body. When the young man saw everything that was happening, he thought that there were a lot of these insects in his body. The professor's voice began to call his daughter. He repeated Sarasa several times. The young man and the girl turned and looked in his direction. The professor couldn't calm down. He kept repeating her name. He was worried that nothing would happen to her. When the professor came closer to her, he asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was okay, and the newbie saved her. The professor turned his head and asked the newbie questioningly. He understood that this guy was not as much of a newbie as he wanted to seem. The professor then said that he couldn't believe that he hadn't succeeded because he wanted to put protection on her. Kaz was already in this room. He watched everything that was happening from above. He added that all the wizard students are very weak. And then he added about the professor's student that he was just a pathetic bastard and that he had failed this task too. Kim-sun thought that he was really annoyed that he had been dealing with a killer who used fog lately. Kaz thought that the young guy who was standing below was nothing special, but why he was here was unlikely to be just like that. At that moment, the sparkle reached Kaz, who was at the top of this room. The professor wanted to destroy him just because he dared to approach his daughter. The professor said it was time to find out the price for the crime he had committed. But Kaz was no longer there. There was only fog. He said that the professor does not like to wait at all. And the score is 3-1 for him. It's not too much, so he suggested to meet him next time. When Kaz was in the forest far away from this academy, he was haunted by thoughts. He thought that no matter how many events had happened recently, It still seemed strange to him because it was a win-win plan. He was tormented by only one question. What was that same guy he had encountered twice doing there? Did that guy really want to deal with him? Kaz reassured himself because this couldn't be because this guy didn't have 18 units of physical strength. Kim-sun thinks that even if he is an enemy of the world, it is unbearable to deceive the system, and he feels everything very subtly. The professor looked at the young man and thanked him for defending Sarasa and said that he could ask for anything. Then the young man answered the professor that he knew what he wanted. And then he added that isn't the path as valuable as Sarasa's life, so the professor must make the choice himself? The professor looked at the girl and said that he agreed that this was the least he could give for saving her. Then he added that nothing would change for this damn school if he gave the way, after which he went to the exit and said that they would start doing this right now. Kim-sun thought that this was an unexpected reaction for him, but no matter what, he succeeded and he will be able to get the path. His joy was short-lived. The door of this building opened and a messenger entered inside. He turned to Professor Altukius Zero, taking out the order. He began to read it out. He said that the professor is accused of 13 crimes, including complicity in heresy and the murder of leading people, as a result of which he will be detained. After which this messenger said that this whole performance was only for the sake of purifying the school. The professor told him to finish as quickly as possible so that Sarasa would not worry. When the girl saw that the professor was being taken away, she started screaming why all these people were doing this to him. The young man thought that 100 or a gold coin that was received from the Inquisitor of Life. The professor turned his head, looked at the young man, and said that he would definitely return and that he should look after Sarasa. The young man thought that his eyes were darting around, which meant that the professor hadn't expected this either, and he wasn't prepared at all. And it also seemed to him that the Inquisitor was very suspicious. The girl got angry. She wanted to personally return the professor. Kim-sun stopped her and told her not to get excited and to calm down. This needs to be sorted out. The girl started screaming. Should she just stand there and watch as her professor was arrested? She couldn't come to terms with it. She also told the young man that she needed him to help the professor. He replied that she should rely on him. He would be able to figure it out. The next morning, when the sun was just beginning to bloom, the young man decided to go back to the forest. Namely, who is the most wooden building where he found his assistant Kirill. In the corner inside this building stood Sister Kaz. She was catching spiders that were weaving a web in the corner. She caught one such spider and put it in her hands and said that he was doing everything right and that he was a good boy. She thought about her marriage and what he said, that he buried the body and sent it to Aeroflot, but in fact there was nothing there. She heard sounds and wondered who else was there. The girl turned her head towards the sounds, but saw no one. The very next moment, a huge male hand was in front of her face, and it was with this huge male hand that the young man hit her right in the face so that she could not stay on her feet. When she was sitting on the floor, he looked at her and asked her if they were really looking for him. At that moment, his eyes were burning like fire. At the same time, in another place where the professor was, namely in the torture room and the prisoners, it was loud. The professor who was chained and tortured spoke only of one thing, that the Inquisitor had deceived him. The Inquisitor answered him. Was he really so easily taken in by a gold coin? He even found it funny. He thought, shouldn't the criminal who killed his brother be arrested? In fact, it was inevitable. The professor answered him that he only prevented him from destroying the academy. The professor said that it was very difficult for him to make this decision, but he acted for the good of Aeroflot. The Inquisitor answered him that current affairs could not be delayed, and then added that rumors had spread that an enemy of peace had appeared in the city. The professor was very surprised to hear that the enemy of the world had appeared. He wanted to clarify what the Inquisitor had to do with it. He said that the city would soon become uninhabitable due to the forces aimed at capturing the enemy of the world, after which he looked at the professor. The Inquisitor added that before that moment, he wanted to destroy Aeroflot with his own hands. 40 years ago, both at school and in his family, he was considered the most ordinary person. Everyone whispered among themselves that they were both Magnus, but they were very different. Everyone was interested in whether he was the son of a mistress. One day he was sent to the Order of Purification. The family sold him, and at that moment he received the education of an Inquisitor. The years of study were simply hellish. And the son, who was actually the son of a concubine, became the director and called himself a great wizard. The Inquisitor said that there was no place for him anywhere. That's why he had to get rid of Aeroflot, which had ruined his life. That's what would free him from suffering. The professor was very surprised and started shouting at the Inquisitor that because of some thirst, he was going to get rid of Aeroflot. The Inquisitor said that the rest of the teaching staff, including Robert Danton, would be dealt with by the Assassins' Guild. They had already been assigned this task. The professor was very surprised by what he heard. He only wanted to clarify whether the Inquisitor was really going to destroy the Erefurt Pillar himself. The Inquisitor confirmed to him that he would indeed burn it himself. He decided that he had enough strength for this. At this time, everything was very quiet in the academy. It seemed that there was not a single living soul in it. Two of them from this academy were walking. I don't understand where everyone went. One of them said that Professor Phrygius was also not there. It's unclear what will happen to the academy. The second said that he should probably go on academic leave. Having finished their sentence, these two lost their heads. Another assassin from the Assassins' Guild was sent to the academy to cleanse all the representatives of this academy. These killers were the head of the Almeria family, the voiceless killer Debussy Almeria. Also in the bedroom where the students slept, there was not a single person left. They were all infected with poisonous beetles. She stood and watched as all the students writhe in pain and die before her eyes. Debussy approached her and asked how she was doing, and if she had dealt with everyone. The Almeria family's mistress, the godmother of poisonous insects, Ilya Almeria, said that she dealt with them all. Debussy then said that it was excellent, the pyromancers were all destroyed. Then they went to the school of cryomancy. He noticed that their children were doing well. Ilya answered him that she doubted the family of moths sent to Myra did not return for a long time. She began to worry. Debussy noted that the safety of the family is a priority they should know. At this moment the moth family returned. Well, in fact, only one moth returned, which landed on her hand, and it was from him that she received all the information. Ilya turned to him and said that they had a small problem. He turned his head and looked at her. Ilya tried to explain to him that it seemed they had lost one moth. Debussy got very angry and started shouting, "What does this mean? Is Myoa really dead?" At that moment, they heard someone else's voice which said that the moth was a pretty smart creature. The two turned their heads. When Debussy saw this guy, he was ready to attack. He wanted to know who he was and why he was behaving so brazenly. The guy who was standing in the door said that he followed these moths and came across an amazing picture. Now he found out that they got double triple orders. His face was hard to see. For this, he lowered his head. The young man said that he heard that they are looking for the enemy of peace, but then why are they killing innocents? Debussy caught himself thinking that this couldn't be happening, but he didn't feel his presence in any way. He asked this guy if he really killed their daughter, after which the young man's body began to transform and take on its normal appearance. He told them to stand in line since he would be the first to ask questions. Already in front of these two killers was not that guy, but an enemy of the world who wanted to get an answer to the question of who killed Christian. He looked at his enemy with his brutal gaze and he was interested in only one question. Who killed Christian? These two from the Assassins' Guild were shocked because they saw the enemy of the world in front of them. Debussy shouted to Ilya to run away from this place as quickly as possible and hide, and he himself prepared for battle. The young man who had already taken his true form and showed everyone that he was an enemy of the world swung his huge hammer. He wanted to get an answer to the question posed. Debussy Alice that she could deal with the enemy only by putting up her defense, which was supposed to protect him from the blows of the enemy of the world. He also wanted to escape from this place as quickly as possible to avoid being hit by his attacks. Debussy ran away very quickly so that he would not be hit in any way and to avoid the opponent's blows. But the blows came one after another. At some point, one of these blows reached him. Ilya tried to get up. She saw in front of her the body of Debussy, who lay motionless. The enemy of peace said once again that he was asking for the last time which of them killed Christian. Ilya, barely breathing, raising her head, said that she doesn't know who he's talking about, but in fact, he can't cope with their sect. She was so sure only because she saw a moth appear behind the enemy of the world. Even though the moth was behind him, the young man turned around and swatted it in an instant. As soon as he finished off this moth, at that very moment, Ilya started bleeding from her mouth. She was also finished. The young man replied that he was absolutely indifferent and let them come to him as much as they wanted. He was in a great mood and left that place. After leaving there, he walked around for a while. There was not a single soul. It seemed that there was no one else here. And then a little further, he heard someone's voices. One of these voices said that the others should hurry up. The young man turned his head and looked where these voices were coming from. One of these people was saying that tomorrow at noon there would be a ceremony to burn Alchemist, and for this, they needed to quickly prepare everything. Kim Sun thought that the sentence would be carried out without a trial. It was very strange, so he had no time to hesitate. He decided that he needed to go to Professor Danton and find out all the details that he had just heard. When the professor saw the young man, he told him that he was lucky. He had such a situation that night, and there was not a scratch on him. The guy turned to the professor and said that a platform for burning was being set up on the square of time. It looks like Professor Altuchius will be burned tomorrow at noon. He wanted to know what Professor Danton knew about this, and here he answered that whether Altuchius dies or not does not depend on him. The problem is with the Inquisitor, even if the Assassin's Guild attacks, and in this case he cannot remain inactive. And the man wanted to know from the professor whether he would take any measures against the actions of the Inquisitor. The professor looked at the guy, smiled, and said that he could only show him their special secret weapon. He said that when the Adepts of Disaster first united, everyone shuddered, and this fear was proportionate to the level of their training. When they were almost there, the young man thought that there were a lot of golems around. They were all non-combat ones, so it was unclear what they were protecting. Professor Danton said that Professor Magnus was not at all surprised by the Adept of Disaster. He extended his hand to show the young man something else. He said that even in learning there is a limit, and in order to break this limit, some kind of push is needed. He stood in this pose for a while. He wanted to show the young man what he was talking about, that a push was needed. For example, something like this. A dimension door appeared in front of them during the movement of large-scale troops. This is the type of door that was used. At that moment, the young man felt his connection with this place. This place seemed very familiar to him. He knew that this was a dimension door. It connected to the underworld. That's why this place seemed so close to him. The young man turned his head, looked at the professor, and asked what his plan was. The professor immediately answered the guy that it was he who suggested the best time for this. The professor said that tomorrow at noon, when the execution begins in the form of the professor's battle, the young man did not listen to him to the end. With the help of these doors, he got into the basement where the professor was kept. Go into his cell, he told the professor that he was of course dying, but he could have another glass of wine with him. The young man said that this wine is comme la rose. It is quite difficult to find this alcohol. The professor raised his head and looked back. He did not understand where he came from. Then the young man said that he had not yet received what he was supposed to receive. The professor answered him that if he was worried about the path of aromancy, then he was very sorry. It was hidden in his observatory. Kim Sun looked at the professor and said that if this is so, then he must get out of this place immediately. The professor said that alcohol is a good deathbed gift. Everything was already clear with him, and the young man should take Sarasa and run away from the academy as quickly as possible. Kim Sun listened to the professor until the end and asked him what his words meant. He did not understand why he had to run away. The professor said that he might even survive if he escapes, but he doesn't know how long it will take to transfer the information, and during that time the Inquisitor won't sit idly by. The young man answered the professor that he was creating experiences for himself out of nowhere through excessive honesty. This is also a disease. The professor did not understand what to do because until now he had lived like this. The professor turned away from the boy and told him that on the front lines of the underworld, he must find a mercenary magician using the pseudonym Descartes. He will take responsibility for Sarasu. He said that this was the old man's last request, after which he shouted that time was up, which meant that it was time for them to say goodbye. The professor said that he was pleased to meet such a young man, and he did not want to tell him anything more. Kim Sun answered him that he would come to him again, and the professor should not fall into despair. This was not typical for him. The young man said that he would definitely get the Aromancy school no matter what it cost him. Immediately after this meeting, he went to the building where he lived and where Sarasa was. When he saw her, he said that she should know that she was decomposing, and now the first thing to do was to prepare for her departure. The girl got angry. Tears appeared in her eyes. She didn't understand what it meant. She needed to leave this place. Kim Sun knew perfectly well what he would do, so he told her that he could get her out of this place. The girl became hysterical. She started screaming that she couldn't leave the professor and run away alone. She didn't want to do it. She was ready to die, but together with the professor. The young man said that he was very sorry, but there was no room for her corpse here at all. These words made her even more angry. Kim Sun told her that he was responsible for her, and that was why he decided what they would do next. He had to save her and the professor. The next day at noon, the clerk read out the sentence. He said that the sinner Altuchius Zero was actually a professor at the School of Magic who was supposed to protect knowledge, but he committed countless atrocities, becoming one of the Adepts of Disaster. The professor himself was tied to a wooden pole so that he could not even move his hand. A large number of ravens were circling above him. This man continued to say that the most indicative of all the crimes was the murder of the professor's friend and the head of the rector of this academy, Magnus. after which he raised the torch that he held in one hand and said that for all this, he was entitled to the order of purification, and he should be punished as a criminal with purifying fire. After which the clerk turned his head and asked the professor as a sinner whether he would say anything in the end. The professor stood with his head down. He understood that his life was coming to an end, and this end did not please him at all. The professor said that everyone here is looking at what is happening with their rotten eyes, and each of them sees only what they are told. Well, not all of those gathered here are students and teachers of the Academy of the Great School, Erefurt. He said that the building of this school was shattered into pieces, and as long as at least one person keeps the name of the school in his heart, Erefurt will be evening. Kim-sun listened to everything the professor said. He stood and hid behind one of the walls. The Inquisitor interrupted the professor and shouted that the moment had come and the sentence should be carried out. The torch that was in the clerk's hand fell and set fire to everything that was under the professor's feet. But strangely enough, the whole tree did not burn. It only smoked a little. Everyone watched what was happening. Unexpectedly for everyone in this place, a huge demon burst out from behind the professor. Everyone who watched and were in this square saw this demon, and they were very scared. Kim-sun also watched everything that was happening. He decided that if it had already started, then he needed to slowly start the last show. He came up with all this back when he and Professor Danton saw the dimension door and then asked him how to activate it. The professor said that everything is very simple, and if he has the key of the dimension, then anyone will be able to activate this door. When Kim-sun realized what was going on, he immediately took the key from the professor without asking his permission. Professor Danton was very indignant. He asked what the young man was doing. He became very angry with him. Then Kim-sun did not stand on ceremony with him, and with only his right hand he hit the professor on the head, after which he decided to activate the dimension door with this dimension key. At the same time, he understood that it was better to let the demons rage, no matter how cruel they were. How will this whole situation affect him? And he will start to rage. He needs everything to be as he planned it. So he decided that he needed to start his last show from the very moment the demon appeared. When everyone present in this square saw the demon, the first thing they started shouting was that they needed to urgently run away from this place. The ship's captain gave the order to shoot the demons. His airship was approaching this place because the danger was very great. So many fireballs were fired from this airship that each one of them was bound to hit the demon. Those present in this square did not understand what had happened here and why there was so much danger. Raising their heads up, they saw that something was approaching them from far away through the air. It was the air fleet of the human empire. This ship was led by the commander of the 2nd Division of the military air fleet, Dmitry Medvedev, which belonged to the human empire. The commander, seeing such a situation, thought where in the Golden City there were so many demons. The commander gave the order for the landing troops to find and get rid of the dimension door, and he also ordered them not to forget that their target is the enemy of the world. The professor, who remained standing tied to a wooden pole, watched everything that was happening before his eyes. The first thing that came to his mind was that Erefurt was definitely finished after these events. The landing troops that were sent to destroy the demons coped with the task. They destroyed them one after another. The Inquisitor, despite everything that was happening, held a torch in his hands. He told the professor not to worry. The purification ceremony would be carried out. He came closer and set fire to the entire podium, which was made of wood, with a torch so that it caught fire. Within a few seconds, everything around the professor really started to burn, and it seemed that he could not be saved. The Inquisitor calmed down for a moment and thought that Erefurt's greatest heretic had finally disappeared. Because there were a large number of demons flying in this place and also landing troops, the fire that was flaring up went out. Everyone around started shouting that the fire had gone out. The Inquisitor got angry and ordered to prepare a new fire. The Inquisitor thought that most likely someone dared to interfere with the sacred rite. Through the smoke and fog that formed because the fire went out, the silhouette of a warrior was visible who asked the Inquisitor if he knew what sacredness was. It was the enemy of peace, who said that as far as he knew, he had started all this himself in order to blame the professor. At that moment, all the warriors present turned around and were very surprised that the enemy of peace was present here. The Inquisitor wondered why he was here and what he was doing here if he was really an enemy of peace. The Inquisitor raised his head, looked at the enemy of the world, and answered him that it was none of his business, and he had no right to interfere in these matters. The enemy of the world looked at the Inquisitor from above and answered him that the professor simply owed him something. That is why he was here. The Inquisitor ordered his warriors to keep in formation, but it was difficult to do so after each blow of the enemy of the world's hammer. After a few blows, the enemy of the world stopped. He realized that something was not going according to his plan. He saw something in front of him that resembled Richie. Instead of a spine, there was a green light. When everyone else saw it too, they started shouting that the heresy had been eradicated and that it was the blessing of the god of order. At that moment, the young man thought about what they were saying on Fregis's body. There were traces of a dark departure, and that was exactly what he saw. Now all the puzzles came together. Richie started talking about how the immortal contract is a contract that no one can kill him. He was so confident in his powers that I thought he was immortal, and no one present would be able to kill him. The enemy of the world struck him with his huge hammer. What he said is true, and he is not able to break the immortal treaty. Well, then he has only one thing left to do, grind him into powder, and he must try to live like that in the form of powder. After which the enemy of the world struck several more blows so that he could really be erased. The enemy of the world stood before him. There was a huge crater that formed after his blow. Everyone wanted to know where the Inquisitor was because they thought it couldn't be. After which the young man approached the professor and freed him. The professor asked if he really was an enemy of the world. The guy answered him, "Who doesn't have skeletons in the closet?" When the professor was released, he said that he would defend the academy and the young man should take care of Saras. The guy wanted to ask the professor if he hadn't called the academy great. The professor turned his head and looked at him, because besides the two of them, there were also demons and a landing fleet. The young man said that they should trust him. The demons will soon deal with the students and the human empire. The enemy of peace told the professor that before leaving here, they still need to discuss everything. At that moment, one of the warriors ran up to him, to the enemy of peace, and shouted that he was an idiot who touched his family. He wanted to hit him from behind with a sword so that he would go away. Despite the fact that this blow was very fast, but despite this, the enemy of the world noticed it. The sword that was supposed to strike right in front of the young man's body crumbled into small pieces. He turned his head and saw this guy there. The young man told the enemy of peace that he had finally fallen outside. The enemy of the world answered him that he knew all this time that he was watching him, after which he said if he wanted to, he could send him to his family. And with all his might, he struck the guy on the head so that he would definitely not remain alive. The blow was delivered with such force that this guy broke through one of the towers and flew out the other side. The enemy of the world transformed back into Kim's son. He said that they should try to escape quietly. The professor did not understand how he laughed and said that he was not worried. And then he added that he had every reason to kidnap Falgaras, the dwarven fortress claim on one of the dragons. He said that they needed to disappear quietly. The first thing the professor saw was Sarasu, who was praying to God for them to survive. The professor was very happy that his granddaughter was still alive. The girl was also happy. When the professor hugged her, he said that he already thought that he would never see her again. He asked her for forgiveness several times. The young man tried to be tactful so as not to tell them anything. He simply coughed a few times. The professor turned his head and said that now he would definitely be able to convey to him the true path. After which they went to one of the classrooms where the professor spent most of his time. The professor said that he never thought that this day would come when he would pass on this knowledge to him and sent the shine upwards. After which this beam, having been displayed, returned back. Everything that was drawn in the sky before their eyes was very beautiful. The young man, seeing all this, said that it was simply unimaginable. The professor told him not to relax too much because the real difficulties would only begin at that moment, and a light began to descend in the direction where the young man stood. From all sides, rays seemed to converge towards the young man and completely fill him. At some point it even seemed that he could not withstand this force with which he received all this way. He even felt that he was in the abyss, completely naked and completely unprotected. He thought it was very strange, but something was happening in his head. He had to go through this path to the end. Immediately after this, there was a huge explosion. It seemed that after such calm, everything around was burning and everything was exploding. He looked ahead and understood that everything that was happening simply fascinated him. He couldn't take his eyes off it. At some point, he even lost control of himself, but decided to cover his face from this light. It was this that saved him. He woke up on all fours and barely came to his senses. The professor, who was standing and watching him, asked what kind of light he saw. The young man answered the professor that he saw an overwhelming light. And what he saw was this overwhelming light that was ready to swallow everything. The professor said that they say light reflects the true desires of the viewer, and he really hopes that this light will help him on his way. At this moment, the young man received the original light. His discharge was the legend of the action of knowledge of the original light limitations intuition 500. When he saw that he had intuition 500, he understood that this was the 7th rank of magic. The professor told him that this is exactly so because he already knows everything. Then the professor added that the young man had intended to prevent the disaster, but had not yet succeeded. Kim-sun, he will get rid of the Demon King as soon as Max. It was his first wish. The professor answered him that he thought so, but it was expected, in fact. He began to plan an absurdity. The young man said that he does not believe in the Book of Disasters and other nonsense at all. He's ready to prove that what is prescribed can be overcome with the help of human power. The professor looked at the young man and said that he wanted to ask just one more thing. His magical power and intuition are really what they say. The young man lowered his head and said that he was of course ashamed to admit it. But in fact it was so, he should study harder. The professor said that then he needs to go to the front lines to raise in order to find his son Deckard. And if he finds him, then even if it is a little, he will help him increase his magical powers. Immediately after these words of the professor, a huge chest fell in front of him. The professor was surprised. When he opened the chest, it was filled with gold coins. The professor asked what this was all about. The young man answered him that it was payment for tuition, after which the young man raised his index finger and said, "But before using them, it is necessary to engrave the mint mark." The professor laughed and said that he was very funny. Everyone everywhere says that the enemy of the world hates people more than anyone else. The young man smiled and said that these were just rumors and they were just rumors. After which the young man thanked the professor for everything, turned to the girl and said that he wished her all the best. She unexpectedly for everyone began to cry very loudly and began to tell him that he saved them and that she would never forget his mercy. After which the young man turned and headed towards the exit. He raised his hand again to say goodbye to them. He had no choice but to go and look for the mercenary Descartes that the professor had told him about. When he went out, he thought that he had completely forgotten that there was a door of change to the underworld, so his road would not be so boring. He passed by many corpses, and many of those he met he sent to the next world. He sighed because he was already tired of it. He should be calm, but be a check all the time. The warriors stood and looked at the monsters they had just destroyed. They thought it was the end. Raising their heads up, they saw that someone was approaching them through the fog. The two tensed up. They thought that this was another monster approaching them, and that it would never end. When the young man came closer to them, they were very surprised because he didn't look like a monster at all. These two were very surprised because he was an ordinary person, and in their opinion, he was not dangerous. Kim-sun looked at them and said that he came to the detachment of criminals. He wanted to clarify that they were here. In fact, it was really a squad of criminals. Their commander said that he saw a decent person here for the first time. He asked him if he at least knew what kind of place this was. The young man answered that for him it made no difference. It was enough to just catch monsters well. The commander of the criminals said that the young man was very funny. Then he added that they say that he went through the monster camp alone. Without turning his head, the commander asked the young man if he was really a human being. Kim-sun tried not to give himself away. He said that he was just lucky. That's why he was able to get through the monster camp. Only after this, the commander of the criminals turned his head, looked at the guy and said if this is a lie, then he can say goodbye to his head. The commander of the detachment of the criminal was called Dumbass Genghis Aaron. At this point, their conversation ended. The young man exhaled because he realized that they partially believed him. After which he decided that he needed to get out of this tent and look around. As soon as he came out, he heard someone's voice asking him if the interrogation was over. The guy turned his head back and saw an incomprehensible creature in front of him. He asked him who he was. This creature said that his name is Akkad, and he is a hellish fist and the elder of the criminal squad among all the others. He is simply called Zero. At that moment, the young man thought that each member of this squad had numbers assigned to them. Without thinking twice, he asked the Zero if he happened to know a mercenary magician named Deckard. Zero answered him this is 22nd, but he does not understand why he needs this suicide bomber. The young man was very surprised when he heard suicide bomber. Zero tried to explain to him that 22 is only called for dangerous missions. His death is only a matter of time. Then he told him to follow him. He will lead him. The sky was red, and they walked in complete silence through the entire detachment of criminals. Zero led him to where a young man was sitting near the fire and asked him if he was really Deckard. It was indeed a member of the criminal squad. His alias was Deckard, and he was the real father of Sarasa and the son of the professor. He raised his eyes and asked the boy who stood in front of him what he needed. Kim-sun tried to explain to him that he was a student of Professor Alchemist, and he needed to quickly raise his magical power to confirm his words. He handed the ring to this criminal. Deckard was very surprised because he actually saw his father's ring. He said that his father does not teach his students anything, but they gain experience in the process of life. Is it really only because of this that he came here? The young man answered that nothing will stop him on the way to his goal, after which Deckard said that he needed to look at his indicators. The young man answered well, but he saw nothing because the curtain was applied by the deceiver. When he removed it, he asked how he got to this place with such skills. Having studied his characteristics again, he noticed that it would be very difficult for him to endure even a day here. Then he said that he moved here to work at the limit of his ability. This is the secret of rapid growth. After which, 20 seconds stood up and looked at this guy. He said that the enemy of peace acted in exactly the same way. Turning his back to him, he began to leave, while he said that, however, this is only possible if the young man Kim Sun remains alive. And what will happen then? 22nd turned his head in his direction and replied that then he would tell him about all the quests to increase strength. The young man agreed. He said that he was ready to try. But the meeting that was held in the evening in the criminals' detachment was about the fact that everyone had learned that last month the demons had deprived them of one border post, so that evening they would go to recapture it. The leader of the criminal squad ordered his warriors to keep their eyes open and fight on all sides. And most importantly, they must move forward. The young man stood among them, listening to his every word and wondering if this was really their whole plan. This was his first case, a conquered border post in which the young man took part. It consisted of only one thing. One of the criminals had to get into the border post and destroy the monster located there. Everyone else was waiting for him to do this at the gate so they could open it and break in. When the gates opened, it was a sign for all the criminals that they were to go on the attack. The leader of their squad shouted to his subordinates to go on the attack and began to attack the monsters in his path first. When they broke through these gates, they found that there was no one inside and they had no one to fight with. When the young man assessed the whole situation, he realized that it was an ordinary trap and they were simply lured. Zero approached the commander and said that it smelled like the same trap as last time. He said maybe they should retreat and watch from the side. The commander replied that this was the pitiful babble of an elder. The young man thought after hearing everything that something like this had happened to them before, and that this one was the main one among them was the best punishment for this squad. Before they could even catch their breath, the squad of criminals saw that huge stones were starting to fall on them from above. These stones were concentrated directly above the criminals' detachment and were supposed to fall directly on them. Then these stones fell to the ground and they turned into monsters that were surrounded by a squad of criminals. One of the criminals sitting at his post shouted to the commander that the enemy was attacking from all sides. 22nd approached the young man and extended his hand to him and told him to hold it. Kim Sun, when he entered the hall, this object in his hands, he thought, is it really a scroll teleportation? 22nd said that judging by the indicators, he had completed alchemical quests and in case of danger, he could use a scroll. If he couldn't do it, then he could just get acquainted with the settings factory. The young man looked at him and told him not to forget what he had said before, that if he survived, he would give him information about the 22nd quest, telling him that being hot-tempered shortens life. At that moment, monsters were approaching the detachment of criminals from all sides. It seemed there was an immeasurable number of them. These monsters jumped over the fence and attacked the detachment of criminals, not only from the front, but also from behind. Some of these monsters did not even have time to start attacking, but they were destroyed by representatives of the criminal squad. All those who were in the criminal squad had already encountered this more than once, so they were prepared for this development of events. Zero, or as he was also called, the hellish fist, swung his fist and shouted for the monsters to be ready to get punched in the gums by the hellish fist itself. One of the monsters approached the hellish fist from behind and wanted to strike him. He swung, but a young man stopped him. He stretched out his hand and used a glare towards this monster, which pierced this monster through and through. Hellfist, or as he called himself, Zero, without turning his head, asked the young man if he was really a wizard. Kim Sun very calmly answered him that he is not a wizard at all. He is just an Arrowfort graduate. One of the detachment of criminals shouted that something was approaching them from the right. The young man and the hellish fist turned their heads. When they turned their heads, they saw that this monster was simply enormous in size, and it was incredibly difficult to deal with it. It simply devoured everyone. 22 stood as if spellbound. He looked at this huge monster and could not move. At that moment, the young man pulled him by the shoulder. Kim Sun managed to remove 22nd from the path of this huge monster, otherwise he would have simply crushed him. When the two of them were able to hide, the young man told 22 that he had not recently told him about his irascibility. 22nd tried to explain to the young man that now they had released some lousy monsters against them, and he also said that if Kim Sun does not intend and does not want to die obeying the commander's order, then he should stay as close to him as possible. 22nd told him that at that moment he should feel the power of Aramnati that was in him. It was this power that allowed him to remain alive all this time, despite the fact that he should have been killed many times already. When he released this power, at the same moment he received another power that was supposed to be concentrated in him. It was the power of a meteor that would return and destroy everything within its radius. It was an amazing sight that you just couldn't take your eyes off of. Kim Sun thinks that he has never seen a meteor and he sees it for the first time with his own eyes. Right after it all ended, 22 sat on his one kai because he had spent a lot of his energy. The commander of the criminal squad was jubilant because he said that they had such an ace that they could use at any moment. The commander of the criminal squad tried to find out whether they liked this monster or not. The monsters at the time did not refuse. Despite the fact that they were practically burned alive, they were ready to release the insects. One of these monsters rose up and began to advance towards the detachment of criminals, burning everything in its path. An observer from the criminal squad shouted that their enemy had resumed their attack and showed the direction. The commander of the criminal squad approached 22 and asked if he could release magic again. 22 answered him because he himself sees what state he is in and asks about it. He told them to request reinforcements. The head of the criminal squad began to request reinforcements. He said that the Western guard post was about to be captured. He wondered why there were no reinforcements yet. They answered him that they had already said that in order for them to be able to prepare reinforcements, the attack plan should be communicated in advance. The commander of the criminal squad said that they already don't have enough guard posts. He kept telling them that everything is occupied. He swore and said that if they die, it will be his fault. After which the commander of the criminal squad turned around and looked at his squad and told them that, as they had all heard, they would not receive any help. So he told his squad that they had no choice but to retreat. At that moment, Zero turned to the squad commander. He said, after all, he had already told him that before advancing, everything had to be checked. At that moment, the young man became very upset because everything he had done was simply in vain. The guy who was an observer in the criminal squad shouted to his commander that there were even more monsters, after which he shouted that they were surrounded and they would have nowhere to retreat. The monsters were not only in front but also behind. The soldiers from the criminal squad asked their commander what his plan was. The commander started shouting that they would survive in any case. They had to believe in it. He raised his sword and said that they would live. The 22nd standing behind the commander came closer to him and said that he knew what to do. 22nd tried to explain that if they make a path through the gorge, then they will be able to hide in this gorge and, with the help of magic, block the passage. The commander of the criminal squad said that it was a good idea. He hadn't even imagined that it could be done like that. Kim Sun looked at 22 and thought that he had assessed the situation very quickly. Well, in order to get into this gorge, they still had to fight with a fairly large number of monsters that were on their way. Therefore, a squad of killers under the command of their commander went on the attack, descending from the top down. When they were down there, the monsters surrounded them from all sides. It seemed like there was just an incredible amount of them. The commander of the criminal squad told his guys not to worry or be afraid under any circumstances. After all, they are in fact a group of criminals. They are already by their name murderers and criminals. After these words, he went on the attack. Despite the fact that there were several times more monsters, the commander of the criminal squad and his guys destroyed these monsters at the speed of light. The monsters received the death sentence not only from the sword but also from the arrows that were fired towards you. There were several shooters in the criminal squad. One of them was an elf who shot without missing. The commander of the criminal squad looked at the shooter guy and said that this was a great job. As soon as this shooter relaxed a little, one of the monsters attacked him from behind. It seemed that this monster would already kill this shooter, but at that moment the Zero came to his aid. Hellfist reminded the shooter that he was of course looking very far and that was a good thing, but he should not forget to watch what was right next to him. The shooter looked at his savior and thanked him for saving his life here. On the other hand, the young man used his abilities to destroy several monsters at once with his beam. Kim Sun stood and thought that there was no end to these monsters. He decided that it would be more convenient to beat them with the hand of the Karaha so he could deal with them faster. Kim Sun stood in the center, not letting any monster get close to him and fighting off these monsters from the guys of the criminal squad. And when he attacked one, He felt that there was one of the monsters behind him, and this monster was just huge. He turned his head and saw that it was a roper, and it was not as easy to deal with it as with all the other monsters. After all, he had a completely different power, and in this case, it was necessary to find his sore spot. Not long after the young man directed his beam towards this monster, he felt where his sore spot was. This roper was just a piece lying on the ground for a few seconds. Despite the fact that he practically divided it into several parts, it was still necessary to destroy one of the fangs. The young man managed to jump back at the last moment as the fangs stuck into the ground right where he was standing. At that moment, 22 approached him and helped him deal with this monster. 22nd and Kim Sun stood back to back. 22nd asked the young man, because he had correctly identified the weak point of the roper, he wanted to know he was definitely a newbie. The guy answered him that it was just that the past life was not a gift. 22nd said that in this place, even seasoned warriors do not know when they will die. Life taught him to calmly kill monsters. So he does his job well. I don't understand at what point he will become a dead man. At that very moment, he attacked one of these monsters. But his sword was broken in half after one of the attacks, and in this situation he was left without a weapon. 22 understood that in this situation, he had very little time left to live, and he would not be able to do anything. Because his one sword was in one monster and the other was broken, and he couldn't defend himself at all. That's why from the other side, a monster attacked him with a huge axe in his hands. 22 at that moment thought that this was the end. He would not be able to protect himself in any way. But this was not the end at all, as Kim Sun saw this situation and coming closer kicked the monsters aside. The young man said that a wizard should never fight with a ball. The 22nd laughed and asked the young man if he even knew how difficult it was to get a mana tincture. Then he added that some crazy idiot bought up all the tinctures and now they are nowhere to be found. Kim Sun thought that he knew this crazy person very well. When they looked to the sides, they saw the commander of the criminal squad swaying his sword and ready to cut in half one of the monsters that stood in their way. He made his victorious strike. He destroyed this monster, and only thanks to this they could get to the gorge. As soon as this monster was destroyed, the passage through the gorge was opened. A detachment of criminals under the leadership of their commander set off for this gorge. One of the surviving monsters followed them. When he was at the entrance, he said, "Do they really think they can escape alive?" At that moment, Kim Sun used his magic that he possessed. He told this monster that there were no more places and sent a beam. This beam hit in several places so that stones began to fall from top to bottom. These stones were so sharp that they pierced the body of the monster that was trying to catch up with them and buried it. The entrance to the gorge was filled up. They could move on. No one was chasing them anymore. A detachment of criminals under the command of their commander went along this gorge in order to come out on the other side. The 22nd walked and thought about the fact that this time a lot of their team died. There were about 25 people left in the detachment. The young man came up behind 22 and told him not to forget his promise. 22nd turned around, looked at him, and said that he couldn't believe that in such a situation he was thinking only about quests. He shouldn't say that as a wizard, but he threw it to him and told him to hold it. The young man wanted to know what it was. Then the 22nd told him that it was a sphere of knowledge. The guy had a blue ball in his hand. 22 explained to him that these were all the quests that were currently suitable for him. When he opened it, he saw the first quest, clearing the graves. For this quest, he could get a reward of magic power +5 and extract of medium-level magic power. The young man was a little upset. Is this really all? There is nothing else? 22nd told him that first of all he should focus on survival, and the rest he will give him gradually. After some time, they did not return to the base where the criminal squad was located. The squad leader said that there were fewer mouths to feed, so this time they had more than enough food for dinner. They could eat as much as they wanted. Kim Sun, after listening to his speech, thought that it seemed that his conscience did not bother him. He looked more like a spy planted by the devil than the head of a squad. A red-haired thug approached the young man and told him that these words defied common sense, but he needed to adapt. If he was going to get worked up over every little thing, he would go crazy. The young man thought that he would do so, but he noticed that he did not see the 22nd. He did not understand where Deckard had gone, so he decided that he should go look for him. When he found him, he asked if he didn't want to eat. Deckard then asked the young man how his daughter was doing, and he was also curious about his father, who still had a guilty conscience. Then Kim Sun answered him, "Can't he go and meet them, after all? He is a wizard and not a warrior. Aren't there plenty of other places for development?" Deckard said that to tell the truth, all this is because of the dungeon, so he can't do it. Kim-sun didn't understand what kind of dungeons they were because none of them had said anything about it yet. Deckard thanked the young man for the information about his daughter and the OC, and he also said that he was indebted to him for saving his life. He was interested in what else the young man was hiding inside himself. Deckard started talking about how he heard that somewhere here there is a dungeon created by an ancient magician. In this dungeon, there is an incredible amount of magical power. The young man then asked him if this dungeon I accidentally created the 7 heroes. 22nd answered him that no, this man existed before them. It was very strange dungeons older than the 7 heroes. 22nd asked if he knew anything about the stories of people who went underground to escape the curse of extermination. Kim-sun answered him, if these are not stories made up by those who mourn the dead. Deckard continued to lie down. He said that he thought that among them there was this someone who created the dungeons. The young man said that he was overflowing with romanticism, and if he was going to continue to carry on with this nonsense, then he was leaving. He thought that Deckard's story sounded like nonsense, but there was not a word of lies in his words. Was there really an ancient dungeon here? As he was leaving this place, a cry was heard that their detachment had been suddenly attacked by the enemy. Since he was further than this camp, he wondered what it all could mean and what happened there. And he also heard that behind him, where Deckard was, something was also happening and some kind of sound was being emitted from there. The first thing he thought about was Deckard. He turned his head to find out what was wrong with him. When he returned to the camp, he saw that there had been reconnaissance. Fortunately, there weren't that many monsters that attacked. The red-haired brute turned his head and looked at the young man who was asking if anyone had an antidote. He carried on his shoulder the 22nd who was infected, and he could die at any moment. In fact, someone is smearing their ball with poison, even with an antidote. It's not so easy to recover in their squad. There are only criminals, there was no one to help. So the redhead said that all that remains is to pray for his recovery. Kim-sun thought that this was some kind of curse. He should not allow this to happen since he still hasn't gotten what he wanted. After which the young man realized that he needed to leave this tent in order to think. The girl got out of her pocket and asked him the man he brought was Deckard, and he would revive him. Kim-sun answered, eat that of course, but he needs more information about the dungeon. Kim-sun decided that he needed to return to the field and see what poisoned the 22nd. When he took the poisoned weapon into his hands, he immediately felt that these were experiments by a 3rd-level troll, a class of mouth birds of similar people, created iron with troll feces, and this is used as a poison. The young man looked at this tool and thought about the fact that the great property of iron is rust and corrosion. He understood that he would need a hermit flower to neutralize it. The girl watching him said that it was just bingo, he guessed right. After which he went along the rocks and climbed to the very top in order to find this hermit flower. When he found it, it was scientifically a 1,000-year-old hermit flower. It was a 3rd-level class, and its properties were neutralizing strong poisons. Having descended from this mountain in a few seconds with the help of his power, he was already at the bottom. Behind him was a whole basket of hermit flowers from which he was to make antidotes. His assistant said when she opened her book that every flower seed needs to be dried. The young man didn't listen to her. He said that in his homeland they say that if you see a rice dumpling, perform a sacrifice. She hurried after him. She wanted to find out what he meant when he spoke about the ritual of sacrifice. The young man had already made a fire and started throwing grass into it. He explained to her that if a chance came up, she had to take full advantage of it. Throwing the first ingredients are leaves, specifically throwing blindly the grass, which was the 1st level. Its properties consisted in restoring the function of alchemical ingredients, after which he threw the 2nd, and the ingredient is spore seeds. They were used in creating bombs. There in a huge cauldron, he stirred them several times. He was told that a successful synthesis had occurred. Namely, he had prepared the highest grade of antidote that was used in the treatment of intoxication. He was able to prepare a top-ranking item for this. He was rewarded with magical power plus 10 intuition plus 15. He thought that this would need to be done on all the criminals and share this. The girl did not understand whether he had really become imbued with friendly feelings for his comrades in battle. Returning to the tent where the 22nd was, he went with only one so that he would survive. Bring him the antidote, he said, so that 22nd could drink it, to which he said that it was very bitter. Kim-sun told 22nd that it was too early for him to be that color. He hadn't done what he promised yet, and there was no point in his advice. The 22nd said that he owed his life to him for the 2nd time, although this had never happened to him before his stay. Deckard turned his head to look at the young man and said he had also heard about the deity of another world. Kim-sun answered him that, of course. Then Deckard continued to tell him, to be honest, the dungeons he was telling him about are the land of a bird-like race that was destroyed by a disaster. Previously, this place was called the Underground Kingdom, and a fairly developed civilization flourished there, but everything was destroyed and the inhabitants became slaves of an ancient god. Kim-sun actually heard about the ancient deity for the first time and found it strange. He thought that if everything is as he says, then it turns out that it was someone very powerful who made this dungeon. Deckard says that there is no evidence for this, but he heard that the dungeon reward is very worthy. The young man asked him again what he meant. Then Deckard explained to him that there was a chance to subdue any creature that carried the magical power of disaster. Kim-sun thought that, in a word, if he destroys this dungeon he is talking about, then he can get a powerful demon familiar. At that moment, he thought that he hit the jackpot. It exceeded all his expectations. At this time, a fairly large number of monsters were approaching their camp. The swordmaster of the ancient kingdom, Michael Gilfot, when he observed these monsters, he said that such a number of monsters would require not a reconnaissance expedition, but an entire army. When he came closer, he said that this is where the underground kingdom is and ordered everyone to go inside. Some of them thought that if they entered in such a group they would die, because the dungeon was much more dangerous than the outside. At that moment, the hired mid-level Max Mimi Azoel said that they needed at least 2 or 3 equals in a sword master. They said that they couldn't handle it. They needed more sword masters, and in their opinion, Miss Mimi was absolutely right. In fact, they had already lost half of the reconnaissance squad, and it was somehow wrong to change the plan now, she thought. Michael ordered her to shut up. As far as he knew, they didn't hire her. The butler of the Gilfot family from the ancient kingdom of Odd asked the master to lower his voice. At that moment, they heard some very loud noise from monsters that were very close. I turned my head, and they realized that somewhere in that direction, there were a large number of these monsters. Then Michael shouted to all his subordinates to go inside. The magician who was with them thought that he had simply gone crazy because they were literally walking into the arms of death. Michael turned his head, looked at her and said if she doesn't want to, she can end her life right there. They had no choice but to go inside or stay outside, so they decided they had to go inside. When they went inside, they were told that they could not go any further. They had to stop because this was the ancestral land that had been sacrificed. And if they go further, it will be very dangerous for them. The young man stood and watched everything that was happening from the side. He understood that somewhere there were places where he wanted to go. He was only attracted by loud sounds. In fact, finding ancient dungeons turned out to be much easier than he even thought. He walked along the smell of rotting corpses. At some point, he did not understand where he was. Well, it was a dungeon, a kingdom where birds like a race existed. The girl looking out of his pocket asked if they were the ones who lived in this dungeon called Nakhak. He said no, it was another kind of demonic race bird like. This is a completely different Nahak. In the old days, they flourished, not only had large wings, but also knew how to use powerful magic runes engraved on the beak. He said if they stumble upon them, then they will find out. She asked him. They also don't even have a plan on how to get there. She didn't understand why it was like that. She took a few steps forward and decided to check if he could go further, so he grabbed a stone and threw it forward. This stone hit something and bounced in the opposite direction. It was clear that there was something ahead. Then the young man decided to use his power to determine what was in front of him. He realized that it was a barrier. Having removed one of these barriers, he did not go further. He decided that he needed to study the entire path. Throwing one stone after another, he realized that various barriers were installed here. And if she took a few steps forward, he would have turned into the same thing as the warriors lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. When he saw these people, he thought that they had fallen here not because of the barrier. He shouted loudly for him to come out. The young man had no idea yet what or who he would be dealing with or what kind of creature it was, but he was ready to see it. It was a huge monster with green eyes and wings, from which a vile liquid was continuously flowing. This monster was not so huge and vile, and most importantly, he did not want anyone to go further in this cave. The girl who was in his pocket hit her head and said she had a very bad feeling about it. This monster opened its huge mouth, trying to grab the young man from all sides. He started shouting at him to leave this cave as quickly as possible. Kim-sun was not going to give up. He had to go to the end, so he decided to walk to stand. This monster hit him in the very center. Within a few seconds, all that was left of this monster were small pieces that lay on the ground. The girl looked out of his pocket and asked what it was and what happened. The young man answered her that Putin is an abyss. This is the end for those who have become the servant of the ancient god. If he meets someone weaker than himself, this someone will acquire the same appearance, but as she saw, he avoids stronger personalities. Then she asked him if those people who were killed and lying on the ground would also change like that. He said no, as long as they weren't eaten, everything was fine with them. She asked him if they could just leave that place because she was really scared. He smiled because he understood that she was afraid, and it made him even happier. He told her that this was out of the question because the most interesting part was just beginning. When they walked along this cave, they saw that there were also a lot of people killed there. Then he raised his eyes and saw birds like monsters. He realized that it was their doing. There were a lot of them, and they were like birds that fed on carrion. They wanted at least a piece from the warriors to eat. He thought that it was even disgusting that this race was so bird-like that it had degraded and they already looked like plucked chickens. A huge hammer appeared in his hand. One of these birds of similar monsters, seeing him, decided to attack in order not to let him go further. But this monster's head flew off very quickly because the young man hit him right on the head. The body of this monster flew in one direction and the head in another, and he fell to the ground. One monster was followed by another, and it was very easy for the young man to destroy them with one blow. These monsters were shocked because they did not understand what was happening, because up until that moment they easily dealt with people like them. They saw a huge hammer in his hands from which a light came down that could see each of these monsters and destroy them. That's exactly what happened, and the next moment, every single monster present was struck by the blow of that hammer. And after the first blow, he struck again so as to smear them all and so that not one of them would survive. When he cleared the way for himself, he walked forward. He had the feeling that it seemed like energy was waiting for him ahead. He wondered if they were hiding in every passage. He thought that he was very tired of fighting with everyone because he understood perfectly well how it would end. But he needed to get to the end of this cave. He decided to wait. On the other hand, he wanted to see what kind of energy he was feeling. It seemed to him that he was hearing someone's voices. Indeed, on the other hand, Mrs. Mimi said that everything in this labyrinth is confusing. She answered that if they suddenly lose their way, there will be trouble, so they should not lag behind her. They came to the strange hole and told Mrs. Mimi that they had discovered these holes. It was clear that you had made a hole in the labyrinth to move around, and it was necessary to understand who was on the other side. Having passed through this hole, they should, as it seemed to them, have reached the next stage. When they showed up there, they couldn't even imagine that they would see a young man. When Mimi saw him, she asked him what he was doing there and was very surprised by his appearance. The young man said that he is the 34th, and as she can already see, he is examining this dungeon. She took her magic ball at that moment because she thought it was a statistics leak. She needed to look at all his characteristics at that moment. The young man thought that this was terrible manners. When she looked at his characteristics, she said that his magical power is quite high, and he offers a lot of effort for survival. She also added that sword masters under the command of the 7th Continental Champion will soon arrive in this place, and she is going to get rid of all the obstacles on the way if he wants to live. He, the 34th, better leave this place. After which she covered herself with a magic cap so that he could not approach her. But he saw everything perfectly well. She used the veil of the deceiver. This is the woman who was in front of him. She hid her power, and he also saw that the power of the homunculus was also hidden. What is it, he thought. The only thing that came to his mind was to follow them to find out who she was. Moving to the next room, he saw a large number of sword warriors who were wounded, and some were killed. Michael, when all this happened to him, thought that he had never seen monsters and the dungeons were a real labyrinth. It all didn't fit in his head. It seemed to him that they were stuck here. The two monsters who accompanied Mrs. Mimi told him that he didn't listen to her at all, and that's what he got. If this continues, they will all die. Michael shouted at her to shut her mouth with them, because he had asked her about it many times already. She told him that at such moments the commander must keep his cool, and she clearly told him that it would be dangerous. Michael got even more angry with her and started shouting, "Does she really think he's guilty?" In fact, she was ready to fight him at any moment, and she really believed that he was guilty. Michael told her that she was a dirty sorceress using blasphemous magic, and if she said anything again, he would fix her face. She laughed very loudly and said that she was very sorry that no one except herself knew the way, and she doubted that he would be able to kill her. Michael looked at her and said that if she didn't shut up now, she was definitely asking for trouble. He came closer to her and swung to hit her. At that moment, someone shouted and stopped him. It was one of his subordinates who said that this was not the best way to release anger. Michael exhaled, lowered his weapon, and said that he knew everything perfectly well. Kim Sun was watching all this from around the corner and said that it looked like a business relationship in which they were forced to accompany each other for personal reasons. Mimi said that she was ready to start her reconnaissance. She met a man who called himself 34, whose affiliation could not be established. Michael asked her if she had a suggestion. Then his subordinate said that he doesn't even know the Human Empire, the Elven Union, the Order of the Iron Blood. Any of the associations he listed are aimed at this dungeon. Michael, he just wanted to know if they could get their hands on at least one monster with the enemy level of the world. The young man thought that they were not talking about the reward that Deckard had mentioned. He thought that he should try to search everything. So he went in the opposite direction. Well, it looks like there won't be anything else on this floor. Having looked around, he decided that he needed to go down even lower in order to understand what was there. Without thinking twice, he approached one of the cliffs and decided not to go down, but to jump down. Having landed on the floor below, he immediately decided to look around. The girl looked out of her pocket and thought that the quality of the ride was especially disgusting that day. Kim Sun come to one of the walls. He felt something at that moment. She thought in her pocket that something was wrong, and why did he stop? Then the young man told her that he thought this wall was suspicious. She looked and didn't notice anything. For her, it was an ordinary wall. Then Kim Sun said that they can check this only in one way. They must destroy it, and then they will know what kind of wall it is. He swung and struck with all his might in order to destroy this wall. When this wall was destroyed, he saw a not very pleasant picture. In front of him were many human bones that were stacked in one place, and that had been lying there for a very long time. When he came closer, he looked at these bones and picked up one of the objects lying on the ground. It was a bow partner. Judging by the shape, it was most likely the remains of the elves. He thought that he had, of course, heard that the ruthless and arrogant Nokak enslaved other races. But he couldn't even imagine that you were in such quantity. It seemed to him that it was a very large quantity. The young man came up and tried the bones. He realized that the bones of the hands were breaking. It must be that they were walled up alive in this place. The girl sitting in his pocket, seeing all this, began to scream that they were just creatures and not a race. At that moment, the young man heard some steps approaching them, and he turned his head. She looks out of his pocket, wanted to clarify what will happen this time. Is it really true that they will have another battle? Well, actually, Michael was approaching them, jumped and hurt his hand. She took a few more steps towards the young man. Michael fell to his knees and lowered his head. It seemed that he could not rise up. He was so exhausted. The young man approached him and asked what had happened to them. Michael raised his head. He said as soon as Kim Sun descended to this floor, he was about to be attacked by a pack of cave elves. The young man wondered if the cave elves were really so warlike that they were ready to attack him. Michael said that these are not ordinary cave elves monsters that have adapted to this terrible dungeon. At that moment, he raised his head and an arrow hit him right in the forehead. This arrow pierced his head and he fell to the ground without moving. Somewhere in the distance, an elf could be seen. These elves were riding on birds similar to the monsters he had already seen. They were in the elf's harness. At that moment, the young man thought that all these elves were definitely out of their minds. Were they really going to swarm him again? He took out his hammer. When these elves rushed to attack him, they did not even suspect what would happen to them in just a few seconds. They thought that if they got very close to the young man, they would be able to destroy him. But despite the fact that they actually tried to attack him, their attack was unsuccessful. At that very moment, when they were very close to him, he swung and struck these elves with a huge hammer. Immediately after one blow, a second and a third blow followed. Several elves, realizing that they could not do anything, decided to get away from this place as quickly as possible. But it was too late because the young man swung his huge hammer at them to destroy them. And he was very good at it, destroying one of these elves who attacked him. He then moved on to another. One of the elves whistled to call for help since there were practically none left. But before he could even whistle, a huge hammer struck him from above, and he was already smeared on the floor. Make a few more of these blows. He destroyed them all. Only the bricks rose up from the force of these blows. The young man thought that he should refrain from using the hand of the Karaza. If he used his hammer a few more times, then the dungeons could collapse. Look ahead. He thought that quite a lot of these elves came to the whistle of one of them. He also thought that in such a narrow place they barely fit, so he decided to try another skill of his in action. Lord Balrog used the demonic whip Cassandra when he was leading numerous demon troops, so the young man decided that he needed to use it too. He wanted to try this demonic whip in action. It was the only thing that could be used in this place. Many elves were heading towards him to attack him. He was already prepared and held demonic towers in his hands. When they approached and became very close, the young man swung and struck with his demonic tail. The blow was very strong and burned everything in its path. He looked at his opponents and thought that they would be a little hot. Immediately after the first strike, most of the elves were destroyed. Some of them simply burned. All those who went to attack Kim's son from the elves along with bird-like monsters were destroyed in this fire. At that moment, the young man thought that this elastic kunut is ideal for tight spaces. The girl tried to stick her head out of her pocket. She said that it wasn't about the room, how wide it was, in her opinion. It was just a powerful weapon. She also asked why. Having so many weapons, they always use only one hammer. The young man has that because only he is able to withstand its power. The other weapons will fall apart if they use their maximum power. At that moment, he said that something completely different was important. He had already said that the Nakak had enslaved other races. She got out of her pocket and said that she remembered it very well. It was not clear to him, but it turns out that cave elves use Nakak as a means of transportation, so it's not clear how it all happened. If he understood everything correctly, then the abyss of the abyss, the degraded Nakak and the cave elves lived together, and before an ancient god invaded them and violated the order. But in fact, this information was of no value to him. The girl looked at him again in fear and said, what would they do then? The young man said that they could not know what strange things were still waiting for them ahead, and went on. Ahead of him, he heard some kind of rumble. Then they saw. When they came closer, the young man said that it looked like these people had also encountered cave elves. After which he heard sounds that were coming and they were somewhere very close. He turned his head and looked. He saw that one of the warriors was resisting several elves. It seemed that the elves were very quickly dealing with this group of warriors, killing one after another. At first the elf was killing one. At that moment, the second of the warriors was very close and had already dealt a blow to this elf. It was one of the sword masters who shouted for the monsters to attack him, thus distracting their attention. He stood alone and all the monsters moved in his direction. It seemed that he was not afraid of them at all. The very next moment his eyes were glowing, and his strength increased several times. He jumped up and dealt the first blow to the monsters that were in front of him, destroying them. The young man watched all this from the side, and thought that it was not bad at all that he became a sword master with such a low level. Because he was fighting off the attack, he didn't notice how an elf archer appeared behind him, and I tried to kill him with my arrow from behind. It was a lava bird elf who took aim to launch his arrow. A second later, he released an arrow that was supposed to hit Michael straight, and he didn't even suspect it. When the arrow was almost next to him and there were only a few seconds left before it would reach its target, at that moment his assistant's sword interrupted it, preventing this arrow from killing his master. After which his assistant saw who was shooting, headed in that direction and swung to deliver his fatal blow. The elf's head flew off in 1 second to the side. After this blow, he was already neutralized. The assistant said, "Sir, but in order to be more attentive in an unfamiliar environment, more concentration is needed." Michael looked at his assistant Ode, thanked him for the fact that he is alive only thanks to him. The young man thought that the old man's skills were quite good despite his age. Within a few minutes, there was not a single elf in their path. Michael and his assistant destroyed them all. But almost nothing remained of the army with which Michael himself marched. The very next moment he felt a very strong blow from the side. He did not have time to react to this blow in any way. It was the magician Mimi with her 2 huge monster assistants who were catching up with him. Coming closer, she said that she warned him not to open the door here. Mimi reminded him that they had a strategy before and he shouldn't have opened the door without her. "Michael, this time, like last time, you yelled at her to shut up because his father would be coming soon." Mimi answered him, "Didn't Mr. Willie order to explore only the area around this dungeon?" Michael answered her that these were just words and that she shouldn't blab. He added that if they achieve any results, he will only be disappointed in his abilities. Mimi then told him that saying one thing and doing another is a family thing, and no one in their family keeps their word. She also said that this is how all ancient kingdoms are arranged. The assistant told the lady that he was asking her to learn this and asked her to refrain from offensive words and actions. After which, he said "Sir, no," that it was enough to listen to her, and it was time for them to leave this place. Mimi thought that this damn old man had ruined everything again, the stupid children of the ancient kingdom who only knew how to wave their fists. The 2 monsters who accompanied her talked only about how she had just hit the son of the champion himself, Willie Gilfot. At that moment, the young man decided to come out of his hiding place and asked her what it looked like she was an ordinary courtier Mac. One of the monsters that accompanied her said that it looked like this guy had been following them all this time, and they didn't even know about it. Mimi answered him that this was a good assumption, however. In the ancient kingdom, there were no court magicians, so you couldn't make money that way. Kim-sun told her that he didn't know what she was looking for, but it seemed like it was something very valuable. Mimi looked at him. I don't understand how much he guessed and how much he heard their conversation. She asked if he was really serious. The young man answered, "Do his words sound strange?" Mrs. Mimi answered him that no, it's just surprising that he came to an ancient dungeon and without knowing the main thing. Isn't he looking for the crown of the king of Nakhak? At this moment, the young man was very surprised because he heard about the crown for the first time. She showed with her staff what this crown looked like and why it was here. The crown of the king of Nahak is a great bird-like people that ruled the sky and the earth. The king was buried and received unprecedented power, the price for which was the destruction of his relatives. The quest royal treasures said that the body and crown of the king were found in a tomb on the 4th floor. The one who found the crown would receive a piece of truth. The reward was unknown. He thought that the destruction of his relatives was too much. Of course, he knew that the crown was a symbol of royal power, so he asked her if she really thought that was enough. Mimi began to say that this is known to everyone, and besides, no one except her can take this crown. She was sure you were there. That's why she could tell everyone about this quest so calmly. At that moment, the young man asked that it seemed she had some kind of ace up her sleeve that no one knew about. Mimi looked at him and said that he was also hiding something, and he didn't want to share it with everyone. After which she turned around and went in the opposite direction. She told the young man about whom she didn't know how strong he was, so that he would try to survive in the donk. He asked if she didn't want to tell him something else. Mimi stopped for a second, looked at him and said, if he survives, they will meet again and then they will talk. After which she very quickly began to leave along the long corridor of this dungeon. Huge monsters were walking along, accompanying her. At that moment, the girl climbed out of his pocket and sat on his shoulder. She asked if he would follow them. The young man replied that no, but they were clearly planning something, so they needed to be in check ahead of them. At that moment, the young man thought of Willie Gilfot, who they said was from an ancient kingdom known for stopping at nothing to achieve his goal, and all this in order to live up to his reputation as the 7th continental champion. If he came to this place, things would get complicated. The girl who was sitting on his shoulder asked if he knew him. He was his friend. Then the young man replied that it was impossible to say that they had a good relationship and that they were familiar. He thought that from a familiar with the magical power of disaster to the crown of weekly power, he had not received such decent rewards for a long time. He decided that he should strike once, but he had to concentrate so as not to destroy this dungeon. He struck. He only needed it to go down 1 floor below faster than everyone else. After he made this hit, a huge hole appeared in the floor. He thought that everything worked out great for him. After he made this huge hole, he felt a huge wind rising up from below which he could pass. The girl sitting on his shoulder was happy. She said that it was a very strong and refreshing wind. She liked it. But in fact, there was a high concentration of mana in him. He was rising from the 3rd floor, from the very one he was going to go down to. Without thinking twice, the young man thought that this was just great and he needed to go down as quickly as possible. So he pushed off and jumped down to get to the 3rd floor. Within a few seconds, he was standing on the floor of the 3rd floor, and many more stones were falling from above along with him. Walking down the corridor, he noticed a lot of bones. These were all bird bones. A couple of hundred of them had clearly died here. Did he really sacrifice them? This was most likely the very place where their king sacrificed his relatives. The young man thought that he wanted to watch it, but it was time for him to move on. He had to get to the 4th floor faster than all of them, so he swung and made another blow with the hammer. When he raised the hammer, he was very surprised because the floor was not damaged in any way. It seemed as if the blow had never happened. He decided that this was some kind of wrong place and he needed to try to make another hit. He did one, then another in another place, one more, but nothing happened. He didn't understand why the floor wasn't breaking. It was then that he realized that the entire 3rd floor was under a magic blocking physical damage, and that was a problem. The young man turned his head and decided that he needed to look around in order to solve this problem. And he also couldn't believe that such a large amount of mana was concentrated on this floor. Here, the magical power increased 3 or 4 times. He didn't even understand, but he caught himself only on one thing, that his mood was simply excellent. Walking a little forward, he saw a statue. He paid attention to it because it was very unusual, and most importantly, out of 6 statues, only 4 remained. As he went further, he was even more surprised because he saw a bag of precious stones. It seemed very unexpected to him. At one point, he even thought that all those who died were fighting for the jewels. So he didn't think long. He decided that he should take them, and he did it. Then he went out onto the stairs that led up. He decided that he should go up and sit on the throne that was at the end of these stairs. When he approached this throne, he decided to listen, but he heard nothing from either side. So he sat on this throne with a calm soul. He was surprised by the silence that was around. Sitting on this throne, he was able to look down on everything that was there. He thought that despite the fact that he had taken the jewels into his hands, no one showed up. But the atmosphere was still disgusting. He wondered if it was all about protection from physical damage. He sat on the throne and looked at one point. At that moment, he heard a voice that said that someone greedy for the throne enemy Nakak. The young man became wary. A fireball appeared out of nowhere before his eyes and was very close to him. The very next moment, this force pushed the young man from the throne on which he was sitting. When he fell, he then realized that, of course, the throne was the launch button. He heard a voice that he had to die, and a huge beam began to fall towards him from above. At that moment, the young man thought that he was very glad to hear this, and that he would be able to cope with it. Now it would be clear to him how to move to the floor below. The beam hanging right above his head began to fall down at a very fast speed. And after a few seconds, it crashed and hit the floor right in front of him. When he was able to distract himself from this blow, he saw that in front of him appeared bird-like creatures that lived on this floor. Each of them had its own color. The young man took a spear from his arsenal. He thought it was a powerful enough greeting that could only be invented. Using his strength and his magical abilities, he began to act and absorb the mana of his opponents. It seemed like he was simply sucking all the strength out of them and throwing everything that was left away somewhere far away. But there were several that were different from the others. These creatures glowed with their own color, some blue, others lilac. Since he couldn't cope with the blue, greed began to crawl out of him. It looked like a snake's head, which surrounded the young man from all sides and was ready to attack him. He thought it was a summoning attack after the physical attack and dark magic he used. He didn't get it easy. The heads of these 3 snakes were torn off and lay on the floor. He understood that these blocks that opposed him, they used techniques depending on the attribute that he used. So he needed to figure out what tactics he needed to use so he could fight these creatures. They never gave up. It seemed that they were being reborn every moment and were starting their attacks with even greater force. He even had to destroy part of the Thai floor just so he could destroy a few of these creatures. But these 3-headed ones were getting bigger and attacking him from different sides. He thought that it was quite difficult to resist when they attacked together. This really irritated him, so he decided to use the weapon he had already tested, namely the glare that he directed in their direction. When the glare hit these 3 heads, it blew them apart. At that moment, the young man was able to take a break and realized that, of course, thanks to the high concentration of mana, the glare was much stronger than in ordinary life. And that's why he was able to deal with them. But in reality, it wasn't the end. These creatures couldn't accept that he was here, and they couldn't allow him to go further, so they used a fireball. One of them headed. He stood in the center, the rest on the sides of this passage near the columns. Concentrating, they launched a fiery ball that exploded near the throne. The young man managed to jump away from the place where he was at the last moment. He felt that during the day, he was without something that was ready to drag him into its nets. The power of the abyss was so powerful that it seemed that just a little more, and it would be able to cope with him. The many hands that were in this abyss were ready to grab him and drag him inside, but he was able to fight them off. These hands grabbed him and tried to drag him into the abyss. Kim Sun resisted them. The girl who was sitting in his pocket during this whole situation asked him why they were doing nothing, and said couldn't he just smash everything here with his hammer? The young man at that moment thought that the only way to stop their combined attribute attacks was to deal with them all at once. He also understood that there was a very high concentration of mana in the air on this floor, and he could use this to destroy them too. With an effort, he was able to get out of the abyss that was sucking him in to begin his attack. Jumping to the side, he put out his hand and used a shine that he directed towards them. He thought that not only they are strong and linked attacks, and not only they can destroy, using a glare he almost destroyed them. And he also combined the glare with a hidden technique, and this hidden technique was echo. It further strengthened his attack. All this together gave such a result that these creatures simply began to melt before his eyes, and they were crushed into small pieces and fell melted onto the floor. They were simply destroyed. When this attack ended, for some time pieces of these creatures fell from top to bottom. The young man was pleased that he had succeeded in this attack. He was happy and said that he seemed to have finally understood how to use echo. He thought that with a little more training he would fully master the echo and would be able to control it when needed. As he walked down the long corridor, he saw that the creatures that were trying to attack him were made of a special material, something like a stone swirl. The girl, looking out of her pocket, said that it looked like glowing obsidian. And from this material you can make obsidian pollen, which will expand the spectrum of magical power. This is an incredibly rare material. This is an enhancement of magical power. so it should be useful for them. It also added that he received precious material, then they can rest a little and cannot go further. She thought it was simply a crime not to use such a wonderful material that they had. He agreed with her and said that they then needed to show what they were capable of. Delivery TU did not start to melt this material. The first thing he threw into this cauldron was the heart of the manticore aged. He found it a long time ago, but it was still in excellent condition. Then he decided to add quality ingredients. The base was ready. He added spore seeds. The next thing he added was glowing obsidian. When he mixed everything together, a sign appeared that this was a success of the synthesis. He actually got obsidian pollen. It was the 4th level of the fire property. If Russia, this pollen, the power of magical attack, will be increased. When the girl was there, he smelled her scent. She smelled just amazing. He knew that he had succeeded. He stood like that for a while because he couldn't tear himself away from that smell. He liked it so much. When he finished this cooking, he said that they needed to have some food, and he suggested eating. That's why he took out one piece of what he had prepared and started biting into it. The young man said to be one step ahead of these idiots. You need to eat something hungry. Nothing can be done. He worried one spoon after another. When he had eaten, he said that they would go up to the 2nd floor and continue to follow the search party. The girl was very surprised because they were so close to the 4th floor. Then he tried to explain that maybe he could break through the magic of physical defense with the help of a glare. But if we go down to the 4th floor without having any information about him, we might just miss the reward. All he could think about was that the woman he met said that only she could get the crown, so she definitely had important information. When they arrived, he stood up and said that it was time for them to hit the road. The girl hid in her book. She said that she would leave him for about an hour. Returning to the very place where they went down, he decided that it was there that he could go up to the floor above. Pushing off Paul with all his might, he jumped up to reach the place through which he had descended. Now he was in an ancient dungeon. It was an underground kingdom, the 2nd floor where the elves attacked them from all sides. The first person he saw when he went up to the 2nd floor was the commander of the criminal squad. He dealt with all his might with the elves who attacked him from different sides. The commander of the criminal squad heard a voice from behind that said that it seemed he had become much stronger than before. The man was the 7th Continental Champion's ballmaster, Willie Gilfot. He also added that he was glad to see him and thanked him for his help. The commander of the criminal squad said that it was an honor for him to help him, but they laughed and decided that they should join their forces. When the young man heard this conversation, he thought, is it possible that Willie Gilfot and Genghis Aaron don't know each other? And is it possible that this idiot is also a native of the ancient kingdom? He decided that he needed to follow them. These two, in the space of a few seconds, were able to destroy all the elves who tried to attack them. The young man thought that Genghis Aaron behaved somehow differently. He and the art of ball control were unusual to see. Now he definitely had no doubt that he was coming out of the ancient kingdom. For him it was just a turn-off because he thought he was a barbarian with such and such appearance and intelligence. It was unclear what else this dungeon had prepared. Willie Gotfot asked the commander of the criminals how many members of the advance group had survived. He replied that there was no need to worry about it. It was as easy as pie to call up criminals to replenish the army. When Willie heard this, he thought that it really could be, and that it really was very simple. When the young man heard that he was going to create criminals in order to make an army, he immediately realized that this guy was worse than the devil. They walked and discussed that it seemed to them that the advanced detachment would not last long. In any case, it seemed that this was the case. One of them said that their help should still encourage everyone, and if they help, then most likely it will be so. The young man came out of his hiding place and followed them. He came to a place where the roads diverged in two directions. One was clear, and the other was strewn with corpses lying around. He thought that he was, of course, sorry that the path was paved with the blood of those who died only because they could not meet their boss with dignity. When he reached the end of this corridor, he was very surprised because he saw a staircase there. It turned out that he was standing right in front of the stairs that led to the 3rd floor. If he had looked around well, then he wouldn't have had to punch a hole. He had no choice but to go down the stairs following everyone who was already on the floor below. When the young man was almost at the very bottom, he began to hear screams that reached him. Someone was shouting that he was an idiot and that he could only lose people. That's why he didn't trust him. It was Willie who blamed his son. Michael said that he was very ashamed. His father continued to yell at him and said that because of his incompetence, they lost most of the search party. And I also blame my son. He told him to think about how he would be held accountable for what he did. Assistant Ode came behind the father and told the gentleman to calm down here. He added, "Doesn't he have a separate person responsible for the search this time?" The gentleman turned his head because it was really true, and this time he had a separate person in charge. So the gentleman looked at the magician and told him that it seemed he could not sober up about the cost of his services because of the fame that follows him. The magician was completely sure that she was right. She tried to tell the gentleman that it was not she who opened the door to the -3rd floor. Willie yelled at her that he hired her as a reconnaissance commander. She replied that it was his son who disobeyed her orders. Willie said that the commander should be held accountable for the inability to manage subordinates. He was ready to punish her. She then answered him that he knew perfectly well that she had no real power. But if nothing could be done, she would accept responsibility and vacate the commander's seat, after which she stood up and began to leave. Hearing this, Willie became very angry, so he swung his arm and stopped her. He said that in the ancient kingdom, the phrase to accept responsibility was tantamount to death, after which his sword Lyoka right on her shoulder near her neck. He told her if she didn't want to say goodbye to her life, then she had to take him to the tomb of the king of the bird-like. They heard some sounds very close by. These sounds were getting closer and closer. These were birds like them, or more precisely, the abyss of the abyss was approaching them. When Putin's abyss was very close to them, it began to absorb everyone present. She moved very quickly and was ready to carry each of them into the abyss. One of the warriors who fell into her trap started screaming for someone to help him because he couldn't cope. The abyss captured one after another and carried them into the abyss, thus destroying everyone present on this floor. There were quite a lot of such creatures that were ready to attack them, and they moved towards them in order to attack. The warriors from the reconnaissance squad were ready. Their commander gave the order to attack these creatures, after which he struck the first blow to one of these creatures, piercing it through and through. Then he takes turns to destroy one after another, the creatures of the abyss of the abyss. The commander of the detachment of criminals, when the abyss of the abyss tried to capture him, began to resist it. Also, this abyss captured Michael, but he resisted and carried it blow after blow. Michael shouted to everyone else to chop off their heads, then they would definitely be able to kill them. These creatures stopped more and more, and some became much larger themselves, but despite this, they resisted them. The commander of the criminal squad thought that he had not signed up for this, and he needed to get out as quickly as possible because he was not going to die. Without waiting for the continuation of events, he turned around and ran back alone, thinking that he would be able to get out. Assistant OD alone was able to destroy more than one such creature. He cut off their heads as soon as they approached him. Willie, his son Michael, and their assistant Ode, they tried 3 times to contain this attack. At some point, Willie shouted that the wandering soul had dissolved, having lost its way. He ordered everyone to raise their heads and see the source that was absorbing the beam of ancient light. When this light came on, it was able to illuminate this entire floor and everyone who was there. Willie shouted, "Those who can still fight should leave the enemies who are very close to them." This light also illuminated the magician who came with them and who should lead to the tomb of the king. When Willie turned on this light, he saw that she was trying to disappear from this place unnoticed by the others. He shouted at her to stop because he understood that he himself would not be able to go further. The young man thought that Mimi Azrael decided to act alone in such a situation. She was not going to share with anyone. He knew that she was hiding something. Mimi really decided not to stop. She went further down the long corridor. She was guarded by monsters on 3 sides. When she reached the end of the corridor, she approached the door after she used her power. It seemed like the door started to burn. The young man was walking right behind her, and without turning her head, she told him that it seemed he was quite strong. Then she added that the ashes from the Gommels were most likely his doing. The young man pretended that he didn't understand what was being discussed. He decided that he had much more important things to do. He asked if she could open this door. Mimi stood silently for a while right in front of this door. The young man came straight up to her. Then she raised her staff and hit the door with it. She laughed and added, if she couldn't, she wouldn't have gotten to this place. At that moment, the door that was unbearable to open was open in front of them. There was another road. He had a sign that said, "Welcome, the King of Destruction will return soon." Mimi said that under the tomb of the King of Birds like this is the crown of the King of Nahak. Kim's son at that moment, did she really just tell him everything and give away all her secrets? It was as if she read his thoughts. She said that they have completely different goals, and they also do not understand what is good about calling themselves enemies. Killy couldn't calm down. He started screaming to find Mimi Azrael because she couldn't have gone far. She took a few steps forward, laughed, and said that it was time for her to go. She wished good luck to the 34th and teleported away. Kim-sun was very surprised that it was a teleport, which means she knows all the coordinates of the dungeon and knows how to move. The young man even felt a little funny. He couldn't believe that she could make fun of the incomparable Willie Guilfot. Thus it turned out that the search party of the ancient kingdom saw off this lady at the cost of their lives. Unexpectedly for himself, he noticed that a black fog began to accumulate around him, and it did not dissipate at all despite the fact that this door was open. He had no choice but to use one of his skills, the Eye of Truth, and he activated it. After activation, he was able to see the entire space. Now it began to be seen much better. And also using this skill of the Eye of Truth, he was able to observe that even new enemies were approaching him. There were several trolls that were located very close to him. He thought about the fact that he had already seen everything in these corridors. The first thing was that it was the Puno of the Abyss, then the Cave Elves. After them there were golems, and now also the trolls who were ghosts. He thought that there was no end to them. These three ghosts were approaching him very slowly. Now he had to figure out what to do with them. When they got closer, they said that he was a very strong man and said that they were not going to attack and were going to negotiate. Then the young man answered them that this was not a bad start at all for the ghosts that had appeared. Further, they did not say that they were guarding this place so that people would not approach the cursed king who had reached the level of minor gods. They demanded that he leave the same way he came. Kim-sun listened to them carefully and said, "What if he doesn't want to leave this place? He wants to go to the end." Then the ghosts started saying that if he wakes up, they meant the king that everything alive in the cave will die, and the same will happen to him too. Kim-sun told them that it was just funny. They could just kill him and that would be the end of it. The ghost was very surprised by this answer. They were not ready to hear it. They hoped that he would get scared and leave. The young man continued his movement, so they started shouting at him to stop because it would violate the order and he would not be able to pass by them. These ghosts could not frighten him, and he passed further through this color that was not emitted. When he went inside, he saw many bodies that were screaming for help, for him not to go further and also for him to kill. Kim-sun understood their tactics well. He immediately realized that they would stop him with hallucinations. They didn't understand who they were dealing with, so the young man's hammer appeared in his hand. He told them to change it, but he had the skill of the inflexibility of an ancient warrior. He began to attack, but he clearly understood that the hallucinations would not withstand the attack and his strength. He moved while he dealt one blow after another, breaking the hallucinations into small pieces. The ghosts who tried to stop him were alarmed as the subspace he was in was collapsing, after which they asked the young man whether he would go further no matter what. At the same time, I call him an impudent man and he must definitely die. These will be the last minutes of life of the damned from their family. He covered his face with his hand, thinking maybe it was the cave elves who called the ancient god. Kim-sun continued to walk forward. He told them that he was most likely here to throw off the slavery of the coves. He walked further and saw a long corridor in which there were many cases of the ball lying around. He thought it looked like these creatures were a cross between a knockhack and a cave elf to thwart approaching humans, and they evolved into something so creepy just looking at them. He would go further. He thought that somewhere very close he could see traces and the smell of mercury, but he decided to go further. Hearing voices shouting from behind, he turned his head to see who it was. The monsters said that they would protect their mistress Mimi, who was hiding behind their backs. These monsters were attacked directly by creatures that were obtained as a result of crossbreeding. They were half-elves, and the second part was similar to a bird. The monsters that were with Mimi went on the attack to protect their mistress. These crossed creatures began to fire several arrows at their opponents. One of the monsters received about 5 arrows at once, but despite this, he still continued to move in order to attack. Running closer to one of the creatures, he swung to strike it. After such a blow, this creature fell to the ground and crashed with all its might. 4 more such creatures from different sides began to approach one of these monsters. The second monster rushed to his aid. This monster, who was surrounded, pushed off the ground with all his might in order to jump up, and in the next moment he is taller than all these creatures that tried to attack him. And the second monster immediately crushes these creatures from top to bottom with both of its huge fists. The confrontation between these monsters could last forever. As soon as they killed one of these creatures, they immediately switched to another. The young man saw a bright light. He turned his head and observed that in the queue of one of these creatures, something was glowing. At that moment, he wondered if this was a magical attack that they wanted to use. In fact, it was a real magical attack towards the monsters. It seemed that they would be destroyed now. One of these monsters covered his face and began to scream that in the name of the benefactress Mimi. The other, despite being exposed to this bright radiation, tried to resist it. Mimi was ready for transformation. When this attack was finished, her monster turned to Mrs. Mimi. They wanted to understand if she was alive. One of these monsters, unable to withstand the attack, fell straight to the ground. Mimi was ready for transformation and told her monster that they had tried hard and now it was time to leave. She raised her life and used another skill that she had, a boiling mercury rain that was supposed to destroy everyone. Immediately after this, mercury that had been brought to a boil began to rain down from above. This rain should have destroyed everything that was in this place. Not a trace of any of the bodies should have remained. Kim's son, watching all this, realized that she had used mercury rain that was heated to high temperatures. The girl climbed out of his pocket. She noticed that such an attack combines the skills of alchemy and the school of metals, but in such a tight space, the evaporation of mercury is very harmful. This is exactly how the mercury evaporation began to affect the attacking Mimi herself, making her cough up blood. At that moment, Mimi realized that she urgently needed to leave. She told her monsters to follow her. They wanted to ask how she was feeling. Kim-sun didn't understand why this woman was doing this and why she was going so far. At that moment, the girl said that they needed to leave this place as quickly as possible because the books needed fresh air, and she also had severe mercury intoxication. The young man stood there for a few more seconds as he felt himself becoming ill. Unexpectedly for himself, blood started coming out of his nose, which indicated that this mercury rain and mercury evaporation also affected him. It seemed that from the effect of this mercury, his physical strength dropped a little. Here is the table that showed that this is berserker blood. If he spends 30% of his physical strength, it will be restored to the maximum. What did he decide to do in the next few minutes? Since his physical strength was at 30%, he decided to restore it to the maximum. At that moment, he felt that he had not felt like this for a long time, as after restoring the power of the maximum house. With one hand, he raised his huge hammer up and thought that now he should try to find the grave of a bird like a king. After which, he went to one of the walls and hit it to make a passage. So he approached the next wall and again made a passage for himself. He decided that it was time for him to slowly get out of this place. Having made passages for himself in this way, he got to some place, and this place seemed unusual to him. The door that was in front of him looked very unusual. There was fog around this door. As soon as the young man began to approach this door, he heard someone's loud stomping approaching him. He turned his head and saw that in front of him was the same damned one that the ghost had told him about. The young man was ready to meet this damned one because he had almost reached the very end. He understood that he had come to the right place. He raised and held the fiery whip in one of his hands. He understood that in such a not very large room, it would be useful to him. Swinging this tail, he stops this damned one and kills him as he spoke about it. Swinging his tail, he grabbed the damned one and held him with all his might. After which the young man pulled his whip and told the damned one to come to him. He could control it. Despite the fact that everyone was saying that this damned thing was invincible, he was able to take him hostage. When he brought the damned one very close to himself, in his other hand he had his huge hammer, with which he was going to finish him off. After the young man swung and struck the cursed one, it began to disappear right before his eyes. After one such blow, this damned thing began to disappear. There was nothing left of him. Holding his huge hammer in his hand, the young man thought that it was very simple. The door to the hospital opened. In fact, there was nothing left on the door except traces of blood, which was a little suspicious. But despite this, he decided that he should go inside. The girl who accompanied him in his pocket said that it was not that simple. She was very disappointed because she did not notice anything strange about this cursed one with whom he had just fought. Kim-sun thought that if he was really cursed, he would not be able to resist him even with a blessing, so his curses were childish babble. So after a while, they were on the lower floor, under the dungeon and the tomb of King Gahak. He was standing right next to this tomb. They were the first to come so close. The girl on his shoulder asked if this was the tomb of the king of Nahak, and if so, they found it. Come closer. He saw a table where it was written that this is the tomb of the immortal king. He needed to spill the hot blood of one of the royal family of Nahak on the barrier, and this noble blood will wake up the king. He looked at this border and thought that the royal family in question was nothing left of it except degraded individuals. Well, if this is not so, then it simply cannot be that they still exist. The girl in the book didn't understand what he was thinking. She told him to just break through and move on. The young man raised his hand and told her to stop. It wasn't just like that. It was a very unusual barrier that they couldn't get through. He understood that if something went wrong, this dungeon could collapse. Then the girl from the book asked him what would happen then, and was he really thinking about that unfulfilled quest? Because he tried so hard to go to the tomb, and now everything. Kim-sun looked at her and said that this is not true at all. The woman he was dating must know something about all this. Come out of this tomb. He thought that it seemed like the group had finally attacked her trail. No matter how she hid her strength, it was clear that it would be difficult for a simple paper to cope with them all. After walking a little dashi covering his mouth with a napkin, he stopped because he saw a monster on the ground. This monster was lying, and in its body there were a large number of swords. Most likely it was protecting its mistress. Kim-sun approached this monster and asked him where his mistress was. He wanted to find her first of all. This monster said with his last strength that his owner had run away. Her eyes had been damaged and now she couldn't see anything. Kim-sun was very surprised by what he heard. He did not understand why her eyes were damaged. It became more and more confusing. He wanted to find her even faster. He thought only about Mimi Azrael. If only she was alive. She really was alive. She was sitting on the floor. She couldn't resist because she couldn't see anything. The warriors who were chasing her wanted to deal with her as quickly as possible because they had to join the main forces. One of them said that some poisonous stuff had been released there. Mimi asked them if they didn't say they would save her if she told them everything. Her opponent told her that she had probably gone crazy, had ruined dozens of lives, and was asking for salvation. After which he told her to be grateful that she would die immediately because she would be killed immediately, after which he swung to kill her. But at that moment, their two heads flew off to the side. No one expected such a turn of events. Kim-sun couldn't let one of these warriors kill her the moment she became weak. The young man came up to her, looked at her, and said that they had worn her out very badly. Then he threw her an elixir. Mimi addressed him as the 34th. She said if he found her, then he had already reached the tomb. She opened the cork to drink this elixir. The young man said that she was absolutely right, but the last quest was some kind of unsolvable nonsense. Mimi took a few sips of the elixir and told him that it was not nonsense at all, after which she continued to drink this elixir. She told the young man that not only he but that old man also knew the answer. Kim-sun asked her, she means Willie Gilfot. Mimi said that not at all, that his assistant butler is a very cunning guy. He is crazy. He wants Michael to receive the inheritance. That is why he deprived her of her sight. Mimi tried to stop. She said that they probably already found the tomb and she would give the young man a hint for the quest, and he should help her a little. He wanted to know how. When she got up, she said that she needed to get ahead of them. He was a little surprised that she wanted to get ahead. Relying on her life, she began to walk forward. She said that somewhere in the southeast of the 4th floor, there is a farm nakak. The young man was very surprised. What does farm mean? She went on to say that after the king of the bird-likes plunged into the catfish, the cave elves began to raise the surviving Nahak as cattle, and the requirements of this quest are the young blood of the newly born Nahak. Then it became clear to him that most likely they had domesticated the Nakhak, who possessed powerful magic and had good physical strength. She continued to talk about how the loss of the king had a negative impact on the already weakened Nakhak. They lost to the cave elves while they were being conquered. They slowly lost their magical power, but some of them retained their abilities. She could see this for herself when one of the representatives of the Nahak used that very magical attack. The young man listened to her until the very end and said that he thought that this was the best retribution. Mimi had such a hard time walking that she asked if it was possible to use those Nakhaks that the cave elves ride. This quest does not talk about bald hybrids. It only talks about purebred white Nakhak. These are the ones who will help complete this quest. According to the elf's arrows, it is clear that there are still white individuals left. Then he told her that she knows a lot of things. Mimi replied that she had been studying the Nakhak for a very long time. At that moment, the young man said that they had come. This is the tomb of the king of the bird of the like. He said that he was very sorry that she couldn't see anything. Mimi answered him that nothing. She felt everything with her skin. Mimi the next moment said that Marakia is the most important thing, Nakhak. Even though they tried very hard to get here first, and they succeeded, they heard someone's voices and decided that they needed to hide. To this tomb began with Michael in his hands was one of the hacks that he caught on the farm. He laughed very loudly and said that he finally did it. They watched everything that was happening and saw that Michael was holding a hack in his hands. Mimi asked Kim-sun what color this hack was. It was very important. The young man asked her what she was talking about. Are there really other colors? Then the girl turned away and said that, of course, there were no other dawns. It was just her imagination. The young man was very surprised. He asked if she saw him as a homunculus by any chance. She said no. At that moment, Michael approached the tomb. Kim-sun was a little upset. It seemed like they would soon complete this quest. He thought he shouldn't bother them. While he was thinking, he did not hear how Mimi disappeared. Turning her head, he did not understand where she went. Michael stood near the threshold of the tomb, holding a nakak in one hand and a sword in the other hand, with which he was going to cut off his head. He thought that this was very good, now his father would be forced to recognize him. Butler Odd supported the master in everything. He said that he became even closer to the inheritance. At that moment, Michael cut off his head, and the spray splashed in all directions. Also, blood began to flow down the paws of the Nakak and drip onto the barrier of this tomb. According to the conditions of the quest, the king had to wake up. The conditions of this quest were completed in the room where the tomb was. Sparkling dust began to fly. For some time, the tomb slowly opened so that the king who was inside it could fully awaken. And after a short period of time, a huge column of bright brown dust began to rise from this tomb. Michael watched everything that was happening. He understood that he had definitely fulfilled all the conditions, and he was able to reach the end. He asked the king of birds like him how he felt about waking up after so many years. In response, he heard that they were small people, and very insolently dared to disturb his peace with some low blood. He swung his sword, after which he shouted for them to die too, and was going to strike so as to cut off their heads. At that moment, the butler looked at the gentleman. Michael, he was very worried about him, and understood that it was precisely on the Naboom that the blow would be dealt. So the butler rushed to protect his master and pushed him aside. At that moment, the blow was struck. Michael only had time to turn his head and feel drops of blood splashing onto his face. He saw his butler killed right before his eyes and lying next to him bleeding. Kim Sun was very surprised by what the awakened king said. He spoke of low blood, which means he needed the blood of a non-white Nakak. Of course, he was very offended, and he understood that Mimi Azrael had deceived him. She didn't want any of them to survive. Michael couldn't believe that his butler was no longer alive. He looked at him. The butlers, having gathered their last strength, told the young master that he would definitely become the greatest successor of the Gilfots. Before he could finish speaking, the awakened king of the bird-like creatures finished off the butler with one movement so that he could no longer move. The awakened king said that he could not believe that they had shed base blood in order to wake him up. Michael was just a call. He screamed, how dare he kill the only person he loved and who loved him. Michael was furious that he was deprived of the only person in his life who understood him. Therefore, the young man, unable to restrain himself, pushed away and began to attack the awakened bird-like king. He wanted to avenge Odie. All these attacks were so weak that they did not affect the king in any way. They were somewhere very far away. At that moment, the awakened bird-like king said that he knew nothing at all and was making noise. After which he launched one of the daggers towards him, which broke his sword in half and threw Michael back. Several other people who came with Michael saw everything that was happening. They didn't think long. They started shouting that they needed to run away. If they wanted to live, they needed to run as fast as possible. At that moment, when Michael was lying on the floor, he was thinking about only one thing. If only his father were here. Right in front of him, a huge ball appeared, in which stood Mimi and her one monster who continued to guard her. When Michael saw her, he started calling her for help. He wanted to somehow get through to her. He watched as the girl magician approached the king of the bird, like Michael still shouted at her to bring his father. He believed that he would definitely figure it out. Mimi, without turning her head, told him that he was a blockhead and did not want to think with his own head at all. That was his fifth song. Then Michael shouted to her that she was an ordinary dog. She knew everything from the beginning and counted on it. When she came closer to the king bird-like, he told her that another enemy had appeared, Gahak. If she makes another check, she will die. Mimi stopped. She tried to explain that she was not an enemy for Nakhak. She said that she came with gifts for the greatest king of destruction. Kim Sun thought that she didn't come herself, she brought a homunculus, but despite this, it is still impossible to find what this guy wants. Mimi raised one of her hands and snapped it. She knew exactly what was going to happen. Her monsters who accompanied her all this time began to shout to her that something strange was happening with his body. After which, what was his body just started to disintegrate and explode right on him. Michael covered his face to avoid getting hurt. After the explosion, he opened his eyes to see what happened. Imagine everyone's surprise when instead of the monster that accompanied Mrs. Mimi, there stood a bird-like figure. Only at that moment did Kim Sun understand why she said that without her nothing would work out. Only she knew where the blue Nakak was. The young man realized that the key was a blue hack and not a white one, which is why she was confident in her abilities. Mimi turned her head, looked at the blue Nakak and said, "Thank you very much for everything." To which he replied that it was a thank you and that he would serve her from now on. As soon as she came to an agreement with him, she also swung and hit that gay asshole's head off. Mimi knelt down in front of her. She laid the head of the blue Nakak and told the king to look at it, because it was hot, noble blood, Nakak. Immediately after the king received noble blood, He ordered everyone to bow their heads and kneel. From all the actions that took place, one could tell that Mr. Marakia was the king of destruction, and only at this moment did he feel a true awakening. Taking a step forward, the king of Nahak, or as he was also called, the king of destruction, Marakia, showed everyone in his glory. Kim Sun watches everything that is happening, seeing the king of destruction. He was even a little surprised by his greatness. After the king of the birds woke up, they started talking about how the greatest king, Lord Marakia, had finally woken up from his eternal sleep, and they congratulated him on this. King Marakia approached Mimi and said that it was she who awakened him, but unfortunately, she was blind and could not see his greatness. Therefore, for what she did, he will give her sight. She must open her eyes and look at him. He launched a bright beam in her direction. The force he used also destroyed the bandage on her face, and she was able to see in one moment as she had seen before. Mimi bowed her head before King Marakia and thanked him for giving her back her sight. After which the king addressed her as a person. He wanted to know from her where his people were now. Mimi, without raising her head, began to say that she was very afraid to report where his people really were. She began to say that for the sake of His Majesty's ascension, all his people died out. These words upset the king very much. He asked her again if this was true. Mimi answered him that it was indeed so, and now she would honor him as Your Majesty. King Marakia, after this conversation, returned to his place and asked Mimi what she wanted and why she came to wake him up. Mimi raised her head. She was ready to tell really why she came to awaken his candle sleep. But at that moment, someone's footsteps were heard, which were approaching very quickly. Someone was clearly in a hurry. It was Willie who entered this room. He saw his son lying on the floor. He shouted to him, not understanding what had happened. King Marakia, watching everything that was happening, wanted to know who this man was who dared to run into the room where he was located. Willie said without ceremony that it turns out that he is the very king of the birds like him, looking straight at the king of Marakia. Mimi got up from her knees, turned around, pointed her finger at Willie, and shouted that he was an enemy, and that this was how she wanted to settle accounts with him. Willie couldn't control his emotions. He looked her straight in the eye and said that she was an ordinary creature and that she was to blame for what was happening now. Willie had his sword in his hand and was ready to fight to defend the honor of his family and his son. Michael raised his head. He looked at his father with hope. He understood that only his father could protect them. Willie was very upset seeing what happened to his son and the butler. He said that he was very late, but the next moment he swung his sword to strike his opponent. His one eye was glowing red. He was thirsty for blood. When Willie struck this blow, he shouted for the king of the bird like me to die. At that moment, his sword began to transform. Kim Sun was very surprised to see the transformed sword in Willie's hands. It justified his champion title. The king of the bird like Marakia made a counterattack. He made a random selection of feathers towards Willie. At some point, the transformed sword and the randomly flying feathers mixed together, destroying each other. The attack of the disorderly feathers was directed at his son, and it was his king that the birds like him wanted to destroy. When these feathers began to reach their target, they made cuts on his body. There were a large number of them. Willie, realizing this situation, pushed away in order to help his son. He couldn't leave it like that. So when he was near his son, he put up a protective barrier with which he was able to hold back the attack of a bird like King Marakia. Willie turned his head and looked at Michael and asked how his son was feeling. Michael at that moment asked his father for forgiveness for being such a bad son. His face and everything he did was covered in scars. Willie told his son that he needed to focus on only one thing: survival. Michael told his father that he would do just that. Without turning his head and holding back the attack of the king of birds like Willie said to his son, if they get out of the well-fed place alive, then he will definitely hand over to him the position of head of the Gilfots. His son Michael was very surprised and was even more grateful to his father. The king of the bird-like Marakia turned to Willie and said that he was a strong enough man and he could block his attacks, after which he once again made a random selection of feathers. This time it became very difficult to maintain Willie's protective barrier. He began to doubt his strength and understood that he would not be able to withstand another attack. He simply did not have enough strength. The feathers' attack began to break through the protective barrier in a chaotic manner, and all these feathers fell into Willie, each of them killing his body. Mimi, watching everything that was happening, said that he believed that this was a punishment for his greed. Almost dead and exhausted, Willie answered her that she was an ordinary creature, and yet she managed to destroy their family. Mimi watched him die. She told him that she couldn't believe that he was still looking for someone to blame for what happened. It was just ugly. It didn't bring the slightest smile to her face. At that moment, Kim Sun appeared near Willie's body. He came out of his hiding place holding a huge hammer in one hand. Mimi was very surprised when she saw him and asked 34 if he was still alive and what kind of hammer he had in his hand. Kim Sun turned his head and looked at Willie. Gilfot told him that his selfishness had ruined him, to which Willie replied that no matter what he looked like, if he was holding this hammer, he could not be wrong under any circumstances. He saw his face again before his death. It was at that moment that he realized that this face could only belong to one person, and that this person could only be an enemy of peace. Mimi, when she heard this, thought that from the very beginning she understood that he was hiding his powers. Well, she couldn't even imagine that he would turn out to be an enemy of the world. The king of the bird like Marakia would be perplexed, because he had just awakened from his eternal sleep. Around him there was a large number of strange people from whom there was no end. So the first thing he decided to do when he saw the enemy of the world was to attack him like Willie. He directed a random emission of feathers in his direction. Kim Sun was prepared for this turn of events, so he activated his hammer to strike back. He swung his hammer once and struck right in front of him near the tomb of the Bird King, and everything around him began to collapse. It seemed as if the feathers that were released by the king collided with the stones that rose into the air due to this hammer blow. Willie, observing this, said that Kim Sun, in the process of these clashes, went beyond the limits of a Superman and rose to a transcendental level. These were his last words, after which he could not hold back, and with all his force his head hit the ground. At that moment, Kim Sun told him that it was time to watch the battle of the enemy of the world from the other world. The king of the bird like Marakia concentrated his forces and, transforming himself, decided to approach the enemy of the world. He dropped down right in front of the young man, holding in one hand a sharp scythe, which was his weapon. Kim Sun answered him that he should start crying because he holds Karaz's hand, and he's ready to kiss his memory. I am seeing off his last journey, once his comrade in arms. The king of the bird-like creatures answered him that this was some kind of nonsense, and that the upstart thought that he could defeat him. He ordered him to be destroyed. The warrior who was released by the king of the birds told the young man that by order of the great king, he must immediately show his appearance. At this moment, a thick fog began to form around this warrior. The king of the bird like Marakia called an army of death that was to stand in his defense. He told the young man to look at it, that this is the power and authority that only the king of the Nakhak has, namely only he. He tried to explain to him that one touch from him and us is enough to take away all the vital abilities that he has. He considered them his slaves who must destroy this small insect, which he considered Kim Sun, or the enemy of peace. After listening to him to the end, Kim Sun did not answer him. He simply swung his huge hammer and decided to hit him again. When he hit, he destroyed everything that was in front of him. He shouted that he wanted to say goodbye to the little ones that were standing in front of him. After this blow, this squad of birds began to appear, similar to those who stood in defense of their king. The king shouted that he was an ill-mannered idiot and that he had no right to touch the king's army, to which Kim Sun replied that he was of course very sorry, but he didn't know how to act differently and what to do. Then he added that he was too far from all this politeness. He swung his arm trying to strike. The warrior of the king's army parried this blow. But when he did this, the weapon he was holding in his hands crumbled into small pieces. Now it was clear on whose side the warrior had the strength, and at that very moment he decided to retreat back. When he was at a safe distance, the warrior decided that he could carry out another attack. He jumped up and was ready to grab the young man with his sharp claws, considering him an average human. Kim Sun, watching everything that was happening, asked him if he really wanted to grab him with his bare hands this time. The young man, when he repelled his attack, said that he did not think that he was fit to be his opponent. The warrior of the bird-like army turned to his king as he felt his entire body breaking into pieces. He asked his king for forgiveness for his infidelity, at which point he turned into black smoke, which immediately began to develop. The king of the bird-like creatures, watching everything that was happening, thought how it was possible that the human offspring had single-handedly defeated his entire army. He thought that it simply couldn't be, so he directed all his forces towards Kim Sun and attacked him with random feathers. The king of the bird like Marakia sent all his forces to one place, namely to the place where the young man had stood before. But at that moment, he was no longer there. When the attack was completed, the king of the bird-like wanted to see how he crushed this little man. But everything was not so. Kim Sun was already standing behind him. A few very quick movements and Kim Sun was already on the back of the king of the bird, like he screamed that he finally caught him. King Marakia was very surprised. He could not even imagine that something like this could happen to him, that someone would catch him. So the king jumped up to throw this guy off of himself. He thought it was just impudence. He should get rid of him. Kim Sun had a completely different opinion. He laughed at the king of the bird-like creatures. He said that he was chirping something very loudly. After which the young man did not start to fan for long. With just one movement, he tore off 2 wings from the body of the king of birds similar to his. King Marakia was no longer so confident in his powers, and he could not hold himself up high, and he began to fall. He fell down at high speed because he no longer had wings to stay in the air, and after a few seconds he hit a block of rocks when he crashed to the ground. After which Kim Sun approached him and said that now they could talk in a calm environment. The king of the birds, like those who lay on the ground, thought only that this could not be. He is called the king of destruction. But the situation he found himself in was shameful for him, and he was shamed by some lowly little man. At that moment, he thought about the fact that he needed a sacrifice in order to renew his strength. He needed a sacrifice, and he remembered about it. He definitely had such a victim, and in his opinion, it was Mimi, so he extended his paw trying to grab her head. When the king grabbed her head, he had no choice but to tear it off and get her blood. Mimi at this moment tried to stop the king. She started screaming for someone to please save her. At this moment, King Marakia, holding her head, said that she was his subject and he would gladly eat her. After which King Marakia fulfilled his promise and happily renewed his energy at her expense. Kim Sun shouted to the king that he had already healed his wounds with the sacrifice. He was like a lizard that had lost its wings and grew them again. The king was actually able to heal and grow his wings again due to the fact that he sacrificed Mimi. Kim Sun shouted at him that this was some kind of immeasurable arrogance. Does he really think that he has some kind of power over people? The king answered him that no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't do anything except a physical attack. Kim Sun swung his huge hammer to hit him again. He said that as a result of this attack, his wings were torn off. After which the young man said that he was just trembling with his tongue and nothing more. He hit with his hammer but hit a protective field. This was the first time he failed to reach his target because his hammer stopped and did not hit, only because there was a protective field in front of him. Having hit this protective field, it was thrown back with all its force, since the strength of the protective field was really great. He was carried a great distance and hit a brick wall, after which the young man fell. Liza on the ground, he opened his eyes and saw only the fog that was in front of his eyes. Raising his head higher, he realized that there was a protective barrier of a bird like a king that prevented physical attack 3 times reflection. At that moment, the young man used his skill with the piercing eye to look around. Then he saw that this protective field only reflected physical attacks. If this is so, then this protective field will in no way be able to display his power, which he can apply with the help of glare. Put the lands on the right in your hand right on the protective field of the king of the bird like he used the magic of the glare. At this moment, the king of the bird like Marakia was very surprised that this man, whom he did not consider a serious opponent, could possess magic. Already in the next moment, the king of the bird of the like saw that the barrier he had set up had been broken and that the glare had reached him too. Kim Sun approached him and said that he knew it. Now it is unclear whether he should call him the king of birds like him, because he no longer looks like that. When he came closer to him and saw the state he was in, he said that it impressed him, and the king was holding up well, even after he received a hit from a glare enhanced by the mana floating around. King Marakia said that he could not believe that Kim Sun had such power and possessed such magic. At that moment he looked like a scalded bird. The barrier of the transcendent was needed only for the restoration of wounds and protection from physical and magical attacks. King Marakia thought that the young man had given all his abilities. If he could hold out until his wounds healed, he would have a chance to win. Kim Sun told him that it seemed that the brain process was going on in his little bird head. No matter how hard he tried to come up with something, he had no chance of winning. King Marakia was very irritated. He tried to answer the young man that he was not going to fall for his bluff in any way. Then Kim Sun told him that he wants to believe it or not, that was his business. After which he took a few steps forward, holding a huge hammer in his hands. He said he only had one chance, and if he gave him his crown, he would leave him alive. King Marakia could not even imagine that this man would want the king's crown. The man coveted his crown. It did not enter his head. Kim Sun told him not to fool around. He knows perfectly well that with her help he will receive power and abilities as a reward for taking this dungeon. He is even given a familiar of the calamity rank. King Marakia laughed very loudly. He said that he really couldn't understand him. He was amazed that this man really believed that this crown contained such power, and that he wanted to get a familiar of the calamity category, so it was not harmful for him to dream about it. Kim Sun immediately realized that this was just an ordinary bait. He told the king that he was ready for him to give him his magical power. King Marakia answered him, "He is talking about the remains of his soul. It is simply impossible. Does he really think that he can take over his soul and powers being a stranger?" Then he added that the only thing the young man could get from him was death, which he categorically disagreed with, so he decided to change his tactics. He took out obsidian pollen, which was level 4. Its properties were that if it was scattered, the power of the magical attack would be increased. So he scattered this pollen at one moment, and with his other hand swung his huge hammer in order to attack. At that moment, Kim Sun, when he heard what he was saying, said that he lived a dog's life got to him, and he says that he will not get anything. It was clear that there was a saturated density of mana in the air, which meant that the growth of the magical power of the obsidian attacks of the boy that he scattered around also increased the magical power of the attack. All this led to an increase in the magical power of the attack by 300%. The anger of the young man had never reached such a level. The king of the bird, like Marakia, told him that he was an ordinary fool, and the barrier he had installed would protect him from magic. At that moment, the young man, having delivered his blow, said that he already doubted whether it was a chick because there was too much bird cries. After which Kim Sun used the magic strike glare effort in his magic mystery echo. This barrier could not withstand such an attack force. Kim Sun, when he attacked with such force, he thought if Professor Altukia saw, he would be scared. Seeing his result, the young man thought that what a good buff was the magical power that he used in this blow. He was also a little surprised and could not believe that this appearance could be so powerful if it was strengthened a little. King Marakia, when he saw that his barrier was destroyed, he was not a fly to believe that he did not understand what it was. And how could this happen just because of one blow that was made by a man? Kim Sun was also a little surprised. He thought that it was, of course, very powerful, and everything he did was as if it was a completely different spell. After the barrier was destroyed, almost everything around was also destroyed and burned. Rising from the ashes, the king of birds like Marakia reassured himself by saying that he could not die such a miserable death. So he wanted to run away from this place as quickly as possible, but right in front of him, a young man's hammer struck. Kim Sun told him not to even think about running away without his permission. King Marakia stopped, turned his head and looked at the young man. He said that he was an impudent little man who did not understand what he was doing. With all this, the king of the bird-like creatures tried to escape from this place. Kim Sun followed him. He became interested in seeing where he could run and how far he could run. The first place where the king of the birds went was on the floor, above where there was a room and where his throne stood. As he approached this throne, the king felt that he had no strength at all, so he fell to the floor with a crash. As he lay there, he tried to raise his head and see if the young man was following him. Of course, Kim Sun supa him. He said if he drags around like that here, it will be very easy to catch him. King Marakia thought that he did not believe that all this was happening and that he was so pathetic. He thought that he needed to get to the surface and restore his strength. The only thought that was in his head was that he needed to move on, and he would definitely take revenge for the shame that he had experienced. So he jumped up and climbed through the hole in the ceiling to the floor above. It was the same hole that the young man made with his hammer. King Marakia jumped up to get to the floor above this dungeon. He did not have enough strength, and he could barely hold on. Gathering all his strength, the king climbed to the floor above. He thought that now the young man would not be able to catch up with him. But everything was not so at all, because right next to him appeared the same whip that the young man had already tried on others. This whip was supposed to capture the king of the bird-like creatures and prevent him from moving further. The king was very surprised, and he tried to put a barrier in front of himself so that he could escape. The king thought that this young man was quite a tough nut to crack, and he wouldn't be able to get rid of him that easily. Kim Sun swung his tail at him and said that maybe he shouldn't resist like that. Maybe he should give in already. The very next moment, the young man's whip grabbed the king's wings and he pulled the whip back with all his might. This time he again tore off one wing of the king of the bird of the likes, and then the second wing was torn off. King Marakia said that he did not dare to tear off his wings twice. No one is allowed to do that. He raised his head and thought that he was almost at the exit. If he could get out, he would regain his strength. When King Marakia was ready to get out, the very same creatures that stopped no one from going inside stood in front of him. Now, they were stopping the king. They told him that the king should not go outside. This should not be done under any circumstances. King Marakia was furious. He shouted for them to get out of his way. He wasn't going to stop. He needed to get out. So he saw nothing else but to use the feather attack and destroy these creatures, which is what he did. These creatures of the abyss that stood in his way were destroyed. Kim Sun thought that even after submitting to the ancient deity of the abyss, she retained her consciousness. King Marakia ran with all his might to the exit of this cave. He needed to restore his strength, so this was his last chance. When he was very close, and it seemed to him that he could do it, a red light started to glow for him from above. This red light meant only one thing, that there had been an escape from this cave, which should never have happened. As he climbed higher, he clearly saw this red light that seemed to be around him. When he was almost at his destination, the king of the bird-like creatures saw a very bright light that blinded him, after which he felt another very strong blow from above that threw him back into the cave. I'm not falling into a cave. He was thinking about only one thing. How could this happen, and why couldn't he do anything? Already when King Marakia fell to the ground and hit the rocks at the bottom of this cave with all his might, he realized that he could not get out. Kim Sun come closer to him, said that he really can't get to the surface because of the curse of extermination. He spent 1,000 years in a dream. It turns out that he is younger than he thought. The curse of extermination is a curse of death imposed by a god who came with the disaster children born after the disaster die. The king then realized that this 1-year difference was not enough for him to escape the curse of extermination. However, his father really wanted him, the owner of black feathers, to inherit the throne, which is why the cave elves and their relatives were transferred as a sacrifice to carry out a ritual that was supposed to plunge him into a 3,000-year sleep. All this happened more than 3,000 years ago. This was before the curse came into effect. King Marakia lay with his eyes closed, unable to rise. He did not understand why this terrible curse was still in effect. Kim Sun answered him that God is cruel to the current generation of conscripts who are not subject to the curse of extermination, and he is one of them. King Marakia tried to get up and he laughed very loudly because this whole situation turned out to be a country to him. He was in despair because no matter how hard he tried, he was still destined to die, and he could not come to terms with the fact that he had to die such an insignificant death. So he decided to burn all living things to honor the souls of his kinsmen who gave their precious lives for him. Kim Sun told him that his decision was not bad at all, but if he helped him, then he would help him remove this curse. King Marakia didn't even want to hear what he was saying because he believed that no mortal could ever lift the curse of a god. Most likely he was just mocking him. Then the young man told the king that what about those who were able to overcome this curse? King Marakia shouted that this could not be. The young man tried to explain to him that you are hard to believe, but it is true. 7 heroes, they all overcame the curses of extermination, and he is stronger than all of them put together. Kim Sun told him if he wanted to get rid of this curse, then he had no choice but to cooperate with him. King Marakia answered him that he was just making things up on purpose, and did he really think that he would believe this lie? He knew for sure that he was going to take the remains of his soul from him. At that moment, a girl's head appeared from his pocket. She said that it had become simply impossible to listen. She listened any longer. She couldn't. That's how selfish one had to be. She climbed out and started screaming about how the king even knew what situation his relatives were in. The king looked at her and asked what she wanted to say by this living book, to which the girl answered him to look with his 2 eyes, which he still had. The underground kingdom of the farm Nakak is all that is left of his relatives. And what kind of place is this? Representatives of the birds like which were kept there in cages and fed at certain hours. It was an ordinary farm where they were raised, and then they were simply destroyed like ordinary bird carcasses. There was even a special person who chopped off their heads and sent them further to be processed. King Marakia, when he heard about all this, said that this could not be because it was the pride of their race. Kim Sun showed it all to him. He said now he can see for himself how things are and that the bird species are just livestock. At that moment, King Marakia closed his beak and his eyes. He was afraid to look at all this, and it was unbearable. He definitely did not want such a future for his people. Looking at his race, he thought that this was probably the only way to survive in these conditions. All this was in order to wait for the return of the king. The king could not even lift his head to look at everything that was happening. It was also a disaster. The young man told him that it was exactly as he saw it. Kim Sun promised the king that this is why, after he prevents all the disasters, he will ask God for what purpose he created this and what humanity means to him. At that moment, a very small bird-like creature approached the king, which resembled an ordinary chicken. The king lowered his gaze and looked at him, and to him this little bird-like figure seemed so pitiful. He said that he, the king, knew absolutely nothing about what had happened to his people, and he could not believe it. He took this little bird Padubni on his paw and looked at him, after which he said that he was truly very sorry for what happened here. He looked at his people and his race and said that if he could only save them, he would definitely do it. He also added that he would gladly give them everything he has, and under no circumstances would he think twice about it. After which he turned sharply and addressed the man that he was ready to trust him, after which he began to glow brightly. King Marakia said that this man must definitely save his people. After these words, there was a very bright splash. As a result of all that happened, the last egg of Marakia was obtained, and it was this egg that was entrusted to the young man. Kim Sun looked at this egg and thought that he would definitely keep his promise and take care of this people. The egg that was right in front of him started releasing black fog. He watched everything that was happening. Among this black fog, he saw the remains of the soul, those that were concentrated, and that remained from the king of the bird-like. Kim Sun thought that these were the very remains of the soul in which he concentrated all the power of the king, and he was ready to give it away. And the young man was ready to receive it as a victory in this quest that he completed. I'm trying to get this power. He received a message that the young man's power is higher than the victim's power, so the inheritance of power did not occur, and also his dexterity is higher than the victim's, so the inheritance of dexterity did not occur. The physical strength of the young man was higher than the victim, so the inheritance of physical strength also did not occur. The only thing he inherited was magical power, and he also inherited intuition. When it was all over, he looked at his hands. He needed to understand how much his magical power had increased. To do this, he decided to open the status window and see what state he was really in. His strength was 999 plus, agility 853. All his indicators were almost at maximum. The magical power of intuition exceeded the indicators of a superhuman, and this made him very happy. He immediately thought of the demon king Max Hasunas. With such indicators, he could definitely meet him again soon. After some time, all the representatives were gathered in the Hermit's Tower to hold a meeting. In the middle of the hall in the Hermit's Tower, there was a book of disaster around which everyone gathered. The book of disaster this time glowed with a bright light. It seemed that some changes had occurred in it. The first to speak was Chang Yisu. He was a representative of the Iron Blood Order and wanted to clarify the reason for their gathering. The next person who asked if they had decided to play a prank on them was Harkonnen. He was a representative of the Order of Assassins. The book predicted the disasters of the Demon King as well as the disasters of the Seven Heroes and the disasters of war. Harkonnen noted that the contents of the book were the same as before. He did not understand what had changed. Kopecki from the Union of Merchants stated that the Hermit's Tower guards the Book of Disaster. If they gather for every little thing, there will be difficulties. Kent from the Human Empire agreed with him. Another representative said, "Have they forgotten who finances the upkeep of the Hermit's Tower?" The head of the tower, Porphyry, answered them that he does not know how to tell them about this, but he definitely confirms the presence of a king like this in the Book of the Bird's disaster. However, the records of the disaster suddenly disappeared. Everyone in the presence did not understand what he was saying, and did they really all look like idlers who are ready to listen to such nonsense? Unexpectedly for everyone, laughter was heard. Those present did not understand who dared to laugh at such a moment. She continued to laugh and asked them for forgiveness, turned to the head of the tower. "Just he looks hilarious in his confusion." It was the half-dragon Karnas. The head of the tower turned his head and looked at her. He didn't understand what she meant when she said that he looked hilarious. The head of the tower said that he was not lying about the disasters of the bird of such a king was under the first disaster. Immediately after these words, something incomprehensible began to happen. The book of disaster that was in the center was covered with fire that was on all sides of this book. Now it was written that the king of the bird of such destroying his contemporaries cried bitter tears, but in the end, spreading his sinful wings, plunged the world into darkness. They thought that even King Dima was not able to cope with this. No one expected the emergence of a new disaster. However, despite the fact that it was recorded in the disaster book this morning, the disaster has disappeared, Karnas said. The representative of the Iron Blood Order shouted, "What kind of nonsense are they all talking here? This simply can't be." Karnas turned her head and looked at him and asked if he was trying to tell her that she was lying here. The representative of the Order of Iron Blood said that of course not, and that's not what he meant. Then Karnas told him that it was a funny joke. She said that the situation is serious. Why not conduct research on this issue? The head of the tower agreed with her. He said that this is true. The information is still insufficient. First of all, it is necessary to understand the past and prepare. He also said that therefore someone must go beyond the tower. He wanted to clarify who could help them. The representative of the squad to kill said that they will not be able to after the collapse of the Almeria clan. The entire schedule of orders has shifted, and they have no free people. A representative of the Iron Blood Order said that they at the Summoning Palace cannot afford to lose conscripts. The rest began to justify themselves by saying that very great damage was inflicted on the airship by the landing troops, so they too are still leaving from the damage inflicted because of the gold coins stolen by the enemy of the world. It was very strange to understand that everyone was busy. In that case, there was nothing left for her to do but go alone. Everyone wanted to ask if she could really do it. Karnas looked at them and said if they would pay her properly there, she would be happy to do so. Then they told her that she needed to investigate the disasters and return back, that she didn't need to do anything else, and that she shouldn't spend the money just like that. Karnas told the head of the tower that he had enough of grumbling, to which he replied that if she hadn't caused any problems, there would have been no need to grumble. After she received everything, she said that she was ready to leave this tower in order to find out the current situation. In just a second, she had penetrated and was outside this tower. She needed to do all this as quickly as possible. When she got outside, the first thing she thought was that she needed to start with an inspection of the public catering places. And also thanks to the king of the bird-like, or whatever his name was, she could finally breathe some fresh air. At the same time, in the hands of the young man was the very last nakak egg that he had to save. Kim Sunrise returned to the location of the criminal army because he needed to refresh himself and restore his strength. The criminals were talking among themselves about how there had been no fighting these days. The research staff of the underground prison had been destroyed, so the chief had also stuck his head in the sand. The young man thought that Kangas Aaron had acted in this way. He had calmly run away from that place. He was indeed a tough nut to crack. The girl from the book was looking out of his pocket. She said that compiling an illustrated handbook on alchemy was a pleasant occupation, but he was not going to catch the Demon King. A month had passed since he inherited Marakia's magic from us. To which the young man replied that he was not yet at the level to deal with the Demon King. At least he needed to lead the school of heaven from Althusius. Then everything became clear to her. He said that for now he lacks the magical powers and powers of intuition to master this introduction. So for some time he will be here and develop alchemy. The young man heard someone's voice from behind, asking him what he was creating this time. He turned his head and saw the red-haired man from the criminal squad. He answered him that he was just practicing. He was doing something that would never be used anywhere. The red-haired man answered him that looking at this, he remembered Deckard. Redhead asked how he was doing, Deckard, or the 22nd young man answered that there were a lot of medicines and potions in the capital, so he would be back soon. At that moment, a sound was heard, which became louder and louder. It was the sound of horses' hooves approaching. On one side, a whole detachment of horsemen was approaching this camp. The criminal who was on the tower shouted that someone was approaching, but he could not yet see who it was. When the riders on horses were much closer, he saw that they had a banner in their hands. He was very surprised by this sign, because it was the Salvation Army that was approaching their band of criminals. The young man, when he heard that the Salvation Army was approaching, he thought why the great troops defending the front lines would come to this place. Now it was necessary to understand their true purpose, why they came to the criminal detachment and what they needed. The commander of the criminal squad was very happy when he saw the Salvation Army. He said that they must be tired of walking such a long way. Salvation Army Commander Ilya Bregas appealed to the head of the Criminal Investigation Force. Deputy Commander of the Army of Salvation Sofia Bregas looked around and declared that this bunch of nondescript warriors. Ilya Bregas, he was obviously the eldest son of Martin Bregas, one of the 6 great heroes of the continent, but why such an important person would come to such a place was unclear. Sometime after the Salvation Army arrived, the detachment commander, a criminal, shouted for everyone to listen to him. The commander of the detachment of criminals announced that the next day they would go to guard the Army of Salvation right up to the entrance to hell. Everyone was surprised that they had to go all the way to the entrance to hell. The commander of the criminal squad said that this time the order was given personally by Martin Bregas, who was the Margrave of the front line of hell. The redhead looked at the commander of the criminal squad and said that this idiot really knows how to use connections. The commander of the criminal squad said that this order was very important, so they should frolic tonight as if it was their last. Kim's son thought it was very strange. Could Martin personally send his son into battle? It was somehow suspicious. Indeed, the next day they went to accompany the rescue party to the very entrance of hell. When they got to the gate and the entrance to hell, they stopped, and the guys from the criminal squad opened their mouths, because they saw that the path of their advance passed through the road of sorrow, and it was an expressed field. The commander of the detachment of criminals said that they needed to overcome the desert that was in front of them as quickly as possible. The detachment commander was informed that people would soon begin to fall from the heat. In such a state, they were enraged from fatigue without having taken a single step. The commander of the criminal squad looked at the Zero and replied that he had no shortage of arrogance. The commander of the rescue squad noted that sometimes you also need to listen to the words of your subordinates. You can't rely only on your own stubbornness. The commander of the criminal squad tried to justify himself. He said that they got it all wrong. These idiots were just simulating. The commander of the rescue squad told him not to make excuses, and he said that they all had to bypass the path of attack. After which, he ordered everyone to go to the coast and very quickly began to move in that direction. The commander of the criminal squad could not allow him to be treated in such a way. He thought that the man was not even wet on his lips yet to command him. Approaching the coast, they saw that lizard-like monsters began to rise from the depths. When they got closer to the path of the water coast advance, they saw these lizard monsters coming out of the water and heading towards them. The commander of the criminal squad asked the Zero how many of them he thought there were, to which the Zero replied that he thought there were about 8,000. The commander of the rescue squad, when he heard that there were 8,000 of these water spirits, decided that it would be better for them to retreat. But he did not understand how they could return. The commander of the squad, a criminal, raised his hand and said no. These creatures that came out of the water were very weak and their intelligence was low, and they were on land so their speed would be low. The commander of the criminal squad said that the Salvation Army remains in place and watches everything that is happening. She should entrust this to them, the criminal troops. After which the commander of the detachment of criminals launched an attack, shouting forward to his guys. He said that they needed to show their strength. Zero listened to the squad leader and said if he said that, then we should go, but he didn't really want to do it. Kim-sun stood silently. At some point, he even thought that this idiot commander of the criminal squad would definitely kill him if he did that again. The commander of the criminal squad rushed to attack. He destroyed these creatures one by one. He shouted that these creatures had to be swept away at once. He also shouted that whoever kills the most water spirits will be able to leave his army. When the guys who were standing and watching everything that was happening heard that they could leave, they thought that this was their chance. Each of them decided that he would be the first and would finally be able to go to his family and see them. Kim-sun decided that he should use magic and kill those water creatures with a glare. The smell of raw fish that surrounded him was simply unbearable. But he also realized that it was impossible to kill them all at once with one flash of light. There were too many eyes. When the redhead struck another blow to the water one, he noticed that the young man's magic had become even stronger. The guys from the criminal squad dealt with these water spirits, destroying them one by one. When these water creatures felt danger and that they could do nothing on land, they very quickly began to return back to the water. Many of the guys from the criminal squad wanted to catch up with at least one more in order to kill them, so they decided to run after them. Kim-sun shouted at them to stop and not to pursue them all the way to the sea. As soon as these water creatures got into their usual tani, their speed increased very sharply and they could easily attack in the water. Therefore, it was impossible to pursue them in the water, since the water creatures were much stronger in these conditions. Many of the criminal squads could not stop, so they began to pursue the water spirits even in the water in order to destroy them. That's why when the guys from the criminal squad went into the water spirits started to drag them under the water in order to kill them. This was their battlefield and they were stronger here. Kim-sun tried to aim and destroy a few more watermen with his glare, but he thought he couldn't do anything because these guys were tangled up with the watermen and it was hard for him to aim. The commander of the detachment of criminals stood on the shore and shouted to his soldiers that they must all survive and prove their strength. Kim-sun thought that the commander was deliberately shouting that they had to prove their strength, and he had deliberately lured them to this place. Again, the horses were heard dully. Now it was clear that the Salvation Army was approaching. The deputy commander of the Salvation Army gave the order to the Salvation Army to cover the criminal troops. This terrible day was finally over, and a Salvation Army camp was set up nearby where one could take a break. In one of these tents were the warriors of the detachment of criminals who survived this battle. The commander of the criminal squad came into this tent and said that he was proud of them, the fighters of the criminal troops. He said that they showed their strength, proving that they can be called brave warriors. He also said that they are specially selected warriors, and that tonight they will arrange a voiceover for the commander of the Salvation Army. Red couldn't contain his anger. He shouted at the commander about what he was saying and whether he really wanted to make them all traitors so that they would be killed. The commander of the criminal squad said that from treason, on the contrary, more merit is achieved, and besides, McGrath Martin Brigas himself ordered it, after which he took out a paper and began to read. I order the commander of the criminal troops, Kangas Aaron, to kill the adherent of the disaster, Elijah Bregas, and his subordinates. Further, it was said that if they successfully fulfill the order, then they will gain freedom. The one who brings the head of Elijah himself will receive a special reward. When Kim Sun heard all this, he then understood why the commander of the detachment of criminals drove the warrior to a deadly dangerous place. He thought that Canis Aaron, he should kill him first of all. The commander of the detachment of criminals said that they were completing their preparations for the great deed and left this tent. The commander of the detachment, the criminal, turned his head, looked at the 34th, and asked him why he didn't come out. At that moment, the young man said that Mr. Willie Guilford had ordered the commander to be brought secretly. When the commander of the criminal squad heard who wanted to see him, and it was Willie Guilford, he was very surprised. The commander of the criminal squad wanted to clarify whether he was really alive and where he was. The young man told the commander to follow him. He silently turned and followed him. Followed by the commander of the detachment of criminals, they walked along the reservoir. The commander of the criminal squad asked the 34th if he was really sure that Mr. Willie Guilford was really in this place. Without turning his head, the young man answered that he did not understand how a dead man could come here. Then the commander of the detachment of criminals took his sword and tried to swing it. He told the 34th to stop, and did Willie really decide to become? Then Kim Sun answered him that of course not. It was just a reprisal for his brothers of arms, who died because of his incompetence. At that moment, he had a hammer in his hand. The commander of the criminal squad shouted at him that he didn't understand what he was saying, but he really wanted to get his hands on the hammer the guy was holding. Kim Sun turned to look at him and thought that he most likely did not know about Algaraz. The commander of the criminal squad swung his weapon. He thought that he could kill the young man in this way. He shouted that although he was sorry to kill the magician, the 34th should rest in peace. At that moment, Kim Sun already knew for sure that the commander of the criminal squad was not long for this world, and he had to be eliminated. That's why he used his hammer to cut off the head of the detachment commander, a criminal, so he could settle accounts with him. The very next moment, the head of the commander of the detachment of criminals is separated from his body. The young man thought as he looked at his body lying on the ground, the dumber the braver. In this situation, this proverb was perfect. Kim Sun thought that it was nice to watch his useless head fly off to the side, and that he should be the one to rest in peace. All these events took place on the shore of the water, and this reservoir became larger, and it caught the legs of the young man. He lowered his head, realizing that something was happening in the water, and he needed to figure out what exactly. Turning his head and looking at it, he realized that an incomprehensible creature was emerging from it, which was all glowing. This creature was the queen of the water spirits, and she, in all her glory, approached the young man. The queen of the waters was so huge in size, and she appeared so unexpectedly in front of him that he even froze. He was so small and so petty in relation to her that it seemed that she could carry him to the bottom in an instant. He thought at that moment that she was angry and for the brutal murder of the water ones, so he decided to get away from the water as quickly as possible. He ran, and with all his might, he understood that if they evacuated quickly now, then the whole camp would be washed away by a wave in one moment. When morning came, the guys from the criminals detachment were waiting for the sun to rise. They didn't understand where their commander and the 34th were. Kim Sun ran very quickly after him. There was a huge wave. He shouted for Akkad to quickly take all the warriors and climb the highest cliff. When Red heard this scream, he looked and froze in surprise. He couldn't move. He was wondering what this was all about, where the commander was. At that moment, the young man said that their commander had abandoned them and fled. The soldiers who remained from the detachment of criminals began to talk about how this bastard of their commander had done what they thought. He had simply fled. The redhead turned his head and looked at the criminals and said that the secret assassination of the commander of the Salvation Army was canceled. He ordered that they all concentrate on survival. The redhead looked at the young man and asked where he ran back to. The 34th answered that he would return soon when he warned the Salvation Army. It was very quiet in the Salvation Army tent city as everyone was resting until the morning. Kim Sun stood in the very center of this military camp and shouted that there was an emergency and everyone had to wake up right now. The commander of the rescue squad ran out of his tent. He wanted to know what this nonsense was and why he was woken up. But when he looked to the side, he saw a huge wave approaching them, and several horses had already been pulled down by this wave. The commander of the rescue squad, when he saw this situation and the fact that he was left without any horses, he was a little confused. At that moment, his deputy and his sister ran up to him. She said to her brother, tugging at his hand, that he doesn't need to stand here at all. He needs to run away from this place as quickly as possible. The two of them started running away. At the same time that this wave captured this entire territory, along with the water, there were water spirits who thirsted for revenge. The rescue squad leader let go of his sister's hand and told her to wait for him because he needed to go back, and he forgot one thing. She didn't understand where he was going to go back to and started telling him that the water spirits would come soon and he wouldn't be able to cope with them. The commander of the rescue squad shouted that the devil's book was left in his tent. Without it, there was no point in coming to this place. When Kim's son heard about the devil's book, he thought that he would need to follow the commander and find out more about this book. The rescue squad leader quickly returned to his tent and grabbed the devil's book lying on the table, after which he ran out of the tent, shouted to his sister that he was carrying her and showed her. The sister looked towards her brother and shouted at him to be careful, because they were already advancing behind him. Indeed, very close to his back, there were several dozen water spirits who were trying to capture him. His sister, when she saw this situation, joined him in order to fight off the water spirits. The two of them very quickly dealt with everyone who came out of this water. And after some time, they were standing, and there was not a single water spirit around who was going to attack them. The sister helped her brother walk. She told him to hold on a little longer. Kim's son watched everything that was happening from the side. He clearly saw that everyone except these two had died. The girl from his pocket asked him why he was pursuing them. He was watching them. Then Kim's son told her that he heard that some magic books can become demons. If this book is magic, then he needs to check it. After some time, the commander of the rescue squad and his sister came to the very place where they were going to. They were near the entrance to hell. When they approached, the sister said that they had a little more to go. But at that moment, her brother could not go further. He fell to the ground. He had no more strength. At the very entrance to hell, they were already met. It seemed they needed to go through the main entrance. They didn't get there very far, so the sister told her brother to get up. They had very little left. At that moment, Kim's son approached them, and he heard her telling her brother that he had been holding up well, but that this was the end. Kim's son approached them and said that, however, he could not just die without reaching a little distance and without doing the most important thing, namely, why were they here? He couldn't die until they used the very book that he had. The monsters that were at the very entrance to hell seemed about to pounce on them if they took even one step. The sister shouted at this monster to move aside. She was ready to engage in battle with him. This monster was a devilish bird of disaster, and it was not one to run from danger. The girl who heard from behind turned her head and saw Kim's son and asked him, because he is from the criminal army. The young man answered her that apparently she was in a desperate situation, and if she can answer his question, then he can help her. At that moment, Kim's son approached her brother lying on the ground without signs of life, after which he took the elixir out of his pocket and showed it to the girl. He asked her how she felt about such an exchange. The sister began to tell her brother to immediately tell everything he knows to achieve any goal. You first need to be alive. The commander of the rescue squad, when he saw this elixir, he thought it was excellent. He was ready to answer questions. The first question Kim's son asked him was what he was going to do with the book that was in his hands. The commander of the rescue squad answered him that this was a quest of the great demon, and he must complete this quest. He started saying that if you open this book and hand over 1,000 demons to the Orem, then a quest will begin that will be able to make a demon out of any creation. Kim's son at that moment thought whether it was worth saving a person who ultimately wants to become an ordinary demon. Then the boy explained that his father would not save a person unless necessary. He also explained that his and his sister's mother was killed by this person by his father. He then added that just for their lives, he needed demonic power so that he could kill him. Kim's son at that moment gave him the elixir. He thought that revenge is of course very interesting. In return, he said that he would also like to be nearby and watch the quest of the great demon. The commander of the rescue squad, lying on the ground, caught the elixir and asked again what else he wanted. Kim's son repeats to him what he already said, that he's very curious, so he wants to watch the quest of the great demon from the outside. When the squad leader came to normal, they went to move forward, but the monster tried to stop them. The rescue squad leader's sister took a step forward. She was very desperate. She screamed for this monster to attack her. Kim's son asked the girl to step aside, and a sword appeared in his hands. It was a fiery sword that could destroy everything around with one blow, and especially this monster. Come closer. Kim Sun swung to strike this monster. Immediately after this strike, the monster fell to the ground. And everything around was on fire. It just burned down. Nothing was left of this monster. The commander of the rescue squad thought it was just unrealistic, and his sister was surprised that he did it with one blow. After this, Kim Sun looked at his brother and sister and said that now they would be able to take him along with them to their destination. They entered hell and moved towards the city of demon worshippers where there were 2 towers. The head of the rescue squad opened his book, which he held in his hand. He said, "If you follow this book, then this city which is in front of them is a city of demon worshippers. The great demons Murder and Karak Sharak are the rulers of this city. Each of them has established a stronghold for themselves, the Scarlet Tower and the Blue Tower, and are currently waging war with each other for territory." When he read all this to the very end of his book, he asked which of these towers they would go to first. Kim Sun listened to him carefully and answered, "Of course, they will start with the closest brother and sister." Looked at the guy. They walked and could not believe that this was a human city that was in hell. It was unclear what kind of crazy people lived here. When they got closer, they saw creatures that looked a bit like people, but they had fangs and some had horns. The girl was surprised if these creatures were really called people, because they looked more like demons. And her brother continued to talk about how the book said that people in this city changed their appearance to look like demons. One of these people noticed these 3. He stopped and did not take his eyes off them. After which he shouted out loud that one of these guys had the Red Devil's book. Everyone else started shouting where the Devil's book was, and people who lived in this place started gathering around them. There were so many of them, and they tried to approach them from all sides. They demanded that the person give them the book in a good way. Kim Sun looked at this city dweller and asked him who he was to give him orders. This local resident said that the young man was very impudent for a human to address a demon candidate like that. The commander of the rescue squad thought that if he took this book to Mr. Mirador, they could become real demons. Kim Sun then asked where he could meet this Mirador, and was told that this could be done on the top floor of the Scarlet Tower. And he was also told that if he opens the book in front of Mr. Yamador, the quest of the great demon will begin. One of the residents of this city looked at the people and said that they didn't need to know this at all. He was ready to attack them. At that moment, the young man took out one of his attributes, and so the whip with which he would be able to stop these future demons. He swung and hit him. He shouted that he was an ordinary pig with a mouth like a broom. And he turned to those who were standing behind and said that if they didn't want to become the same stakes, then they should accompany him to the tower. After which he swung his sword once more, waiting for them to answer him. They simply had no choice. They also escorted him to the Scarlet Tower. The Scarlet Tower was a tower of bliss. It had everything you could wish for, food for every taste, and much more. When they went inside, they were very surprised and could not believe their eyes because they were simply running away from the abundance. The voice that came from the depths said that these dishes were prepared especially for the guests who came from afar, and so that they would not be shy and enjoy themselves. The sister turned to her brother. She asked if they really should eat a little first. The brother agreed with her. Kim Sun stopped them and asked if their eyes were just for decoration and they couldn't see anything at all. He added that he couldn't believe that they had developed an appetite from food prepared by a fly larva. When they heard about it, it was as if they were in a hurry. It's really unclear how they could fall for it. After which this insect came out of the darkness and began to approach it, laughed loudly saying that fresh ingredients had finally arrived. At that moment, the young man couldn't hold back and shot a sparkle towards the insect. When he destroyed it, he once again confirmed that the dish from this insect will no longer appear, and he would like to destroy this entire tower. But they still had, so they went up to the top floor of this Tower of Bliss, and they needed the audience hall of Mirador. When they were already on the top floor, the commander of the rescue squad said that he did not think that they would be able to get up to the top floor so easily. He looked at the young man who stood in front and asked if he was really just a simple warrior. Kim Sun asked him to shut up and calm down because now the real game was starting since they were almost at the goal. At that moment, they approached the door and opened it slightly in order to enter the next hall. When they went inside, they started covering their faces because there was an incredibly terrible smell in this room. And there were also many larvae around someone's voice, began to say really and not close the nose in front of him. Somewhere in the depths of this room, two burning eyes appeared. He said that it seemed that they did not feel sorry for their lives at all. It was the great demon Mirador. Demon Mirador, you will see that they are kneeling in front of him, said that he is a funny man. The rescue team commander continued to appeal to the great demon Lord Mirador with a request to make a demon out of him. Mirador, when he saw the book that was lying in front of the rescue commander, said that it seemed he had prepared for their meeting properly. After which he extended his hand forward and said that this is excellent. He is launching a quest with bliss. And he told the guy to open the book that he brought to the altar of 1,000 demons. The commander of the rescue squad, when he heard these words, raised his head and thought that he had succeeded. But Mirdor told him that there was a but, and that before this quest begins, he must remember only one thing. And they stood attentively listening to his every word. Mirdor told him if he didn't pass the test, he would live the rest of his life as a fly larva. His sister approached him. She wanted her brother to make the right choice. The commander of the rescue squad unexpectedly shouted loudly that he was ready for anything. The quest, the road of bliss that he had to go through, consisted of destroying the ruler of the tower to get a reward. Kim-sun at that moment thought that this quest, the road of bliss that they were offered, they were very much mistaken. But they had no choice but to go as they were told to the Tower of Order. Kim-sun, when he came closer, noticed that there weren't even people in this tower. In fact, these two towers were very different. Kim-sun felt someone put a hand on his shoulder and turned his head to see who it was. It was the commander of the rescue squad who asked the young man if he also wanted to become a great demon. Kim-sun turned her head, looked at him, and told him not to make him laugh. He wasn't even interested in that. The commander of the rescue squad asked the young man why he had gone so far in helping them, to which he heard the answer that he wanted to fill the power of magic and the power of intuition as a quest reward. The commander of the rescue squad looked at him and asked if he could believe his words, to which he received the answer that he had many chances to take the book away from him, but he did not do it, and he should not worry, since he was not going to take his bread away from him. They opened a huge door and entered this tower, but there was no one there, and the commander of the rescue squad began to shout loudly. Only after they started making noise did two warriors who were defending the tower come out to them. The faces of these two traitors were not visible because they were covered. They said that talking together while thinking is a serious crime. The commander of the rescue squad apologized and said that he needed to meet the ruler of this place. He asked to be escorted. The warrior who came out to them looked at these people who came to the tower in surprise. And then he repeated once again that this was a place for deep thought and understanding of the mind, after which he accelerated to attack them. Under jumping up, it's yours. He swung to strike. At that moment he said that this is not the place to ask questions. The girl stood to the side and watched everything that was happening. She was very surprised. Well, she also couldn't leave her brother alone, so she took out her sword to deflect the blow. One of these warriors jumped up and started attacking, and he ordered her to shut up. These two warriors demanded only one thing, that they keep quiet. The girl was even more surprised. So she turned her head to the side and saw Kim-sun attacking one of these warriors and throwing her weapon at him. The very next moment, his huge sword was on the chest of one of these guards. As soon as he destroyed one of these guards, the young man attacked and destroyed the second one. They were standing at the entrance to this tower, and two guards who tried to block their way were destroyed. The mission was accomplished. They overthrew the inhabitants of the Tower of Order and received a reward of 5 magic. Also, it was said that the numerical value of his power is too great. The girl saw that he couldn't get the main reward because he had too much power. She didn't understand who this person was at all. She looked at Kim-sun and thought that he was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. The rescue squad leader pulled out his weapon and ran forward very quickly. He shouted to his sister Sophia that they had no time to hang around, and she tried to stop him. At that moment, it seemed like the young man's assistant was taking it from his pocket and asking if they were in too much of a hurry. He agreed with her. It's good that at least nothing happened in front of them. There was another person who looked more like a monster who was screaming that they should be executed. The rescue team commander destroyed one after another on the second floor of the Tower of Order. It was a place of justice. The boy turned his head and looked at his sister, and Kim-sun said that he wanted to become a great demon as soon as possible. That's why he destroyed everyone who was on that second floor and didn't intend to leave anyone alive. He moved very quickly so that no one would stand in his way, swinging his sword and destroying the enemy. One of those present on the second floor tried to use resistance, but he didn't succeed because the commander of the rescue squad went further and further, destroying everyone in his path. The only word he uttered as he struck one blow after another was execute. At some point he thought that he just needed a little more and he would reach his goal. Well, he had a worthy opponent in front of him who was able to throw him back with one blow. When Sophia saw that her brother was in danger, she screamed for him to stop. Kim-sun looked at the girl and told her that he didn't want her to get involved in this and that she should stop. At this moment, he applied obsidian pollen. It was the 4th-class fire attribute, spraying it, increasing magical power. If you attack in a hurry, the result will be predetermined, but if they spray obsidian, the magical power will be increased. One of the representatives of this tower stood near the commander of the rescue squad, swinging his sword, trying to strike him. The guy was at a loss because he didn't know what to do next and even thought that this was the end for him. At this point, obsidian was sprayed so that their magical power would be increased. At that moment, the guy was able to stand up and cough. I feel like he has at least a little strength. Kim's son grabbed him by the throat and started shouting loudly about how he was an idiot and did he really want to die? After which he calls that he is covering his ass for the last time. He will no longer do anything to save him, and he must first think before he starts to act. The rescue squad leader started shouting that he could win and defeat this guy even without their help. Kim's son let go of him at that moment and pushed him back so that he would realize that he should be grateful. At that moment, his sister caught him and asked him if everything was okay. Kim's son once again told the guy to look at his sister and think very well, and once again because there won't be a second time. They entered the hall where Karaka Sharika was. When he saw them, he said that it took them a long time to get to this place. Kim's son, without thinking twice, threw it at Gabulov, one of his men whom he killed. This head fell right in front of Karak Sharik so that he could examine it carefully and see it. Kim's son at this moment said, "Is it really true that he doesn't feel sorry at all for saying such things before his death?" Karaki Sharika looked at the young man and said that he was very impudent for a boy who dared to come to the great demon. The commander of the rescue squad at that moment was thinking about only one thing. If he killed him, he would finally become a demon himself. Kim's son replied that he did not want to talk for long and wanted to finish this as quickly as possible, so he told him to give him the second devil book. Karaki Shariki, when he heard about this, was very indignant and asked the young man what he meant. Then he said that apparently this quest is a way to keep the towers from each other, and if so, then he should also have this book. Karaka Sharika answered, "Does he really want to say that by completing the quest Alai Tower, he will receive a quest from him?" And then he added that it was good, because he had nothing more to wish for, except to wipe that pig off the face of the earth. The commander of the rescue squad, when he saw the second book, said that his target couldn't be right in front of him. Kim's son looked at the guy and told him not to grumble, opened the book, and when he gets the power of magic and the power of intuition, he will definitely help him. Or then he asked if he really thought he could stand up to him alone. The rescue squad leader reached forward and then touched that very book. Give the moment he received the quest, the Way of Order, which was necessary to completely destroy the inhabitants of the Tower of Bliss lost in pleasures. The guy thought that he shouldn't burden himself with unnecessary thoughts. He just needs to complete the task. Kim's son at that moment told him to give the devil's book to his sister. After which they left this room and began to go down the stairs. Kim's son walked ahead. They were blocked by security guards who shouted that they needed to kill the troublemakers. That was the only way the tower would remain safe. Kim's son at that moment thought that they were worthless idiots who didn't understand who they were dealing with. His sword appeared in his hand. He didn't think long. He pushed off. He decided to attack, and only after that they would be able to go further. The guy turned around and looked at his sister and asked her if she believed Kim's son. The girl asked him again what he meant. He believed that even though the young man was helping them, one day he could betray them. At that moment, Kim's son was destroying the enemy. Sophia said that they got this far only thanks to that guy, so they have no choice but to trust him. Her brother replied that he would become a demon before Kim's son betrayed them, after which he told his sister to give him the book immediately, and he took this devilish book for himself. After which he turned around and told her that if not now, there might not be another chance and ran back up the stairs. Kim's son, despite being busy destroying the enemies who were trying to block his path, was also in control of the situation. Seeing that the commander of the rescue squad was returning back up, he thought that he was a fool. When he came back, he fell on the floor and started talking about how he should become a demon. Karak Sharik at that moment stood right above him and released his long tongue trying to bite him. Kim's son and his sister stood at the entrance to this room and they watched everything that was happening. Karak Sharik, his true form, was like that of an ordinary fly. Hello there, he was a great demon who asked the guy why he came again. Kim's son didn't think for long and answered him that he just wanted to see what would happen next. The girl looked at him. She was very upset. She started asking him if she was just going to watch, and he wasn't going to save her brother at all. Then he answered her that why should he do this? Because he himself chose this outcome, and himself returned in order to be destroyed. Sophia lowered her head and said that he was right. It was her brother's choice, so they had to figure it out themselves. Then she added if she couldn't do it, then she asked him to at least save her brother. She was ready to join the fight. She pushed herself away to start attacking Karaki Shariki to save her brother. But their opponent was not so weak. He opened his mouth and from it began to fly out many flies with red eyes. Each of these flying flies was ready to cling to the girl's body and suck as much blood from her as possible. She tried to fight off the attack of these flies flying and attacking her. Well, there were so many of them, and they attacked her from all sides that she didn't have enough strength to fight them all off. And while she was fighting off some flies flying towards her on one side, those on the other were already very close to her. Their main task was to get close to the girl and sting her as quickly as possible and then suck her blood. Along with the blood, they sucked out all the strength from her. And since there were a lot of them, they sucked out quite a lot of strength and blood. She was in a lot of pain and she started coughing up blood and screaming loudly in pain. So many of these creatures attached themselves to her with their sting and sucked all the strength out of her. Karaki Shiriki told the young man to watch from where he was standing until he finished his feast, at which point he struck the rescue squad leader from behind. When the girl saw that her brother was in danger, she was simply furious and shouted at him to get away from him right now. And despite the fact that she was also in a lot of pain and was being attacked from all sides, she jumped up and rushed to help her brother, striking her opponent. Karaki Shiriki, when he received one blow, decided that he should go back as quickly as possible. The girl ran up to her brother, picked him up, trying to bring him to his senses. The guy seemed not to hear her at all. He repeated the same thing. The great demon, only by killing him can he become a demon. Sophia screamed at him for her brother to pull himself together and listen to her at least this time. She said that while she was distracting the great demon, he had to run up to Kim's son and beg him to save them. The guy raised his head and looked at his sister Sophia. I don't understand why it says that. The girl looked at her brother, smiled, and told him to promise her that he must definitely survive. Karaki Shiriki listened to their whole conversation, told them do they really think that they can survive, after which he released many more warrior flies. The girl shouted to her brother to run away as quickly as possible so that she could hold them back. The commander of the rescue squad approached and quickly ran to the exit where Kim's son was located. And his sister Sophia was left standing alone and by attracting attention to herself, gave her brother the opportunity to save. These flies bit her from all sides, releasing their sting into her beautiful body. She screamed very loudly in pain. At some point, she could no longer resist. She fell to the ground and lay motionless. Karaki Shiriki video, what is happening to her? He said that he will eat her as an aperitif. Her brother practically ran up to Kim's son and fell to the ground right in front of his feet. He lowered his head and began to ask the young man to save him. He begged him. Kim's son, at that moment, looking at him as if they were asking, here asked who he was asking to save. At that moment, the guy thought about it, because he had to give an answer as to who needed to be saved, him or his sister. Kim's son pushed him aside and said that he was a pathetic idiot, after which a huge hammer appeared in his hands. The guy looked in his direction and wondered if he would really not save him but destroy their enemy. Kim's son, when he came closer to the demon, said that he was dirty, a deity that has no right to life. And he is very disgusting, so he cannot look at him calmly and thinks that he needs to be destroyed. The commander of the rescue squad continued to sit and watch everything that was happening and how the young man was talking to the demon. At that moment, the commander of the squad before the rescue realized that the enemy of the world was in front of him. He did not understand how he ended up there. Kim's son told him to shut up and just watch what would happen next. The demon told the guy if this was the same damned enemy of the world that killed the Lord of Fear and turned the demon king into a bird-like. The young man looked at him and asked if some bug could really do something to him for this. Karaki Shiriki told him that he would kill him and become the new demon king. The young man told him that he was a dirty son of a bitch and completely unworthy of this, after which he prepared to strike. His huge hammer was merciless to everyone who approached him. He destroyed. The huge army of flies that were released in his direction were instantly destroyed by one swing of this hammer. And already the next second blow was dealt by a huge hammer on Karaki Shiriki. The young man wanted to know who this person was who was going to kill him and whether he had enough strength. Karaki Shiriki was thrown back after this blow and did not seem as powerful as he had been just recently. The young man took a few more steps forward to destroy his opponent. He told him that his opponent dreams too much, but in reality he is an ordinary bug, after which he struck again and destroyed this bug. After the great demon Karaka Shirika was destroyed, an explosion occurred in the tower. The task was completed. The great demon of the Tower of Order was killed, for which a random treasure chest with the symbol of the great demon was given as a reward. Kim's son, after he destroyed his opponent, he looked around. Come closer to your opponent. He said that he finally died. That's all. After that, he approached the girl who was lying on the floor and told her that he would fulfill her last wish. At that moment, her brother got up from the ground and ran to her. He was shocked that he no longer had a sister. Kim's son looked at his head as he behaved and thought that he really should fulfill her wish. Her brother ran up to one of the artifacts when he saw it. He said that it would help him become a great demon. There was a smile on his face, and he said that he would finally be able to kill his father. He didn't even notice that his sister was lying motionless. He was only happy that there were such treasures in front of him. He believed that they had done it, and their dream would now come true. The young man understood that the demon penetrates into the unconscious person and returns him. This was the very case. The guy screamed that he would now become a demon, after which he went up to his sister, lifted her head, and told her to wake up because their dream had come true. Kim-sun didn't want to look at it because it turned out to be more unpleasant than he thought. Troitsky People's Militia training camp soldiers practiced striking. The commander of the Trinity People's Militia, Param Dagot, gave orders for them to move faster. He was dissatisfied, so he thought that it was necessary to go even faster and that they should strike blow after blow. Lord of the front line of Trinity Border Castle. Martin Bregas watched what was happening on the training ground. They came up to him from behind and said that if things continue like this, the front will collapse from Kura. It was a representative of the Order of the Iron Knights, the Death Squad. He said that most of the mobile fortresses were destroyed and they lost many knights. He also said that without support, it would be very difficult for them to withstand attacks. The Lord replied that the marauders, who usually remained quiet in winter, suddenly changed their tactics and began to attack. He wanted to know what they would do now. The representative of the Order of the Iron Knight believed that it was not the time to stand aside and watch. If everything continued like this, the front would go. The Lord asked him if he really thought that the front would just go down because of the lack of people. That was all the Order of the Iron Knight could do. To which I heard the answer that if the front is destroyed, not only they but also the Lord of the Border will suffer damage. The Lord laughed and said that it was none of their concern. He believed that they had no right to interfere in his affairs in any way. After which he said no matter how much they asked for support, it was all useless. There wouldn't be any. Then the representative of the Iron Order said that they had no choice but to return. The Lord told him to convey his greetings to the commander. One of the assistants to the Lord turned to him and said that the situation was really critical and that it was not worth sending him back. The Lord asked his assistant how critical the situation was. He wanted to know the exact answer. He was told that 6/10 of the total army had been defeated and destroyed. The Iron Cross had almost surrendered. When the Lord heard about this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It all seemed funny to him. After which the Lord stood up from his chair. I said that from the very beginning he did not like the representative of the Iron Order Chosong Tech. He thought that he was of low origin. They tried to explain to the Lord that if they fall, they too will be under threat. RT responded that they are preparing the Trinity People's Militia for just such emergency situations. Demon added if the order goes well, they will simply replace him with this guy. I mean the guy who trained the warriors. In another tower, a loud cry was heard. Someone was calling Martin Bregas. The man hit the wood and broke it in half, saying that if he continued to behave like this, he would also follow his plan. In response, he heard only laughter and nothing else. So the man calmed down and turned his head to look to the side. His face hidden by a wide-brimmed hat, he sat in a chair in the dark part of the room and said that he had finally made a decision. The man said that he would cooperate with the king, but he should not forget his promise. After which his guest, having heard such an answer, lowered his hat even lower and said that he would convey it that way, after which he very quickly left. The man watched attentively and only managed to notice how his guest instantly evaporated. Then he repeated the name of his guest again. It was Martin Bregas. He thought he had to destroy his arrogance to pieces. Kim-sun at the same time was sitting in the desert on the ground near the fire. He wanted to be alone. He heard his assistant in his pocket asking him if he really didn't want to go back, and he didn't look very good. The young man answered her that he was very tired of people, so he decided to be alone. At that very moment, there was a loud explosion. They turned their heads and saw a column of smoke rising into the sky. The girl said that most likely a war had begun, and they were both very surprised. This position was next to the dwarven fortress at the front. Did they not come to the aid of the Order of the Iron Knights? The young man thought, although he had heard that things had not been going well for them lately, had no one really helped them? So he stood up and told his assistant that they needed to check, and if anything, the gnomes would help too. Then she asked him if he was really going to help just like that without him receiving any reward. She didn't understand what came over him. Without thinking twice, he answered her that the thing was that he was their debtor, and therefore he was obliged to do it, since it was thanks to them that he received his weapon, the most enormous hammer. The demon stood at the top and directed his subordinates how to attack, and he also directed huge blocks of stones. These blocks of stones fell down, breaking the stone walls of this fortress. In this way, they tried to get inside. The demon could not restrain himself and shouted to his subordinate worms to go forward and attack. At that moment, explosions were heard from all sides. It seemed that the fortress was about to shatter into small stones. The vile demons became more and more numerous. They tried to get as close as possible to the walls of the fortress and climb it. The dwarves who defended the fortress and who were ready to repel this attack were waiting for them on the walls of the fortress. As soon as one of these demons approached, the dwarf tried with all his strength to repel its attack and throw it off the walls of the fortress. The commander of the dwarves of the Thunderfront fortification, Kalbamba, shouted, "So that the enemy does not happen, it is necessary to stop." On the other hand, the demon who was leading this battle was shouting to his subordinates to destroy the walls as quickly as possible. At that moment, huge demons crawled out and were supposed to destroy the wall by destroying it. The commander, watching everything that was happening, shouted that these damned demons were attacking. The forces were more unequal, and it seemed that a little more, and they would have to surrender this fortress to the demons. The commander raised his head, looked at the sky, and then said, "Is this really the end?" At the same moment, a multitude of fireballs flew towards the fortress, which were supposed to destroy the walls of this fortress. When these balls reached their target, a very strong explosion occurred, and it seemed that the walls would collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the commander told everyone to look ahead to see if reinforcements had arrived. Nobody understood where to look. Then he told them to look into the distance. There was someone on the hill. The demon was furious. He believed that they could not be taken by such tricks, and turning to the guy, he said that he really thought he could handle everyone alone. After which he ordered the 3rd platoon and the artillery platoon to eliminate this young man. First of all, many arrows rained down in his direction. The demon was sure that after so many arrows fired, this guy would not be able to stay alive. Kim Sun stood at the very top of the hill, raised his head up. He used the power of heaven and had to feel it. When he got this strength from above, he was ready to start attacking and win this fight. He needed to fully restore his strength to enter this battle alone. The next thing he decided to use was a meteor. He launched a multitude of fireballs towards the enemy, which fell and destroyed the entire army of the Turn as it stood at the walls of this tower. When the captain saw what was happening, he said that one good magician is worth a whole battalion. The very next moment after the guy stopped hitting the enemy, it was clear that he was still standing on the same hill. The demon was simply furious. He couldn't even imagine that one guy could defeat his entire army. So he gave the order to the heavenly army to not stop and attack this magician. Kim Sun stood looking at this army that was trying to attack him from top to bottom. At that moment, he thought that their boss was annoying him too much, and therefore he needed to be eliminated as quickly as possible. He decided that this time he would use the weapon he had at his disposal. He took out his fire sword, after which he decided that he needed to personally engage in battle with the demon who leads the enemy. When he entered the battle, he began to attack and destroyed absolutely all the demons that tried to attack him. When the demon saw Cassandra in his hands, he asked why she was in his hands and why she was here. He also wanted to know how he as a person managed to get her. He tried to avoid the blow. But it was too late because Kim Sun at that moment directed fire in his direction, and the demon boss hammered. After which the entire enemy army was burned in the fire, and none of the demons will be able to aim. Kim Sun was calm as always because he was confident in his abilities, and he helped the dwarf. The cannons that were protruding from the walls of the tower also stopped firing as no one was attacking the castle. The huge gates of this castle opened slightly and warriors appeared from inside. And their commander ordered the entire army to prepare for battle, and none of them would miss this chance to drive out these vile demons. As soon as they were finished, a feast began in the fortress of the dwarves of the Stormfront. There was also a young man at this feast. He, along with everyone else, drank from a huge mug. As soon as he drank, he put the mug on the table and was watched from the side. The captain said after he laughed that this guy is not only tough on the battlefield, but also tough on drinks. Kim Sun asked them why the Iron Knight Order had not sent reinforcements. They told him that things had not been going well for them lately, and that their commander had not even been able to bring his son back from the conscription palace. At that moment, the young man thought that it was his husband who was to blame for his death. They immediately told him that the real reason was Martin Bregas himself. It was he who did not give them help. And that person wanted to know why Hertz refused to support them. They explained to him that Gertzak had rejected the Order's request for help several times, and it was unclear what the reasons were for this. Rumor has it that he plans to destroy the commander of the Iron Knights and put his heir in his place. In any case, these are just rumors and you shouldn't trust them too much. The captain stood up at the table because it was time to set off. His entire army was heading to the gathering place. They received a letter from the Duke of the Borderlands where it said that every kingdom, all the peoples on the front lines must fight against the demons. The captain ordered his subordinates that along the way they should perform their marching song, after which he would shout once, twice, 3 times. They started their song about how Kim Sun Castro is a miserable person. He has to return Karaz's finger, and he is a bug from another world. The young man listened to all this attentively, because this whole song was about him. His assistant in his pocket was dying of laughter. They all needed to gather at the central assembly point of the Allied forces. In this place, all the troops gathered who had received the same letter from the Duke as they had. When the captain saw it, he said that he never thought that one letter could gather so many people. Power is a great thing. He also told the young man to look carefully at the wind from the Duke. The heir, Parim Dagoth, was standing next to him. Then he remembered the words of the commander of the rescue squad, Willie, who said that because of the heir, he treats people like pawns, and it is not surprising that Willie has finally gone crazy. The young man looked around. He was interested in watching them all. Cho Sung-taek clearly looks at Martin with hatred. His character won't give up so easily. When they saw the guy, they immediately realized that it was Kim Sung-chul, and many were happy about it. A girl came up to him and was very surprised. She asked if it was really him. She came even closer to him. She wanted to know for sure that it was Kim Sung-chul. When she came closer, she turned to him and asked if he remembered her because they had not seen each other for a long time. She was a time traveler, and her name was Lee Soo-jin. The girl said that she immediately recognized him by his clothes and asked if he was also going to participate in the battle. The young man said that she had changed a lot. The girl explained that she was now a member of the Assassin Order. He was very surprised. Was it really the Assassin Order? The young man said that as far as he knew, they did not like the time traveler. She answered him that yes, but now no one can call them those who violate the timeline. That's why she wants to try her luck in this place, after which she looked at him with her huge eyes. The young man was a little surprised what good luck meant. Did she really put money on this war? The girl said that in the future where she came from, they say that it is in this place that the enemy of peace appeared and he will end the war. Kim Sun understood that they were talking about him, but he didn't want to explain anything to her. He just looked at her silently. The girl said that the high command had already been informed, so if he wasn't there, that would be the end of her. At this moment, the captain shouted to his subordinates to get into line. It was time to distribute the troops. The young man turned around and slowly began to walk away. He said that it was time for him to go and wished her luck. As he was leaving, she shouted after him that she wouldn't mind trying his dish again, and then added that he should be alive. The guy didn't say anything to her in response. He silently walked further and further away, while he raised one of his hands to say goodbye to her. At the same time, the Union troops were gathering near Sinfaju. This was an unofficial world council. Disputes were taking place. The continent's arbiter Akiroa was indignant at what kind of nonsense this was, and how such a loser who couldn't cope with the Demon King would suddenly destroy the entire world. The girl insisted that there could be no mistake, and the world must perish at his hands. Shamal Rajput, the head of the Order of Assassins, entered the argument. She believed that he was just a man, and that she should stop exaggerating. To which I heard the answer that in the future he would reach the intermediate stage between God and man, becoming almost a god. When Akiroa heard these words from her, he asked again if he really would be an Ahin. The Wandering King, former king of Lutagania Kromgald, declared to all present that it was time to end it. Akiroa asked again if he really believed in her words. The Wandering King answered him that although it was unlikely, it was still possible. Akiroa said that as long as the Demon King is alive, the balance will not be disturbed. It will not be difficult for them to control the situation as they wish. And in the end, disasters are not a force that a person can simply command. They decided that no enemy of the world would be able to destroy this balance. This sounded convincing to them. The head of the Assassin Order wanted to clarify what they should do if Kim Sung-chul suddenly appeared. Akiroa replied that even though he may be very strong, his magic level is too ridiculous. They must get rid of him before he becomes a piece of shit, and they don't have to put all their efforts into it. At the same time, at the Karupaya Pass, the army was preparing for the enemy's attack and weapons were raised. Everyone took their position, waiting for the enemy to begin attacking their front line. It seemed that they had quite a lot of strength, and they distributed it all correctly. The young man stood on the roof of one of the houses watching everything that was happening. He decided that he needed to look down on how events would develop in the future. The demonic army numbered at least 100,000 people, and were clearly determined. They thought that they could cross this pass and immediately find themselves in the village of people, which is why they decided that they should make this way. The captain shouted for his brothers to get ready. They would hold the center and rear flank. The Trovan self-defense squad and the elven archers would cover the front and back. The young man, watching everything that was happening, wondered if they were concentrating too much on the center. After all, on the left flank stood a detachment of turbaned sabers who were also ready for battle. And also with them stood the cruel Armuk, who was not supposed to let a single enemy through. The right flank consisted of the Iron Fortress and the Order of the Iron Knights. They considered that this army should be enough. To effectively manage the Iron Fortress, you need at least twice as many fighters. They are probably not in the best position anyway. The young man thought that Martin Bregas did not care about the problems with his heirs. But if he used human lives for the sake of one heir, then he simply crossed the line. The next moment, clouds began to gather over the entire army, and it seemed that someone was about to appear. Indeed, the same mysterious man in the black hat appeared in front of the entire army. The commanders who stood at the head of their army were very surprised at what he was doing here. Then the man in the hat told them not to be afraid because he brought the order of the commander of the demonic army of Frontrua, who believed that in the end they couldn't survive without people, so they needed them. And they only want to help those who strive to become a demon, and nothing more. After which he started, if they hear everything, then they should not do stupid things and enter into battle against them. And if they let them through, they would receive protection and open the way to his dark magic. He wanted to know what they would say. When the Duke heard these words from him, he could not restrain himself, grabbed his bow and tried to shoot him. At the same time, he launched his arrow and shouted for him to shut up immediately. The man in the black hat said he was very sorry that they did not agree, but he had done his job and would pass it on. The Duke turned to Param and said that if the Order of the Iron Knights weakens, he needs to move to the right flank and take their position. He also added that once his debut is successful, he will introduce him to the world as his son. The guy replied that he understood everything and would never disappoint his father, after which he looked at him with a devoted look. Immediately after these words, a loud horn sounded. This was the announcement of the beginning of the battle. The Duke shouted that the entire army should move to attack. At that moment, he thought only of his heir. His entire army moved forward to attack, trying to attack the enemy who was also moving towards him. Kim Sun thought that he needed to stay unnoticed and stick to his plan. He should do as in the battle at the Dwarf Fortress. He believed that when this was finished, then he, Martin Bregas, would be in the next. The battle was about to begin. The troops of the demonic army began to move from all sides. They were going to break through. On one side, one of the demons attacked the commander. It seemed that he was about to break through the defense. Our demon would only be huge with fiery eyes and huge fangs. The commander stood looking at him and thinking that he didn't want to die. The only way to survive was to kill him. Therefore, the very next moment, the head of this demon was cut off, and together with the splashes fell to the ground. The Duke told the commander not to surrender to this dirty demon under any circumstances. He explained to them that they were the elite army of the Duke of the Borderlands, and they could not surrender so easily. The demons did not only attack from the ground, they began to attack from the air, launching fiery beams. Also on their side was that very Tam Tam, who could destroy 100 of the enemy with one blow. It was a huge man-like ape that was hundreds of times larger than the man himself. And this huge monkey could destroy half the army that fought against him with one blow. The captain, when he saw that Tam Tam was attacking them and the gnomes, was shocked because he could easily deal with him. But he believed that if they didn't stop him here, then danger was threatening their rear, and they needed to concentrate fire and lure him in. After they let him get as close as possible, they started shooting at him with fire so that the fur on his body caught fire. Tam Tam, despite the damage he had suffered, jumped up with all his might to strike back. The captain shouted to his dwarven subordinates to activate their shields. Tam Tam Sosisi hit the ground several times. At that moment, he wanted to destroy a large number of warriors. At that moment, he saw that there was a shield with a protective field under his feet, and he couldn't break through it. And on the other side, hundreds of arrows were aimed at him, which were supposed to cause him damage. And this large number of arrows were in the form of his body, and from each wound, blood spurted out. It seemed that these warriors controlled this huge tom-tom due to the fact that they held its many chains. The dwarves' chains are so strong that even a dragon can't break them, so they were able to hold him. As soon as they did this, the command was given to fire on the tom-toms, and hundreds of arrows were fired in his direction. These were fire arrows that were fired towards him from several positions. Tam Tam stood there unable to move as he was held by his hand chains, and hundreds of fiery arrows were fired towards him. A few seconds later, all these arrows reached their target and stuck into the huge tom-tom. The young man thought that there were no problems from the dwarves and elves, and there would not be any. They act in a coordinated manner. So he decided to watch all the others who were also on this battlefield. He turned his head and looked at the left flank of the United Army, where the Armurka camp was located. Not everything was well there, and Armurk himself was unhappy that a hellish siege machine was launched against him. The young man stretched his hand forward, deciding that he would have to get rid of it first. He used his powers again, and he needed to feel the power of the heavens that replenished his powers. And he also needed that very meteor to help on the battlefield. He decided that this time he needed to use the echo and started screaming with all his might. In addition to the fact that fireballs resembling meteorites flew from his side, he also made a sound that his enemy could not stand. The guy continued to stand on the roof of one of the houses, watching how this fight continued and how many opponents he destroyed. Armurk. When he saw that his problem was solved, he was a little surprised, but then he was still happy. Gertza, who thought that everything was going as well as possible and he would not suffer defeat. When the captain saw the fireballs, he thought he had never seen such a powerful meteorite attack. Many demons that tried to attack the fortress were simply divided into parts, and these parts flew in different directions. Commander Cho Songtek fought off one enemy attack after another, holding on with all his might. He asked only one question: where is the Iron Fortress detachment and why don't they come to their aid? One of his assistants said that they did not have troops to manage the fortress since most of the knights had died. The commander understood that this could be the end for him, but he did not give up and continued to hold on. At that moment, one of the demons attacked him. It was another one that he sent to the next world. The commander swung his huge sword to repel another demon's attack. At that moment, hundreds of arrows rained down on this demon, and he was destroyed. The detachment approached this position as planned by the Duke. When his heir came closer, he turned to the commander Cho Songtek and said that from now on, his self-defense squad Trovina would take over the matter. The commander said if they were destroyed, then his father ordered him to take his place so he could distinguish himself. The guy didn't want to be insulted and said, how dare he speak like that to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief? The commander said because of his and his father's greed, he lost everything, and he almost took the memory of his dead subordinates by taking his lives. At this point, he was already a demon and said that the rest of the demons should dance on the blood of greed. At that moment, everything changed and demons came to life around the commander, who had already turned into a demon. He watched this and was simply in shock. He didn't know what to say or what to do because everything didn't go according to plan. The demon had already turned to Param Dagoth and said that he would present his head as a gift to his father, the Duke of the Borderlands. At that moment, the Duke and his army saw that he was a traitor and began to shout that Cho Songtek had betrayed them. One of the messengers was sent to inform Herzen about this incident. When this end galloped to the Duke, he turned to him and tried to tell him what had happened. The Duke asked him what had happened because he had ordered the right flank to be occupied instead of the Order of the Iron Knights, and he began to talk about what. Commander Cho Seong-taek made an alliance with the demon army. This messenger was his heir, who fled from the battlefield. Their conversation was interrupted by a demon who turned to Martin Bregas. He and his heir turned their heads and looked at him. Here he began to talk about how he became a demon and renounced his knightly honor in order to kill him. At that moment, from all sides they were shouting that an enemy was approaching them from the front flank. A detachment of gargoyles was approaching from the right flank. The Duke thought that everything was very bad and they were surrounded. This was not part of his plans. The only decision he could make at that moment was to order everyone to retreat. They tried to tell him that if they start retreating now, it will hit their morale hard, and the left flank is still holding out. Some said that if they join forces with them, then they will have a chance to win. The Duke stated that in that case, he will transfer command to him. The Duke told his heir that they should leave and followed him very quickly. For some time, they tried to appeal to him that not all was lost and that something could still be done, but the Duke was already far away. The warriors who remained on the battlefield were very surprised by his behavior and did not know what to do. After all, for them it was just a curse, but they could still win this battle. Kim Sun couldn't resist and came down from the roof of one of the towers and asked Kaal what was going on there. He tried to explain to him that Cho Song-taek had gone over to the side of the demons. The guy asked again if it was really the commander of the Order of the Iron Knights who did this, and he was also told that the Duke had fled with the heir without even entering the battle. The young man understood that the commander-in-chief had fled alone as soon as his plan had collapsed. He understood that Martin Bregas was even worse than he thought. The guy was asked if he would leave the battlefield at this point. In front stood a griffin that was needed to evacuate the squad commander. They believed that someone as talented as he was more worthy of it. In addition, dwarves never turn their backs on the enemy, and they give up their place to him. Such a sincere offer was rare. The young man thought that he had done everything he could, and this was a good chance to leave the battlefield. The battle was a failure, and many warriors retreated from the battlefield without receiving a single trophy. Some thought that they would be able to get at least something as a trophy, but this fight was a complete failure. Raising his head, he did not understand what this was. The young man asked Armurk if he as a commander had decided to flee the battlefield, and if he was a commander, he should be there and try to save at least one soldier. Armurk answered him who he was to lecture him, and for him it was a great misfortune to meet such a madman. Then he raised his eyes and saw the young man, and realized that he couldn't just talk to him. He looked at him, after which he asked if he was not that pathetic summoner from the Square of White Light. At this moment, Kim-sun transformed so that no one could call him pathetic. After which, he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked if he really didn't remember him. When Armurk realized who it was, he asked how he ended up there and why he hadn't seen him before. Kim-sun reiterated that a commander who abandons his subordinates and those who flee do not deserve the right to life. After which he did not say another word. He swung and struck him with his huge hammer. The enemy of the world stood and watched as he was able to stop the traitor who was trying to abandon his warriors. He believed that even if people rejected him and did not understand what he had done for them, he still would not be able to stand aside. The enemy of the world stood on his body and looked at what was happening on the battlefield. It looked like a huge fire. Many demons were moving towards him to start attacking. It seemed like there were more and more of them. The demons came closer to the archers and other warriors, a little more closely, and they will be able to attack them. There were so many demons on the battlefield that it was almost impossible to stop or destroy them. The more they killed, the more it seemed, and they continued to attack. Demons were of different types that tried to attack not only on the ground, but also from above. The captain shouted to his soldiers not to stand with the pillar. He believed that they would be able to escape from the battlefield alive. He believed that it was necessary to continue to destroy all enemies who approached them. Therefore, watching what was happening, he understood that it would be difficult to do, but he had no other choice. He turned his head and saw that even a hydra had come to the buoy field to destroy them. The commander-in-chief demon was glad that his dear children had come out onto the battlefield because it was time for them to have lunch. The hydra was really hungry, so it launched an attack with sounds that engulfed everything around it. This fight is a reminder of the end of the world. It seemed that everything dark should overshadow everything light. But suddenly, another powerful blow from the hammer was delivered, so that everything around was destroyed. The captain turned his head and saw a huge hammer that was right in front of him. He recognized it immediately, and without thinking, he understood that then its owner would be an enemy of the world. Everything was exactly like this. In front of him was the enemy of the world who should not allow the demons to win this fight. The demon was furious. He did not understand that some insignificant little man dared to touch his hydra. He was furious and couldn't stop. He was ready to pounce on what he thought was an insignificant little man, but everything turned out to be completely the opposite. This demon's neck was clasped and squeezed so that he couldn't do anything about it. At some point he thought why he has Cassandra of the great demon Lord Bolrog. Then the young man answered him. He said that he killed her and took her. He didn't understand why he was asking the obvious. At that moment the demon could no longer answer him, he only screamed loudly. The only thing he said at the very last moment was the words of Frontroy, after which he corrected himself. The enemy of the world stood watching everything that was happening. In his hands was a fiery whip. The commander was happy because he realized that he and his soldiers were safe. At that moment he turned to the enemy of peace who stood with his back to him, and which will tell him that thanks to him, he saddled the griffin perfectly, after which he turned his head and looked at him. Then the captain was even more surprised because he could not even imagine that this was the same young man whom he considered to be just a magician. After which the enemy of peace did not communicate anymore and very quickly, and this place, the captain thought about him, and could not believe that Kim-sun and the enemy of peace were really the same person. One of the warriors who remained on the battlefield believed to the last that they could win this battle. He sat in the wounded leaning against a huge stone. He was missing one arm, but he knew that they could not win this retreat. The huge monster was approaching him, getting closer and closer, and was ready to swallow him. At the last moment he screamed with all his might, "Damn it! And why did this happen?" In front of him he saw the mouth of this monster, which reminded him of the abyss. At this last moment the enemy of the world appeared with his huge hammer, which prevented the monster from swallowing him. The enemy of the world swung and struck there at that monster that was right there with him. At that moment, the enemy did not tell this warrior that he was preventing him from fighting. The guy did not know how to behave. After which the enemy of peace turned around and said that if he wanted to live, he had to hold on. After he destroyed one such monster, many more of the same monsters began to approach this place. The enemy of the world swung his fiery whip, and a huge atom he said how disgusting they all were to him. After which he began to strike one by one, destroying all the monsters present. Some of the surviving monsters tried to hide or attack him. The enemy of peace declared that he would not leave a single one and would tear them all to shreds, after which he began to attack them. He advanced further and further, repelling the attacks of monsters and tearing them to shreds. There was one continuous flame of fire around him. He dealt one blow after another, killing the monster. Watching what was happening from the side, the demon commander could see many explosions. He believed that the outcome of the war had already been decided and did not understand why it was so noisy there, except that he was the commander-in-chief of the demon army. He was the 8th in the hierarchy of the underworld frontier. At that moment, one of the monsters flew up to him and said that they say that the enemy of the world has appeared, so the course of the battle was changed. When the commander-in-chief of the demon army heard that the enemy of the world had appeared, he became furious. He said that for him this is even better luck than the united army, after which he ordered his subordinates to listen to his wild darkness. All the demons froze to receive the next order from the commander-in-chief. He said that their next target is the enemy of the world. And he also said that they should kill him no matter what it takes. Monsters started attacking him from all sides. I understood that it would not be possible to break through with simple brute force if he had already shown his true strength and the effect that increases magical power. Mira understood what it meant that he needed to act in order to prove his determination. He decided to use glare. It was one of the secret arts of echo that should increase his abilities. When he used this echo, all the monsters that tried to get closer to him were destroyed by the sound. And the commander-in-chief of the army himself could not understand what kind of magic he was using. In fact, it was an incredible magic that could destroy any enemy of the world. At the meeting, they did not understand how someone who previously knew only physical attacks since when mastered magic of this level. It was like the magic of the school of heaven, but they had never seen such power before, and if the demon king died, the 7 heroes would awaken from their sleep. The head of assassins shouted that this cannot be allowed under any circumstances. If they wake up, the balance of power among the rulers in the new world will change. They had to decide what they would do in this situation. After all, they had to do so much to take this place. Of course they will defend it. Namely, they came to the conclusion that they need to protect the demon king, otherwise the balance will be changed. The girl who watched and who told about what will happen in the future. She thought that this meant that the enemy of the world was her friend Kim Sun-chul. She was a little surprised. At that moment on the battlefield, the soldiers continued to sing a song about how the enemy of the world is the Pallet, and he must return Palgaraz. At this time, the enemy of peace continued to destroy the enemy, leaving not a single one of them. His assistant got out and shouted what was wrong with him. After all, he saved them and they were shouting such things about him. The young man told her to leave them. It seemed they weren't going to hit him for real. She was a little surprised. And she also didn't understand why these demons didn't leave even after their commander died. Then the enemy of peace said that they realized that they had a fragile relationship with the United Army and were looking for a convenient moment to attack. She asked again, that is, the demons understand whose side they are on and still wait. She was interested in what he was going to do. He replied that he hadn't come up with anything yet. She was very surprised why he was doing all this, if no one would appreciate his actions. After which he answered her that this was his destiny, and this was his duty that he had to fulfill. At that moment, the gnomes started approaching him. They demanded that he give them the Palgaraz, consider him a thief. The enemy of peace stood and stones rained down on him from all sides. They did not appreciate that he had saved their lives. His assistant said that she doesn't understand why he needs such a calling and that he talks nonsense. At that moment, she turned away from him because she believed that he was absolutely wrong. After a lot of small stones were flying towards them, she saw that they were also being attacked. And now they are not just throwing stones at them, but are ready to launch real missiles at them. Eddie had shells falling near him and exploding from different sides. It seemed that any minute now, one of them would hit him right away. The enemy of the world said, did she really decide to leave Skina? He didn't think she would risk calling him in this time rift. Bestiara appeared before him. It was a cigarette butt, the legend of the 7 heroes. She stood right in front of him, change. She said that his sensitivity is still high and his magic has become much more powerful. To which he replied, does she really want to turn into ordinary dust again like last time? To which she told him not to worry, she came to the rescue. He uses her echo so skillfully that now she can trust him with it. She held out a fireball and then gave it to him. Inside the fireball was a scroll. He asked her what this thing was and why he should accept it from her. It was an epic scroll of the Armageddon class, the greatest spell of destruction, Armageddon. He asked her again if this was the same great spell of the 8th rank Armageddon. She replied that this was exactly the case, and that this scroll would allow him to destroy even the spiritualized demon king. The enemy of peace wanted to know from her why she should give him this scroll. He doubted her sincerity. She said that she was doing this because the death of the demon king would open the way for their revival of the second core. The enemy of peace then once forced, does she really think that he will dance to her tune? She said it was very rude and he was given a gift and he didn't even try to seem grateful. The enemy of peace was furious. He was ready to strike her. The only thing he wanted was for her to shut up. She stated that in the end he would submit to their will anyway, and in the end she wanted to tell him one more thing, that the human empire had already sent a fleet to destroy him, even though he had saved them. The enemy of the world continued to stand and she disappeared, and before his eyes a fleet appeared which was approaching him. At that moment he thought that only the human empire had decided to support the allied army. His assistant asked him what he thought had happened, but it didn't matter. The raft was approaching the place where he was very quickly. He was watching what would happen next. The commander of the second in the fleet of the Empire of People, Dmitry Maryov, looked ahead and thought everything was under control. The Duke and his heir informed him that naturally everything was under control. The commander said that even one of the 7 heroes of the continent has no right to abandon his soldiers, and the emperor made this decision with difficulty, and the Duke should remember this. The commander also added that they will make it look like an accident on the battlefield. The Duke thought that this was his last chance to restore his honor. He understood that he personally had to destroy the enemy of peace. They were told that if they were looking for the enemy of peace, he was hiding in the forest that was near them. The Duke gave orders that they should turn every corner so that they would not let him escape. The enemy of peace saw that he alone was circling a large number of scouts, so he needed to hide. The enemy of the world thought that he did not want to immediately go to the Empire people, but it seems he had no choice. The scouts who walked ahead searched every bush and watched from above to find it. One of them shouted that he had found it and the enemy of peace was in the direction of an hour. When Gertzok heard that his people had found the enemy of peace, he realized that he had a chance. He immediately gave orders to his subordinates to hold him. The enemy of peace at this moment realized that he had been discovered and that he had weak camouflage. The enemy of the world began to run away from them so that they would not get him. Then the Duke gave the order for them to drive him forward. In order to hide, he needed to find a place where they couldn't get to him. So he decided to move towards the cliff with the tattoo. He jumped and flew down. I understand that no one will find him there for sure. As the Duke's warriors approached the edge of the cliff, they could only see the enemy of peace falling into the abyss. None of the pursuers moved forward because none of them wanted to die. The enemy of peace thought that he would never have guessed that he would have to jump from this very place. The heir said that one jump would not be enough to kill him, although many believed that he could not survive from such a height. The Duke added that this is not the kind of person who will die because of such nonsense. He gave the order to continue his persecution, believing that he was not dead. The enemy of the world climbing the steps up the cliff, his assistant asked why he continued to run. It was not worse for him. At that moment, he replied that he was simply afraid that otherwise everything between them would become irreversible. His assistant asked again what it meant between them. Then he told her to forget. At this point, he climbed almost to the very top and stopped at the entrance. It was an abandoned dwarven fortress, and he decided that he could hide in it. They stood at the entrance and thought that there was a whole castle in front of them. It was of enormous size. The dwarves knew a lot about construction. He turned his head to the side, and they heard someone's voices that were coming from very close. One of these people said that he finally found the castle and turned to Sophia. And didn't they watch him climb the bone wall of this castle and ask her how she likes this castle? It was the great demon, Ulia Bregas. He said that this place was much better than where they lived with their father. The assistant asked the enemy of the world if this was the same one who dreamed of becoming a great demon. Did he achieve his goal? At that moment, the warriors who were pursuing him began to shout Kim Sun Chul and approach him closer and closer. The great demon Ulia Bregas heard her father's voice and was very surprised. The Duke stood below and said that he had nowhere else to run. His warriors had to scratch everything. He was somewhere nearby. The great demon asked his sister if she heard this voice. Then he said that it was him. It was his worst enemy, his father Martin Bregas, who made him want to become a demon. The enemy of peace watched this meeting from the sidelines. He thought it was a very intriguing meeting. The Duke and his warriors stopped at the entrance to this abandoned castle. They were waiting for the order that the Duke would say because they did not know what to do next and whether they should enter this castle. The heir asked his father if they could all attack together to capture him. The Duke answered no. The Duke said that he does not yet know how terrible this monster is who calls himself the enemy of the world. It is necessary to act with the utmost caution. They waited at the entrance for the scouts to see everything and returned to report to them. One of the scouts came out of this abandoned castle. He only managed to tell everyone to run away because there was a great demon inside. After which this scout fell right in front of the Duke and his heir. The Duke didn't understand because this couldn't be. They didn't see any traces of the demon nearby. If this is true, then they are in danger. Demons rarely appear alone, most likely there are many of them. Fighting in such a confined space could lead to death. The Duke said, if he does not capture the enemy of peace, it is better for him to die in this place. At that moment, Hertz heard a very loud laugh. He raised his head and saw his opponent high in front of him. The enemy of the world told him that if he thinks that he will be caught, he will be able to atone for his guilt for escaping from the battlefield, because his selfish desire to survive by sacrificing the lives of others has not changed at all. After which he turned to one of the 6 great heroes of the continent, Martin Bregas, who considered himself as such. At that moment, his mentor could not restrain himself and rushed forward, thinking that he would be able to attack the enemy of the people. Hertz told him that he had been hiding like a rat, but had finally shown his face by addressing the enemy of peace. The enemy of peace laughed loudly, then he said, "Do they really call him a rat? Well, then let him catch him." After which he turned around and left that place, adding that he should catch rats as he usually does. Gertzok shouted to his subordinates to pursue him because it was impossible to let him escape. His warriors rushed into the abandoned fortress to carry out the Duke's order. It had already taken a few steps inside, and they saw many dead bodies lying around. The Duke's heir thought that someone had recently died here and there was already a terrible smell of a decomposing body. At that moment, the monster that was in this castle began to approach this place. And together with this demon, many more flying beetles were approaching these dead things. The great demon, when they began to approach, asked who dared to invade his castle, after which he said that he would kill anyone who took even one more step. The Duke's army stopped, because they understood that a whole army of the great demon was released against them. And this army of the great demon in one moment destroyed all the Duke's warriors, leaving only one heir who was behind them all. The heir turned his head, addressed his father, and said that they needed to leave immediately. The Duke then told him to watch carefully. He wanted to show the power that the heir should have. After which the Duke raised his sword to his head, lowered his eyes, and prepared for battle. He said the words Moris Benedictio several times, after which he attacked the great demon. The Duke's power passed through the warriors who stood before him. Thus he tried to destroy all the beetles. The Duke pushed off and took a few steps forward. He shouted that in front of him, a damn demon was trying to attack him. After striking him, he shouted for this damn demon to die at his blow to the shoulder. The Duke was a little surprised and did not understand whether he really did not feel pain at all. The great demon approached him and tried to attack him. The Duke heard this smell. It seemed familiar to him, and also the voice. At some point he even doubted that it was a great demon who wanted to kill him. After all, he didn't attack at all, but rather seemed to say something as if he knew him. Everything that Hertz saw before his eyes, the tone of voice, the manner of speech, everything seemed very familiar to him. And the most important thing about this great demon was that he had the same blue hair as the Duke. He wondered if this was Willie, after which the Duke could not restrain himself and asked the great demon what his name was. The great demon growled and said, "Does he really want to know his name?" And then, lowering his head down, he said that he is the enemy of his family and the one who will kill his own father. After which he raised his head and said that his name was Willie Bregas. The Duke looked at all this and thought that no, this is not true. He thought that something was wrong here. The heir ran up to the great demon and began to shout that he was cursed and to get away from his father. The Duke told him that Parim should stop and not provoke him, but his heir did not listen. He approached as close as possible because he tried to strike, but the great demon dodged this blow. The only thing that was damaged was what was tied to his back. When they saw it, they were very surprised. Tied to the back of the great demon was his sister Sophia, who was also part of their family. When the father saw his daughter, he was very surprised because it was Sophia in front of him. Great Diamond was simply furious. He shouted Martin Bregas with all the strength he had. And then he rose up. He was many times bigger than all of them, and with one movement he could crush them like little bugs. At this moment, the great demon Willy Bregas was in a state of awakening and no one could stop him. So he took a step forward and said that if they wanted to kill, then he would kill them all. The Duke ordered everyone to retreat. The heir, whom the Duke recognized as the Duke, suddenly stumbled and fell. He was very scared because he wouldn't have time to get up before he was crushed like a small beetle. He raised his head and saw a great demon standing above him, who said that he had caught him. The guy was just in shock. He lay silently. Afraid to even move, he simply didn't have time to escape. At that moment, Gertzak decided that he needed to use a hidden technique in order to free his heir. So he stretched out his hand forward, said Filius Preciosus, and then struck at his real son. The great demon, after being hit, released the heir lying on the ground. The Duke told the boy to get ready, and not to act so rashly again. They needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. The enemy of peace was watching all this from the sidelines. He didn't want to interfere until a certain moment. He thought that events were developing much more interestingly than he expected, so he would rather watch. The great dragon, even after it was damaged, was not going to stop and decided to attack again. But everything went completely wrong. The great dragon fell to the ground with all his might. He lay silently, showing no signs of life. It seemed that he was already dead and had been fatally injured. The heir was very happy and shouted that he was killed. He believed that he did it. The Duke said that no Dima could be his child, so he does not think that it was his son. And he believed that it would be better if he died quietly at the hands of a punitive detachment than to show himself in such a state. The great demon answered him not to make him laugh, because he himself made them like that. The heir shouted at him to shut up, and how dare he throw such words at his father. The Duke stood and thought that it was not his fault. This monster was not his child, and his only child was Param. He convinced himself that he had not made a mistake and killed his own son. After which the Duke once again said that Param was the only one who could be his heir. After which the guy looked at his father and said that he understood everything, which made him feel better. The only thing they understood was that they needed to leave this place as quickly as possible. As they walked along the long corridor, they tried to get out of it as quickly as possible. On the other hand, the soldiers, seeing that they were returning, began to shout for everyone to look, because the Duke had returned. When the Duke came out, everyone considered him the winner, and first of all, he considered himself as such. His soldiers said how good it was that he had returned safely. All the wounded were sent back as he had ordered. They asked them to prepare to pursue the enemy of peace. The Duke said no and asked them to close the place as quickly as possible so that no one could get in there. At this point, the heir asked his father again if he was really giving up the persecution, since the Empire had placed responsibility for it on them. The Duke said to the young man whether he had really decided to teach him his father. He was very unhappy. Param answered him no and asked his father for forgiveness. He was confused. The Duke said that they were changing the target. He said that he would kill the traitor who had become a demon. Namely, he was ready to kill Choseong-tek. The great demon lay on the floor and said, repeating his father's name, that he wanted to kill him and would definitely kill him. Hooray people, when I saw him in such a state, said that he is still just as pathetic even after he became a demon. The enemy of peace stood next to him and said, is his thirst for space enough only for this, just to talk? After which the great demon was able to raise his head, repeated his father's name again and said that he was next. After which the enemy of the world gave him the elixir and said that at this rate he would not get far. For the second round he should try a little better. After all, revenge must be completed, and isn't he right that the great demon has regained his powers? When he took this elixir, he felt a surge of strength and he began to scream that it would kill him. Harupai Pass was the very place where Chosun-ten was currently located. The only question that tormented him at the moment was where Martin Bregas was and why he was not on the battlefield. One of the soldiers who was wounded sat on the ground and said that he really didn't know and asked for mercy. But the demon was not going to spare him, and in the next moment he instantly dealt him a fatal blow. At that moment, Diamond heard the Duke calling him an insignificant summoner. The Duke stood very close. He returned to deal with the traitor in his opinion. The Duke said that he would finally be able to cut off his head with his own hands, to which Dima heard the answer that he had finally found him and would be able to deal with him, after which he declared that he himself had come to die and that this was his last day. At that moment, the demon released many creatures that were supposed to attack the Duke. He in turn ordered his heir to retreat as he understood that he would not be able to cope. At that moment, the guy declared that he would fight with everyone, or more precisely with his father. At that moment, the Duke gave himself an injection in the neck. He was injecting some red liquid that looked like blood. He no longer looked like a man. He said that his heir should not make him repeat it. He will only interfere. So when the heir saw the Duke, he said that he obeyed and retreated. The demon informed the Duke that his comrades in the afterlife had many questions for him, at which point he began to attack. The Duke believed that the one who sold his soul to the demon was still trying to prove something, and he was absolutely wrong. Dima struck a blow, called the Duke himself a gifted bastard. At that moment, many demons appeared who entered the battle. There were so many of them that the Duke could not even imagine that he would have to fight such an army. But the Duke only needed one demon, and that demon was Choseong-Teng, who betrayed him. So he approached him to fight him one-on-one and kill him in this battle. He believed that the hurts is the true cause of all troubles, and he has no right to life. The Duke, like last time, brought his ball to his head and cast Filius Preciosus, this spell to kill the demon. Well, this time he had a pretty strong opponent, and he couldn't even damage him with the first blow. I did several, and so they didn't lead to anything. They took turns attacking each other. Demon understood that the Duke would not give up so easily, so he decided that he also needed to attract a certain force. He cast a spell on the slashing fast blade, after which he immediately began to attack him. The Duke cast another spell on Morris Benedictio to repel his attack. They took turns trying to strike one blow after another. After this spell, the Duke was able to damage his opponent. Blood spurted in all directions. It seemed that the advantage was on the Duke's old bottom, and if he could deliver a few more such blows, he would be able to achieve his goal. The demon was a little disappointed that the Duke was able to damage him. The Duke said that before him was a traitor who had sold his soul to a demon, and he would buy his sins with his death. And he swung to deliver another similar blow. At that moment, he heard his father shouting to him. The Duke stopped and turned his head to see, because it was the voice of his heir. After which he saw that the great demon was holding his heir in his clutches and was not going to let him go. His heir shouted "Father" to him several more times because it was unbearable for him to move, and he could hardly breathe. The Duke was very upset. He shouted to his son Param. He could not have foreseen such events. Oh, that moment the Duke's body was pierced through and blood spurted out, and he was killed. At that moment, Dima, who had struck him from behind, said that one should not be distracted in a fight, after which the Duke could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground. The great demon then asked his father if this man was really the most precious to him, I mean his heir. Then another Dima said that he managed to live a lot of enemies in his life. Diamond told the Duke to take a good look at what the end of his precious heir would be like. Jur held on with all his might. He pronounced the name of his heir and repeated no. At that moment, his middleman told him that his father would forgive him. He simply had no other choice. The next moment, the great demon crushed the Duke's heir into small pieces, leaving nothing of him. Hertzes screamed with all his might. No, he loved his heir so much. At this time, the enemy of peace stood on the mountain above him. There was a bloody sky. He watched everything that was happening below. When this happened to the Duke, the enemy of the world said that it was his karma, and there was no escape from it. The very next moment, the great demon released what was left of the Duke's heir. After which, the great demon said that it was very sweet and tasty to him. He was glad that he could eat it. The Duke was lying on the ground. Blood was flowing from his eyes. He kept repeating no. He couldn't believe it. But the very next moment, monsters began to attack him from all sides, ready to cling to him. The Duke was in despair because he understood that this was his end, and he would have no continuation. Many monsters dug into his body. He only managed to scream from the wild pain. The demon, he came to understand, said that this was the end he deserved. The great demon, despite the fact that he destroyed the heir, had one more reason for which he became a demon. He set himself up to kill his father, and he went on the attack to kill his father. Choseong-Ten, who became a demon when he heard about his father, he asked if he was his son too. And if this is exactly so, then he will send him to him, because the Duke should not have anyone. The great demon entered into battle with Chosong, and I believe that only one of them can survive. The demon dealt several blows to his opponent and shouted for him to go to his father. This whole fight was like a continuous bloody battle, each of them trying to inflict as much damage as possible. Cho Seong, despite the fact that he became a demon, still could not stand anything that was connected with the Duke. Therefore, he believed that he should strike a few blows and destroy the enemy who was his son. But the next moment, his opponent released a multitude of beetles in his direction, which began to attack him from all sides. And he in turn released his opponent, also a large number of monsters that were supposed to destroy him. At some point, they came together in one continuous fight. It seemed that neither of them could survive, as they tore each other to pieces. It was a bloodbath in which there should not have been a winner, but everything turned out as usual. The great demon fell. Choseong then approached him and asked if the Duke's son had also become a demon, to which I heard the answer that he fell silent and a whole army of Zhukovs was released towards the enemy. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to fight off this attack even if he moved his sword very quickly, and also his leg was grabbed by the long tongue of the great demon and held. Choseong understood that this opponent could be much stronger than him, and he could lose. The Great Dima happened and released many small neighbors that could cause great damage. Chosong couldn't take them away because he had a torn-off arm and a large number of inflicted speeches. The Great Demon told his sister that it was time for them to leave. Their fight and revenge was over, and he and his sister would return to the castle with her. He decided to return to the very castle that was abandoned, where he could continue his existence. When he jumped off the slope, he and his sister fell and crashed. Their two bodies were lying below. Then the enemy of the world watched what was happening from the side. He wanted to know if this was sweet revenge that they experienced. Willie raised his head a little and asked again what he was talking about. After all, it was hatred and this damned life that they had. He didn't understand at all why they were born and why their life was so hard. The very place where the brother and sister ended their lives, the enemy of the world closed with huge stones and put his sword. He looked at this place and said that now they can rest. See, only now they can be calm. After which AMB threw another pebble into this huge pile of stones. In fact, he hated people, but he still had compassion for them. In fact, for sarcasm, it was necessary to choose another time and place. He felt her presence from behind. She said that sarcasm has nothing to do with it. She came to announce the end of the war. The warrior of peace asked her again if the war was really over, or if she thought so. She said that it was his merit, that he single-handedly destroyed most of the demonic army. What did he ask you about? In fact, he won, which he very much doubted. Then she said that people also did well, although not like in their time. But still, the enemy of the world said, if this is all, then she can leave. After which it clicked. It meant that the quest was completed. Full of humanity, he received a reward. 1 intuition. The girl asked him again that her husband needed only intuition. She knew what he would answer. After which he started yelling at her. Was she really making fun of him again? He was so into her that he decided not to restrain himself and turn her into dust once again. When all that was left of her was small pieces of dust, she only managed to tell him to take care of the Demon King. At that moment, he received a message that his intuition had reached the 500 mark. He only needed to answer whether he wanted to inherit the primordial light, yes or no. Primordial light is a legendary rank magic of the last Vision Heavenly School. He was given a crystal of light, which is the brightest of all forces. Of course, he answered positively in order to get such a bright crystal that he had never had before. He, with the help of magic scales and others, where he is needed much more because here everything was finished. He opened his eyes and finally saw where he was. It didn't scare him at all, and even made me a little happy because everything ended differently than last time and he was in the right place. There was fiery lava around him and a small road leading forward along which he had to go. His assistant said that there was a devil's castle ahead of him, but she didn't see the devil himself. The enemy of peace silently continued to walk forward. Already in the desert, above him was a bloody sky. Unexpectedly, he said that he had played it safe, but it was all in vain. When he came close, he saw a huge army and a large fleet that was meeting him and was ready to join him. These people believed that the enemy of peace should not pass through them. They were ready to stop him by any means. His assistant was very surprised at me. Is this really the king's defense? Most likely they are just crazy and psychos. The enemy of peace said that it looks like they just made a deal and this is not the king's defense at all. At that moment, an order was given from the other side to bring the heads of the enemies of the world. Those who do this will be worthily rewarded. The enemy of peace thought when he heard about this that he was very overexcited and was even promising a reward. His assistant opened the book again and asked if he was really going to use new magic. In fact, at least it was not necessary to go that far. You just had to show them strength and everything would be decided. So the enemy of peace decided that he had nothing to lose and it was time to start. He took out his huge hammer and swung it. Many soldiers who tried to go into battle stopped because they could not move further. They were blinded. The enemy of peace told them to all go away. He doesn't want senseless deaths. No one heard. They continued to attack him, trying to inflict even the slightest damage on him. At that moment, the enemy of the world did not stand in the restaurant. He pushed off, made a jump and landed in the very center. He told his opponent if he was going to defeat him, then he had to take action. At this point, the members asked him if he was really going to kill the Demon King. If that was the case, then he was as stupid as before. Mira replied that people don't change at all, and he too remains greedy. Then they explained to him whether he knew how much effort was needed to remove greed, and also the status needed to be maintained. And you also need to maintain your physical condition in order to fight back at any moment. All this was explained to him so that the enemy would understand who he would be dealing with this time. Well, then they told him that it didn't matter at the moment. The enemy of peace did not understand what was happening around him. At some point, he felt someone's presence. There was someone, but he didn't see them. Everything around seemed to be falling into the abyss, and it was unlike anything else. There were signs of something's presence, but it wasn't visible. He didn't understand who it was. He thought it was just a cheap trick to throw him off balance. He tried to strike and did not understand what the result of hitting this creature did not feel the blow. He tried to look closely and saw a huge hand with a fist that was trying to hit him back. After which he jumped down and saw the silhouette of the one he only felt. The very next moment he had his video, but only his outline he could understand with whom he was dealing. The first thing he determined was that his strength was somewhere around 700, and he considered that it was quite noticeable. He was asked how stupid it was, and how long he could hold out against an enemy he couldn't see. The enemy of the world thought that if he doesn't come out, then it's necessary to make it so that it becomes visible. He had this ability, it was called the Eye of the True. It was one of his awards that he received. When he connected this ability, he immediately saw the taboo who was hiding from his sight. It was one of the three great heroes of the continent, the former king of Ludaguinea, the wandering King Cromgold. Mira was very surprised that he was still alive. Wasn't he sentenced to death because of an incurable disease? At that moment, he heard from his opponent that he personally modified the Wandering King. The Wandering King told him that they had not seen each other for a long time and had not crossed paths for a long time. At that moment, one of the ravens came up and told His Majesty that he was asking them to retreat too. The enemy of the world understood, although he once fought with him God both as part of the Continental 13, but he still has not forgotten the humiliation of that day. The king sat in his throne as usual and asked who these people were who came to him and overthrew his side. It was the enemy of peace who told him that he was doing well, but maybe he had enough of ruling and that he should go down to the side. The king of the world was very angry with them because they took away his country and people. Well, even this was not enough for him. He betrayed the Continental 30 and decided to kill the Hemo King alone. It's a comedy, but the enemy of peace answered him that things should be called by their proper names. He swung his arm to strike him, because he thought that he was using the Demon King here to maintain his paltry power. The king took advantage of the fact that he seemed to be invisible and could also carry out counterattacks. The enemy of the world saw him clearly, so he struck him several times and caused him damage. The enemy of the world managed to pierce it, but it was already made of mucus that easily flowed down. It was hard for him to understand because his opponent was not in one state of ag, but several, and he needed to be destroyed. Even after his opponent was left headless, slime would come out of his body, which replaced the rest of his body parts. He immediately tried to attack her. The enemy of the world told him that he had transformed his body into ordinary slime. Then there was only one goal. He once again used the Eye of Truth to see his opponent and where his hearts were. After which the enemy of the world swung despite the slime that was around him in order to deliver the final decisive blow. He told me that it was impossible to pass it, but the enemy of the world was precise and hit the very heart. After such a blow, the enemy of the world fell to the ground. He dealt with one. Another of his opponents shouted that this couldn't be because it was his greatest creation. The enemy of the world said, "Is this the greatest creation after all? If the heart is shed, death is inevitable." Then the enemy asked Yaim's son why he was going to such extremes and why he was trying to save that child who was not related to him by blood. At that moment, the young man grabbed him by the cloak and pressed him down with force. He said that he shut up because in reality he's just trash, and is he really serious when he says such words? On the day they gathered to defeat the Demon King Hesenius Max, everyone gave up on the battle because of his sore tongue. And when he was slandered as an enemy of peace, in reality the Demon King was nobody to him. The enemy of peace at that moment began to shout at him not to decide for him which lives were more valuable to him. At that moment, Kim's son was just furious. He couldn't forgive them for doing that to him. In the sky right above them, a creature appeared that emitted radiation and watched them. His opponent said after he laughed that it seemed like he still didn't understand anything. He then added that he was merely expressing the opinion of the majority and that it was in no way his personal initiative. The enemy of peace, when he heard such words, was very surprised and did not understand what he meant, so he asked again. At that moment, he penetrated with all his strength and blew into his face to stop him. The enemy of peace seemed paralyzed for a while. There was only rage in his eyes. After he came to his senses, he fell to the floor and his opponent stood and watched him. He said that before the enemy of peace gets angry with him, he would better turn to his friend, who will soon come to this place. After which, he immediately left the place and very quickly disappeared from sight. Forces were applied to him that quickly dried up. It seemed that all the strength was leaving his body. He had a loss of 30% health and he felt the strength leaving his body. So he used his ability, the Knight's Blood, which restored all his energy when he lost 30% of his health. When his opponent had not yet managed to hide, the enemy of peace was already standing on two legs. His passerby turned his head and said that this could not be how he quickly survived his deadly poison. The enemy of peace answered him that he knows perfectly well, and he understands that he does not like to kill people, but he was left with no choice. He said that's why he always tried to avoid fights, but not this time. After which he said that there is only one person he wants to kill. His opponent received damage after his blow. And after he was dealt one more blow, the enemy of peace said goodbye to Aquiloa. He decided that he needed to use his glare ability to strike his opponent. The very next moment, his opponent was destroyed with a fatal blow. And also, in order to destroy his enemy, the ship they were on was destroyed. It was one of the ships that tried to engage him in battle. It was broken in half. After such a big blow, parts of this ship fell down, and two huge halves fell to the ground. Nothing was left of this ship. At that moment, someone's voice came from above, addressing the enemy of peace that they had not met for a long time. Kim Sun raised his head and said that he saw that he was not alone. It seemed that the place for the meeting of classmates was chosen right here. It was the Emperor of the Human Empire, William Quentin Marlborough, who said that he had come to this place to kill him. William Marlborough looked down on him, and he seemed very small and insignificant to him. After which this blue-eyed guy said that so much time had passed and they were in this place again. He believed that there was simply no better place than this, where everything began, and that is where it should end. His opponent believed that he was making a big mistake if he thought he could handle him. In fact, the Emperor was introduced and his opponent was the enemy of peace. He believed that they were completely different. The enemy of peace thought it was funny because he made him Emperor and he made him the enemy of peace. After all, back then he said that he was creating a just society, and that's why he helped him become Emperor. But as soon as he became Emperor, he instantly changed, and he no longer needed friends like him. After the Demon King appeared and people started dying non-stop, they got together as a team and decided that it was time for them to go and kill the Demon King. One of them said that they need to wait and tried to stop the enemy of peace. After all, this man wanted to know what benefit they would get from the death of the Demon King. Then the enemy of peace said, are they really just going to watch people die? It was then that he was reminded that it was wrong to say that it was his daughter who was dying. Besides, they don't care about curses and disasters, and thanks to the Demon King, the balance is maintained. They also said that they can rule over anyone they want except those who die from the curse. It was at that moment that Kim Sun answered them that they were talking nonsense and that it was all absolute nonsense. Some of those present then agreed with him, but that was far from all. They believed that they were being fed in a way that was definitely not peaceful, and they also agreed with this statement. At some point, they all turned to the Emperor to express his opinion. It was at that moment that the Emperor told him that enough was enough and no one was going to kill the Demon King, after which he said that his daughter would understand everything and he should stop. Kim Sun turned his head to look at the Emperor and asked him what he meant. Then he said that there are 4 catastrophes. The Emperor answered him, even if they cope with all the battles, no one knows if the curse of extinction will ever disappear. The enemy of peace then asked them again, so they want to tell the children that they will never be able to do anything. After all, he believed that if there are no children, then there is no change for them, and he believed that he was absolutely right. At this point, the Emperor only added that this was just a possibility. After which Kim Sun answered him that he was mistaken in making him Emperor. He was determined. After which he said that he could get out. Everyone else watched to see what would happen next. Everything around them was burning. It seemed that the enemy of the world was going to hell to kill the Demon King. At that moment, the Emperor shouted to Kim Sun that if he left, he would become an enemy of the whole world, and then repeated once again that he would be an enemy of the whole world. One made his friend an emperor, and the other made him an enemy of the whole world. The next moment, the enemy of the world took out his huge hammer and struck his opponent. He looked down on him, and the way his former friend was behaving. The Emperor did not expect that his friend would inflict such severe damage on him with the first blow. The Emperor tried to say whether he was really going to take the treasures here, and why didn't he hide his identity and return to the palace with a call. Kim Sun was calm. He wasn't going to answer him. He was ready to fight. The Emperor swung his sword to strike his enemy, shouting that his actions had been impressive so far. At that moment, the enemy of peace told his opponent that his sword had become completely dull. After which he took out his sword and struck back, throwing the Emperor far to the side. The Emperor could not withstand this blow and was thrown far away. He could not hold on. The enemy of peace told him if he retreated at this moment, he would leave him alive. The Emperor, when he stood up, said how he dared to touch the Emperor. After which he began to shout that this was treason and that he was going to destroy the Emperor too. He tried to get close to the enemy of peace and deal him a mortal blow. The emperor found out that if he could get closer, he could deal with him. Kim's son answered him as his friend that this was his last chance. And if the emperor did not understand, then now nothing will stop him. He prepared his huge hammer and struck. Another ship was broken in half after a hammer strike on the emperor, and this ship, it seemed he struck with such force that it was unbearable for anyone to withstand it. The enemy of peace at this last moment was able to jump off this ship and land on the ground. He watched from the side as the ship exploded, on which he had just spoken with the emperor. He thought that there was no outrage that he died like that, because it's practically nothing compared to the children who died in the disaster. The enemy of peace was indeed at the very place where it all began, and where he was called the enemy of peace. All he had to do was climb the stairs to the very place where the Demon King was located. He took step by step, raising the huge hammer higher and higher on his shoulder. When he got to the very top, he could see the demon sitting and watching him rise. The enemy of peace, when he was very close to him, he didn't even talk to him, he definitely swung. After which he struck and destroyed everything that was around him. Immediately after this blow, he shouted for the Demon King to come out since he came to this place to meet him. At that moment, a bloody tornado formed near him, which reached up to the sky and captured everything. After that, the Demon King said that he had been watching him all this time. The enemy of peace stood below and waited for him to come out to him to deal with him. After which he said that he returned to fulfill his promise and kill him. The Demon King appeared to him and said, "Isn't he tired of it? And if a person is happy with his position, he will be able to live his whole life in prosperity and honor." The enemy of peace corrected him in wealth and honor because he did not agree with his formulation. Hooray, he tried it, but he didn't like what the Demon King was offering. After these words, the Demon King shouted to kill this bastard. He was not going to continue the conversation with him. Stones rained down on the enemy of the world, and it seemed that he too would be killed at any moment. But the enemy of peace put up a defense, and all the stones that fell in his direction flew past, after which he resumed morning thread explosion energy in order to destroy all who tried to attack him. The explosion of this energy was so powerful that it was unbearable for anyone to hold on and stay alive. The Demon King didn't understand what kind of magic it was and didn't know how to resist it. The only thing he understood was that such magic wouldn't kill him. He was still safe. He raised his hand and said that of course he has his own power, but he increased the power of his magical attack due to the effect of the powder. For some time the enemy of peace stood with his hand raised up. His opponent did not understand what kind of magic it was, and where he got all these forces that were directed at him. After which the people used the primordial light. This was necessary in order to carry out another attack on him. The next thing he used after the original color was punishment. King Dima told us that even if he destroys it, it will not end the catastrophe. They will only increase. And in this case, he will tear him to pieces, after which he himself will disappear and he will not be able to say anything else. The enemy of peace thought that he had dealt with one of the disasters despite the threats. He stood and she watched him from behind, watching his every move. She was pleased with what happened and how he did it. Despite the fact that he was standing below and the stones from above were falling not far from him, he still understood that he was able to cope with his main enemy. He prevented the first catastrophe. And he followed us with the blessing of a fighter against natural disasters, and also the gaze of the gods was turned to him. Kim's son didn't stand still. He decided that he needed to move on. In any case, he understood that he would have to overcome all the disasters and cope with all the catastrophes, after which he dealt several blows, as he believed that the time was right, when his opponent was most weakened. At that moment, a lot of stones flew towards him, which fell to the ground and broke it. It seemed like the end of the world. One of the heroes, the god of the fist, Daltonius, approached him and said to him, "Is he really going to bring down the hammer on someone who just woke up?" He was the first of the 7 heroes to wake up. It was necessary to wait for the others to wake up too. Following him, they began to wake up one after another, and he was no longer one of the 7 heroes. The enemy of the world, watching this, thought that only 5 of the heroes' family had woken up. The bestiary had escaped. They told him that it was very arrogant of him. In fact, he never ran away. He was a dragoman, one of the 7 heroes, the one who achieved the highest level of swordsmanship. He was told that bestiary is a disaster to prepare for him, so he must be on the side of him. A time flow was applied to him. The guy who just woke up, one of the 7, was ready to sort things out with him. So he approached him and attacked him with 2 swords from both sides. The enemy of peace did not spend much time sorting things out with him. He raised his leg and hit him in the face from all sides. Threw this guy aside so that he would no longer interfere with his conversation with everyone else. He threw it with such force that it seemed like it would destroy the nearest rock. The enemy of the world stood below, one of the seven decided that he needed to be tested and dropped a huge stone on him from above. The enemy of peace managed to leave the place at the moment when this huge stone fell to the ground. Well, at the same time, one of the heroes picked up this stone and pulled it back, lifting it above the ground. It was one of the seven heroes who showed what he was capable of and what his strength was. He juggled these huge stones, throwing it aside with ease. The enemy of the world, seeing this situation, decided that he too must show what he was capable of, and he swung his huge hammer. And when this stone was near him, he struck, breaking this huge stone into small pieces. Many small stones fell on them, but this huge stone was broken. One of the seven heroes who threw this stone in his direction said that he had completely lost his fear. To which the enemy of peace replied, was he really scared when he saw what he was capable of? Oh, that moment they punched each other. They did it to understand who was stronger. The blow from the enemy of the world was so powerful that his opponent could not withstand this blow despite his abilities. He was thrown to the side, hit a rock, and then flew back in the opposite direction. After which he hit a huge rock again and received a lot of damage. After which he, practically exhausted, began to fall to the ground, and another one of the seven heroes received damage. After which he fell to the ground with a crash. Everyone else stood and watched what was happening to him. He lay motionless on the ground, his body showing signs of the injuries he had received from just one blow. Everyone else thought it was just unbelievable and couldn't be happening, but at that moment they didn't see the bright light. One of the seven heroes said that it looked like something divine, and he wanted to watch it. The enemy of peace stretched out his hand and pointed his finger in his direction. To which he replied that he thought the guy was just strong, but it turned out he also had brains, and that one of the seven heroes was Cezidos, the wizard of many words. The enemy of peace told him to stop grumbling and get down to business if he brought them so much trouble. At that moment, the enemy of the world saw one of the seven heroes trying to attack him from the other side. Kim-sun turned his head, looked at him, and assessed his strength. He thought about what to do. Beckon, one of the seven heroes' silent killer, said if he asks so, then he will do so. At this moment, they used a secret technique to use the power of the spirit. But despite the fact that he was one of the seven heroes and was a silent killer, not a single blow of his hit reached its target. When he tried to strike again, the young man grabbed his hand and said that this was a common illusion technique. The silent killer had no choice but to come to terms with what had happened to him. The enemy of the world added that the presence of a material entity is not difficult to decipher, so he did it with ease. He then struck the silent killer in the head, knocking him out. Another of the seven heroes, Gashin the Soul Eater, tried to cast a spell that called for a warrior to rise. The warrior, who was lying motionless on the ground, began to rise and move. It seemed that strength appeared in his body. After his spell, the scars on the warrior's body disappeared, and he was able to rise. The warrior did it so quickly that no one even had time to notice how he was already in a completely different place. He was behind the enemy of the world, with both hands clasped around his body and holding him. In this way, they tried to seize the enemy of the world so that he could not resist, and immediately after that, they would deal him a fatal blow. Each of them shouted that he was his prey and that no one else should touch him. But what was unexpected for them was that the enemy of peace broke away from these deadly embraces and said, "Is this really all they are capable of?" Each of them was in shock because they did not know what to do with it and how to destroy it. The only one who knew what he would do next was Kim-sun. He prepared his weapon. The first thing he did was take out his huge hammer to strike his opponent. After he struck his first blow, it became clear to everyone what he was capable of. One of them said that he doesn't even find it funny, and it seems that it's not for nothing that he is called the enemy of peace. After which he said that now they are interested to see what else he can do and what he is capable of. The next moment he used Infermo to escape the trap they had lured him into. The enemy of peace jumped to the side. He needed to take a more advantageous position to continue the battle. One of the seven who tried to attack him did not understand where he had gone and how he had managed to escape from his bonds. He continued his magic, trying to stop the enemy of the world by any means surrounding him from all sides. His two fists turned into huge fists, trying to strike the enemy of the world. After which, having escaped this attack, Kim-sun returned to continue what he had planned. He used a multi-dimensional defense technique to avoid being trapped by one of the seven heroes. He also tried to hit him, but despite the fact that the blow was so strong, it did not cause any damage to him. Also used were the multi-dimensional flame trap and the multi-dimensional thunder trap. When he put everything together, everything around him had to fall apart into little pieces. The enemy of peace left this place in order not to harm himself and continue the battle. When he landed, he caught his breath. He needed to figure out what to do next. He understood that his opponent also deserved his name, but he had to be smarter than him. His opponent turned to him saying that he also uses magic, but there is a difference between them. Even if he is reborn, he will not reach such a level. After which, one of the 7 heroes said that he had little time left, and that in this situation he would quickly deal with it. But it wasn't all that simple. The magic he possessed was contained in several items he wore on his belt. Kim-sun looked at him, he showed the bells, and asked if he was really looking for them. Then the magician got very angry. I said where he got them from, because he couldn't even imagine when he was able to steal them. Then the enemy of the world said that the secret of multidimensionality apparently lies in the Chongru stone. He asked if he really couldn't reach its level yet, after which the young man asked him again if maybe he should try to launch the multidimensional light. To which I heard one of the 7 heroes answer that it was funny, and did he really think that it was only thanks to the stone that he could use multidimensionality? To which the young man told him that he was the one who mastered all magical power faster than anyone else in this world. And then he added, this is what it means to be the smartest in this world and have all the magical power. The very next moment, he used a multi-dimensional glare which demonstrated, and immediately after that, he demonstrated multi-dimensional speed with which he threw his opponent up as high as possible, and then with this multi-dimensional speed began to lower it down. The young man said that multi-dimensional speed and multi-dimensionality in general are very useful. His opponent said that he admitted it was a good idea, and he had no choice but to agree with him. After which he noticed that the young man could do nothing except heavenly magic. He wanted to check how well he could use multidimensionality. Then Kim-sun showed him a multidimensional hurricane and then a multidimensional thunderstorm, after which he showed him a multidimensional hellfire. It was this multidimensional hellish flame that was supposed to destroy everything around it and leave nothing behind. He also showed a multidimensional primordial light that he directed into the very center of the hellish flames. It seemed that these two multidimensional hellish flame and multidimensional primordial light would leave nothing behind. He understood that he was dealing such a powerful blow that it was unbearable to survive, even with great abilities. At some point, he felt the action that was being produced in his direction. So he decided that he could put up a multidimensional magical defense, and that was the end for the heroes. After such an attack, nothing could remain alive. After them, everything was destroyed. Everything was laid out. It seemed that none of them had been there before. The system reads that Gashin, one of the 7 heroes, disappeared. Bacon, one of the 7 heroes, was destroyed. Also, the enemy of the world needed to increase his stamina. He used the blood of the berserker because he used up 30% of his stamina. First time using this skill for the 2nd time in a day, but he needed to restore his strength. His opponent, when he looked at the enemy of the people, said that it was strange that he was able to master heavenly magic at all. To which the young man replied that he himself had said that he was very smart. In response, he heard that his magical powers had probably already run out. Even if he moved quickly between them, there was still a gap left, and he couldn't overcome that gap. Then the young man said, does he really think that if he is left without magic, he will be able to overcome it? At that moment, he remembered that he was given the Armageddon scroll, and he used this skill. The very next moment, a whirlwind formed above his head, which gave him certain powers. He had the power of Armageddon, which helped him, and carried out his task. His opponent did not understand how Armageddon could happen and how he was able to achieve this. The young man said that a friend gave him this scroll, after which he applied the terrible judgment of Armageddon, in which his opponent would in no case be able to survive. All the power of Armageddon was directed towards his enemy and towards his destruction. His opponent couldn't resist, so he was destroyed. It was another one of the 7 heroes. Sazatos was destroyed. Only ashes remained from him, which scattered in the air. The young man thought that he even felt a little sorry for him because he was going to kill him with a hammer. As the hero's conqueror, he inherited the final elixir and the shield of Gorgoth, as he surpassed even those who were called heroes. He was only interested in one question. What kind of shield is this? They gave him an explanation. It takes away the owner's life force in exchange for blocked attacks. And he also received the final elixir. It was the best elixir that could cure even death. His assistant looked at him and said, doesn't one elixir solve all problems? The young man answered her that while the curse of extinction was in effect, there was no use in it. Then she said, he doesn't know at all where the 2 remaining of the 7 heroes are. The enemy of the world answered her that they would follow the energy of the bestiary that he leaves behind, as if it were calling him. They followed the trail and ended up in the city of Ixion. When they went inside, he said that it was the first time he had been in such a beautiful city. Ixion is a legendary city that was built in just one day. The young man asked his assistant why there is no one in this city. It is even scarier. Walking a little further, he heard that he was told, welcome to this city. In front of him stood a little girl who said that Lady Bestiary was already waiting for him. His assistant didn't understand what else she had planned and why she was already waiting for him. But they had no choice but to follow this girl in this beautiful city. Walking a little forward, he saw bestiary. It was one of the 7 IW, and it was the echo of the shaman. When he saw her, he answered her, "Doesn't she know herself?" The hammer in his hand began to transform. The little girl stood right in front of her and told him not to do it because he would regret it very much. She looked at him with such a look, begging him not to do this. She said several more times that she was asking. Kim-sun, when he saw the face of this little girl, he could not refuse her anything. He thought it was simply impossible. He said that in the era when the curse of extinction is spreading, familiars appear in the form of a child. This was very low on the part of bestiary. Then she answered him, "Does he really think this is so?" The enemy of peace asked her to tell him why she brought him to this place. Then she smiled and said that she wanted to show him something because it was a very unusual place. She led him into the garden of fresh sprouts. There was a lot of space there, and it was light and beautiful. And the most important thing is that there were many children running around in this garden who were enjoying life. The enemy of peace, when he saw all this, did not understand what was happening. And did she really think that it was funny because it was all practically impossible? Then she came up to him and said everything exactly as he sees it. Nothing here is an illusion. She approached him and asked if they could hug after all this. Kim-sun turned his head and saw her holding the baby in her arms. At that moment, he thought that all this was impossible. How could a child be born under the curse of extinction? The first thing he did was stretch out his hand to make sure that this was all true. When he touched the child and took his little hand, he felt warmth from him. Then she said not that she had done much, but this paradise was not in danger of disappearing. At that moment, the baby he touched screamed very loudly. The enemy of the world thought that he had scared him, asked his mother for forgiveness. She said that he was most likely just hungry, after which she turned around and carried him away to feed him. They continued to stand and watch her. Bestiary at that moment, despite him, said that she had prepared a place for him. She put her head down and said, "How about living in this place with his daughter?" She added that it was in this place that the curses in the emirate did not work at all, so his daughter would be able to live here. He asked again what she meant. Then she repeated to him again, didn't he dream of living with his daughter? Kim-sun looked at her and asked what she did. He didn't understand what it had to do with his daughter. She turned around and slowly started to walk away. At that moment, she said that the city was receiving help from Asen. She continued to talk about a man named Desport who also helped her in all this. This Desporte was also the leader of the 7 heroes, and he was also her longtime lover. She began to talk about how they, like him, had fought epidemics in the past. And in the process of this struggle, people asked them to become gods in order to protect them from the sky. And when they realized that the two of them were not going to fulfill their requests with which they constantly came to them, people became dissatisfied and began to look at them from a completely different perspective. Immediately after this, the admiration that people had was replaced by hatred. They tried to destroy them because they believed and feared that they would become a big threat to them. That's how their first life ended. They were simply destroyed by people when they became of no use to them. After they died, they promised to create their own kingdom after being reborn. She said that it was then that Desport became a real find for her. Together they created this city. She looked at the enemy of the world and asked him if such an explanation was enough for him. The young man was serious and answered her that no, it was not enough for him. Although Ashina's power is great, he cannot surpass God, but she says that he was able to stop the divine curse. Then she said that she thought so, that in fact he was very perceptive. She then added that their forces were insufficient, which is why the area outside this garden could not be saved. But if they get their original power, they can save a larger area. After this story, she asked the enemy of the world if he could help them to save as much territory as possible. He asked her in what capacity he would have to do this. She answered, as a new hero. After which, in this castle, he was given a room in which he stayed to spend the night. His assistant asked him what was bothering him. She saw that he was doubting something. He replied that Ashina's power could not stop the extinction curse. He asked her if she thought they were hiding something. His assistant said, but the children survived everything he saw. That was then he asked again, what if they were being used to deceive him? Then she said, how about he have a baby himself? He didn't expect such a question. He asked her again what she meant. But this proposal seemed very interesting to him, and he thought maybe it was true. Then his assistant began to tell him that of course if he treats him with love, then the child will be able to hatch. He was a little surprised to think that he could actually hatch, and was it really possible? She then asked again, what if he dies right after birth? Then he answered, this will be the greatest shame for him. When he hatched, the first thing this chick said was that they should all worship him. He was so small and so unsightly that they didn't even know how to treat him. But in fact, the procession of the King of Destruction Marazi begins in just a few seconds. He was able to take off from the ground. She thought that there was a little chicken in front of her, and he was happy that everything was fine with him. And this little chick was telling them if the curse of extinction had finally gone away and how long had he been in the egg. They answered him that no, the curse has not disappeared. They say that it does not work in this place because Asen protects it. The hatched little chick started screaming that this was complete nonsense. Even he couldn't do this. And with Asen's power, it is impossible to lift the curse of extinction. He was furious just because he was forced to hatch. The enemy of peace thought that surely a corresponding price had been paid for this miracle. After some time, they went to the central square of the city of Ixion. When the assistant came out and looked around, she said that unlike yesterday, this place was very crowded. She also started telling him to look because there is a golem cleaner there. Her father made it. When they were walking through the city's central square, they heard someone behind them start shouting loudly. They turned their heads and saw a man running and screaming to be saved. He was being chased by a huge man who caught up with him and then pushed him. All these people looked out of place, after which this huge man grabbed the man lying on the ground by one leg and pulled him along with him. He didn't look and didn't pay attention to the fact that he was resisting and screaming. He just dragged him along the ground. At this moment, you, the enemy of the world, understood that this is it. This whole fairy tale has come to an end, and all the beauty that surrounded them on all sides was fictitious. He was left alone in the middle of this square. At that moment, he thought of only one thing, that he needed to understand what was going on there and why they came. Kim's son, that he needs to use one of his skills, the Eye of Truth. Then he will be able to assess the whole situation. The first time he used his skill, he saw forbidden places where no one would let them in. If this is true and they are not allowed in as he thought, then it means they are hiding something from him. So he decided to follow the man who was having his leg pulled right in front of him. He followed their trail in order to get to the bottom of it and see for himself what was going on here. After some time, he was already near a huge quarry on the street. Everything was not so rosy there. As he came closer, he saw many people who were doing hard work and who had no right to rest. His assistant said that she made this city in just one day. Her city looks good only from the outside. At that moment, the enemy of the world thought about what she had planned and how to stop her. For some time, he stood watching what was happening around him, but he felt that he was being watched from the outside, so he very quickly used his abilities and disappeared. An old friend of his was actually watching him. She was surprised that he disappeared. Then the young man came up to her from behind and asked her if she was really looking for him. She immediately turned to him and tried to stab him, swinging her hand with a huge dagger. He intercepted her hand and she couldn't strike. She didn't have enough strength. She said, was it really fun for him to fool her all this time? Why did he do it? She wanted to hear the answer so that he would tell her right then. The young man answered that he never denied that he was an enemy of peace. She talked about following a man who was following him, how funny and absurd it was. The young man answered her that he had not thought about it at all and continued to hold her hand. After which he told her that Tanya should worry, he doesn't make the same mistake twice. The sword she struck with crumbled before her eyes and did not cause any damage to him. After which she broke free and was able to jump back so that he wouldn't hold her back. She tried to raise her sword up again and used the divine severing style, to which he replied that even such a technique in this situation no longer works on him, since it was he who killed most of the resurrected 7 heroes. The girl looked at him and thought that most likely he was trying to deceive her consider him a bastard. He answered her that he had never deceived her, because he was simply confident in his abilities. After which he suggested that she also stop lying to herself, because it was also within her power. Then she asked him again what he meant by saying that she was lying to herself. The young man said, if he had remained the same, would he have been able to notice her? Then she said that the enemy of the world was actually trying to save the world. Is that really what he wanted to say? At that moment, he used his skill multi-dimensional flight and then said if she understood this, then she can just leave. She raised her hand and told him to wait because he actually defeated the Demon King. After which she asked him what he was going to do next, because for her this was the most important question. After which he rose into the sky at high speed, using his pussy ability. At some point, he found it very funny and interesting. He didn't understand how to behave. Raising his head, he saw a red burning lamp in front of him, which meant that he was in flight. After which many of the same red lights began to appear before his eyes. He caught himself thinking that he still wasn't used to the fact that he was flying. At this time, hundreds of rays were directed towards him from the earth, which were supposed to destroy him. All these rays came together at one point, and when they came together, they turned into an explosion. After which, the young man decided that he needed to go back down to earth. He landed and saw The fact that he was surrounded on all sides made him think that perhaps he should pass by. But he didn't expect that he was approaching from behind and didn't know what to do next. At that moment, he decided to change his stealth ability in open areas so that no one would notice him. Thanks to this ability, the two of them could not be seen in open areas and could not easily hide. All these people were standing watching him. They had to destroy him by any means necessary. Well, when they got closer, they discovered that he was not there. These two with their abilities were able to easily escape from their pursuer without being noticed. The girl told her uncle to his face that she would personally watch what he was doing. He answered her that she can do whatever she wants, but she shouldn't interfere with his investigation. Then she asked him what kind of investigation he was conducting and what he wanted to know. At that moment, he said that he would stop back by the same guy, Kim-sun, that she knew. He said that he was investigating human sacrifices. She was very surprised. Did he really know something about the sacrifice name? That's why he's here? After which the young man said that he was not sure, but they would understand everything soon and began to leave. He walked and told her that in each district there are about 500 houses. Even if only 2 people live in each one, that's already more than 1,000. And there are hundreds of such districts. If we assume that there are about 900 of them, then the population will be no less than 1 million people. He went to one such settlement to see how many people were there. Entering such a village, the girl said why he stopped. They need to go and see. He looked at her and asked again when she had managed to change her clothes again. When they entered a tavern in one such village, they saw that there were no completely different ones in it. The owner of this arati said that they arrived first, so he seated them at a huge round table in the center. The young man said that now they are also citizens of Ixion, and all this thanks to the mercy of the hostess. This city is the only place where war refugees can open up. The owner also said that they still can't relax. Suddenly they too will decide to deprive them of citizenship. He was worried that they would suddenly say, let's consolidate their positions and cleanse the plague village. Those present there thought that it was not much at all and they were ready for it. Kim-sun and his companion sat at a huge table waiting for their order and listening to everything that was happening. Go out on the street at the end of the village. There were stacked dead bodies that seemed completely dry. The owner of the tavern said that someone has already become infected, asshole. It's just quiet. You need to die. It's not clear why, but nothing. He comes to this place to spread diseases. The creatures that were chasing the young man told each other that he had hurried and finished today's quota because he had also received a lot of points. Kim-sun and his companions decided to help this village in order to remove infected people from it. When these men, the young man realized that this was a real plague. He carried and looked at this dead man. He thought that it was a curse and what kind of disease. Call the escort so that she wakes up here, and there is something else that they do not see. After which they carried this body far away to the desert, where all these bodies were put in a huge hole and ignited. When they completed this task, they were told that they were free. After they had finished doing everything, they could not take their things and leave as quickly as possible. After which, they were told that they should return as quickly as possible before night fell. Kim-sun, I'm lying down, I'm tired, 9 days, something's wrong, and I have to stay a little longer. He kept walking and looking back, watching the place where all these bodies were piled up. As he took a few more steps, he noticed that bright rays were breaking through the ground. And where was the beam first, then precious stones began to fall from behind it. It became more and more, and the goblin who remained collected all these stones to himself. He stretched out his hands to collect as many of them as possible. He knew what would happen. The most important thing is that it is the largest stone that has not been and is still broken. For him, there is also the voice of a young man who said that they thought it was the plague, and in the end, the goal was this. The goblin couldn't hold back and struck him, killing the goblin so that he couldn't say anything more. She didn't understand what it was, and in her hand was a pity that was all crowned. In fact, these stones were fragments of a catastrophe. They can become anything and make anything possible. It all depends on how they are used. Then it became clear what was going on and why everything was exactly like this. This whole place was built for this very purpose. It was just a death farm. After they returned to this beautiful city, the first thing they did was go to the bestiary. She didn't understand what the problem was and why they were talking to her in that tone. And the man stretched out like a stone and asked how she could explain all this. She didn't say anything to him, turned her head and went the other way. On the way, she told him if he had really found something very interesting. If so, then let him follow him. I went on to say that this stone has many names, but most often it is called parts, particles, catastrophe. She added that in fact its real name is God's stone. The young man and his companion, as well as his assistant, were very surprised that this stone was divine. She went up to the table where there was a tray and an apple was leaving on it. She told him to take a look because it was an ordinary apple. After which she took this stone and threw it up. She wanted to show what these stones are for. When she threw this stone up, it was done so that it would be caught. And if it is correct to say that it was swallowed, since those on the pillar fed on these stones. After which changes occurred in his body, and it seemed like he was about to fall into the water. Well, nothing like that happened. He was just under the influence of these stones. And in just a few minutes, there was not just one apple on the tray, but a large number of them. At that moment, the young man's assistant said that it was the power of the creator. Bestiary looked at her and said that I thought she was Eckhart's daughter. Her father was a good comrade. After which she added that her father sealed her spirit in a book that is always with her. She said that he was able to do this only with the help of the power of the creator. She also added that he asked her to remove the curse in the emirate and save her. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. After which Bestiary said that she should bring all her divine energy that she had accumulated. Several little girls said that they heard her. After which, she asked if there were any magicians in this room who were ready to help them. Many people were watching everything that was happening. One of them raised his hand in which he held a staff and said that he was of course ready. At that moment, a large quantity of waste was carried out, in which there were many beautiful stones. When the girl saw what happened, she said how many people should have died. The magicians who agreed to help her came up and began to use their skills and abilities. All these stones seemed to be alive and began to merge into one huge one and emit very strong radiation. The pebbles rose up, and in the air they merged into one single stone, which every moment grew and grew in size. It seemed that it was simply huge. After this transformation was completed and the formation of a single stone was completed, the monster sitting on the pillar swallowed this stone. After which, changes began to occur in his case, which were observed by everyone from the outside. The very next moment, everyone noticed that this creature had not just swallowed the stone, it had begun to illuminate the space. The girl sitting in the book told Kim-sun to look away as he began to illuminate the greenhouse. When they turned their heads, they saw a large number of children running across this square. And the most important thing among them was a bird-like one that hatched and shouted to the others to take their hands off him because his procession had begun. The girl was surprised that the curse had been lifted, and they were able to do this. Bestiary explained that the Godstone not only replicates, but also removes the curse of extinction. She also said that while these stones are not enough yet, it is only a matter of time before the curse ends. Kim-sun told her that even the effect of the final elixir lasts a maximum of 2 hours. Then she said that if his daughter could also live in this place, she would have a normal life. His companion addressed him as an enemy of peace and told him to wake up. After all, living in this place is like being a bird in a cage. Will he be able to live such a life? Then the hostess called her assistants and asked them to take their guest to another place. She did this because the girl did not understand how they could justify the death of so many people. The young man's assistant looked up from her book and asked him what he would do next. In another part, everyone watched as a huge monster caught up with people and devoured them. When the chick saw this, he said that it was most likely a reaper, and he was there to destroy. After the chick returned to Kim-sun, he said that there he saw a reaper who devours souls and helps the gods to get off faster. The enemy of peace heard about all this and said that he didn't have time to chat. He looked at those who were with him and ordered them that they must destroy the source of the reapers. They all understood. And at that moment, he decided that he had to deal with this voice that was in front of him. The reapers became more and more numerous, and they were ready to devour the souls of people. The king of the bird-like creatures, although he was still a chicken, had enormous power concentrated in him. In order to stop these reapers, he used pens impedium. This was an ability he possessed. And the girl who accompanied the enemy of the world decided that she needed to apply the division of the essence. The next moment in this place, she was not alone, but there were many of them ready to join the fight. The enemy of the world himself used his flight skill. He pushed off the ground and rose into the sky. At that moment, his assistant shouted that she also wanted to help with something, but she realized that no one was paying attention to her, so she said she agreed and was already hiding. The enemy of the world rose up and activated his huge hammer to destroy these priests, after which he struck, and the entire colossus, which consisted of priests, was broken. Since the pole on which Asen was located was destroyed, he landed on the ground. His assistant watched everything that was happening from the book. She understood that they had coped. It seemed that this was a red sky. In the middle of it, a similar fiery funnel appeared. This creature crawled out of this funnel. Its eye was shining very brightly. Kim-sun, when he saw this, thought, "Is it possible that he hasn't died, and isn't it too late?" All around there was a fiery desert on which there was not a single living creature. In fact, it was with the descent of Asen Desport from heaven to earth. Since he didn't have a pedestal on which he stood, he had to come down from heaven. When he landed, one pair of his hands were raised up and the other were praying to God. The enemy of the world, when he saw him, thought that he had finally appeared, and now he had a real opponent. After which he told him that as soon as he kills him, the second catastrophe will end, and the world will become cleaner. The enemy of peace took out his fiery whip and swung it to destroy his opponent. His fiery whip also captured one of Asen Desport's hands, and he could not move. The enemy of peace twitched his whip and said he wanted to see what he was capable of. His opponent continued to stand silently with his eyes closed, and it seemed that he was not going to move. The enemy of the world pulled harder. It seemed like a little more and he would break, but his opponent did not move. Then he realized that their strength was about equal, and that it would not be so easy for him to deal with him. The very next moment his whip snapped, and then the enemy of peace realized that his opponent was much stronger. Many shouted that finally he did not come in. They knelt before him, before the great Asen Desporte. They believed that only he could put an end to this hellish curse of extinction, so they looked at him with devotion. But when he landed on the ground, everything around him began to crack and collapse, and many thought that this was the end. He landed right in front of Kim Sun to once again prove his majesty and show his strength. Asen Desport continued to stand in the same pose, showing his majesty and his strength. The enemy of the world was ready. He held his huge hammer and was ready to enter into battle with it. The girl left him with the chick. They wanted to come to his aid. The enemy of peace, without turning his head, shouted at them not to come near and to stay where they were now. After which he ordered them all to take a step back. This time he is not sure that he can win. After which he looked at his assistant from the book and ordered her to leave with them too. His assistant replied that she did not understand what he was talking about because she would fight with him until the end. Then he explained to her that she could become his daughter's friend, and if she got hurt it would be a problem. She told him that he should never lose, and he told her that he had managed to win so far. So he understood that their powers were approximately the same, and he wanted to see if he could do it this time. She had no choice but to agree with him. She came up to him and said that they needed to leave. If they stayed in this place, they could also die. Asen Desport told the enemy of the world that he killed Bestiary, who was his beloved, so he will do everything to kill him. The enemy of peace then answered him that he could not act otherwise in order to see him and engage in battle with him. After these words, his opponent had a weapon in his hands, and he asked the enemy of peace whether he had written a will. After which he struck first and entered the battle first. He believed that he could win. His first blow was so strong that it turned out that everything around was starting to collapse. The enemy of the world only had time to put up a defense and felt the force of his blow and assessed it. His opponent was actually quite strong and landed a good blow. At that moment, his opponent had another weapon in his other hand. It was a sword. The enemy of peace, when he saw how he handled weapons, he understood that this time he had a strong enough opponent. And after his opponent struck him, he was able to avoid this blow at the last moment by jumping back. But the blow was so strong that everything around collapsed and nothing remained. Asen Desport continued to attack the enemy of the world. He was completely confident that he could defeat him. After he struck once with his sword and pushed the enemy of the world back, he struck again with his spear. Kim Sun thought at that moment that he would gradually get used to his speed and the way he strikes. But this position of his hands in front of him irritated him very much. He couldn't help but be distracted by them. At that moment, his pasta launched a spear in his direction. It flew at the speed of light. It seemed that this blow was supposed to CH the enemy of the world and everything that was around it. But the enemy of peace answered him that even with such speed as his, he would not be able to escape from it. So the next thing he did was he jumped up, increased his hammer a lot, and swung it to strike. After which he struck with such force that it seemed nothing could survive and everything began to collapse. But despite the fact that the blow was very powerful, his opponent was able to stay alive. Everything around was collapsing and breaking into small pieces that flew around. His armor said that he found it very strange that he was against the sacrifice. It seemed that he was not even damaged. Then the enemy of the world said, "Why do they need sacrifices, and why do they need sacrifices if God himself has already descended to earth?" At that moment he remembered that he was told that to preserve the power of Asen, a huge number of victims was necessary. Bestiary also used the curse of extinction so that Asen would gain power. The enemy of peace asked him if he really wanted to say that the two of them had intentionally spread this damn curse. His opponent at that moment tried to strike the enemy of peace and said that this was all because he, an ungrateful person, saw them as enemies. The blow was indeed very powerful, but it did not in any way touch the enemy of peace. Kim Sun answered him that they were vile bastards, and did they really use people who died from the curses of extinction as sacrifices? At this moment, he used his multi-dimensional meteor skill and repeated using this skill several more times. His opponent at that moment said to the enemy of peace, "Is this really his attempt to save himself?" Kim Sun didn't want to hear it. He decided he had to use another one of his echo skills. But despite the fact that his opponent was affected in several ways, he continued to stand unharmed. Kim Sun, at this moment that he still had to use the magical power that is concentrated in the light, he placed it in his huge hammer. The enemy of peace felt the enormous power in those hands folded in prayer all the time, so he didn't know what to do, but he must not let him win. Therefore, he sent a multitude of fiery meteorite stones in his direction, which were supposed to burn everything around him. He believed that he should not leave even a trace of his enemy because he had to stop another catastrophe. And after he had struck several blows, he struck his opponent once more with his huge hammer and light. This magical light was directed at the opponent's legs and hit them directly. His opponent couldn't withstand such a blow and began to fall to his knees. But despite the fact that his opponent had taken such heavy damage, he tried to hold on with the help of a pole. The enemy of peace told his opponent to show what he was hiding in his hands. His opponent said that if he wants, he can look, and gave birth to his hands. At that moment, a light of justice appeared from under his hands and spread around. It seemed that this light of justice would have to destroy all living things around and everyone. When the girl from the book saw what was happening, and that this light could kill the enemy of the world, she screamed no. The chick tried to stop her. He told her to stop screaming. It only makes things worse. The girl explained that it was just a force without witchcraft or spells. That's why it was so big. They wanted to understand if it was Asen who possessed this power. Despite the fact that the enemy of the world was driven by this power, he was still ready. He stood up and asked his opponent if he had been hiding this power all this time. At this point, he used Berserker's blood because he had lost 30% of his stamina and needed to recover. His opponent extended his two hands holding the power forward and directed it towards the enemy of the world. It seemed like nothing would remain after he had struck with such force. Indeed, there was nothing around, only boulders and stones remained, and in front of him stood the enemy of the world. The enemy of peace. When he raised his head, he would be very surprised by what happened. After all, right in front of him stood Kenneth, who had come to help him. It was unclear to everyone why the half-man, half-dragon from the Hermit's Tower ended up in this place. At that moment, she said that she had time and that she would be able to protect him and help him. Kenneth addressed the enemy of peace, Kim Sun. She said that she never thought that she would meet such a celebrity. He answered her that he himself had heard about the half-breed dragon Kenneth. He wanted to know why the creature, which had been hidden for hundreds of years, suddenly appeared. It replied that God does not descend just to kill one person, that is too much. At that moment, Asen raised both his hands up. He believed that he had practically won this fight. He rejoiced because he believed that he had to destroy them before he himself was destroyed. This was the law of domination. Kenneth stated that recently they were saying that the disaster of the King of the Union will appear. The world seems to have finally gone crazy. Asen called his assistants and said that she was a very stupid half-breed and did not understand what she was talking about. Asen ordered this monster to kill this black Fafnir. Kenneth received the blow from the cloud and she deflected it. She shouted, "Is this really her enemy?" After which, she struck back to destroy her opponent. Another blow was fired towards her. She managed to put up a defense at the last moment to avoid this blow. In the sky, it seemed that blows were continuing to be delivered from both sides, which were supposed to converge right in the center. After one of these blows that actually came together, an explosion occurred. Kenneth was furious. Anapa asked that the enemy of peace leave him to her and not interfere. She said that she had many questions for him and that he could not die under any circumstances. Immediately after these words, each of the opponents released their power and struck their opponent. Asen was on the sidelines at that moment. He was watching everything that was happening but was ready to leave. The enemy of peace caught up with him from behind and said that his rival was him and no one else. At that moment, he received a blow and was forced to jump a great distance upwards. The blow was so strong that everything around was destroyed. It seemed that if he had not dodged this blow, he would no longer exist. Therefore, the enemy of the world decided that he should take advantage of the light of the primordial world. He believed that only in this way could he somehow stop his opponent. After all, the last time he used the light of the primordial world, everything worked out for him. The enemy of peace understood that he could not lose this fight under any circumstances. He had to fight to the end. After he applied the light of the primordial world, he watched what would happen after that. But in reality, nothing happened. His opponent was unharmed and was below. The only thing his opponent thought about was that his shield was destroyed and its power was comparable to the light of judgment. But there was one thing. The cast time of this spell was too long and therefore nothing happened. Brag of the World at that moment received a counterattack and barely stayed on his feet. He thought that even the light of the primordial world did not work. He did not understand how he could fight it. At that moment he remembered that he had a shield that could withstand his blows. He jumped off. After which he landed opposite his opponent. A plan appeared in his head. Asen looked at the enemy of the world and told him to be humble and become his victim. After which Asen, when he saw his opponent on the ground, directed the judge's light at him to destroy him. Kim Sun thought that he had completely forgotten that he had a shield with which he could reflect such strong blows. It was the shield of Gorgokt, and the blows it took proportionally reduced the user's life force, requiring payment with interest. His opponent once again used his main weapon, the Light of Judgment, directing it straight at the enemy of peace. This time, the enemy of the world put up a shield with which he was able to withstand a powerful blow. Shield Gorok, after he used it once and it was one life, was accumulated 10%. Asen, when he saw that his opponent, the enemy of peace, could dodge his blows, he hit him again. At this moment, the enemy of peace approached him closer in order to try to strike his opponent with a hammer. At that very moment, the enemy of peace dealt his opponent a huge blow with a hammer, after which it became clear to them how he could defeat him. The rest was a matter of technique. Asen did not stop. He tried to strike blow after blow at his opponent, the enemy of peace. Asen was furious. He shouted, did he really dare an insignificant person even think that he could defeat him? The Gorgon shield showed that the amount of use was 2 times, which means 2 lives were still accumulated, 10%. After each blow from the enemy of peace came closer and closer and tried to strike back. Asen believed that the enemy of peace should accept his death humbly, after which he struck him again. The shield recorded the amount of use 3 times and that another 10% had been accumulated. The enemy of peace at that moment told his opponent that he had 3 more lives. This made Asen very angry and he was so furious that he was ready to strike him blow after blow. But after each hit 4 times, it means the enemy of the world had 4 lives. 8 times, it means 8 lives. 17 times, it means he had 17 more lives. The enemy of the world raised his huge hammer and swung it to strike. When he was very close, the enemy of the world swung and struck his opponent with all his might. Asen could not hold on and began to fall. He was really badly damaged and couldn't stay on his feet. As he fell, he screamed that he would wipe this place off the face of the earth, after which he released the power he wielded. It was a great force. If it touched the ground, it would destroy everything around. This force was directed straight towards the ground and flew at high speed. While right in the air it was destroyed, there was a huge explosion. The enemy of the world told him, didn't he know that unstable power is destroyed by the slightest blow? Asen tried to get up. He said to the enemy of peace, how dare he treat him like that insignificant man. At this moment, Asen took several steps forward to attack the enemy of the world. In turn, the enemy of the world put the shield of Gorgokt in front of him, which activated his capabilities. After which he declared in sighs that let the price for using this account be the soul of this god, and put this shield forward. Asen didn't have time to hide. He collapsed, and the shield at that moment was supposed to take his soul. Asen fell to the ground dead. He could no longer move, and that was the end for him. In turn, the shield fulfilled its main task and took his soul. The debt to the shield of Gorgokt was repaid by the soul of the target. Asen Bol was destroyed. After some time, the enemy of the world saw that the reckoning was completed, and his debt was also paid off. The second catastrophe was over. The curse of extermination was destroyed. The girl who was watching everything that was happening was very surprised. Did the curse really disappear? Kennis, who also came to his aid, watched as he was able to win and deal with his monster herself. She said that one person managed to stop another disaster. The only thing was to think about how to report it to them now. A few days later, the Hermit's Tower also received rumors that the curse had been broken. The head of the Hermit's Tower, the tower's master Porphyrius, told everyone gathered that they should be aware that the curse of extermination had disappeared. Those gathered did not understand what had happened at all, but others then understood why they had come to the tower unnoticed. The head of the tower, after listening to all the statements, said that he would give details. After which he introduced the chick who was the king of the union. He began to talk about what he saw with his own eyes. And he also started saying that he would tell them a story about a man who saved this whole world. A few years later, in one of the village's small houses, the voice of a girl was heard telling her father to get up. She was shouting loudly that he should get up as quickly as possible because his friend should already be arriving. She was busy cooking, and he should go chop wood. This was Kim Sun's daughter. Her name was Krya. Her father, in order not to hear her scream, agreed with her and then took a pillow and covered his head with it. His daughter said that he should tell Betelgeuse what kind of people her dad's friends are. She said that they were heroes who were able to save the world from disasters. The girl then said that she probably asked in vain. An axe and a villa stood near the entrance to the house. The axe was the tool that the enemy of peace had been using lately to chop wood. He stood up silently and then took this axe. It was the last weapon he put into his hands. After which he went outside. He told his daughter that it was only in the morning that they had already started making noise. Of course, he was pleased that he was called a hero. At that moment, he turned his head and looked back. In the corner where there were many boxes and bags of food, there was something else that connected him to his past life. And that something was a huge hammer that he kept in his closet all this time, thanks to which he was able to save this world.